I guess it's the DC panel. Is it winter here? Kinda. We're kind of coming out of winter. It's starting to get less cold. What is the Australian seasons? Let me just see what the dates are. Yeah. June, August. So we're pretty much in the tail end of winter. I was just seeing if it, what the actual official thing was. Our summer is December through February. So from December, just nearing Christmas, is when we hit summer, and then our summer lasts all the way through February. We don't get winter Christmas here. It's always really hot during our Christmas. South and north different. Yeah, the whole equators and shit. Like, we barely get snow in Australia. Like, you have to go up to a few specific mountains where the snowboarding resorts are to see snow. It doesn't really happen anywhere else. Like, even during winter, you just don't see snow in like regular places. But it's if you go up to the snowy mountains, to the ski resorts all year round, you can see snow there, but that's it. That's it for this country. It's not like in America where winter hits around Christmas and they get to actually have like a snowy Christmas, like the suburbs get covered in white. That's not an Australian thing, unfortunately. Wolf Creek. Oh yeah, I've seen Wolf Creek. Kind of a trashy exploitation Australian horror movie. I know a lot of Australians that find that movie kind of funny though, because of how like Australian it is for for a horror movie. I've never seen the sequel or sequels. Hang on. I think there was at least one sequel. Wolf Creek 2, yeah. Yeah, I keep forgetting that there's a Wolf Creek 2. I never saw the sequel. I don't know if it was well received or not. Let's find out. A third film, Wolf Creek 3, is currently in development. Well, there you go. They're literally making Wolf Creek 3 as we speak. A TV series debuted in 2016 and got a second season. As of April 2022, Wolf Creek 3 is in development. So that's very recent. 2 is fine. Hey, it got some awards, according to this. But only 50% on Rotten Tomatoes, so it looks like half the people liked it and half hated it. So it kind of broke down the middle. No, you know, that's fine. Whatever. Not too bad. Alright. Time for the DC panel. I think all DC had was Shazam and Black Adam to show off. They kind of had a bit of a Ponzi showing at Comic-Con. I'm not sure why they phoned it in so much. Maybe it's because they're canceling all their shit. We've been finding out about that recently, so that kind of makes sense.
Miss Tiffany Smith!
Yeah! Who's Tiffany Smith? She's too loud.
Hello, Holly! Thank you so much, Eddie, for that intro. Hey, everybody.
I don't know who Tiffany Smith is.
Can I get you to cheer a little more? Yes!
Wait.
If you guys know me at all, you know
That's
that
better.
I'm a huge nerd. So being here in Hall H is a dream come true for me. And I know for all of you guys, I'm just going to say that Hall H this year, the H stands for here because I know you are all as excited as I am to be here in person.
What's she talking about?
At San Diego Comic-Con.
The H stands for here.
And more
I think the H
specifically,
stands
at
for
the
just
Warner Brothers Pictures
the number in the
Exhibition.
alphabet that this hall
This
represents.
is the
A
hottest
through
ticket in
H.
town. So I gotta
They're
say,
just numbered in
every
order.
single one of you in here, you must possess some serious superpowers that you are sitting in this room with us today, right? It feels like that. Those of you guys who waited in line out there
I
to
think
get
she's
in here, that is a
putting this
superpower.
on a little bit too heavy.
And we have got a fantastic show coming your way, so I hope you guys are all ready for that. It is 100% proof that some things really are.
I can see she's holding a Shazam
So our first film
palm
today
card.
brings a fan favorite DC superhero.
If that wasn't like a big
back
giveaway.
to Hall H. He's brave. He's powerful. He's hilarious and lovable. He's a teenager at heart, as well as depending on the scene in real life too. He's got it all, and
What?
this new movie is one that we have all been waiting for. Now, okay, like I said, it's a dream to be here in Hall H with you guys, and I gotta confess something else.
Yes.
There's something I've always wanted to do, and that is make a little Comic-Con magic.
Make love to
I'm gonna
Dwayne
need
Johnson
your
on
help with it.
stage.
Now that I know you all have superpowers,
Do
like
it.
you said, because you're in here, I'm gonna have you guys help me out with a magical word on the count of 3. I think you guys all know the magical word, but I'll give you a little hint.
Is it
starts
Shazam?
with a sh and ends with Zam. Does that sound good?
Does that spell Shazam?
Okay,
I can't
so
read.
On the count of 3, here we go.
Not my type.
1, 2, 3. Shazam!
I mean, she's attractive, but
Everyone, please give a warm welcome to Zachary
she's like coming on a bit strong. Like she's trying too hard to host it in a fun, puppy, energetic way,
So dang much. I can't even
and
take
it's a little goofy.
Can't even take it.
Doesn't need to make so many
I love all your
jokes.
faces, even though I can't see them.
Just get Zachary Levi out. He'll
I gotta
take
say,
care of it.
Hi, how are you doing? This is awesome.
back.
I have to say, from one proud nerd to another, how does it feel to be back here in Hall H with all these fans?
Oh, it feels amazing. I mean, I've been coming here for, I don't know, like 14 years almost now with
Yeah.
Chuck back in Ballroom.
Zachary
City, all the
Levi
posters up there. Yeah,
Is way
baby.
tall. You're right.
Yeah, baby. And then to be here in Hall H to bring back Shazam.
I was going somewhere else with that,
guys,
but you're-
what you guys
now
decided
that
to
you've
take
said it,
something
I can't
a
unsay
little
it.
bit more later, so just be patient. It's awesome. I love it. And I love playing this role. It's so much fun.
Well, that is one thing that I remember when I heard.
He is
that
a
you were
great
playing
casting
this
choice
role,
for
it's like,
Shazam, though, because he
feels like
does
the
remind me
perfect
of a
role for
child in
Zach.
adult's
What do
body.
you
Just the
mean?
actual
I
guy.
mean, you have to see you for 2 seconds to know that. This
I'm
is-
sure that's what
I'm
they
a
thought
fan
the second they
child.
thought of
That's
him.
why.
I didn't say it. You did.
No, I know. That's why I say it.
So, what is it about this character that you love so much?
I mean, I don't know. There's just so much.
Why is he wearing a
so much-
Hawaiian shirt
and-
with a
and-
dad
and
beater
I am
vest
kind of
underneath,
like
though?
A Peter Pan of sorts.
A wife
I'm working
beater
on it,
vest
guys. I promise you, I'm working on it.
underneath.
But, you know, if anybody ever came to Nerd HQ, I mean, I just love throwing parties. You know what I mean? Like, I just love fun and I love joy and I love people. And I think that Billy Batson,
he
Shazam,
talks
loves
like a
people.
kid
He loves his
with
family.
ADD.
He wants things to work out. He wants to do good in the world.
Like he's in
just
character
kind of
right now.
Stumbling through it a little bit, you know?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
we all do.
Like we all do.
Adult or child at heart, which I hope we all. I mean, I feel like everyone here is a kid at heart because you are here at Comic Con.
Yeah, you're at Comic Con.
Right?
Kid, all right.
Yeah?
Somewhere in there.
Oh,
Alright, so.
some of them are neckbeards that take the
Shazam,
shit too
so let's talk
seriously. Let's
Shazam.
be real.
Let's go.
Specifically.
And they're super negative and toxic about
And the
literally
first film was all
everything.
kind of about figuring
They
out
just-
who Shazam was,
they
how
don't
he
enjoy the
was
things
and
they
kind of
enjoy.
Fitting into this family. So
Yeah.
catch us up now. What's going on with
Good-looking
the whole
guy, but you can see some shallow thing in him.
Emily, I
Which
know,
I
right?
love saying
Yeah.
that.
Copyright.
I mean, when you're playing the lead in like a
So,
big action
look,
franchise like this, it's probably hard not to have a little bit of an ego about it.
Into all of the kids getting their
I'm sure some of that's
superpowers.
coming off right
It's
now.
So fun. And now, you know, it's a couple years on, and we've all been flying around doing various missions, trying to like help the city of Philadelphia and the world at large. But again, we're all still kind of learning how to do that. Lots of growing pains, not just in our own powers, but also figuring out our own identity between the two.
Yeah.
Is it, you know, regular self or super self?
It's hard enough figuring out
Yeah.
family together, but then super family together.
Exactly.
also.
Super family comes with super problems. Super drama. And but yeah, and there's all the like, you know, little family, you know, tips and things, and we're all just.
Are they going to bring out all the other
figure
actors
it
that
out.
play
But
the other
you have
kids
to use
that
the
turn into
tips when you're
superheroes?
having the
Yes,
The
absolutely.
Shazam crew?
I meant to do that. Entirely meant to do that.
Planned.
Yeah, so it's good. I mean,
Or even the
I
kids
think that
themselves.
It adds for a really great, interesting kind of bedrock of reality, you know, and that you can connect to as a human being because we're superheroes, but we're human beings, you know, just like everybody here.
It's true. I did tell you all you had superpowers, so he just confirmed it too.
That's right.
All right, before we dig any deeper into this is Comic-Con, so I know that you would not come to Hall H without having a little something special.
Oh, we have
share.
something special.
Was
Would you like
everybody
to
here?
see something special?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So please feast your eyes on the something special trailer.
I mean,
Oh, they watched it already. They keep skipping this shit. I can get that though. Let me just Shazam Fury of the Gods trailer. I'm just gonna bring it up on a different screen real quick. Hey, there it is. Blap. Easy. In crisp 4K.
I'm an idiot.
Yes. That's your entire character in a nutshell.
I don't
We're
deserve
fine
these
with that.
powers, if I'm being honest. Like, what am I even contributing?
Why are the buildings moving?
There's already a superhero with a red suit with a lightning bolt on it. Aquaman is literally huge and he's so manly.
Oh, we don't need to
Batman
see
is so
Snyderverse
cool,
shit, please.
and I'm
Can we move
just
on?
Me.
That was a
I
good
feel like
shot.
a fraud.
Not gonna lie.
It doesn't matter. Anyway, the wizard gave me superpowers. But then everybody
That was a
has
good shot.
superpowers.
In the first
Where are we
movie,
going?
that roof jump Shazam
Like crime?
transformation.
Okay.
Now
Jason
everyone's kinda, like,
Momoa.
doing their own thing, and I'm the only one
He's not
trying
going to be in
together.
Shazam. They're just showing that footage because he was talking about
You
him.
understand I'm a pediatrician, right?
The fuck? Why does he have 3 different Wonder Woman dolls and 1 Annabelle doll from the Conjuring universe? That is really creepy. Oh, he's got 2 Batman. He's got a Batman action figure and a Batman plushie back there. I've seen that Batman plushie in real life. That's a really easy one to find.
Right?
Come on!
Listen to me, Billy. The fate of your world depends on it.
I don't know why Eminem
The daughters of Atlas are coming
is
for
the
you.
choice for the trailer, but it's fine.
Children stole the power of
Billy
all
Batson's a
gods.
teenager. He'd be into Eminem.
This is very personal, Billy.
Look, I might not have as much experience as you because I'm not super old like you, but I've seen all of the Fast and the Furious.
Helen
movies.
Mirren
It's all
beating up
about-
superheroes is kind of dope.
Family, guys, that was a signal.
I want to see Helen Mirren in more like badass roles. That was well timed. To the
The
song.
world will not survive this.
I don't know how we fight powers like this.
You think I know how to fix this dude, but I really don't.
Billy, everyone can be worthy.
That's one of the problems about your main hero being a kid, is that they could be a little bit more whiny
Now
than
go
normal.
Fight for your family. Go fight for the world.
Are those unicorns? Okay, they may as well be a dragon.
I just threw a truck at a dragon. I love my life.
It kind of fits. Why not? Eminem. Oh shit. No. No.
It's actually a
No,
little
what's
weird
happened?
because I've been
How do I go back?
I'm-
Hold up. I think he said go fight for the world. If it was Black Adam, he'd probably say go fuck the world. They got 2 very different heroes coming out right now. I love the fact that the black girl in purple is like the tiniest little girl in the first movie. That like should not be in an adult body. Because she's so young. Also, that girl in the red shirt, she was already kind of old. Older than most of the other kids. So when she turns into an adult, she's not actually that much different. She's only like slightly older. There's a shot of her here somewhere. There. Like she's only like a little bit older than when she's in kid mode. Your type equals young. Not that young. Holy shit. Look how young the little girl in purple is. That's like 5. That's a good screenshot. You're a 26-year-old girl. Well, that's better than 5. You're at least trumping the 5-year-old girl by 21 years. God, it's so easy to stop on. Look. Oh my god, it's so easy to stop on funny freeze frames of Zachary Levi. He's got a bit of a Jim Carrey face sometimes. Look, fucking Billy Batson's about to cry in this shot. He's really whiny. I don't know who they are, like, villain-wise, but I like that it's Helen Mirren and Lucy Liu. They're both great actors. It's weird seeing them in a role like this. It's very unexpected. And then we get to see them beat the shit out of Zachary Levi. Especially Helen Mirren. Lucy Liu, I think she could do that in real life. 100% Lucy Liu. I 100% believe Lucy Liu could beat the absolute living crap out of Zachary Levi in real life. She's a barracuda. These are definitely shadow unicorns. Of death. Why are they so horrifying? Dude, what the hell? I don't really understand, like, what's going on in this movie except for Lucy Liu and Helen Mirren want to beat the hell out of Zachary Levi. That's like the whole plot, as I know it. But there are buildings moving around the city and slamming into Shazam. There's undead, demonic shadow unicorns, and there's a dragon. And a girl with condoms on her hands. Burnt into her palms. I'm guessing there's some kind of reality warping power that these two want, and that one of Zachary Levi's friends gets to hijack and control herself. Because it looks like she's doing this to help him. I don't know who her character is, but I think she's some kind of important character to the power that the villains want. She's going to be the America Chavez of the movie, I think. From Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. She's got the powers that everybody wants and can change or affect reality, which is probably where all these magical creatures are coming from. See? You stop on any Zachary Levi screenshot. He looks like a goofball. It's amazing. That's too easy. Ah, god damn. He is the perfect casting for this. 100%.
Dragons? Unicorns?
Whoop! He looks like me. Really?
Fast and Furious jokes?
I suppose I could take that as a compliment. He's not a bad looking man, just a bit goofy. There's nothing wrong with a bit goofy.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, it's super fun. Like, you guys are so going to enjoy it. I hope you all go see it. It comes out this Christmas. You'll love it, I promise. I promise.
Well, we got to see a little of the Shazamily up on the big screen. So what do you guys say we bring some of them out here on stage? That sound good?
She almost flubbed her line. I heard her.
Yeah?
I caught it.
All right. First up, the man who is back in charge of it all, director David F. Sandberg.
Is he the director of the first one? I'm guessing that's what she meant by that.
Come on up.
For some reason, I thought this was being directed by someone entirely new.
1, 2, 3.
David, you go back. Okay,
I don't know where I would have got that from, though. Might have pulled that out of my
As
ass.
the director, back as Billy Batson, we've got Asher Angel. Woo!
What's up, Holly?
Hey!
And he is back as Freddie Freeman. Jack Dylan Razor. That entrance, man. I love it. I love it. And starring as one of the film's all-new trio of mythological sisters, the daughters of Atlas, Lucy Liu. Okay.
She brought her staff.
Lucy,
Yeah.
Okay.
Lucy, that's my staff. What are you doing with my staff?
It's her staff now. Fight her for it.
Yeah.
Throw hands.
Finders keepers.
Finders keepers? There's no finders keepers in the Rock of Eternity. There are very specific rules about this.
You know what? Let's do a showdown, Zach.
Oh my gosh.
Do
oh
it.
My gosh. Okay.
Zach's a dead
okay,
man.
Okay. Now that we've gotten a little taste of what that might look like on the big screen as well.
Is there any
David, I gotta
ISAP crew?
ask you, what is it
The
like
2022
trying to
what's that?
wrangle this group? This
Wait. That doesn't ring a bell. Is that an acronym for something? Oh, Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I don't think there is. I didn't hear any buzz about Always Sunny at this year's Comic-Con. Unless it was on the real down low, like they had a, if they maybe had a booth on the main show floor, but no actual panel show.
Magic when they're all together. I mean, it's just so.
A lot of
fun.
companies
That's
just
the
have
great thing
a
about
booth
doing
somewhere
this
on the
movie,
floor,
that
the
you
show
get
floor somewhere,
more of the whole
instead of
package.
actually getting like a whole presentation like this.
They didn't even know about Shazam for most of the movie, and now we get to see them all together.
I love it. What is it like for you getting to bring everyone together and then also adding in some great additional characters? We've got obviously Lucy, Rachel, and Helen joining this one.
It's awesome because it's like, you know, it's a sequel now, so we get more money, and we spent it all.
You can really tell
so
they
it's
spent it
a-
all.
It's a
Up on this
bigger
panel.
movie. It's
There's a lot of
bigger
VFX in that
action,
trailer.
Bigger stakes and a bigger cast. Yeah, we have Lucy Liu and Helen Mirren and Rachel Segler, and it's just like.
This
And they're so good.
this
guys.
franchise is a
They're
pretty big
amazing.
ensemble cast.
I love it.
But
What
they
was
only
that
brought
like
out
for you guys, getting
4
to
of
have
them.
What
One of the
energy was that
villains,
for you?
only 2 of the kids, and Zachary.
Initially, I was like, wow, I'm not the star anymore, which felt weird because I was definitely the star of the first one, and you know, it was great. I befriended everybody. Like Lucy's now my.
This kid has the
my
same kind of
best friend,
comedic
along with
chops
Rachel
and charm that his
Helen
character does in the
Mirren, of
movie.
course. She's my bestest friend of all time.
I can see why they
We go way
cast him.
back, actually, though. Las Vegas days.
He's
Anyway,
hilarious.
No, it's amazing. I love it. I love bringing more color and more life to this movie that is already so full of color and life. It's
Yeah.
amazing, just upping the atom.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, great.
So in this one, Asher, Billy's clearly grown up a lot. We saw him last time. Now, is he fully settled into the Vasquez family?
He's been doing this whole superhero thing for a while.
His
now.
sweater is
I would
interesting.
say he's been with his family, but
Billy Batson.
yeah, life's great. I think
That black and white sweater, I can't stop
adulthood's
staring
on
at it.
the horizon for him, and that's something that's.
There's
a little
like
scary
little square
because he doesn't
emojis
really
on
know
it with
What's
faces.
gonna happen when he's 18? He doesn't know if he's gonna have to move out.
They're
go
staring
somewhere,
right into
so
my soul.
I think the unknown of the future is something that's a little scary.
Especially
but
that one under his
I'd say
hand.
Billy's main
Right under the
focus,
microphone. It's
I think
looking
he's trying to
directly
focus
at me
on
and I
just
hate it.
maintaining
I hate it.
the family dynamic with the Shazamily. And
I
being
hate it.
together. So I think he's just trying to take a moment, be with his family, and have fun.
His sweater
I
wants to
love
kill
the
me.
words of family. Who was the first one that started saying that?
Duh, me.
He started the group chat.
Branding.
I figured.
Are you guys still going to bring out Helen Mirren? I want to see Helen Mirren. She's hot for an old lady.
Let's get into what's going on with Freddy this time around.
I think he's leading, you know, a kind of a normal teenage. I mean, I would say normal in like a normal way, but I think he's leading a teenage life the best he can with also hiding his superpowers. I don't know if he's doing such a great job of hiding them, but he's.
He doesn't have
trying to manage.
superpowers.
I don't know.
Billy
I think-
does.
I think
He
was
just
doing
lets him
exactly what I
borrow
would do
it.
If I had powers that I had to keep secret, I'd probably
Get it
show them off
straight,
to a few
kid.
people. No, but he's doing a good job. He's keeping it down a little as best he can.
I don't buy it for a second that if you had
Yeah, I wouldn't
only
either.
show a few people, you would be right here in Hall H. Be like,
I
everybody!
Before even this guy would, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would do too. So let's get to Lucy. Now, I know that you can. Yes!
Thought I'd play with the light for a
The
second.
best thing you could bring to Hall H is that staff. I mean.
No, the best
Now,
thing you can bring to
tell
Hall H is
too
Lucy
much
Liu.
About what the
Fuck the
Daughters of
staff.
Atlas are doing, or your
Lucy Liu is a bad bitch.
particular.
We love Lucy Liu.
But what can you tell us about playing the
The best Charlie's Angel.
I
On a
can
pure
tell you
skill
that
level.
We had a great time, and I say we is my sisters, Helen and Rachel, who would love to be here today. And I think we just had a great time sort of working with the Shazamily and combining our
Shazamily?
forces and, you know, going on our mission.
Is that a real
I know
term
it's a
they
little
use
cryptic, guys,
on the set of
sorry,
that
but,
film?
I
A
didn't give
Shazamily?
my orders.
I don't
You'll
like
find
it.
out soon
It's
enough, I
clumsy.
promise.
It's awkward. It doesn't roll off the tongue.
Yes. Yes.
It sounds like it should roll off the tongue, but I hate saying it. Shazamily.
Now,
No.
I know that you said
No.
Rachel and Helen couldn't be here with us, but do you have some magic that you might be able to?
Oh yeah, so what I'm gonna do right now, you guys, is my sisters have sent a very special
What's that
message,
mean?
and this staff
She means like
is to
Shazam family,
conjure them. So
like the
if you
cast and
will.
crew are like a family on set of the film. So they call it, instead of Shazam family, they call it Shazamily. They combine the two words.
Lots of pussies in the house, guys. Lots of good pussies.
Lots of good. What?
Yes.
Sorry, what did I
Yes,
miss?
we're like, yes. Only she could say that.
Did Lucy Lou just say there's a lot of good pussy in the house? What the fuck?
Exactly like I was just gonna say here.
I can't believe Helen Mirren just said that. I'm happy about it. I'm just shocked.
Oh, they just, okay, I see. There was a little cut there because they showed a Helen Mirren
I have to say, very huge
hello
thank you
thing
to
on the
Helen
screen,
Mirren
and they cut it
Lisa
out of the
Singler,
panel
everybody.
video.
Woo!
I think Lucy
Okay,
Lou was just
so
repeating
we
something
are in
dirty
college,
that
and
Helen Mirren
We are
said.
going to be taking questions from you guys, but right before we get to that, I feel like, do you guys want to take a selfie with everyone?
This is this is like one of the most family-friendly of the DC properties they've currently got in their film franchises. And Helen Mirren and Lucy Liu are coming out talking about good pussy in the in the Comic-Con panel. Holy shit, they don't give a fuck.
Behind us while people get lined up for those questions.
That's why we love them.
That sound
Okay,
good, you
real
guys?
quick.
Yeah.
Commemorate Hall H.
Selfie and get those audience questions ready.
You guys just stay there.
Do we have to
Don't get
sit
up.
here and watch the selfie
Who's
happen?
got the phone?
She's bringing one
Oh,
out.
there you go. Hey.
Alright, this is awkward.
Hi, lady.
I'll have
Oh,
a biscuit
geez. Oh, wow.
while I wait.
Oh, I got the
Who's
long
got the
arm.
longest arm?
All right, hold on. Everybody come in right here.
Excuse yourself, go to the bathroom.
Oh, hold on, I gotta turn around. Oh,
I might excuse myself soon.
Real face.
and one, and two, and
I might need my own bathroom break.
that's it. Okay, we did it. Well done. You guys look great.
Beautiful job, everybody.
In fact, I have my own Be Right Back screen just for that occasion. Ready? And I'm done. It doesn't take me long to finish. Takes me 4 seconds to get to the bathroom, 4 seconds to get back, another 4 seconds to finish, 12-second break. And now we're satisfied. Thanks, Lucy Liu. And tangentially, Helen Mirren. You're hot for your age, too.
Buddy, you all look great on
Thank you,
camera.
Courtney. Thank you. Tag? I'll tag all of you. 5,000.
Yeah, I was like, how
Got
many
a
tags
lot of
can you
apps.
do?
I don't know how Instagram can handle that.
All right, you
That's
guys.
just a fan Q&A. Can we do fan Q&A?
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We got one
Favorite.
right over here. What is your name and what's your question?
Hello, my name is Tony.
Hi, Tony.
What's up, Tony?
Sorry. All right, so my question is for Shazam. Are you going to be fighting Superman in the future at all? A little friendly battle?
Nope.
At all, possibly?
Superman's out of the picture.
I can neither confirm nor deny allegations such as these. These are not questions you're allowed to ask me on this stage right now. So, no.
He's being cheeky, but we all know that it's not happening. All that Snyderverse connected stuff is pushed along. That's in a fucking bin somewhere. New stuff, please.
Hi there, my name's Sam.
Hey,
Hi,
got
Sam.
fans.
Everyone applause Sam.
I
For
also
some
have a
reason.
question. So I know some people are wondering who would win in a fight, Shazam or Black Adam, but I'm wondering personally who would win in a fight, Shazam or Dwayne Johnson, the Man.
I mean, Shazam. I don't know what to do.
Are there some tension?
I mean,
He looks
Dwayne's a very
nervous.
large man who works out a lot, but you know, Shazam's also a god, so I don't know.
We're magic.
And magic. Yes,
You're getting
sir,
the
with the
tough
cone
ones
head.
today.
Oh my god.
Is there a possibility?
What the hell is that?
Showing maybe a DC, another DC character? I mean, he talked about you fighting somebody, but is there going to be a cameo of the type?
David, would you like to field that question?
And the question was?
Are there going to be cameos from anyone else in the DC universe? I think was the question from the weird Conan Star Trek guy.
Yeah.
Well,
Cameos.
can't really. That's a spoiler.
Yeah, next question.
Yeah, it's a little. There's a lot going on in the movie.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Everyone just wants to know about fucking Superman. I swear to
You're
God.
trying. That's what you do, Holly. You try.
I
That's what's
appreciate
your
the
name?
Hello.
Talk about
I don't
Shazam.
know if you guys remember me. I'm Gregory from 2018 when I asked her a question.
Oh, I remember you.
Yeah.
Of course, Gregory. You've been looking at me.
Yeah.
Long time no see.
You guys remember me,
Anyways,
right? Of course, yeah.
my
I'm all
question
friends.
was, what was the acting experience like for this movie?
This kid got to go to Hall H twice,
Sure, I got it. It was amazing. It was great getting the gang back
and the
together.
Shazam people on stage recognized
I
him.
obviously didn't
Some people
have
get all the luck.
scenes with Lucy or Helen or Rachel, but no, I mean it was incredible making this movie, and it was great to be back with my family and have the.
Yeah, I
Shazam
feel like
team
the
back
kid who
and,
plays Billy Batson doesn't
can't
get to
wait
do
see
scenes
what
with many
it's
other
gonna be like.
actors
It's
because
gonna
it's
be
always
better, more action.
Zachary Levi mode
comedy,
that interacts with
more
most of the other
heart, so,
characters, especially
get
the
ready,
bigger
yeah. It was
villain
amazing.
And they're
types.
growing like weeds, these kids. You know what I mean?
The kids all pretty much interact with
Now
themselves.
they're adults.
Might be taller than Zaxxon.
Stop it. You're not.
Lucy, I kind of want to jump on that question for you too. What was it like coming onto set with the Shazamily and kind of stepping in to the energy that they already had built in the first one?
Everyone was so warm and welcoming, and it was in the midst of COVID, so. But it was.
I don't like the questions like these that are like
time to be together,
leading questions to talk about how
and
nice
be
everybody is
entertaining and
on the
enjoyed
film.
by everybody.
Like, you're not
So
going to
it's-
not
it's
say
sort of
that.
a global experience, and in such an intimate
Lucy Liu's not going to be like, oh, it's a terrible experience. All these people are pieces of shit.
All right, I think we have.
I really
another
regret
question
joining this
over
film.
Here. What's your name? What's your question?
It was worse than Charlie's Angels, and you saw that.
Are you gonna make a Shazam 3?
Would you like a Shazam 3?
It's a fair question.
Yeah.
Okay, fine, we'll do it.
Toothless, but he is a child.
Are we gonna make another one? I hope so. Look, if you guys go and see this one and you like it, then there's a good chance I think that the.
I don't know if there's going to be a Shazam 3 because Warner Brothers and Discovery
so
are
much fun to do these
shutting everything down
How do you
currently.
guys
So
all
many
here feel about
franchises are
Shazam 3?
dying
Fair,
under the
yeah.
new regime
Tell me about it.
at WB.
Yes, we have a Shazam asking this
Oh
question.
wow.
They might not even bother with a Shazam 3 or a Black Adam 2 or anything.
Captain Marvel, I presume.
Captain Marvel, you're absolutely correct. Okay, my question is,
Good call.
when is Shazam going to face Black Adam, and will he do it alone or with his family?
Next question. No idea. No idea.
They keep asking for spoilers.
Tried with those.
If you say the movie's good, you'll check.
Just can't. Yes. It's,
Oh, I haven't seen this. I haven't
Yes,
seen
what's
this
your
one because it's not out yet. But the first one was fun enough. I didn't mind the first movie at all. For a superhero movie that's aimed at like family-friendly, like kid audiences, it's a fun movie.
How do you think Chuck would feel if he was granted the Shazam powers?
Who?
What's he gonna say? I'd be stoked. What? Like, Chuck was a DC fan already.
Oh, Chuck
So I think that
from the show Chuck that he
Chuck
played. Yeah.
all of a sudden was granted.
Yeah, Chuck's a nerd. He'd
all
love
of
it.
the
But
powers
that's
of
an easy
Shazam
question.
on top of the
I
innocent. I mean, come on.
I mean, it's a pretty. Out of all the superhero movies in the world, it's a pretty decent premise. The fact that it's a little kid
All right, what is
that
your
says the
question?
magic
What's your
words
name?
and turns into an adult
My
superhero.
name is
So even
Joshua,
the adult
and,
superhero
my
form,
question is
it's still the mind of a child inside
do
him.
you think
So
Shazam and,
it makes it kind of
the
more fun.
Shazamily, would meet
less
up with
less
the,
serious type superhero stuff. There's a bit too much
Justice
dark and gritty.
League and have a big party.
Wait, what did he say?
Heck yeah.
And have a big would meet up with the Shazamily, would meet up with the Justice League and have a big party.
Did this kid just ask if the Shazam characters would meet up with the
Heck
Justice
yeah.
League and have a party?
DJ on the ones and twos. We'd have a kick-ass party.
Yeah.
Right? At the lair?
The rest of them are
The
like,
Round
I don't
Eternity?
know.
Oh, we'd have
That was a weird question.
Blast.
I don't care if it's a child. Get him off the stage.
I feel like some of the energy that is in Hall H would be at that party from the Shazamily show up there,
100%.
right?
100%.
Right? All right, you guys, well, I'm sorry that
I feel like that man wouldn't go to the party. That's the one member of the Justice League that would not be at the party with the Shazam people.
One more, go ahead.
I don't think he would tolerate
The
that.
pressure's on.
Thank you guys so much. First of all, my name is Luann. I love all of your work.
My name is Luann.
Forever. And my
I
question
had a
is for
dream
Lucy.
about her.
Just
She
love
rang
your
my
work.
bell.
How was it getting the new role? And how did you? I mean, was it like your
Her
best
name just
role ever?
got Teenage
or,
Dirtbag stuck in my head
you
by
know?
Wheatus, and I'm mad about it.
They all look at her.
Thanks for the question, and I really enjoyed playing a goddess because there's nothing like it. But
She doesn't need to play a goddess. She's Lucy Liu.
Wasn't much of a stretch, is what I'm saying.
Wait.
And I really enjoyed playing
Wait.
a goddess because there's nothing like it. But
In real life too. She's a real goddess.
Oh!
Wasn't much of a stretch, is what I'm saying.
The kid's smooth with it.
But to be part of the DC
That kid
universe
just made a move on
in this
Lucy
world
Liu.
is the most exciting
On live on the
thing
Comic-Con
that probably
stage.
ever happened in my career because I've
What a
grew up
legend.
watching all of those and reading comic books, and so being here now.
That's
and
amazing.
Being,
I think
a
he's
woman
in.
of color and
I think Lucy Liu was flattered. I think she's down for it.
and having this really wonderful career that I have had. It's
She's
really,
like, "Oh, you
it was
child.
An honor to be
Meet me
part of something
backstage."
special, and it's a universe that we can all relate to because we all want to belong, and so it feels like I am, in a place where I'm home. So thanks for asking.
Yes.
Also, I'm gonna make love to this child tonight.
Good answer.
All right, you guys.
He's very
well, I
charming.
want to say a huge thank you to Zachary Levi, Asher Angel, Jack Grazer, Lucy Liu,
Yay.
Rachel Zegler, Helen Mirren, who joined
What an
us,
ending.
And of course, David F. Sandberg as well.
The kid hitting on Lucy Liu was the best way that panel could have ended. That was amazing. Black Adam has a lot to live up to.
Just in time for the holidays.
Shazam! If I had the Shazam powers, I'd probably find as many different ways to yell Shazam in weird ways, in funny accents as possible. Just to fuck with the magic, to see if I could trick it. That wasn't bad. I mean, the trailer just looks like a little bit more fun with a bigger budget. Just like the first movie was. Nothing wrong with that. Can't complain. Alright, Comic-Con. DC Comic-Con panel. What have you got with Black Adam? I don't know how to feel about this already. Spooky. Oh, they're doing a whole bit, aren't they, to open their show? This is Dwayne's doing. This is Dwayne The Rock Johnson's doing. He's tapping back into his WWE wrestling days.
Black Adam, wake up. The world needs you. You can be the destroyer of this world, or you can be its savior. That's up to you.
Oh, they're gonna drag this out. They're gonna do a whole skit on stage, aren't they? Oh no, it's just Dwayne Johnson coming up out of the ground. Posing. That's not real lightning powers, that's an LED screen. Dwayne Johnson, you're a liar. Why are you wearing a seatbelt? This just in, clickbait headline. Dwayne Johnson needs a seatbelt just to stand still. That's all he needs to do. That's the whole bit. He's just gonna stand there and look intimidating, and everyone's gonna cheer. Or just stare at everybody. Like, you gonna... Is there a line of dialogue?
All H,
Hi, Dwayne.
you have been warned.
Okay.
The DC universe will never be the same again.
It already isn't. The Warner Brothers deals pretty much fucked everything, but thanks for the late warning.
How freaking cool was that?
It was a little mid.
Like, Black Adam. I mean, I can't. I'm rethinking my original entrance. 'Cause
No,
I'm like,
please don't.
do I get to?
No, please
nothing?
don't.
I thought maybe
Move
some
it
of the
along.
magic would still be in here because
Host the show.
but no, it's totally just coming from that guy. That was absolutely awesome, and I have to say, if that is not a Hall H entrance, I don't know what is.
I mean, a dude stood on a podium
One more time.
and the smoke machines basically worked overtime.
I'm trying it.
Someone turned the smoke machine up to 11.
It's just him. I'm sorry. I'm still just.
She is so excited to see Dwayne Johnson, but I mean, I guess if
I
you're
know that
a straight
every
woman,
single person
you would
in
be.
here is super
He's a bit of a
excited
lump of
for
beef, that
Black
man.
Adam. And it takes a whole.
He could throw you around a room.
So many people to make this movie come together the way that it has. So what do you guys say that we bring some of them out here? Does that sound good? Yeah? Yeah?
Sure.
Okay, all right.
Do we have to see Dwayne again? Is he gonna still be wearing the
director
outfit?
of the film, Mr. Java Colette.
I don't think he could sit in that outfit. I think that's a posing outfit. It looked a bit stiff and tight.
Hello, how you doing? Good morning, good to see you. All right, come on, you're gonna come right over.
He doesn't look like the director. He looks like
Next up,
a guy from the
we have
overpass they put in a
starring
suit.
as Carter Hall, aka fan favorite, Hawkman.
Underpass.
Yeah, let's hear it for Hawkman. Ready? Alvin, Hawk, come on out here.
Hey, Hawkman.
What's up, Comic Con? How y'all feel?
So Hawkman has wings, Hawkeye has a bow and arrow.
Hello.
What about
Alright,
Hawkgirl?
and next up, as
I think
Al
Hawkgirl has a
Rothstein,
mace, if I remember
AKA
correctly. I might not be remembering correctly.
Adam Smasher! Did you guys, we're gonna do that again. And Al
No one
Rothstein,
cares about
AKA
Adam Smasher.
Smasher. Ready? Adam Smasher!
At this point, people are just like playing along just to get this moving. Isn't Adam Smasher just Ant-Man, but like mainly grows giant?
Alright, you guys.
Why is it called Adam Smasher?
Our next
I don't
guest
understand
comes
his
to the
name.
stage As Maxine Hunkel, aka Cyclone Quintessa.
Who the fuck is Cyclone?
What's good?
Hi, Cyclone. What's your power?
Oh
Let
my
me
God.
guess.
I am so excited to be up here with you guys.
You
we
can
get one more
magically
big
conjure
round of
ice creams
applause
out of
for this
nowhere.
Awesome crew that we've got up here.
You heading off, Traymon? No worries.
Yes. Yes.
I'm still gonna be here for ages still. I have so many of these to get through.
I heard a rumor that you might have actually
I'll see you some other time.
seen some stuff. You might have
Enjoy.
seen something that you could talk about.
See ya.
You've seen some stuff.
How many times have you seen this?
Something.
That's a bust.
I've seen the movie every day.
There's still an
for
empty
about a
chair
year
there.
and a
They've
half.
still got someone they need to bring out.
And you love it more and more every time.
It's amazing.
Ah,
It's getting
love
better.
heart.
Actually, I was working very late last night.
Virtual
We
hug.
finally
That's
locked the
adorable.
cut.
Why don't I have that emoji?
It's a big deal for me because
Yeah.
that means no more notes.
It's a big deal being on DC movie. That means I do not have to live under the underpass
We had a little
anymore.
reunion and we got to watch
I
it
get to
because
eat and wear nice
before we
suit and
came
make a
here.
movie.
During Comic-Con, you probably
And
got to
Dwayne
see
Johnson,
the movie.
he my friend.
Yes.
And Dwayne Johnson buy me food and give me fresh suit and me says I do not have to live under underpass anymore.
I'm in the family.
Yeah.
I grew up on this shit. I see every single superhero movie ever. I don't care what it is. I see the
I'm happy for
I
this
saw
dude.
this. I
He
was
seems
like,
like genuinely stoked to be in a
this
superhero
something
movie.
different. This something brand new. Oh yeah, y'all not ready.
He's hella
Yeah, it's
excited.
true.
He's actually selling the
You guys
movie
are
more than
ready.
anyone
You're
else
here,
here.
which I'm very excited about. Let's take a quick moment to welcome to the stage the man in black himself,
Oh, Dwayne's coming back.
producer of Black
They were
Adam,
vamping a
literally
little bit to
one of
give him
the
time to get
biggest
changed
stars in the world,
out of the leotard.
Dwayne Johnson!
Where? Oh, wrong side. Good work, cameraman. He had to get that shirt custom made so his arms just didn't tear through everything he has.
That was a very quick transition.
I don't know what you're talking about. No, I heard that Black Adam was here. That was some cool shit. Wow, I missed it though. What's up, Paul H?
Do you feel like now you're like, I want entrances like Black Adam? I mean, I should get that kind of stuff since you're not, it's different.
No.
To bring you into the
Keep it moving.
to get you in.
Exactly.
It's easy. Just turn on the smoke
This character
machine.
for you in this story has been
Set it to
such a
11.
project for
That's all that
over 10
happened.
years. Can you tell us about the journey getting here and what it means to be here in Hall H at San Diego Comic-Con with Black Adam?
I can, yeah, thank you. And great job, by the way. Tiffany, this is a hard job. She's doing a great job, right, guys? Yeah.
I can tell it's a hard job. She's not doing the greatest job. She's doing fine, but
The journey for Black Adam, as many of you know, it has been a long
she's to
journey,
rein it
one
back
that
just
has
ever
been,
so slightly.
Fueled with passion, with commitment, with grit to push Black Adam along. It's been easily over 10 years. As Jama and I worked together probably almost for 5 years now on Black Adam. So the journey has been an incredible one. And I got to tell you guys this, you know, as many of you know, I love coming to Comic-Con, and for me it's always, oh, I'm going to go home to Comic-Con. But to be here at Comic-Con Hall H representing DC, a DC superhero, DC anti-hero, very specifically representing Black Adam.
I wonder if Marvel's ever going to poach him.
When I first started in this
Give him
business
an
27
MCU
years ago,
character.
many moons ago,
I don't know who you would give to The Rock
You would come here and you think, well,
in Marvel.
I hope people like it, maybe not. And my dream, and $7 as well, $7 Productions, was to always come here. So to be
I feel like
here
it'd have to be a
today,
villain because he's just an absolute monster
to
of a
watch
man.
Black Adam levitate and throw around lightning like
Someone
he's
who fights
passing
the
out
Hulk.
candy, I got to tell you guys, this truly is a dream come true. So thank you so much for this kind of love and support.
And I don't know if you saw, but I tried to do it and it didn't work. So
Levitating?
I tried making the whole room light up. I tried let with.
Well,
got a
I
lot
got
to learn.
Terramana tequila for everybody. We're gonna light this room up. in a really special way.
Hey!
We're gonna get lit. Okay.
Let's give alcohol to all the kids in the audience. Yeah! It's Comic-Con!
You worked with him.
Family friendly.
On past projects. He's been dreaming about this project for years. What is it like being on board, and what is it about Black Adam that you were like, yes, this is a story that I want to tell with Dwayne?
Yeah, so we worked on Jungle Cruise together, and it was.
I don't feel like he's one of the directors you see on these comic book movies that's there because he has like a particular vision. I feel like he's a. I feel like he's DC's version of a
And he had been hyping. this
What's the
project
word
for
for
many,
it?
Many years, so it's obviously a huge pressure.
mercenary director. Like this is a
What
paid
attracted
job.
me the most
They basically put
was,
him in this position just to
obviously
make the
working
movie
with
they want him
Jay
to make,
one more time.
and he probably just has to go through the
But
motions
also the
and be the one
character
responsible
of
for it
Black
all.
Adam, He has a very unconventional origin story. He was a slave fighter.
Marvel has a few of those,
who was given
and every once in a while
powers,
gives an auteur a
and in
chance
our
to
movie,
put some flavor into a
basically
movie.
Awakens in modern times, and that's something that we, it's unusual. And
He's got a very large
I was very
ear.
challenged by the character. I like movies with
I can't stop
characters
staring at that one
operate
ear.
in the gray area.
That one.
With their own sense of justice and morality, and I think we talked earlier about.
He hears everything.
That this seemed to me like a movie in the 70s, like a Dirty Harry type of character.
It's a good skill
which,
for a director.
When the system is broken and the system is corrupt and not able to protect the innocent, sometimes you need somebody that breaks the system down and does the unconventional thing for the people. And I gravitated towards
Are they
that.
trying to push this as a
Also,
villainy for the
there's a
greater
lot of
good
heart
thing?
in the movie. There's a sense of family
Like making
in
the
movie
hard
and a
decisions.
and I know that those are things
I
that
kind of just wanted Black
DJ
Adam to be a
values
villain,
very
you know?
much. And as a filmmaker,
Sony do the
especially,
same thing.
the challenge,
Sony
you know,
and
this is,
Warner Brothers have the same problem.
movies
They rush to make these
are very
movies
challenging, and you kind of have to
about
always
villains.
do the last or do something fresh. But also
And
at
they
the same
kind
time,
of defang the villains slightly. They have to give them some kind of relatable purpose and a kind of a heart of gold twist to explain why they're doing bad things. And have it be for like a greater good reason, so it's justified. It's like, can we just get some like totally unjustified villainy and just have that be the character?
Hopefully that's what we've done.
I missed that.
Yeah, the chemistry does work. Thank you for saying that. We do have great chemistry. And I do
Even
wanna say this
Joker,
about
which is the
Xiaomi.
closest
You
to
guys can
unjustified
tell by his
villainy,
demeanor, he's really
has like a
humble,
mental health
very shy.
tragedy
This is
angle
killing
to it to feel sorry for
You're
him.
killing him. But I will say
You know.
that on Jungle Cruise, and you know, Jama had been on our radar at $7 for some time, for years. He also comes from a highly regarded cadre of Spanish filmmakers who really deliver quality. And when we made Jungle Cruise, the experience was great. But when it came to Black Adam,
Wait.
the idea was, well,
He's
how
the
can we
director of
create
Jungle
something,
Cruise?
that is fresh, unique.
And they
maybe
put him
a
on
movie
Black
that-
Adam?
and this is hard, and it's an
That-
ambitious,
how does that
but
equate?
Show and create things that have never been
Those
done.
two
but
things are very
also
much not like each other,
our
except
goal.
for all the green screen.
My goal
Maybe
is
that's
7
why.
bucks goal, and the studio's goal
They
too
pretty much
as
just
well.
wanted a
And
guy
our
that was
goal
used to
is
working completely on a
usher in
green
new
screen and
era
having
in the
everything be
DC
fake.
universe. What does that mean? And what does that character mean? And then
That's literally
what
the
does
only
it mean
reason he got the job.
What does it mean to build out the DC universe with the Justice Society as well too? So yeah, so Jama is really, he is not only prolific, but also he's just the perfect director for this. I cannot wait for you guys to see the movie.
Woo!
And
Thank you.
jumping into that a little bit, you know, bringing new characters in, introducing the Justice Society, Aldous, playing a total fan favorite, Hawkman. I love it.
Aldous is having the time of his
What
life.
is it like for you bringing
I'm
that
feeling
character
Aldous.
to
I
the
like
screen?
Aldous.
Hawkman, the savage, the beast, the awesome warrior.
He's just having a good time.
And this is such an honor and a privilege and one of those career lifelong dreams. For me, it's amazing just because of who Hawkman is, who Carter Hall is, what Carter's been through, to be with the JSA.
Oh, shit,
I'm
I just
talking
kicked
about
my
the
speaker
very
over.
First unified superhero team in existence, JSA. We started this. It's amazing. It's really fantastic, and for me,
Fixed it.
like I said, I am a fan. You know, I grew up on this, so I take it as a humble responsibility. I love this world so much. Love the energy. I love what it is because it helps me go and just believe in creation, believe in imagination. When I see fantastic films like this, and when I see what we did with this, what this man did, what this man did, with what this film is, it's a completely different experience for me. So I take it as just an amazing gift that I just want to cherish and take care of and hopefully shepherd into its next iteration after iteration after iteration. I will say I probably almost lost this job because DJ called me to let me know that I had the job. I did not believe it was him.
Oh, DJ, Dwayne
So I almost
Johnson.
hung up on him.
Don't call Dwayne Johnson DJ. Nobody calls him
He
DJ.
told me to F off. True story. It's like, oh, is all this there? He's like, who's this? I was like, this is Dwayne Johnson.
Little backstory to that though. I did have somebody playing on my phone at the time, somebody who was hacking my stuff, you know, getting this. They would always call me,
That's
tell me
the
that.
story you're
Yeah.
saying now.
No, they would call me and tell me that they were these famous people. Like, hey man, DJ, you know, hey man. I'm like, nah, it's not you. Yeah, man. So I want to talk to you about something. Then when I realized it was him, I thought he was calling to tell me I didn't get the job. I was like, I know what this is. I know. Yeah, man. You know, saw your tape. It was great, but you know.
So is
man,
Dwayne
next
that
time,
bigger producer on this
That
project
you
that he's
said
literally the
welcome
guy that
to
calls the
Black
other actors
Adam.
and lets them know they got the job?
My brain exploded.
And he's
So,
also part of the
that was
decision.
one of the best
I didn't realize he was
moments of
that.
my entire career.
I didn't realize he was like that embedded in the whole
Some
thing.
more epic moments. Noah.
I'm shocked he didn't try to
Adam
direct
Smasher.
it himself.
I will intro you doing that anytime. Adam Smasher. No.
I think you have a fan out there. I think somebody.
It's true.
Oh yeah,
We've got
there's some
fans out
fangirls
there,
in the
and
audience
of
for
course
sure.
Adam Smasher has some
He
fans.
seems like the
What is it like
type.
for you bringing this character to the screen, and what can you tell everybody?
He's a pretty
about
boy.
It without spoiling or revealing too much, because obviously John was here.
I'll stop.
It blew my mind. The opportunity to be a part of this universe and a resurgence of this and Dwayne's and Jama's creation. I can't tell you how excited
I really hope
I
the movie
was
doesn't turn
just
out
to
shit,
meet with you, Joe,
because
actually,
some of
the
these
first time
guys
was, like 2.5 years
seem
ago.
genuinely
And,
stoked
and talking
about
it, and
the
you said
opportunity.
You wanted to
I don't want them to
bring
be
a
let
very
down.
youthful side to the Justice Society. And I knew from our meeting that if you would have me, I mean, it would be the greatest, single greatest, most fun, awesome experience of my life, and that's exactly what it was. Without diving too much into Atom Smasher, I mean, if you've read the comic books, you know he comes from a pedigree of heroism and
I
a little
have
bit
not,
of villainy.
and I did not know that.
It's a complicated past, but with that, he really wants to prove himself as a hero. I look at Atom Smasher and Albert, and I say, this is a young kid that wants to find his way in life. And what I really love about our dynamic as well, Q's dynamic and mine, is you usually see superheroes when they are already their fully formed version of themselves. And in this film, you really get to see two metahumans figure out what being a superhero is.
So is Atom Smasher and Cyclone got a thing going on?
That's a little bit about Atom Smasher.
Is that what's going
I
on
don't
with
wanna
the two of
get too
them?
much, but it's exciting and it's cool, and I can't wait
Both
for
the
you guys to
actors
see
and the characters from the looks of it.
And Princessa, since he brought it up, can you tell everybody about that dynamic between Cyclone and Atom Smasher and what it is like for you bringing Cyclone to the big screen?
Yeah, hey y'all.
I've never heard of Cyclone.
Well, like,
Wait,
I think
who's
Noah,
Cyclone?
like, said it perfectly, honestly. Like, we're two young people, like, also just, like, experiencing, like, our youth and trying to figure out who we are as people. And then, like, we're thrown into this mix of also
Saying like a
utilizing
lot.
our powers and trying to decide where we exert our energy and our powers and how we can identify with them more.
The granddaughter of
so
Red
that's, like, a
Tornado,
journey
member
in
of the
and
Justice Society of
itself,
America,
and I think
JSA.
for me, like, playing Cyclone, I mean, to be honest, it's like
Creates massive tornadoes and huge
biggest honor of
cyclones.
my
Well, that
life,
was
like,
pretty
so
much self-evident.
I'm like getting choked up, sorry.
Well, that's not that exciting, I guess. She appears to be a redhead, though, in the comics.
The character is so, like, she's so unique. And
This
in
is
a way,
Cyclone.
I'm just very, like, protective, like, over her because there's just, like,
She looks
this
like-
light that, like,
she looks more
has,
Irish.
And just in and of itself, like, her journey of, like, the way she got her powers and the way that
She looks
she's
more like she comes from an
choosing
Irish
to
heritage.
experience them
But I guess they
is
just
like so powerful.
race
and
flipped her for the
to
hell of
share
it
that
because no one cares about
experience with
Cyclone.
Noah, you know, it's just like
Just get a good actress, whatever. We'll be fine.
I don't know. It's just the biggest honor. So yeah, thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, everyone. Like,
Thank you.
You know, let me just say this. You know, when you sit and you listen to Quintessa talk about Cyclone and Noah talk about, you know, Atom Smasher, of course, all this talk about Hawkman, and Pierce Brosnan, of course, sends his love.
Where is Pierce Brosnan?
He is here in spirit. Fate is here in spirit. But so for me,
Pierce Brosnan couldn't give a fuck about Comic-Con.
What a proud.
Hugh Grant sitting in the back thinking like, fuck, I
moment
should have pulled a
for me
Pierce
just
Brosnan.
to watch these guys
He knew what
walk
was
on
up.
set for the
He's
first
been
time.
James Bond for so long, he knows what's the score with
there
this
is a
stuff.
Hawkman who's
He can't be bothered anymore, he's too
Here
old to
comes
care
Atom Smasher, born to play Atom
about the
Smasher.
promotional stuff.
Quintessa, when
Just
they
let me
walked
play my
on
role,
set,
give me my check.
And it was almost like it all came together, and you just hear that passion in her voice, and everyone has that.
I'm
same
probably
passion,
most
and,
keen,
you
if
know,
I was keen to see
I
anything
think
in
it's
this movie,
reflective
I'm most
of
keen
the
to see
movie
Pierce
we made
Brosnan
with
as
Black
Dr.
Adam
Fate.
And this idea that maybe we can usher in a new era in the DC universe. Maybe it's time to feel a little bit of shift and get in there and disrupt things a little bit and listen to the fans, which is the most important thing.
Yes.
So,
And speaking of listening to the fans, I think we've got time for one audience question right over here.
One?
Yeah, what's your name and what's your question?
What's up, little man?
how about two
Say
questions?
your name one more time.
My name is Mason.
Hi, Mason.
Aw.
What's your question?
I wanted to know.
Better be a good
if
question, Mason.
When Mr. Rock got the job for
Mr. Rock.
Black Adam, did Kevin Hart ever get jealous?
Who put him up to that? Come on. That wasn't a real question from a real child.
That's good.
That was savage, dude.
What's your name?
Mason.
Mason. But well, hold on one second. I'm going to get to your question in a sec. But Mason, buddy, that was a great question. Thank you. The truth is, yes, Kevin Hart gets jealous of everything. But also, I'm pretty good with height. You're already taller than Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart's not even here. He's getting fucking plastered.
That's a great question. All right. There's got to be more questions.
Oh, I hope he watched this at home
share
on
with the
YouTube
audience.
and was like, "What the
We'll
fuck,
ask one
man?"
more question. Come on, we can't. You guys did like 10 questions.
God damn it, Dwayne.
Who's got a question? Who's got a question?
I do like their little
Question?
friendly rivalry,
What do you got?
Dwayne
Yes.
and Kevin Hart. It's fun.
What's up, bro? My name's Luke.
Hey, man.
My name's Luke. This is my friend. She wanted to ask questions too. My question for
It's a valiant effort.
Is that the kid that did the Morbius joke?
Rock is, since you're playing Black Adam, who would win in a fight, Black Adam or Superman?
Ooh. Well, obviously his answer's going to be Black Adam.
You should tell me.
Well, look, you know, that's a great question, Luke. Don't threaten me with a good time, because I'm going to answer that question right now. I think...
He was waiting for someone to ask that question.
I will say, as you guys know, because we're all...
The
in
Morbius
with
kid
this
slightly
mythology,
redeemed
it's
himself.
The age-old question of who would win in a fight between Black
By
Adam
giving
and
him the
Superman.
one question that you
Pound
know
for
that Dwayne
pound,
Johnson wants to
we're
answer.
Pretty close. I guess it probably all depends on who's playing Superman. I will just say that. So I'll leave it at that. I will leave it at that.
Is that meant to be like a Henry Cavill tease?
We'll just go with that one.
That was a Henry Cavill cock tease, wasn't
I
it?
think you got something extra special to give people. You guys had two great questions. That was an awesome way to end that one. I think you guys brought something really special though to share with Hall H.
Yeah, trailer.
President Rock, thank you very much. I got one vote. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes. So we do.
Did someone just yell "Rock for President" in the audience? Maybe let's not go that far.
Yeah, Tiffany, I know. She's used to me being half drunk. Like, where am I going?
You did say get lit though.
We have some very exclusive footage just for you for Black Adam. So the footage you're going to see will give you an idea of the movie we created, the tone, the tempo, the energy, the intensity, the heart. And I
Kevin
cannot
Hart?
wait for you guys to see the movie that this
Kevin
guy,
Hart should cameo in
created.
Black Adam. There, I said it.
And yeah, I mean, truly.
As an apology for roasting him on every
He has
panel
not
he's ever
stopped
been
working
on.
this movie for 5 years, and that is the truth. And I cannot wait for you guys to see these three just completely kill it in this movie and certainly in this footage. So enjoy.
Oh my gosh! Woo! That was amazing! I cannot wait
Okay.
to see Black Adam, and I know that you guys.
Don't. Let me find that trailer then. You guys seem to think it's so fucking great. I'll go get it. Was it the Comic-Con sneak peek? Is that what you... Hang on. Where was that proper trailer? I have seen it before. Let's get a refresher since we're all about Black Adam right now. There it is. All right. Let me just rerun the original first trailer first. As a refresher, and then we go to the Comic-Con one. Sounds like a plan.
Black Adam. What have your powers ever given to you?
Superpowers. It's a dumb question.
Nothing but heartache.
This is the Dr. Fate movie to me.
I was a slave.
That's what I care about. More Dr. Fate.
Then I was reborn a god. My son sacrificed his life to save me.
And then I got this mad hoodie. This mad bulletproof hoodie.
Now, I kneel before no one. In this world, they're heroes.
Hey Hawkman. Hey Adam Smasher. Why is your name Adam Smasher? Yes, more Dr. Fate. They don't show enough Dr. Fate footage.
Don't kill people. Well, I do.
Kill that man. There you go. Oh god. That dramatic pause when he says heroes don't kill people before The Rock answers
You have two choices.
is a comedy beat.
You can be the destroyer.
It takes too long. And he leans in all intensely. It's how do you not laugh at that? If I was Hawkman, I would have fucking busted up in his face. That sounded a little crazy. You know what I mean. I would have cracked up hard. It's fine, we rolled up the windows. You can't touch us.
Did he just catch a rocket? He got a rocket.
You don't care. We just needed a way to get rid of the cloak. So you can have this classic no cape look. Who the hell was that? Better not have been Kanye. I couldn't make it out. I don't know about Black Adam. I really don't know. I don't know how to wrap my brain around that whole thing. It has this stench of the Snyderverse about it that I can't shake. It's like the overall tone. The overall tone, the look of the CG. The deep, crushed black contrast. That kind of grimdark kind of color filter vibe. Also, the attitude of the main character, like, it's taken too serious by half to the point where... I know Black Adam is a serious character and should be taken seriously, I guess, but... It's taken seriously to the point of, I find it funny. Like, it goes over that edge of kind of funny to me. Especially that, oh my god, that one shot. I can't handle it. This fucking shot. Where it says heroes don't kill people. And Dwayne leans in for a kiss. And it's the longest dead air ever. Before he drops his fucking badass one-liner. Well, I do. If you pause for that long and do that intense and lean into someone's face, that's someone who knows they're dropping a badass line. And that's what makes it cringe to me. When you're like purposely acting badass and trying to be badass, that's not badass, that's funny. But I like Dwayne Johnson, so that's the other thing. All those things aside, I do like Dwayne Johnson, and he is pretty sincere about his love for the character, wanting this to be a good movie. So somewhere between those two things, I'm just super confused and don't really know how to take this whole thing. The only thing I know for sure is that I love Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate. Look at this. I want to see more visual effects. I want to see how Dr. Fate's whole thing, how his whole thing works. It's hard to make out in the shot that they give you here. But it looks fucking cool. Neat, even. Alright. Alright, Comic-Con trailer, let's go. Let's see the business. Better not just be the same thing, but shorter.
Are not a gift.
If powers kind of are a gift, they look pretty awesome to me.
But a curse. Born out of rage.
Not a bad shot. Kind of cool effects on that.
Black Adam.
Dr. Fate has so much swagger, oh my god.
You believe you are not
You love that entrance. Oh, there's Cyclone. Oh, shit. That is literally the only thing we've seen of Cyclone out of both trailers. Fucking Dr. Fate looks so pimp. And also Pierce Brosnan, just in general, in real life. So there's two things together. It's like peanut butter and jelly. I don't like peanut butter and jelly, but that's the saying, so I'll play along. Yeah, she looks cool.
But you have two paths.
Was that a shot?
You can be the destroyer of this.
Of Adam Smasher taking a shit on the jet?
Two paths.
He's taking a shit on the jet. Calm down. Calm down, Adam Smasher.
You can be the destroyer of this world. Or you can be its savior.
What? That's the same shot they had in the previous trailer. They love that shot.
Instead, it got me.
Ah. I can't. Ah. I can't handle cool lines for cool line's sake. How am I supposed to take someone seriously who's like, the world needed a hero, but they got me? Nobody says that unironically in real life. I know it's not real life, it's fucking comic books, but I can't relate to a character that tries that hard to sound cool and badass and anti-hero-y. I'm not a hero, I'm a badass. The world right here, they got me. Yeah. Yeah. No. I just can't. I'm still stuck between fucking. I like Dwayne Johnson, but I don't like this character's attitude. It's just too cringy. And every time I get that vibe of the Snyderverse aesthetic, in the graphics, in the visuals, and the colors, and the contrast, I just get double cringed. I just don't know. I'm gonna give the movie the benefit of the doubt. I've been doing that for most things I've seen tonight on the other Comic-Con panels. So, like, I'm not gonna count any chickens before they hatch. That's the saying, right? Is that how that saying goes? Is that how that works? Sure. Cool. Let's pretend that that's going to be way better than it's coming off to me in the trailers. Just to be positive. Let's just be positive. Why not?
You guys can't either from that response. I'd say a massive thank you to Dwayne Johnson, Aldous Hodge, Noah Centineo, Quintessa Swindell, and of course, Java Colette Sarah. Woo! Black Adam is in theaters on October 21st.
I wish we could have heard from Pierce Brosnan.
do one quick
That would have been
thing.
fun.
Wait, before we go, because I tried and failed. Do you think we can light up the hall one more time?
Oh, you guys want me to light up the hall? You want me to light up the lanyards? You guys don't want me to light up
The lanyards can be remotely lit?
You want to feel it in your soul? Okay.
That's kind of a cool marketing gimmick to have all the lanyards wirelessly battery controlled to light up by the crew of the show. Neat. See, that's fun.
Yes, thank you. So, did you
Can you
feel
imagine if
in
that
your soul?
fucked up and then they just embarrassed The Rock on stage?
I got one more thing.
If the tech of
that I
that all
wanna,
just broke
give
down.
to you guys, because the magic just doesn't stop there, and the gifts don't stop there. You guys know me. I do want to just take a second. John Colette Sarah, thank you so much for making that movie. That is an amazing movie.
That wasn't a movie. That was a
Thank you.
sub 2-minute trailer.
Tessa, thank you.
Let's not get crazy.
And okay, so
Let's wait till the
guys,
movie
when you
comes out and
came
then
in,
we'll give a verdict.
Everyone got one of these, right? Okay. Well, this is the Black Adam golden ticket. So what this means is every single one of you, all 6,000 of you, will be the first to see Black Adam on an IMAX screen. My gift to you. Enjoy Black Adam.
Damn! Pays to go to Hall H. Holy shit. Oh my god, some of them would have thought that was just junk promotional material and thrown it in the bin on the way in.
That is the feeling we all felt in our souls for that one.
There are definitely people in that crowd that are kicking themselves right now that have already lost that. Or thrown it out on purpose thinking it was trash. That's hilarious. There's a few people digging through the bin right now. Oh my god. I wish the camera did cut to the entrance to see like maybe 19 people all rushing for the bins and digging through them. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I know what Shazam's gonna be like. That's pretty much a given. And that's fine. Looking forward to it. Don't know what Black Adam's gonna be like, and that bothers me. Because there's things about the trailer and the tone that I just Ah. It's just a little bit. It's the best way I could put it. But I'm hanging on to that thread of genuinely liking Dwayne Johnson as a person. So bring it on, movie. Prove me wrong. Make it amazing. And hopefully the final hurrah for like any semblance of Snyderverse that's left. Let's usher that out. Let's move on to something new and fresh. You know, it just occurred to me that there was something missing from the Marvel show. There's some stuff missing from the Marvel show. There's meant to be an I Am Groot trailer. They never even talked about it. Also, I believe that there was some animated show information that they released, because I've seen people talking about that on Twitter. That never showed up. Hang on, let me look this up on my second screen. Just give me a sec. Marvel animated Comic Con. Oh, fuck. Oh, you know what? It's a different panel. There were two Marvel panels. There was a really low-key panel in a different hall for just Marvel animation and the comic side of things. And it wasn't part of the big Hall H presentation with where the movies were. That's why I got confused. There appears to be no video recordings of the smaller animation panel. Not a single one. I'm going to have to pull up an article and read what went down at the animation panel. Yeah. That's probably the best I could do with this. Alright, here's a good one. Here's a Collider article. Neat. Wait, let me swap screen here. Make that nice and big. Moderated by comedian Paul F. Tompkins. They brought out a lot of executive producers to talk about all the different shows, it looks like. Neat. Okay, well, we'll do them in order. I guess I Am Groot's the first, because that's like the one that's tied to the biggest franchise. Kristen Lepore offered a new look at I Am Groot, premiering the official trailer of the season, consisting of 5 shorts and the poster for the series. The delightful trailer shows off the adventures of young Groot, once again voiced by Vin Diesel. Why are they still hiring Vin Diesel and probably paying him a metric fuck ton to keep saying the same 3 words over and over again? They have enough I Am Groots on record, on file, on a hard drive somewhere, to make as many Guardians Groot related things as they want. Like, they don't need to work with Vin Diesel anymore. Just give him some stipends on the back end for still using the voice recordings. Bradley Cooper will also be voicing a character, assumedly Rocket Raccoon. Yeah, well, obviously. That's pretty much a given. This new series is technicolored and full of life. On top of that, the panel revealed that 5 more shorts are currently in development. They capped off everything with a screening of a full short titled Groot Takes a Bath. So the real takeaway is here that the Groot show is more of like a Looney Tunes style shorts series. 5 shorts of like 5 minutes each. So it's not really a full show. Like, you don't have to get your knickers in a twist over it. But it would be like a little fun diversion. Kind of like just watching Looney Tunes shorts before bigger movies. But that's what they should be doing. They should be putting each one of these shorts, one by one, in front of cinema releases. And then after the cinema release is over, like Thor Love and Thunder, for example. When Thor Love and Thunder comes to Disney Plus, the Groot short should also come to Disney Plus and get added on to the season of I Am Groot shorts. And that's how they should stagger their releases. That would be really cool. It'd be mad to go back to the days of like the golden age or even the silver age of Hollywood, where every film had like Looney Tunes cartoons and newsreels before it as like bonuses. That was always really... I always used to love that. I wasn't alive back then, like... I'm not saying that I lived through that, but it was such a cool concept. Don't know why they moved away from it. In the full short they showed, we see a young Groot enjoying himself in a forest, coming across a miraculous mud spring. After enjoying some spa time and immersing himself in the magical mud, he wakes up from a nap covered in leaves. Admiring himself in the leaves, he begins pruning them to give himself exciting new looks. From pretending to be a centaur to dressing like Marie Antoinette. Well, that's a deep cut joke for the parents in the audience. The leaves don't last forever, so he must keep going back to the spring. I won't spoil it, but suffice to say, even without the magical mud, he leaves the forest with a new addition in his closet. Cool. What an awesome poster. That's adorable. I love it. What is that thing? Hang on. I don't know how well you can see that, but I'd love to know what the fuck that thing is. I don't know whether to find that thing cute or horrifying. It's staring directly at me. Okay, I'm done with it now. Close. I guess we should probably watch the trailer. Yeah, well, alright, slow down. Slow down there. Groot, my man. Oh, they're starting out pretending like this is going to be some big deal grimdark thing. Easy joke. That's adorable. Tiny civilization with heavy weapons. It might also be a little bit of a comic cliche, but it's a good one. I like it. I am Groot. I am Groot. I am Groot. I am Groot. There's not much else to say about it, really. It's exactly what it says on the tin. Just short Looney Tunes shorts. It's a little redundant. Short shorts. That was fun, though. That's cool. You can't be mad at that. Alright. Let's flick it back. What else have you got? Animation panel. Spider-Man freshman year. This was the Tom Holland Spider-Man origin story thing they talked about. That was going to be done as an animated show. Jeff Trammell revealed not only new suits for Peter Parker in Spider-Man freshman year, but also Peter's friends, his enemies, and his surprising new allies. This pre-Civil War Peter will be in the streets protecting people with his homemade suit. I almost said from his homemade suit, like his suit just gained sentience and attacked the city. Trammell announced that freshman year would have a new release window of 2024. That is a long way away. Ouch. And is currently working on sophomore year. AKA season 2. Oh. Okay, so the show only comes out in 2024 and they're already working on season 2. Good lord, they got ahead of that one. They must be super confident about this project. Peter's friends. Amadeus Cho, Lonnie Lincoln, Nico, Asher, and Harry Osborn. Oh, really? So the animation of this style, the animation style of the show is in the style of like the old Marvel comics, like the really old ones. Not just the art style of how the humans are drawn, but just the general flatness and coloring of them. They're even referencing like the dot print, that old dot matrix print that the old comics used to have. That's so neat. Is this Harry Osborn? His sweater says Bales. Or is that Harry Osborn? It's either one of these two. This guy's got the hair, the cornrows. Like Norman Osborn. But this guy's got the pomp and swagger of a rich kid. Both black. I guess the Osborns are black in this version. The villains that Spider-Man will face in freshman year will be from left to right in the image below. Ooh. Unicorn, Scorpion, Tarantula, Butane, Octavius, of course, Dr. Octopus, Carmilla Black, Rhino, Speed Demon, and Chameleon. Dope. So that's Unicorn on the left? Who the hell is Unicorn? Okay, I don't know who Unicorn's supposed to be, but he looks goofy in the best Golden Age comics kind of way. Scorpion, old school. Who's the chick? Tarantula, Butane. So she's Tarantula. That must be her stinger, the Wolverine blade. That's Butane, as in propane, as in guy with flamethrower. Amazing. Dr. Octopus is obvious. Who? All right, let's go back. Carmilla Black. Who the fuck is Carmilla Black? Okay, Carmilla Black, Rhino, Speed Demon, Chameleon. So she's Carmilla Black in the camo pants. She must be some kind of mercenary. There's Rhino without his suit. It's really weird seeing him not looking like a rhino. Speed Demon with the cyborg legs. Obviously, he looks like a bit of a douche. And Chameleon. I do remember Chameleon looking like that from the old Spider-Man cartoon in the 90s. Hi, Thynan. I was here 11:11:11. Oh shit. Yeah, I just noticed my session time hit 11 hours, 11 minutes, and 11 seconds. I missed the exact moment, but thanks for shouting it out. It'll never happen again. I gotta do shorter streams in the future. I kind of want to see Rhino in his Rhino outfit. It's weird that they've got Scorpion in his Scorpion outfit here, but not Rhino. Odd choice. They showed off some of Spider-Man's different suits on top of the classic suit, including a white Oscorp branded suit. Really? Is this them? Classic suit. I'm guessing this white one is the Oscorp suit. Are these all Spider-Man suits? That one looks like Night Monkey from Far From Home. Spider-Man Far From Home. And the far right and the far left one looks stupid. But I think this show is allowed to get away with stupid. Hey, no Enter the Gungeon? What, you're not playing it today? I thought you played Enter the Gungeon every day, dude. This guy looks like Dragonfly. I don't think this is a Spider-Man suit. Judging by the symbol and the outfit, wouldn't this be Dragonfly? And this guy looks like a knight. The whole waist part of his outfit is kind of how Asgardian armor is. Like Thor has very similar designs on his gear. During the panel, they revealed that not only would Paul F. Tompkins, the moderator, voice a character named Bentley Whitman, but Charlie Cox would return as Daredevil and be one of Peter's allies. On top of that, Peter will have the help of Doctor Strange and the guidance of Norman Osborn. So Norman Osborn is his father figure in this cartoon, instead of Tony Stark. That's a cool Daredevil design, though. That's old school. I like the baton looks a little bit like a glow stick, though. I don't like the pure red baton. But the outfit is kind of like a more Daredevil-ified version of the ninja suit from the Netflix Daredevil series, which is pretty sweet. I like that a lot. There's Norman Osborn. The question is if he's Peter's father figure in this origin story, is there a point where he goes full villain and goes Green Goblin? It's rad that they're keeping the green theme with his suit and tie as like a hint, a little bit of a taste of what's to come in the future. I'm just curious if that's actually going to happen in the show. Like, is the cartoon going to get to the point where that happens, or is the cartoon going to keep him a father figure the whole time, with only subtle hints and allusions to his future as a villain? Oh my Fucking God, look at Doctor Strange. Look at Doctor Strange. Holy shit, that's the best design of all of them. That is some old school Doctor Strange. That is literally how he looks in the old comics. Like the 50s and the 60s. With that stash and that bushy brow. I'm keen, though. They're actually putting... It's like they're actually putting the old comic, exactly what the old comic was, on the screen. In every single way. And the art, the animation, the style. I hope the vibe of the storytelling, like the dialogue, and the way the stories are told themselves, have that like 60s kind of vibe to them. A little bit cheesy. A little bit hokey. That'd be kind of cool. I think I read somewhere on Twitter that it's not officially going to be the origin story of the Tom Holland in the live-action movies. It's a multiverse version of that. It's like a Peter Parker origin story, where they can do their own things with the characters and just have fun with it. Which is cool. I think I prefer that. Let them go just nuts and use the characters however they want. Okay. What if? Season 2, I assume. Not only did the panel talk about what's to come for Season 2, but they also announced that a third season has been greenlit. Holy shit, they are so confident about What If. But I guess people did love the first season. Season 2 will be crazier and more that we love from Season 1. The trailer they debuted, there was a trailer. It included shots of Hela, Peter Quill, Tarlo, and old Bucky Barnes as the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. T'Challa's back, Tony and the Hulkbuster on Sakaar. That, I think, the Tony and the Hulkbuster on Sakaar with, what's her name, Gamora, is the missing episode from the first season that they still have to air. Valkyrie, Korg, and Grandmaster, and a fateful fight between the Conqueror Odin and Mandarin wielding his 10 rings. Holy shit. Mandarin versus Odin? That's a what if I want to see. Holy hell. That sounds fun. That sounds super fun. We got a glimpse at a version of Marvel 1602. A limited comics art by Neil Gaiman. Featuring Marvel superheroes in the Elizabethan era. Whoa, dude. Is there like screens of this? I want to see that. Marvel 1602. Let's actually see if we can find this. Images. Is this it? That is so trippy. There's the Thing. Is that meant to be Scarlet Witch, but Elizabethan era version? It's kind of cool. She looks swashbuckling. Which is weird for Scarlet Witch, but whatever. What? Native Indian Spider-Man? It's the Neil Gaiman connection that really messes with my head. Like, I can't imagine what this is going to be like. Is that meant to be Doom's hand? Dr. Doom? These covers are dope. I can't even imagine what the stories are going to be like and how the characters are going to be. Oh, there's an old Iron Man suit, steampunk style. Fucking cool. That must be the Submariner. Looking very Interview the Vampire. Looking very Lestat. Wow, that was neat. Why is Batman here? Oh, DC Dark Knights is a similar concept, I guess. Is that Doctor Doom? Ooh. Oh, they're going Man of the Iron Mask kind of vibes with Doctor Doom. That's kind of clever. That must be Doctor Strange. Must be Johnny Storm in the background. It's hard to tell what some of these people are. No, that's not Doctor Strange. That's all four. These are the Fantastic Four. Johnny Storm, Thing, Sue Storm, and a very Doctor Strange looking Mr. Fantastic. with skinny, stretchy fingers. That's the grossest Mr. Fantastic's ever looked. Sorry, Reed Richards. Deadpool looks the same, but in Shakespeare garb. All right. I'm on board for that. What if season 2? Any leaks? Leaks? There's gonna be a lot of fake stuff here. Season 2 leak. Well, there's kind of a shot of Wanda. What if Iron Man survived the snap? Wait, didn't he? He did. Wait, Iron Man did survive the snap. What the fuck are you talking about? That's not a what if. He's like one of the only people that were on Thanos' planet that survived the snap. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Oh, is this a screen? That shows me nothing. That's just the Avengers with Captain Carter. I don't think there's going to be much in the way of spoilers, leaks for this, unfortunately. But they probably didn't even show much, just like what a couple of characters look like now. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, there's more. At the end of the panel, they also revealed the audience would be previewing the first episode of Season 2, featuring Captain Carter fighting the Hydra Stomper. So they're doing episode 2 of the Captain Carter thing to kick off the season. Without giving too much away, it's a mirror of the events of Captain America the Winter Soldier, with Black Widow and Peggy. And Steve as the Winter Soldier, I guess, in the Hydra Stomper. Peggy discovers that Steve is... Fuck, what is going on with these ads? Stop. Peggy discovers that Steve is still alive, and in the Hydra Stomper, we see Bucky as the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Natasha is working side by side with Cap. Before the screening and during the panel, he mentioned the Captain Carter who met with Wanda and Doctor Strange in Multiverse of Madness is not the Cap we've come to know and love in the What If. Well, we knew that because she's in live action, she got cut in half. I think that was kind of assumed by most people who saw that. All right, Marvel Zombies. Brian Andrews also offered some background on what's happening with Marvel Zombies that arose after the episode of What If in Season 1. He presented the concept art show. So this is literally a follow-up to the What If episode in the zombie episode of What If, but just turned into its own show? Or is it its own thing from scratch? They showed concept art with heroes such as Helena Belova, Katie Chen, Kate Bishop, Red Guardian, Death Dealer, Kamala Khan, Shang-Chi, and a post-apocalyptic Jimmy Woo. Dope. I love Jimmy. Does he fight with cards like Gambit? Because that would be awesome too. They fight zombies like Hawkeye, Ghost, Captain Marvel, Wanda, Okoye. What? And the upper half torso. So if it's the upper half torso of Captain America, that means it is a sequel to the What If episode. But some of this other zombies are dead. The Wanda zombie's supposed to be dead. Captain Marvel got killed. By Ultron Vision. So how did she zombie? Hawkeye got killed. I remember Hawkeye getting killed near the start of the episode. Wasn't he killed by Falcon? Or did he kill Falcon? Someone killed Falcon. I can't remember who killed who. Interesting having Ghost, though. A zombie that can phase through solid matter is extremely dangerous. Oh, cool. Yep, there's Elena Belova with the staff on the left. Kate Bishop, I'm glad they're both still alive. Jimmy Woo looking post-apocalyptic, dope. He's got a sheriff's badge for some reason. Definitely still playing with playing cards. Kind of a rad-looking post-apocalyptic Shang-Chi. That's Katie Chen, I guess. That's Death Dealer. I don't know why he's still alive. Red Guardian and... who? On the right? Is that best friends with Shang-Chi? What's her name? Kamala Khan. Wait. Oh, no, that's Katie Chen on the right. This is Kamala Khan in the middle next to Shang-Chi. She's got her bangles still on. Neat. Alright. I like the art style. It's more detailed. The cell shading art style they're using for all these animated shows is getting more detailed with every show they do. Oh, some of the zombies. There's Scarlet Witch zombie. There's Ghost. Hawkeye. Okoye. Abomination. Neat. Captain Marvel. Half a Captain America. Half a Steve Rogers. What is with the purple rash on Abomination? That is disturbing. Yeah, but Hawkeye and Scarlet Witch should be dead. Those two zombies have already been killed. I do find it cute that the Hawkeye zombie is full of his own arrows. Who has been shooting Hawkeye zombie with his own arrows? It's probably Kate Bishop. She's still alive. On top of that, they face off against a Skrull biker gang, a zombified synthezoid, and a gang of widows. Is that the Skrull biker gang? That's so fucking cool, dude. The Skrull biker gang is badass. That's the gang of widows. Guessing they're going to be mad dangerous. They're probably very hard to take down for a zombie. They're not showing the synthezoid. There's no screenshot of the synthezoid that they mentioned in the text. Oh well. That's fine. X-Men 97. Every kid from my era who was a child during the 80s and the 90s watched this show. Every single one of us. And we all collected the playing cards. Continuation of the 1997 series. What a great idea. What an amazing idea. As long as they don't fuck it up. It's an amazing idea as long as they don't ruin the whole thing. If they taint the nostalgia of that X-Men show, a lot of people are going to be really mad. A lot of the original voice cast from the original series are back. I'm surprised they're still alive. Chris Potter, Lenore Zahn, Chris Pattern, I don't know any of these people. I was a child when the show was out. I didn't care about voice actors. The music composed by the Newton Brothers would be featuring the theme from the original series. Yes. Hell yeah. You cannot make a continuation of the X-Men 90s show without that theme. That fucking guitar. That guitar solo that opened every episode. Oh my god. Pure nostalgia. They'll feature villains like Mr. Sinister, but also leading the group will be Magneto. A surprising twist given where Magneto has historically stood when it came to mutant rights. Wait, so Magneto's leading the group instead of Professor X? What? What? Oh my god, they all look just as we left them. It's like somewhere between 20 to 30 years later. And they look exactly the way we left them. Like, the ravages of time haven't touched this even in the slightest. That's incredible. Are these the villains? Oh no, just more... slightly more anti-hero-y X-Men. I think that's that chameleon dude, maybe? Morph? Chameleon or Morph? Cable, Bishop, Indian stereotype, native Indian stereotype, Nightcrawler, Sunspot, possibly. I don't know what the black, the negative colors is all about. Maybe somebody like Sunspot, not sure. Do they say it here? They don't actually name them. There's Magneto, though. I don't remembering him looking this fabulous. But I'll take it. I don't really understand the black and purple. Like, is it that chameleon fabric that drag queens wear? That when you look at it shifting in the light, you can see the purple Lamborghini colors shining off the black. Is that what he turned his outfit? What he made his outfit out of? Fuck, he looks so cool, though. Where is Professor X? Did he die in the original show and I just don't remember? There's the White Queen. Emma Frost. She was White Queen, right? Can't remember. Mrs. Sinister. And 3 other people I don't remember. He rings a bell. But I'm drawing a blank, unfortunately. Oh, they've also brought back Sentinels. With a nice socket plug on their chest. So you can recharge them in between X-Men fights. If you haven't seen the original X-Men show, Disney Plus has rearranged the episodes of the original series into the proper order as the show was intended to be viewed. Thank you, Disney Plus. What a move. It should have always been like that, though. Like, why? Why wouldn't you do that? They showed a rough animatic AV that looks at one of the episodes of the series where we see Trask letting loose his giant sentinels against Cyclops, Rogue, or as they spelt it here, Ruju, Gambit, Wolverine, and Beast. The gang fights off giant mechs, but the Beast manages to rewire one of them and begins to use it to his advantage. Though brief, the sneak peek offered a lot to those who love the original series, and its exciting promise for the future. A second season already confirmed. I feel like Disney Plus doesn't give a fuck anymore about how the reception of these shows are going to go. They seem to plan and start making season 2s and 3s of shows before they've even confirmed that season 1 is a success or that people even like it. Like, they really don't give a shit at this point. They just fully commit to these ideas and just see them through no matter what. Which is more than you can say for DC right now, with Warner Brothers completely scrapping an entire $90 million live-action movie that was already finished and was just completing its post-production and already had test screenings where it tested from average to decent. I think they were saying in the 60s was the test screening score, which was the same test screening scores for Shazam and Black Adam, I read. So it's not bad test screenings that are the problem, or even average test screenings. They really just didn't give a fuck. They wanted that tax money more than they cared about art. So, fuck them. Is that all of it? Okay, I guess that's it. Although I believe there was some other random one-off trailers and footage shown. I think I saw one pop up on in an article I've got on the other screen, that they didn't mention this on this webpage for some reason. Marvel's Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. Apparently that was revealed as a first look clip. I don't know what Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur are, but I'm digging on all this Marvel animation all of a sudden, so I'm willing to check it out. Just to close this off. It's only just under 2 minutes. Alright. Let's see it then.
So, until we can locate that power-sucking, electrical lady, what we do is stop blackout crime in its tracks.
They just fist bump? They just dap up? There's a T-Rex behind you.
It's the fools who tried to rock roll with it. How do you know? Let's just say I might have put a sweet surprise inside of my security system. What do we do? What do we do? Recon, and then attack. Okay. Will you capture it all and make us famous? Yeah. Yeah, let's do
This
that.
animation reminds me of Adult Swim, but like child-friendly.
My hands are shaking. Everything is shaking. But my grandma once told me bravery is what you do when you're flat out scared. Old people are the best.
Where's Devil Dinosaur?
Okay, let's do this.
I saw him following you before. Like, what's the deal with the dinosaur?
Right there.
And you are?
All you need to know is I'm a superhero. My turf's the LES, and you're messing with it.
A superhero? You don't
She's
even
got
have a
interesting
name?
voice acting.
If you don't take your
It's not good or bad, it's just...
That's what I said.
It's quirky.
Sorry, KC. Sorry. Well, I bet my friend will make you take me seriously.
Ooh, the gym guy?
You lost Devil Dinosaur. Is it a dinosaur or is it a devil? What is a devil dinosaur? Is it a dinosaur created by Satan? Does hell have T-Rexes? I have so many questions. That this trailer is not... That was a Sonic the Hedgehog sound effect. This trailer is not answering anything.
Don't worry, it's okay. My phone is fine. But I am definitely deleting this video.
I love Devil Dinosaur. What is... That didn't explain anything. I was hoping that would be more of a trailer. Okay, wait. Let me just type in the name. And get the skinny from Google. After a 13-year-old super genius accidentally brings 10-ton T-Rex Devil Dinosaur into present-day New York via a time vortex, the duo works together to protect the city's Lower East Side from danger. How did you get the Devil Dinosaur literally pulled from the prehistoric period to cooperate? And were Devil Dinosaurs real? It still doesn't explain why it's a Devil Dinosaur. Like, it's clearly meant to be a red T-Rex, but why? How? Explain yourself. What if I just type in Devil Dinosaur? Wikipedia. Fictional character appearing in American comic books published by Marvel, blah, 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 blah. Depicted as resembling an enormous crimson-colored Tyrannosaurus-like theropod dinosaur. Created by Jack Kirby, the character appeared in Devil Dinosaur #1. Oh, okay, so he actually had a comic before Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. He just had a Devil Dinosaur comic. And his inseparable ape-like friend, Moon Boy. Natives of Dinosaur World, a version of Earth in a parallel universe where dinosaurs and other prehistoric creatures coexist with tribes of primitive humanoid beings. So this is some weird cult classic side thing about a planet, a version of Earth where dinosaurs exist with humans. And some of them are devils. Some of them are devil dinosaurs. Fun. Apparently, Devil Dinosaur was once subdued by Ghost Rider. Oh my god, I want to see some of these crossovers for real. There's so much lore behind this. Look, it goes into Moon Girl here. That's a lot of lore. I ain't reading all that, bro. I'm intrigued though. I'll watch it. I'll watch it. I'd watch it. That clip was fun and was funny enough. And I do think Devil Dinosaur looks adorable. Okay, well that's it proper for Marvel now. I just had to catch up on what all the animation stuff was doing because that apparently was just non-existent in terms of the actual panels being out on the internet or even referenced in the Marvel Hall H mega panel. Not even a little bit. But now I'm caught up. Caught up on Marvel. I need to rest my ears for a sec. Ow! Oh god, it's midnight. I'm about to hit 12 hours and I'm still nowhere near finished. At least we got through Marvel and DC. Yummy. You know what? I'm gonna have to, after the next panel or two, I might have to throw something in the microwave. Have some proper food. I've been eating biscuits and chocolate all day, thinking it'll keep me going. But this is going to cross over 12 hours after midnight. I'm actually going to start to fade away. I'm going to die. I'm going to die in this seat. I'm going to die in this seat watching Comic-Con. Watching goddamn Comic-Con. Alright. What was next on the agenda, though? Now that Marvel and all that's gone. Sandman. Sandman and Berserk. The comic by Keanu Reeves. See? I'm already fading away from not eating. And then I gotta swing around back to Walking Dead and Star Trek, like I planned to do earlier. Oof. Oof, I say. It was exhausting. All right. Let's jump into Sandman then. I know Sandman only just came out, and people are already starting to binge it on Netflix. But aside from knowing a lot of random shit about the graphic novel, even though I've never properly read it back to back, aside from that, I'm a fairly fresh slate when it comes to Sandman, so... Where is... Nope, not that. Where is... here it is. Nice. Alright.
How excited
Boom.
are you for this series?
It's Sandman, dude.
I cannot wait till
It's one of the most
August 5th.
prolific graphic novels ever made.
Got a little sneak preview.
And you're at
I can
Comic-Con.
tell you, they are fabulous.
There are people here that would kill you.
I've always been
for more
a Neil
Sandman.
Gaiman fan, and I was so excited to hear that this was actually coming to life. Are you guys having a good Comic-Con?
Yeah.
Are you ready to meet the geniuses and the incredible cast behind the Sandman?
Just bring out Neil Gaiman.
All right, I would love
That's
to
all we
bring
need.
up our panel, starting with Neil Gaiman.
Gaiman! There he is.
There you are.
There he is. He looks happy. Probably because he's super
Oh,
rich
the
from all
man
this
with
shit.
The dulcet tones. Okay, next we are going to.
When you
bring
create as many
up
classics as that man has,
here Alan Heinberg,
you're pretty much set for
Tom
life.
Sturridge, Vivian Achimampong,
Vivian, what?
Gwendolyn Christie, Jenna Coleman,
It's the dude from Logan
Kirby Hal-Baptiste,
with the robot arm.
Mason Alexander.
He's an interesting
Park,
actor. I would like to see him in more stuff.
and the nephew Sam Ruminai. And of course, Patton Oswalt.
Patton Oswalt. Wait, who does he play in Sandman?
He's like the cherry on top of an awesome sundae.
This is news to me.
Now, this is such an incredibly
The brunette in the middle.
massively talented cast.
She's
I'd
Joanne
like to
or
start the
Joan
questions,
Constantine,
of course,
right?
with our creators here. This has been 30 years in the making.
She's like Constantine's grandma that they're
to
using
bring
for
your
this show.
characters to life on screen.
Really good. really, really, really good. What I'm really excited about is just the fact that in less than 2 weeks, everybody's going to get to see what we made, and I'm so excited about it, so proud of it, and so
Well, unless you
incredibly
watched
thrilled.
it 2 weeks later like I did, in which case it's
Yeah,
out
I'm a
right now.
fan.
I could be
love what
watching the
we've
show
done.
as we speak.
So it feels very good.
Instead of watching the panel about the show.
So you stayed really true to the comic. How did you go about crafting an authentic adaptation for television? This one will be for you, Alan.
Oh, well,
Hi,
I did it
Alan.
as a fan.
Contribute, please.
I was a huge fan of the books, and I was reading them monthly when they were
Everyone
coming
is.
because I'm old. And in a show about dreams, it's been oddly fitting from the start that this show has been a dream come true from the beginning for me. So I got involved basically at a point where Neil and David Goyer were going to develop it for streaming, and my only condition of joining the team was that I be able to make a Sandman experience that was as faithful to the book as possible, and luckily that's exactly what Neil and David had in mind as well. And Warner Brothers backed us.
I have been hearing
way,
stuff
and
about
Netflix
it
has been
being
incredibly
surprisingly faithful to the book. Not
mission.
completely,
we
but
knew that streaming was the only way we were going to be
in
able
all the
to tell
ways
the
that
story
count
properly.
to make people happy.
And they, Studio
The
and
reviews
network
have been pretty
backed us the
stellar,
entire way.
both critics
we had
and
this amazing
just fans.
Cast, far beyond anything I could have dreamed.
I mean, speaking of the cast, how did you go about the casting process? How were the chosen?
Well, first of all, we have Lucinda Sison as our casting director, who's amazing. I'd worked with her years ago on Stardust, and getting to work with her again was a delight.
Stardust?
And the casting process was sort of different for every single
That
person
weird
down on
adventure
this
movie
panel.
where
They
Robert De Niro was a
cast
pirate,
everybody.
the Sky
Tom
Pirate.
was there.
That's Stardust?
First email from Lucinda.
Was that a Neil Gaiman thing?
She sent us 4 audition tapes,
I'll look that up.
and Tom's was obviously the best, and I figured that there would soon we'd have a dozen like him, and you know, he was there, and then we saw another 50.
Oh my God, that was
people,
based on a
and
Neil
it was
Gaiman
still
novel.
just Tom, and then we saw several hundred more people, and it was still just Tom, and.
He didn't
by
have a
the
hand
end
in
of the
writing
process,
or
I think
creating the
we've
show. He was
seen
just,
about 1,000
I guess, a producer?
auditions.
Executive producer?
And poor Lucinda Sison must have seen
I would never have
anywhere
guessed.
between 5,000 and 6,000 Sandman auditions, and it was still Tom. So we cast Tom.
Love at first sight.
And beyond that, people down there. Let's see, Gwendolyn.
Hi, Gwendolyn. Who does she play?
Clearly a fan favorite.
We just sort of went to her and said, "Do you want to be in Sandman?" She said, "Yeah, I want to be Lucifer." And we went.
She's Lucifer?
That was basically
Amazing.
that happened. That was
Wait.
incredibly easy.
I want to see what she looks like as Lucifer.
Jenna
Sandman.
was harder.
Lucifer.
We definitely auditioned a bunch of Joanna Constantines, and
Oh, it's Joanna Constantine.
we assumed we would have our pick of
Constantine,
people,
however you want to
and
pronounce it.
There was
I thought it was
nobody that we
Constantine.
liked, and then I suggested Jenna, having worked with her on Doctor Who a long time ago, and she was amazing. So
I read that Joanna
and then we
Constantine
forgot that
is
we'd ever asked anybody
Constantine's
because
grandmother
sort of
from the past
occupied
brought
our
forward to
hearts.
the future somehow. I
Let's
don't know much
see,
about all of that.
Mason tweeted me.
That's all it took?
That was, well, no, Mason tweeted me, and Mason being very
At
sensible.
Neil Gaiman, I would like.
Basically.
Oh, there she is.
They
There she is
tweeted
with
me
Lucifer.
and said,
What a look.
"Has Desire been cast?
What a wild look.
And who is your casting director?" And I thought, that was a very professional sort of question. So I went and looked at their videos and thought, they're really good. And sent a thing
Another
over to
Lucifer.
them saying,
That's a really interesting look for Lucifer.
this is interesting. Just thought you'd like to know. And then they aced the auditions. They weren't the only person to be auditioned, but they aced it.
So which one's Desire? The
Kirby
girl with the tats?
Was sort of
Let's see what she looks like in the show.
upside down from Tom. Tom was there at the very first.
Oh
and
yeah,
then we
it's
had to
definitely the girl with the
watch
tats.
1,500 other auditions of
There's
people
Desire.
failing to
She's
sing
got her
the
own
right
character
song.
poster.
Interesting.
Interesting.
We had watched hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of deaths, and I had not thought saying things about, you know, you're a sorriest excuse for an anthropomorphic personification or this or any other plane would be difficult to say, but it turns out that it's not the easiest line to deliver convincingly. And then we saw Kirby, and we believed her. We believed her as Death. We believed that she could actually
Ooh, Death.
tell.
What does she look like as
Tom's
Death?
voice a thing or two and
I love
then
seeing what these
listen.
actors actually look like in character.
We believed that people would fall in love with Death on the screen in the same way that they have.
Oh, so she
in-
looks just like a normal chick. Death doesn't really have a funky, fancy comic book look.
That was the same for
Just a girl.
Vanessa as well. Vanessa, we read.
She looks Asian in the
so
comic,
many
but-
Roses, and the second Vanessa came up on
Guess it doesn't
my
really
screen,
matter.
the computer screen, that there was only ever her.
Rose.
Boyd had a harder time of it. It was 6 months between like audition
Yeah.
tape and us calling.
Doesn't look
Yeah,
like her at all,
it was a really
but
hard role.
I mean, she's just a regular chick with like some goth clothes on. So Death was probably easy to cast.
I heard Patton was
Just cast
the first
anybody.
to be cast.
That is true.
And before he even knew it, he was already in it.
Patton was cast before Alan was on board.
Yeah.
And Patton
Well.
was cast before we told Patton that he
Boyd
was cast.
Holbrook looks freaky in
We
this show.
just
I've seen
knew
pictures of him
that,
before.
you know, he would fit into that Raven costume. And
Well, he
Oh,
fit into the Ratatouille
Patton's
costume,
voice
so it
acting the
makes sense
Raven?
that he would fit into the Raven.
Okay, I
basically
get
just
it.
dyed it black
That's
and stuck
awesome.
a beak on it. Like there's not a lot of, but it worked.
Although I feel like they
It
would
worked
take me out of the
perfectly,
show
yeah.
because I would
Yeah.
hear Patton Oswalt's voice whenever the Raven
Dream
talks.
is not an easy role, and I know that you're
Yeah, look.
a fan of the comics.
Boyd
How would
Holbrook
you
has little
prepare?
mouths for eyes. Please God, keep the sunglasses on. That's nightmare fuel.
I think the first thing is I care so deeply about this piece of literature. And I think the only way that you can begin to understand them is to subsume yourself in the words and the images that Neil created. And so I just spent months, because the casting process was a long one.
I bet they keep his sunglasses on for most of the show,
Over
just so they don't have to do
and
the
over
CG
again.
of those
It was
little
in my bones,
toothy
in my
mouths
blood.
in his eye sockets.
And I think that there is no
Thank God for
more
that.
honest way to try and find a character than to try and get inside the mind of the man who made it.
Well, I have to tell you, as an insomniac, a sleepwalker, and someone who has a lot of crazy issues with sleeping, a hot gothic guy in a trench coat that can make you sleep on command, pretty much you are my #1 hottie right now.
Damn!
Amazing.
Sandman's picking up
You're
at
the only
Comic
actor
Con.
that's got to work with everybody on stage.
Like the kid who picked up Lucy Liu at the Shazam
The entire show.
panel.
So, I mean, how is it to keep
And
up
Hugh
with
Grant going back to
stories just cohesive in your
hang out
brain?
with
How is it to work with
Matt Smith in the
everybody
alley,
throughout the whole
doing coke off
series?
fangirls'
I
titties.
think what's exquisite about our show is that each episode is a different film.
Comic Cons are happening in place.
Entirely different story, but within this cohesive world. And it was so thrilling to every month come to set and meet this extraordinary group of human beings. And to learn and change, and specifically
The way that
character
the girl
change,
next to him
because
is staring at him right now,
key
while he was
with our
talking,
story is the dream goes on a journey.
was giving me anxiety. I
becomes
don't know why.
someone who he isn't at the beginning, and that change was inflicted.
It's
by
the direct eye contact while he's trying to talk.
wonderful people.
Vivian, you've got an incredible role.
It's triggering my
as
social
librarian
anxiety.
Dreaming. It's a very unique sort of guardian role, and it spans all of the stories throughout the entire series. What resonates with you about that character specifically?
Oh wow. I love how stoic and still she is, because that ain't me. Quite the opposite to me. And just this bond that she has with Dream, that she, you know, takes care of the Dream in his absence. And one of the things that I absolutely love.
Oh, she's the right hand.
is that she knows
She's the right hand librarian girl
that has ever been
in the dream realm.
every book that has ever been
I've seen her
told or even imagined.
in pictures
And I
already.
just love
I remember that character.
And just the concept of
It's hard to
dreams,
put. It's hard to
someone
put
that really
and picture the actors in the panel
a child.
to the characters that are on the show, except for like Boyd and the guy that plays Sandman. Like until I actually see the pictures on Google Images side by side of which actor's playing what character, I've got like no idea what's going on.
So I absolutely fell in love. Such a
So many of them played characters that are so wild looking
You're the boss on this.
and nothing like what they look like in real life.
And Boyd, your character, man. Okay, so how would you describe your scary, scary character?
I'd say the Corinthian is the creation of your worst nightmare in the dreaming world, and then the patron of saints and the serial killers in the waking
Corinthian.
world.
Yeah, escaped
Jesus
nightmare.
Christ, that was a mouthful.
Also, I
I think he practiced that character synopsis
Amazing. The Corinthian,
just for Comic Con.
It's got a lot going on this season. Is there anything specifically you're excited for the fans to see?
I have a particular relationship with a character that's not on the panel today, Jed, who was really a surprise the whole time. I can't wait for everybody to see that.
For me, a big surprise was seeing Gwendolyn show up as Lucifer. Man, Lucifer turns around. I was like, yes!
No, I know her.
Yells at the
Now
TV.
she's Satan.
I was so thrilled at this casting. This was was that what you had in mind? It's a little different from what I saw in the
That would be
comic.
pretty wild if like a
Like an
person you knew or a friend of yours
It's a
suddenly
little
showed
bit
up in a
like
TV
it,
show
but I
you're
mean,
watching as
If
Satan.
you go back to the first
It'd be
ever
kind of dope.
appearance of Lucifer,
You'd call them
comic,
immediately.
I remember finding some photographs of
Oh my god,
David
Joanna Dark's
Bowie
looking
as
directly
a
at me.
young folk singer with
Sorry, Joanna
long
Constantine.
curly
Did I say
hair,
Joanna Dark?
and just
Oh my
sending
god,
those
old school Nintendo
photographs
64 reference.
to Sam, Keith, and Mike Dringenberg.
That just took me back.
Who were drawing the
I
comic.
took myself back to the
And I
past.
said, this is the look that we're going for. It's
I nostalgia'd
androgynous, it's
myself.
a junkie angel. This is
And you
who
thought
Lucifer
Gwendolyn?
is. Well, actually, Gwendolyn brings the junkie angel in spades. It's a.
Gwendolyn, what did you want to bring to the part? Was it Junkie Angel?
I'm a one-stop shop for Junkie Angel.
Imagine being told that you'd be perfect for a junkie angel.
I really was so unbelievably
You don't even have to
delighted
act.
when Alan and
It
Neil
just
came
embody it.
about being in Sandman. And we had an incredible conversation. It came about at such an extraordinary point of time where I think this pandemic was just happening, and the connection that I felt, to both of them and the material really awakened something in me. Because when I think about the Sandman, when I read the comics, there is an innate, actually, it's fantastic.
If you spoke to this woman
brilliant, it takes you on a
just face to face,
journey.
I don't think you would
It
ever
also
get the
has
sense that she could play a good
spirituality
Satan,
in it that is like
a Lucifer.
It takes
But then when you look at the pictures of her in the show, it looks
feel
dope.
like somehow through reading it, the mysteries of the universe
Hey, you're fine and you're
will
back.
unfold. And it is
What are you doing, dude? You're just sort of like popping in and
our
out,
reality
just hanging
as
around.
humans through
You should be
the
playing
prism
Gungeon.
of glorious fantasy. And the idea of being
Why aren't you playing
the very
Gungeon?
essence of evil through these people's eyes was the most delightful
That's like your thing. You're the
moment
Gungeon
I
man.
could.
Oh, that is so fantastic. Okay, before we go on with more questions, because we have so many incredible panelists here, how would you guys like to see a clip that's for this room only? Would you like to set up this clip?
Of course.
A clip or a trailer?
This is a clip from episode
Oh, just a clip.
3. And anybody who read Sandman will remember episode 3, Dream a Little Dream of Me, has John Constantine in it. And for various reasons, we decided that actually, given that we were going to be meeting Joanna Constantine in the past, we might as well have a Joanna Constantine in the present as well. And we found Jenna, and we cast her, mostly obviously because
You were playing it 2 weeks back to back on holiday, so you're taking a break.
Cheap.
That's fair. I'm taking a break from Hollow Knight at the moment.
So
I need to go back and
we
do the
are
other endings in
at the
Hollow
beginning
Knight,
of the
but
episode,
I took a little
we
break from that, so I
actually
need to get back to that as
a
well.
wedding.
And finish off all the
in,
extras in that game too.
A surprise wedding that has been called.
A lot of things on my back catalogue.
And Joanna Constantine has been summoned by Rick the Vic to
Yeah.
see if she can sort something out.
We get it. We're not going to watch the clip.
Oh my god.
I don't want spoilers.
Jenna, Doctor Who, Sandman, you've been a part of some incredible projects. Not a question, I just need to say that out loud. So what does Joanna Constantine get into up this season?
Well, anybody who's read Hellblazer, Dream a Little Dream of Me, we see Joanna Constantine.
Don't remember what John Constantine's part of Sandman was supposed to be. Like, she's replacing him, right? But I can't remember what like part Constantine played in that story from all the stuff that I've seen of it.
Perform exorcisms before
I know I haven't
nuptials,
like read the whole
I
thing
feel
properly. I've only
that's what
seen
you
like
should definitely do.
bits and pieces
Like,
here and
that
there,
could really save
and I've
some
heard
time.
like a shitload about it, so I know how it all goes down.
So
I know all the spoilers, but I just can't remember John Constantine's part.
because Vanessa, we finally get a little bit.
I know all the spoilers, and yet I don't want them to spoil me with clips of the actual
her
show
journey this
on the
season?
panel. It's a bit of a contradiction, I know.
So Rose Walker she's an orphan, and she is trying to find her brother, and along the way, she has a journey with Morpheus, and that's what she tries to do. she tries to do. She tries to find her brother, and Morpheus is there.
She's not the one playing Death,
to
right? That's
help
the one
her,
in the middle,
kind of.
I think.
It's almost like you're guiding each other a little bit. I feel like you guys are learning a lot from each other through the series.
Yeah, there's definitely an evolution.
One of the roles I was very excited about is, so the first time Matthew speaks, I didn't know who was going to be cast as Matthew, and then Patton Oswalt, I heard his voice, and I was like,
See, that would bother me. I love Patton Oswalt,
why
but
are you freaking out? I'm like, it's Patton Oswalt.
his voice is so iconic that if I heard
And then she started
if I heard the
squealing,
Raven
too.
start speaking with Patton Oswalt's voice, I'd be like, hey, it's Patton Oswalt.
She's a baby.
Not
it's
the Raven.
Okay.
Okay, all right, I'll let that one slide.
She's not allowed to listen to your stand-up, Jesse.
Oh, well, that's smart parenting, actually.
Was this a dream role for you? I know that you're a comics fan. You are clearly geek royalty. I feel like you walk on water at Comic-Con.
He laughs at geek royalty, but she's not wrong. Patton Oswalt is
It's
one of the
actually a
goats
little weird because I've been...
of things like Comic-Con.
Sandman is one of those things that I was into right from the beginning, from issue 1. I stood in line for 3 hours in 1992 to get my Season of Mist hardback signed by Neil in San Francisco, but I'm playing a character that is completely new to this world and kind of at sea. Like he's, of all people, maybe except Rose, he's running to catch up with this massive world that he's been thrown into. Whereas,
Wait, is he saying that
the actor playing the Raven is like, well, actually it's Battlecrouch and Squatterbloat are both at the portal of hell, and they only have the one.
like the
I
Raven
know
is not supposed to be
everything that got
a
adapted
character that
out
knows
and
what's going
changed,
on,
so,
that
having to kind of
has to have
play
things
the
explained to it.
not knowing exactly what's going on.
And he's saying that because he's a
Sometimes it's little
Sandman
hard,
nerd, he
you know
knows all the
everything
stuff
that's
that his character's not supposed to know.
You know?
You're great comic relief, because sometimes...
That's kind of funny.
This gets a little dark, so it's really
I know I
great
just
figuring you
explained
come
that
up
whole
and
thing,
just
like over him
add a
explaining
little
that
bit
whole
of
thing.
comedy so we can take a quick breath before we get back
Sorry,
into
Patton.
it. I think you do a really incredible job.
You're correct.
I am correct.
Tell your daughter. No.
I'll let her watch the rest of the series when it comes out August 5th. Mark your calendars. So we have another clip. I would like, Neil, would you like to introduce the next clip?
Of course. So when we were doing the original comic, Sandman number 8, The Sound of Her Wings, was the one that somehow changed everything. Everybody realized what we were doing, and it all began with Dream and Death.
Neil Gaiman
sitting
really takes his time when he's
on a
explaining
bench.
stuff.
And
And
in
this.
the TV series, it's not
This
episode
other
8,
thing.
it's episode
And
6.
you know, this is
Very
also a thing.
eloquent. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've got one of those unique relationships
I'm Neil.
to Death. Or sorry,
I am
to,
so rich and
Dream
successful
in this, as you guys are
and comfortable
siblings.
in myself,
how
in
do
my
you
position, in my
face
career, that I'm in no rush.
I think one of the benefits
I can take my
well,
time
it was
to remember my
both
points.
good and
and
bad was filming this
explain
during the pandemic. We had
things
a lot of time
I
to
want
ourselves. I had a lot of time
to tell you.
think, and on this more than any other
Because I'm so rich.
role, I think, because essentially it's how do you
And an eccentric genius.
humanize, but I guess you know,
I'm assuming Neil
give
Gaiman's an
a
eccentric
human
genius. He
form
fits the
to
bill, I think.
A concept, right, to death. I spent an incredibly long time.
Oh yeah, the chick in the
looking
middle is
at,
death. Okay, I got it right. Nice.
relationships with death, both in
I wish they had labels floating
the
beneath
Western
each of them so I
world
can
and in
remember
other
these things.
places, and I became very obsessed with the idea of psychopomps, right? These people that would guide, these entities that guide people from this life to the next, and this idea that there could be dignity in death, and there could be, there's a hopefulness rather than just what we traditionally see, which is doom and gloom. And I think what I got to do was, I got to take from the page what I think so many people related to, the idea that Neil created, which is when you are in
Sit
your
down,
final moments,
guy
you,
in MAGA cap.
you want to be comforted,
Stand in front of
you
my
want to be
goddamn
with the
camera.
person that you want to get a drink with, and rather than this idea of this looming character that made you feel awful at that time, it was better that you were with someone that you felt comfortable with, who you could talk to. And for me, it was an amazing opportunity. I got to delve inside of myself and explore my own relationship with death and the way I felt about it, and then I had a personal loss that I think I was able to sort of work through in playing Death. So this was an absolutely incredible experience for me. And when I read the comic, Death was one of the characters that was my absolute favorite, and I read it years ago. So I don't think I could have ever imagined then that I would get the opportunity to bring that role to life.
Well, no, because she's not even the same race as the Death in the comic.
I love it.
And
We're
looks
gonna take
anything
some
like her,
audience
so
questions coming up,
I don't
in
think
a
she
few minutes, so
would.
if
You
guys
wouldn't
wanna start
assume
lining
that
up for
it's a
that,
role that would ever be up for you to get. So it's probably more exciting and surprising when it actually does happen.
Tom and Mason, which, by the way,
That'd be like
Desire
if I got the
is
role of
just
Thor.
Sexy. You
know?
purr and crawl across
I look nothing
screen
like
in a
Thor. I
way
don't have the
that
physique of
brings
Thor, so
desire
I'd be
to
pretty
life.
shocked if I got the role of
Death,
Thor.
Desire, Dream. How would you guys talk about that endless relationship between the three of you?
Patton looks a little bit tired.
Because I haven't spoken. You know, funny enough, like I got to work with everybody, with Tom and Donna, who plays Despair, were my, two.
The actor
scene
that
partners
plays
during the
Desire.
season. And I worked with them collectively
I
over the
misgendered
course of one day.
him,
So
them
we sort of
earlier.
had to
I
do a
assumed
lot
that
of,
was a female
homework on our own
before
and really trust
he,
the
they
text and
spoke.
trust
I
the
don't really know what.
relationships that,
Hang on, maybe I should look this up.
Neil, kind of crafted. in
Hang
the
on, let
original
me
comics,
let me
and
get
I
this
think
right.
that
Sandman,
really helped a lot as
Desire.
as an actor, because then once we got on there, like standing in front of someone like Tom. As Dream, you're like, oh, this is Dream. It's very easy to accept.
Sandman cast Desire
And
actor from Twitter.
We had these beautiful practical sets, and my threshold is brought to life pretty splendidly, I think, in the series. And so I
The
think
gender fluid
immersion
personification of
the
Desire, one of the
having
many
some
queer
kind
and
of
trans
actual
characters in the
physical
show,
context for
slays
what
so hard, wrote one fan,
the
another calling the
show
casting
should feel
perfection.
like. And that kind of coming directly from the comics really helped to sort of be like, okay, now I can just trust, what's on the page and sort of do my best, version of whatever I think that this is at the moment, and it might change. But but what's really exciting is, they put together this amazing cast of people that.
Oh, the actor that plays
really
Desire
are
is
the
non-binary.
thing that
Okay.
They are, we are the people that we're playing in a unique and enjoyable way. So, yeah, I hope that's from my perspective.
Did you get that sibling feeling when you guys were getting
Non-binary,
into
they,
this
them.
role?
Okay, so I've been saying her and he a lot because I didn't really, I didn't really know.
It's, we all have our own individual relationships.
Just from sight.
It was fun to sort of, like my
Good
first
thing we
scene, I think,
sorted that out.
was my last scene, and it's kind of dastardly and very, I mean, it's the ultimate sibling rivalry, I think. But, Donna's
That's a pretty dope success story, though.
Relationship that Alan
For a non-binary person to just
filled in the blanks so beautifully.
approach a creator on Twitter
it
and simply
just helps
ask to be
because on the
considered for
day
the
it
role,
just kinda
and for that to pan out and actually get the
You
role.
guys bring out such layers of story.
kinda cool.
in each other every time there's two of you on screen. It's really
Happy for them.
beautifully put together in a way that you can. There's just so much story that's layered up on top of each other that every little bite that comes out is just something to. I'm getting a little too fangirl up here. Does anybody
Sure,
else want to talk about this? I have got some questions.
Oh yeah, we haven't even
Hello.
gone to audience questions yet.
I'm Nico Holt. My question is, will we get to see a Funko Pop of Merv the Pumpkin or any characters in the Sandman series anytime soon in your nearest local store?
What?
How's the merchandising going?
They do not.
Out of all the questions you can ask about the Sandman show, this guy wants the Funko
mysterious
Pops.
marketing and manufacturing
That's hilarious.
spin-off wisdom with us. So I just like you. I would like a Merv Pumpkinhead Funko Pop because it will be the coolest thing in the world. Merv, by the way, for
Who versus
anybody
Merv
who,
Pumpkinhead?
Does not know this, is voiced by Mark Hamill.
Oh shit, I was about to type that in as my question.
And
What an answer. Thank you, Neil.
In every way, perfect.
Can they hear me?
That's fair. Yeah.
Is this live?
So I'm only hoping that obviously
That's pretty
people
wild,
watch
man.
this and go, we all
A
need
pumpkin-headed
the
CG character voiced by
Pumpkinhead Funko Pops. We all need Goldie the Gargoyle.
Mark Hamill.
We will
That
need
does sound
little
like the kind
Cains
of
and
character he'd
Abels
voice
that murder
nowadays,
each
though. That
other.
all those kind of roles go to
We will
fucking
need
Mark Hamill.
full-size desires to stand in the corner of our rooms and fall in love with us. We will need all of these things, and I hope they will make them all.
Thank you.
The Pumpkinhead dude would make probably one of the best
Hi,
Funko
my
Pops
name's
out of the
Jenny.
entire cast of that show.
Hi, Jenny.
Hi, Jenny.
Hi, Jenny.
My question's for Mason. This kind of springs board off of what you were just talking about. So I know you more as a stage actor. I met you at the stage door of Hedwig and the Angry Inch. And so I was.
Ooh. You
I
cut.
was wondering how
I've seen that movie.
Your preparation for this role compares to preparing for a role like that where you're playing the same character over and over again, whereas this you have this whole history and mythos behind it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a massive difference between film and television prep and theater prep, just in the fact that like you never really get a lot of time to actually rehearse, and I think that that's when people really work out a lot of the kinks and or figure things out. So for me, I feel like I was really lucky that I only shot in such a limited time on this show, because it gave me such a limited view. I don't really know how to describe it. It made me focus much more on just the words and what I wanted the relationship to be in the present, and less about like, oh, this is going to be captured forever and ever and ever, and people are going to see it, 10 years from now and laugh at me. Like you can't think about those things in the moment, whereas with theater, like you're doing it over and over again, and it naturally changes and shifts. So I just kind of gave it my best go. But we also have John Cameron Mitchell, who's the original Hedwig, plays Hal in the series, and so we got to hang out a little bit on the days that we were both filming, and that was quite a delay. Thank you. Thank you.
Did someone just yell, "You're
Is
hot"?
anybody cosplaying as any of the characters today?
That seems to happen on every Comic-Con panel. There's always someone in the audience ready to scream,
A lot of dreams, a lot of deaths.
"You're hot"
Maybe
to
some
someone on
sexy
stage.
ravens.
Maybe
Paul
some
Rudd copped it
sexy,
earlier.
Sexy Raven.
Thank you.
I think the guy called him the world's sexiest vampire or
Question
something.
over here?
Hi guys. Oh,
Hi.
I just lost my question. Sorry.
Just remember it.
Neil, thank you.
It's not that
for
hard.
50 viewings of Stardust with my family. Also, now that you've adapted Sandman to multiple mediums, and they say that you write what you know, I wanted to ask, how do you keep the story you've created true to yourself at all levels?
I think I'm incredibly lucky that nobody has wanted to change what we did. When I was making Sandman originally,
That is incredibly lucky, because the first thing that a production company that's fit in the bill
they had no idea what I was doing or
does
how
to a
do
project
it,
like this,
so
that's
they
this
let me do
creative
it.
and this off the wall and this out there,
doing the
is try to
audio
rein it in and make it
adaptation,
make more sense to
wonderful
people who don't know the
adaptation
graphic
with
novel.
Dirtbags, James
It's
McAvoy,
incredible they got
everybody's
away with
good.
making it how they wanted to make it,
Audible
without anyone
wanted
fucking with them.
Sandman, so we did Sandman.
But then again,
And
Netflix are
what
better
was
at doing that, I've
lovely
noticed.
was
They've
feeling
got their
like
own
we'd
issues
done
in some other
something
departments, but
that was so faithful. It's
Netflix are
basically
pretty
an
solid with
audiobook
just
of
letting
the
creators
original
like
comics
do it
and
their
graphic
way.
novels. It kind of freed us. a
Netflix
little
are like the
bit
Hail Mary production
in
company.
making
They drop
this
money on you and they
to
go,
okay,
show
we're
us the
making
vision,
television, we're
and we'll
putting
see if it
something on the
works.
screen.
They'll just pull the
How do
plug
we
on a
do that?
TV show very quick if it's not
Originally,
working.
I was making comics.
And
There
even
were
if it is kind of
24
working, but just not as
pages
much as
in
they'd
each
like it to.
comic and
So there's that.
6, maybe 7 panels.
That's a
on
bit of a drama.
the page, and I could only do so much. But now we actually have things that move around, and how are we going to make that work? How are we going to make people cry? How are we going to make people laugh? How are we going to be true to Sandman? Because I mean, as far as I'm concerned, how do I put this politely? Everybody in this hall is yogurt starter.
Where are you going with
guys
this, Neil?
Have read Sandman, and you, I hope, like Sandman, and you're interested in Sandman, and you're going to watch that Netflix Sandman, and you're going to watch it going, yeah, okay, this better be good. And
It's not wrong.
if it is good, you're going to tell everybody you know to watch Sandman. And you're going to find people you don't know, and you'll start conversations with them while waiting for pizza or something, saying, hey, there's a thing called Sandman on Netflix. It's amazing, you've got to watch it. But you only do that if you like Sandman. So from my perspective, we're kind of making Sandman for you guys as yogurt starter to go out to turn the entire world into yogurt. That's
an interesting way of putting it. This is what I'm talking about. Eccentric genius.
It's a very strange analogy.
It makes perfect sense, but it's also an insane way to describe what he just
I
described.
hope you enjoy it, but we made this Sandman for you guys, and now you have to go out and convert the world once you've seen it.
I can't wait for it to premiere because I am yogurt and I'm tired of not talking
And
about it. So
hopefully it's good. Otherwise, that whole
What's our next
speech
question
means
over here?
nothing. Oh wait, I forgot. It's already out. People already said it's good.
In the
Okay,
comics,
so if they
we
won,
see the saga, the Sandman,
it's all over.
unfold in several styles of art.
Sandman wins.
I always related the changing styles to the way that something so familiar can evolve before your eyes in a dream. Is that something we can expect to see in the show?
Yes.
Really?
well, each episode's unique, right? The styling. The
I mean, I will say a lot of that, you know, the directors of the episodes fulfilled the sort of the role in some ways that the artists fulfilled for the comic. And we were blessed. Mike Barker did an incredible job on our pilot, and our producing director, Jamie Childs, who is here in the audience.
So technically the answer is no. On the level that guy was asking, the answer is no. The visual style does not drastically change
Did an astonishing
between episodes.
job. So the show has a visual look that is very much Jamie's, and it is as distinctive as it is deeply emotional.
But the different directors bring a
So
different
we didn't do
flavor to every
anything
episode that they direct,
wasn't
which
tied
is
to
how all
the
TV shows
emotional
work.
effect it would
But
have
they
on
all
the
still have a
audience.
cohesive
But we
look
were very
and
much
fit
trying to do
the
right by the incredible artists who
the
placed,
Bible, as it were.
You know, the art of these issues.
The
originally.
showrunner has the Bible of how everything should work, and the directors have to work around that so everything stays cohesive. So the way that guy was asking that question, the
When
answer is technically no.
Sandman
It's not really going to
began,
drastically
people kept
change
saying
between
to me,
episodes.
Is Dave McKean going to do anything for Sandman? And Dave, after literally 30 years of Sandman covers and Sandman graphic novels and redesigns and redesigns and redesigns, had retired formally from doing Sandman books. He was like, okay, can I stop now? And I said, yes, you can stop. But I called Dave and said, we're doing the TV show. You have to do something. And so every episode has end title credits, and it has an end sequence, and it's a different sequence for each episode. This amazing sort of kaleidoscopic flowing little film that's our end credit thing that Dave McKean made. He's made 10 of them for us, and they're beautiful.
So don't skip
Yay.
the credits. Watch the credits.
Yes. Do not skip the end credits. Just watch. It's pretty.
I think any show based on a graphic novel, whether it's a show or a movie,
Hi, I'm Rob.
always seems to have like really cool
Lucifer
graphic
is
novel-esque
frequently
credit
portrayed as
sequences.
one-dimensionally
It's a pretty
evil,
common
but
trope.
Some interpretations see Lucifer
For that
as
genre.
more like a Prometheus figure, where the Lucifer as Lightbringer can
Things
represent
adapted by graphic novels considered a
intellectualism,
genre?
drive for knowledge and
I don't
curiosity.
think it is.
And when you have a performer as brilliant as Gwendolyn and somebody with as much knowledge of myths as Neil, and a lot of episodes with more dialogue than comics potentially, could we see those aspects of Lucifer or other aspects we may not have seen in prior depictions in other media?
Well, that guy sounded like he was about to
everything
cry
you said
answering that question. Asking
is
that question.
in the episodes.
He was horrified to have to get
That's
up and ask a
incredibly
question.
generous of you. I think that I just went back to the comics. I know that everybody was so devoted to making those comics come alive. And when you're aware that there's a huge fan base of something that initially felt very underground and very special, not so many people knew about it, and then the love for it has really grown, there's a kind of responsibility that I feel that goes with that. So I
But there's a lot of
also
franchises that
love that
get dragged
Neil
through the
and
mud
Alan
and turned into
were really
movies and
open
TV
to
shows that
my
are cult classics and that people do love
So
and
what
that
I love about reading
aren't
the
really
comic
respected
books
in
of
their
Sandman
adaptions.
is that my imagination
They kind of get
really
shadowed
dies.
over.
I get to see these incredible artworks.
So not everyone
and
has
read
that
Neil's
attitude
beautiful words
when
and
adapting this
things
kind of
come
stuff like
alive in
she's
my
talking
mind.
about right now.
And there is something about realizing that Lucifer is a fallen angel. Lucifer was God's favorite and then has been cast out. And what that means. And what that means to me, the idea that we can all relate to of a lifetime of disappointments. And what that does. Also with the kind of landscape of our lives at the moment, I think we've all started to realize that a lack of empathy is evil. Disconnection is evil.
Wow, that got full on.
So I felt
That was a
very,
straight up
very,
speech.
very honored to be able to bring my own thoughts to it and also to embody
was almost a
this
political speech.
incredible character that these amazing people have helped bring to life.
Good question.
Good job, Gwendolyn.
I also want to give a shout out to the practical makeup effects that are.
That was
in
almost
Hell.
like
that was my favorite.
A written
episode
monologue.
for all of
The quality of that little
both
speech she just put
makeup
together
and the
off the top of her
CGI
head.
was really well done. Like it feels real. Who do you want to give a shout out to any of the effects artists?
Yeah, Ian Markowitz, who is our VFX supervisor, is here today. And he is a wizard and a genius and a miracle worker. And Gary Steele is our production designer. He's here today. He made it hell with his own hands. And Cassie Clare plays Mazikeen, and she did an incredible job. Yeah, who am I leaving out? Graham, who did our makeup.
Probably a lot of people.
She's a combination of makeup and VFX.
You can't remember the entire credits
He's a professional.
in one speech.
I don't remember. This is terrible. I apologize if you're watching. But he's a professional actor and fighter, and he's a human mountain. We were going to do maybe an experiment with a CGI squatter bloat, and then we met him, and we couldn't not put him on television. He was a man mountain and terrifying. David, I should have done my research. I'm sorry. It was a year ago.
I like Man Mountain. That's
yes. In the best sense.
That's not that's not patronizing at all.
Yeah.
It's calling him Man
Do
Mountain.
we have another question?
He doesn't deserve a name.
Hi, nice to meet everybody. Thank you so much.
Don't hate, create. Adorable shirt.
I became a screenwriter because of you, Neil. So you and my dad. So
Aw.
thank you so much.
Oh, I'm so proud. Well done.
This question is for you and the entire panel as collaborators on this adaptation. Neil, you as an artist have grown so much since The Sandman was first released. What is the balance of doing an accurate portrayal of your original material and letting it breathe and change as you have as an artist?
Wow.
So for me, the
Powerful question.
strangest process has been one of learning to trust 26, 27, 28-year-old Neil Gaiman and go, actually, you did kind of know what you were doing, and we have to trust you.
That's actually kind of
Because
rough
there were
to hear.
definitely places where David
When you're a
Goyer
creative.
and Alan and I
It's very
came up
difficult to
with
trust
brilliant ways
yourself
to fix
that your
things,
ideas are
improve
actually
things, change
worth
things,
pursuing and
started
worth other
putting them
people
into practice,
hearing about or seeing.
and then went. Actually, it
That might be an
worked
extremely
better in the
difficult thing for most human beings
and
to
we
overcome.
just go back to that. So
It's that, at least that imposter syndrome thing. You don't believe that you deserve to be
I think we have time for
in a
maybe
position to
one
do the
more
things you want to do, or create how you want to create, or what you want to create.
This question is specifically for Neil Gaiman. I appreciate all of you, and I'm really excited about this series. But this is my first Comic-Con and my first time seeing you in person. So I have to take the opportunity to ask you if we
Will you marry
ever
me?
see 1602 as a film or series.
what a lovely question. I don't know. That's up to Marvel. I asked.
Oh. I was
Um,
just looking at that 1602 stuff.
8 years ago, I
During the
said to
Marvel
them,
panel.
"Wouldn't it make a great film or TV series or something?" And the people at the time.
I don't know if
no
they
one will
do
ever
that.
happen,
it's a bit out of
but
left
those
field.
people have gone, and new people are there.
It's not really part of the stuff they're doing
and
right now.
I would love to see a 1602 movie or TV series. I think it would be great.
It feels more like the kind of thing that
Okay,
the fringes
one
of
last
DC are doing
Sandman
right now with
question.
things
What
like
you got?
Joker.
Hi, my name is Rob.
Just
and I have a
making random
question
shit
for
with their
Pat
characters.
Oswalt.
Marvel's not really doing that.
I'm
Everything's
a
sort of
huge
tied together.
Ratatouille fan, and I
So it
wanted
can't be
to
too off the
know,
reservation.
Have you ever eaten ratatouille?
Have you
Have
ever
you ever
eaten crow?
eaten ratatouille?
I have eaten crow many times in my life, figuratively. I have tried ratatouille. It's great. It's like yogurt, but more tomatoey.
Well, we're all
Why
about
did
to
he
be
ask
yogurt
Patton
now.
Oswalt that? Was he in
This
Ratatouille?
has been an incredible panel. I am so blessed to be up here. I can't believe they chose me because I'm a big Sandman fan. So I was
Pixar.
so excited when I got this call. I'm like, yes! I think we have
Patton
to end it
Oswalt.
with a world.
He was
premiere.
Remy the Rat.
I feel like that's
How did
why
I
we
not
call
know
it
that
a
Patton
rom-com,
Oswalt
right?
was Remy the
Neil,
Rat
would
in
you like to
Ratatouille?
I will
Dude!
Yes. So
Why did no one tell me that?
here we are at Comic-Con.
I've seen that
We've
movie
shown
like
you
twice.
things. The things that we've shown you
Will
so
Arnett's in it?
are only
I did not detect any actors that I know in that
the thing
movie,
that we're
even though
about
I
to
know their
show you,
voices and their
once we have
acting
shown
really
it
well.
to you here, the rest of the world will get it as well.
That's why that dude
Because
asked
this
Patton
is
Oswalt if he's eaten
trailer
Ratatouille.
for
Kind of a
Sandman
stupid question for a Sandman paddle, just for a gag, but
World's first premiere.
whatever.
It's first premiere, you're going to get to see everybody.
Oh, they're gonna show the trailer.
You'll see
I guess I'm
Tom
gonna have to go
Bill,
find and
you'll
watch the
see
trailer
Boyd
myself
and
then, huh?
Gwendolyn, you'll see Jenna, Kirby, Mason, Vanessa, and you may, even if you're lucky,
I'm gonna start looking now.
see Patton in his Raven costume.
Sexy Raven.
Oh, it's done. They ended the thing right after the panel right after the trailer ended. That made for a really awkward cut. Sandman. Was there a trailer before the Comic-Con official trailer that they just announced there? I'm gonna assume there was. Hang on. Videos. Sandman. There's a first look. There's a date announcement. I don't see a teaser. I think the first look was technically the teaser. Alright, we won't worry about that. I'll just pull in the actual trailer. Blam. A blam. Yeah, buddy. Iconic. Also very sandy.
Your waking world is shaped.
Head and Christian Super not approved. There's a last person they would have hired for this job.
Dreams and nightmares that I create and which I must control.
Iconic.
He's out there looking for me.
I love it how many like actual images from the comic they managed to create
the damage he could do
with their cinematography.
I need your help. If dreams disappear, then so will humanity.
You could do without dreams for a while. I haven't had a decent night's sleep in ages.
Why are dreams so important to human beings' survival?
Until I've reshaped
I'm not
this.
sure I agree with that concept. I haven't dreamt anything for a long time.
What power of
What does that mean? Fuck, she's a cool Lucifer.
About giving up.
It's even better in action
But I have a job to do.
than the
Can
screenshots
do
I
it?
looked up.
Things have changed.
Your eyes will tell me everything. Every thought, every feeling.
Please show less of the mouth-eye thing. That is going to get me dreaming.
Do not walk amongst the living, killing mortals for pleasure. Oh, you don't think
I really don't want to be having that nightmare.
Let's find out.
Jesus!
Nightmares do not belong in the waking world.
Oh, it turns out I fit right in.
I saw the Pumpkinhead, voiced by Mark Hamill. Wait, did that Patton Oswalt Crow just talk?
Dreams don't die.
He did. Okay, it's not too Patton Oswaldy. It's still weird hearing a crow talk like that. Bring me a dream. You are the cutest adaptation I've ever seen. Give me a good show. Give me a Netflix subscription. Holy shit, I could adapt this entire song. It should have got me to do it. I was writing that thing. It was writing itself as I was going. Well, that's neat. There's so much cool shit to see in this trailer. You could pretty much scrub. You could scrub this entire thing and just see cool shit after cool shit. I wonder how many of these shots you could basically just leave right here and then find that page in the comic. In the graphic novel. Some of these you just know are iconic splash pages. Whoa, oh, wait. There's the Mark Hamill Pumpkinhead dude. Didn't get a good look at him before. The pumpkin itself isn't textured in a way that looks terribly realistic, but considering everything that's happening in this show, like, that really doesn't matter. Nothing's realistic. Everything is fucking crazy. It's a Sandman, and he's bringing you a dream. Is he the cutest you've ever seen? Some fangirls would say yes. Many would. Oh, well, that was cool. I know that's out right now. I could technically just go watch the whole thing if I wanted to immediately. I think I'm in a good position, though, because sometimes I wonder if I prefer to be the guy that's read the entire text, the book, the graphic novel, whatever, and then experiencing a show or a movie that way. Like, really dissecting how they've made it, how they've adapted it. Because it's something to be said for the pleasure of watching a well-adapted thing and just taking in all the stuff that you already know because you're like pretty much a savant of the original text. But just loving how it's all being put together and just it's all clicking for you. But then there's also the version of that where you've never read the book or seen the original text, and it's all fresh to you, and you get to experience this form of it completely fresh with no expectations, no possibility of prior I don't want to say expectations again because I just used that. Like, you have, if you've read the comic of something or read the book, you have the perfect version of the movie in your head already. And it's very difficult for the thing you're now watching to fit into that mold. It's very unsatisfying when you think it should have been one way and something's being done a different way. It's difficult to detach yourself from that and enjoy it for what it is, which is what you really should do. Otherwise, you're just backseat directing, which is, not in your best interest, because then you're just hating everything for the sake of hating it. You're being one of those people. It's hard not to be one of those people sometimes. I'll tell you what, though, sometimes, like, Lord of the Rings was one where I'd read the books, and I just enjoyed my way all the way through that movie. There were a lot of things I noticed were missing, or they just didn't do or did differently, but didn't matter in the slightest. They nailed it otherwise. Everything that needed to be there was there, and it was done very well. Another one I'd say is Scott Pilgrim versus the World. I read all 6 of those. Scott Pilgrim versus the Universe or whatever. Got the box set before that movie came out. And that one was a little harder because there's a lot of stuff in that movie that's missing that's in the books. There's some cool shit in those graphic novels, some really wild, wacky, creative shit that is just not in that movie. But it is 6 books condensed into one 90-minute to 2-hour feature. That's a lot to get through. Like, by the end, they have to smash through, like, the 2 twin brothers, which is a shame, because in the books they have a robot army, and there's a whole, like, house party where Scott is at war with the robot army in the background, while everyone else is just having a normal party in the foreground. It's a great scene. Also, a Walmart that internally implodes on Scott and the bassist, while they're being driven insane by the sheer size and selection in the Walmart. Almost like a Minotaur labyrinth of madness. There's some cool shit in those comics, and you have to accept a lot of stuff as missing. But what is there as a cohesive film is well done. Edgar Wright did a really good job of making probably the best version of that crazy fucking graphic novel that you could in just a 2-hour film. I don't know how you would cram in the stuff that is missing that I wish was there. So that's a movie where, as it was going on, I could feel that sense of wanting some of the things that aren't there to be there, but I also could realize as it was happening that this is something that is actually being done very well, and I need to accept for what it is. And then it was fun. Then it was good. But if you haven't read the Scott Pilgrim books, I would go read those. If you like the movie, you're in for a treat. Those books are wild. So that's Sandman out of the way. We got Walking Dead, Star Trek, Keanu Reeves' BRZRKR series, and Kevin Smith's Hall H Clerks panel, which I want to throw there in the end as a finale. What I think I'm going to do... Fuck, it's 1 a.m. I'm nowhere near finished. I'm starting to starve here. I was going to move into Keanu Reeves' BRZRKR to keep it comic themed after Sandman. But now that I think about it, I might save Keanu Reeves for now. And I might jump into something that I care less about, like the Star Trek stuff. Yeah. Let's jump into the Star Trek stuff. Let's jump into the Star Trek stuff. I think it's called the Star Trek Universe panel. It's broken up into 3 chunks. I think it starts with Picard, or Lower Decks, and Strange New Worlds, which is the new live-action show. I only used to watch Star Trek back in the old school days when it was on TV. The old Picard stuff. I'm not old enough. I'm not old enough to, I'm definitely not old enough to remember the Kirk stuff really well. Hey, Evil Kelly. Yes, I've been watching through San Diego Comic-Con all day. I'm at 12 hours and 30 minutes of watching this stuff. I've done Marvel, I've done DC, I've done Sandman, I've done Lord of the Rings, I've done Game of Thrones, and I've done a whole bunch of one-off trailers. Didn't they say they were showing a screening of Morbius at Comic-Con? I don't know about that, but you know what did happen at Comic-Con? During the Game of Thrones panel, some nerd got up during the Q&A and tried to do the Morbin time joke at Matt Smith because he's the bad guy in Morbius. And nobody on the Game of Thrones panel, including Matt Smith himself, who was in Morbius, understood what the Morbin time joke was. They'd never heard of the meme. And it was the most awkward thing I've ever seen. I cringed internally. I died inside. It was brutal. He then almost he started to go off on a tangent trying to explain what the Morbin time meme was. And thankfully they got him back on track, actually asking a question. And then his question was cringe as well. He asked if Matt Smith's character from Morbius was in Game of Thrones, how would he deal with it? And everyone was just like, the fuck? The hell do you expect me to answer that? Matt Smith didn't know what to say. He was like, I don't think you handle it well. I don't think you deal well in Westeros. Thanks for asking a question from a totally different movie than the panel that we're currently on. He actually said that, by the way. He threw a little bit of shade, but in good humor. That was rough, dude. That was rough. I'm glad nothing as brutal as that has happened the entire rest of the Comic-Con. Just that one epic moment of social embarrassment. I'd love to know what that guy did after that question. Like, where did he go? Where did he walk away to? Did he go to the bathroom and basically curl up into a ball in a cubicle and cry for an hour? Just don't take Twitter memes. Don't take geek pop culture Twitter memes out of the internet and try to do them in real life to people who art about all that. People with like other things going on in their lives that they don't know all the memes that us geeks do. It's not going to end well. Most of the time, it doesn't end well. But that was fun. I just have Star Trek. I have Walking Dead, Star Trek, Keanu Reeves' new comic book show, and Kevin Smith left. And I'm at over 12 hours and 40 minutes. I have a feeling this stream's going to hit 15 hours at this point. But yeah, I think it's time. I think it's time to jump into the Star Trek stuff. Like I was saying before, I only ever watched this when it was the old school stuff, when it was like Patrick Stewart as Picard, the TV show when I was a little kid. Nothing really more modern since then. Maybe a couple of movies that I caught randomly. So I've not really been on top of the Star Trek stuff, but I am curious to see what they're doing nowadays. Unfortunately, Picard is the first segment. And I am not interested in Picard. It looked a bit try-hard when I first saw the trailer. There's a bit of nostalgia there, but I'm like, this seems like it's trying to do too much with this Picard concept. This looks like it's going way too far. And then when I heard from all the fans how they felt about it when it came out, the first season, I was like, thank God I didn't touch that. Everyone roasted this show like nobody's business. It was insane. I think probably the most was Red Letter Media. The guys at Red Letter Media on YouTube. If you want to see Picard get a roasting, go watch their stuff. They did multiple episodes tearing into how shit that they thought this was. How try-hard the whole experience is. So, you know, I'll let it ride because I'm here to see the whole of Comic-Con, but not too stoked about it. Let me tell you that.
To introduce the moderator for this panel, Leah Thompson.
Yay, Leah Thompson. I like Leah Thompson.
Hello! Wow!
If she, wait, is she who I think it is?
Comic-Con!
Leah
Awesome!
Thompson?
Hi, you guys. I am and have
Yeah, Howard the
always
Duck.
been the biggest Star Trek fan.
Awesome, alright.
What about you guys? Woo!
She looks very different nowadays. She's aged to the point where, like, I don't recognize her as the same woman from all the movies that I remember her from.
To the San Diego Comic-Con.
She's changed quite a lot.
Today we have
It hasn't been in movies for a while.
amazing programming in store, including exclusive conversations with the casts and producers of Star Trek Picard, Star Trek Lower Decks, and the newest edition, Star Trek Strange New Worlds.
Keen to see what that's about. That sounds interesting. But I have to make it through
let's kick
Picard
things
first,
off with
unfortunately.
Paramount Plus original series, Star Trek Picard.
Who is whooping
Now,
for
this
that?
series,
Oh my god.
this is so exciting for me.
Did they just blast the trailer
Star
over her?
Trek Picard, it holds a special place in my heart because
They still had
I
more stuff to
got
say and they
direct
blasted the trailer
episodes
over her.
of
Even this,
season 2, which was the,
even their
like,
panel
the
is a
honor of my
clusterfuck.
life.
What a metaphor for how the show
um,
turned out.
This particular series, the final season of Star Trek Picard, which will reunite our beloved Star Trek, the Next Generation crew, and take everyone on a journey.
Is she reading this off a tablet?
As we join them for the final
She's got her own
chapter
teleprompter.
of their stories. Now, now let's give a warm welcome to executive producers Alex Kurtzman,
Oh.
Rod Roddenberry, Yahoo! And some of our amazing cast, Gates McFadden,
Oh, sure. Give the
Beverly
cast a
Crusher.
holler. It's not their fault. They're just there to work. Do the best job they can.
and last but not least, the amazing, the awesome, the incredible
Patrick
Sir
Stewart.
Patrick Stewart.
Patrick Stewart doesn't get a pass, though, because he's a pretty big executive producer on the show, so he's kind of responsible for most of it. They
Wow, that
they
was
didn't get many people
exciting.
out for this.
That's a lot of work up there on that screen, huh? You
Is that it?
guys?
Patrick Stewart with one other actor and
Patrick,
the 2 producer writers.
the next gen crew
Including
together is not just an epic Star
Kurtzman.
Trek moment. It is a historic moment in sci-fi history. How does this final season begin?
Historic moment, my ass. It's amazing how much hate
Yes.
is on the internet for Kurtzman these days. Everyone pretty much rakes Alex Kurtzman
I'm
for
so
like
used to
everything
being
he
last.
does, turning to shit.
Yeah.
He's being seen as like that
Much
geek
sympathy,
force
if you
of
like.
creative force
And now
of
I've
creative
forgotten the
nature.
question.
Wait, creative
How
force
does
of
it
nature?
begin?
What am I
How
trying
does
to say?
season 3 begin?
How does season 3 begin?
Creative geek force of nature that seems to
That was a long time ago.
cheapen and tarnish things and basically just
us?
How does season 3 begin?
Alex?
trash everything he touches. I know
Let
that
me
sounds
start
really
a
mean
little
while he's up
earlier
on
than
screen
that.
trying to
So
talk right
when-
now.
When we first started,
But fuck him.
of course, the first
Fuck him, I
instinct
say.
is to bring back the entire crew of the Next Generation if
You
you're
know-
going to do a Picard show. And
Honestly, fuck
Patrick
all of them.
was amazing
I might go
because he
put some
said to us, "I wanna
dinner
do-
in the
I wanna do
microwave
this show,
while
but what I
Alex
don't wanna do
Kurtzman
is
waffles
repeat.
on about whatever he's going to
If we're
ruin
going to
next.
get to the crew,
I'll be back in a
then we
second.
have to earn it. And I think we took 2 seasons to earn the return of the crew. And the key thing for us was that we did not want to have the crew sort of come and have cameos. We actually wanted everybody to have really significant roles, and we wanted to whet appetites a little bit to see them come back together. So at the beginning of the season, the crew is in different places around the universe, around the galaxy. You want to take it from here?
No.
Okay. And slowly we see them come together.
Is
But
Kurtzman
we
still
wanted to take
talking?
the time because these are obviously
Ah,
beloved
fuck, he is.
characters to get to see
All
where
right.
they are now.
Well, and it's been 20 to 25
Oh, good, he stopped as soon as I arrived.
Please.
And, you know, I know, yeah. It's been 20 to 25 years, and we're all younger and smarter. It's just amazing. But, you know, we've, like, certainly Crusher's been just all around the universe. I mean, you saw the universe from the Webb telescope. That's where, you know, I've been all over that place. And so it's really amazing to have a chance to return to a character and this incredible man next to me and plunge in again, because we're different. We've evolved as characters. And,
Yeah, let's
and it was
zoom in
really
and focus
good.
on the
And
actors.
I want to also
Less on the
thank
Kurtzman.
Terry Matalas.
This is the man
for
responsible
great
for
story.
the writing
He
of some of the
was,
shittier
our
Transformers
producer, and
movies.
He did a fantastic job, I think.
Yeah, I want to pick
Also
up
amazing
something
Spider-Man 2.
Alex said to me before we began shooting season 3, which was when I was expressing my
Also, that Tom Cruise mummy
concern
movie that was a
about,
complete clusterfuck. You see where I'm going with this?
you know, how it would develop and grow. And he
He's at
said,
so much at the
"Well,
forefront
has
of
nothing
geekdom
happened
with
to
all
you
these like
in the
franchise
last
movies
25 years?"
that geeks should love.
Oh, yes, so much. I mean,
But
I don't feel I'm the same.
He seems to
person
have
I was
the
then.
reverse Midas touch. Instead of turning
Yes.
things to gold, he turns them
That's
to
what we want
doggy
with
doo-doo.
Donald Picard. He's a different kind of man.
And by doggy doo-doo, I mean
Different
bulltwat. And by
outlook
bulltwat, I mean
on life as a
shitty,
result of the
shitty shit shit.
experiences that he's had.
The
Not
shittiest
just
of
in
shit.
Next Generation, but since Next Generation. And those are some of the things.
I have some satay chicken in the microwave. That's what I'm thinking about right now. Not Picard.
So it's my understanding that, Alex, you might have something new to share with the San Diego Comic-Con audience?
Oh, do they have a
Well, I mean,
trailer?
The first question that I had was, what are they going to look like? What do they look like? So you guys are going to be the first to see what they look like.
Who's they?
Wow.
I should also add that Brent Spiner
They?
is also going to be there, and he's going to be an old new character. That's what I'll say.
That is
old
exciting.
new character.
So, Alex, the
Good
first
job.
and second season of Picard
I'm so
are
teased.
each incredibly unique. So, obviously, this season is different because it's got all these. Can you elaborate on how it's different?
You made Now You See Me Too. Shut up.
Terry was very taken with the idea of kind of doing the final next-gen movie. And it was
final
really
next-gen
exciting
movie.
to approach this from a place of, as Patrick just articulated.
He tries to talk in like
characters
marketing
being
buzz
now
terms.
so
That
many
sound
years
exciting but
later.
mean nothing.
And the kinds of movies that we, obviously Wrath of Khan is a massive touchstone for anybody who loves Star Trek. But I think one of the things that we love most about Wrath of Khan is the mind games between Kirk and Khan and the one-upsmanship and that.
If
that
he
has
brings
been, I
Khan
think,
back
a real
again,
North Star for us this season.
if this hack writer brings
in-
Khan back again in
the
this
villain
Picard TV
that
show,
we do have a singular villain this season.
I'm going to throw up.
I won't say too much.
And I'm going to eat it and I'm going to throw it
other
up
than to
again.
Say that she's amazing.
Amazing.
And I think that we really wanted to just honor the legacy of these extraordinary characters. I get chills. We cut that thing, and I still get chills watching it. So I'm so excited for you guys.
Wasn't
to
he
see
involved in
what's
Van Helsing?
coming Because I think
Alex
that
Kurtzman had something to do with Van
this
Helsing
whole
too, didn't
series
he?
has been a love letter to
Also Ender's Game, I
Next
think.
Gen, to Patrick, to all the cast.
I remember looking at
This
a
last
list
season,
once and
again,
trying to
I think we
bring up my memory of all the weird shit
return
that he
of
had
these
on there.
characters in a way that hopefully will make you feel very, very home again.
Not all of them are the worst thing in the world, but most of them did turn out kind of
You've had the opportunity to play
popcorn
so
trash.
many amazing characters, and
Like
I
Van
know
Helsing's
each
not
one of
awful, but it's
them,
definitely popcorn trash.
kind of becomes a piece of you for the rest of your life. I think it's so miraculous that you have been able to revisit this awesome character in so many different ways. Has that been fulfilling to you?
Well, I have to question your use of the word revisiting, because about 3 seasons into Next Generation, forgive me, I'm a little bit hoarse, I realized
Is it from sucking Alex Kurtzman's
that
dick?
I was beginning to experience Jean-Luc Picard to a point where I didn't know where he began and Patrick
Don't trust
Stewart
any of you.
left off.
She's fine.
We
She's just an
were
actor.
blending. And
Patrick
as
Stewart
the
and the other two,
episodes
you're all
and
responsible for
seasons
this.
wore on, and then the movies,
Mm.
I found that Patrick became more and more of it, and I was trusting myself to have Jean-Luc Picard inside me, so that I didn't have to plan or plot or premeditate.
That's what I wanted to hear about
what
tonight.
would Jean-Luc
Having
Picard
Jean-Luc
do
Picard inside
under
me.
this situation.
I'm going to add that to the nightmare I'm going to have later,
Picard,
along with Boyd Holbrook and the mouth eyes from Sandman.
first of all turned down.
It's all going to happen in the same dream, and it's going to be awful.
Definitely did.
But I asked to have a meeting with these beautiful, brilliant people who had invited me, so that I could explain to their faces why I was going to turn it down.
He sounds like
And
he
I
just
did.
caught COVID,
And then
like
Alex
30 minutes
here
ago,
made
and
a
it's
long
slowly
speech.
kicking in right now.
And at the end of that meeting, I said, could I please have that speech in writing?
Ooh.
And 2 days later, I got, I think, 32 pages. And I was sold, because the emphasis was on who is Picard, because we don't know now.
I was
Because
sold
of what
because
has
the
happened
entire
to
show
us,
was about me and only me, and
tragedy
just
in his
me.
life. And so far
It's the
as
Patrick Stewart show.
3, the final episode.
We're at the age now where we can have a massive ego trip.
He-
No one can say shit, because we're Patrick Stewart.
He was having to acknowledge that there had been an incident in his life, in his youth, when he was a child, which had shaken him so profoundly that he had built up a false experience in his head to live with it and to excuse it. And season 3 explores that attempt and corrects.
I remember people saying that the show is so full of plot holes, like things to do with his mother committing suicide and traumatizing him as a kid are bullshit, because then in earlier Star Trek episodes, there are references to his mother still being alive in his adulthood.
Rod, you grew up
Like nobody on the show,
Enterprise
including
with the Next
Patrick
Generation
Stewart, who
crew.
was there for
How
all of that, actually
excited
remembers
are
any of their own
you
lore.
to see the family back for one more adventure?
It's incredible. I did. I grew up as a 13-year-old running around the Paramount lot delivering scripts and making coffee. And took a lot of it for granted.
Kurtzman giving him that side eye. Motherfucker, I worked on Eagle Eye with Shia LaBeouf.
And here I
We're
was,
not the
just,
same.
wondering who needed their delivery. But over the years, the summer.
Yeah, well, you're still responsible for the Now You See Me sequels, Alex.
of The Next Generation.
Don't
I
you be
remember my father
smug
would
about
bring
which
home
between the two of you are
VHS
the greater producer.
and I would watch them at home. So I'm a genuine fan of Next
We're both
Gen.
at the bottom of the barrel.
And to have Picard out there and to have you, Patrick, in the first 2 seasons, and of course bringing back the cast is going to be mind-blowing. I'm very excited for it.
That's awesome. I know from directing.
Shouldn't
the
Alex
show
Kurtzman
that
be
the
rich enough
behind-the-scenes
now
crew is so amazing.
to afford
The
LASIK
costumes,
surgery
the
and not need
makeup,
glasses anymore?
The special effects, the visual effects. Isn't it a joy to see what they come up with? It's amazing.
If I was like
and
a rich
congratulations
producer,
on all the
director,
Emmy nominations.
screenwriter combo, whatever the hell he is, that's had
amazing.
his finger in so
I
many
had so much fun directing
pop
Seven
culture
and Raffi, and I
giant
see
Hollywood
that they are
franchise pies like
returning.
that.
And Seven
I feel like the
is
first
in
thing I'd do is get
Starfleet
LASIK.
uniform. Can you give any clue?
So I don't have to
as
wear those
where the
giant ass
characters are
frames
this
anymore.
season?
Oh God, he's talking again. I'm gonna go get my dinner.
First officer under ship, but as
While
we know,
he,
Seven's a Fenris Ranger and has a very particular
says some
view
probably
on
some stupid shit.
how things should go in the universe. And so a lot of Seven's exploration is about her identity versus the identity of Starfleet and where she fits in.
Patrick, working with you was such an inspiration to have such an amazing career and to be so generous and to have such passion about your work still and so good and kind to the young actors and
A
the crew.
succulent
How do you keep that
satay
passion
meal.
alive?
Ow, and it's burning my fingers.
I love my job.
Kurtzman still talking? Nope, wait.
And it shows.
Patrick's got things to say.
I truly do. And when I was 12 years old,
Ow,
I
I
fell
did
in love with it
burn my
then,
bunnocks.
because one of the
Damn it.
things that I discovered
I've got a Curse of the Dead Gods
that the
stream
stage
tomorrow.
was in fact the safest place I had ever been. And that feeling of confidence and assurance and safety has never left me. And as time has gone by, I have found that I have been able to take more risks.
Because I'm old, you see.
This was a risk.
I've made my
for all
fortune.
of us.
I've made my
And,
career. I've been in
but
some
we
great
embraced it
films, theatre
boldly
productions.
and passionately
I have nothing
and
left that I really need to
believed,
accomplish.
and that is what
So I
made
could really
all the
throw it all at the wall and risk whatever I
in
want,
some ways,
because
the
who
biggest
gives a
risk for
fuck at
us
this
was
point
that
of
we would've
Patrick Stewart?
Obviously let the fans down, but also...
Oh no, Kurtzman's talking. Let's go
I think
get
that
a
was the
drink
thing that
out of the
scared
fridge.
us the most was we knew that returning to the part
How's that satay looking?
was going to
Is that
require a lot of convincing, and that if we convinced
Sure
him
is
to do
cooked.
it, and
All
that
right.
he didn't feel that he was getting to explore the psychology of the character in a new way, then it would have been an experience that he would have regretted. And I think we all, right from the beginning, you know, Michael Chabon and Kirsten Beyer and Akiva and myself and now Terry Metalis, everybody, all the writers, everybody took that seriously, very, very seriously every day.
And all those names.
Back to reality. Oops, there goes
Let's give
gravity.
it a round for them.
Oh, we're applauding. Thank you. I have successfully achieved dinner. The satay has been
I
acquired.
think we have time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience.
We got a drink as a side piece.
Hi, over there.
Hi, everyone. Sorry. It's working, right?
Yes.
All right.
10 more
Hi,
minutes
everyone.
left of this
Hi,
shit.
Patrick.
Hi,
my name
Patrick.
is Luke. My question is
Oh my
for
God, it's him
Patrick.
again.
May I ask, how would an interaction between Picard and Professor X would go?
Well,
I feel like someone's
the
feeding
first
him
and
questions
most
at this
important
point.
thing to say about that is that John Delancey is, I'm sorry, your question has confused me. You're talking about Professor X.
Yes.
And you know, this is my problem with the alphabet, which I never properly learned. Q and X mean approximately the same thing to me.
I think you're just that old at this
My
point, Patrick.
apologies.
You're hitting that
I left
point.
school at 15. What else do you expect? And I've been learning lines ever since.
There's a lesson for the kids.
My
Drop out of school at 15. You can be like Patrick Stewart.
ambition now
Be an
is to learn the
international
alphabet.
superstar.
Well, you see, the same thing happened with Professor X that happened with Picard. That the
Oh, that's a kick.
blending of the Professor and Patrick, except that
Beg your
I
pardon?
left school at 15 and
was
he
gross.
did a little bit more, was that I could be confident that what I was doing was Professor X with elements of Patrick Stewart as part of it. But I was always happy to sacrifice Patrick Stewart to Jean-Luc Picard or to Charles Xavier. And that's how I've been about, I think, certainly the second half of my presently 60-year
I need to make some
career.
space.
Wow. Next question.
He didn't
please.
really answer the question as the guy answered it. He was asking one of those nerd questions where, like, what would Picard and Professor X say to each other? And Patrick got all deep about his actual life and
levity
acting.
to humanity, especially when we all feel at
His
odds
acting
with
craft.
each other. My question is for all of you.
That poor nerd is probably
Star
really
Trek has
disappointed.
done such a great job of developing more robust female characters in the last several shows.
Yes.
And I'm curious to see what there might be opportunity-wise for either Jeremy Ryan or Gates to have their own spin-off as a captain.
Viewer.
Sweet.
Because they don't have the producing
I do
power
know
of
how to
Patrick
drive
Stewart.
a ship, remember that. I don't know, but I will say that this script for season 3 of Picard, I think it's the best stuff my character has ever had on a Star Trek season. So I was thrilled about
that's
it,
sad.
and I think, I hope that the fans will be thrilled.
I'm so sorry for you.
There's a lot of unexpected things that happen. There's a lot of unresolved issues between Picard and Crusher. And, you know, you'll see, even with the ensemble.
I keep forgetting that
there's
she's
some of us
Crusher.
who- Our characters haven't seen each other
I
for
saw this
years.
image in my head of what
Everyone-
Crusher looks like.
They've been in
Going way
contact
back.
all the time. So you really do feel that life has moved forward and that we're engaged in trying to imagine a future
We're
that we
engaged?
all will have courage enough to live, you know, and go forward to right now.
We carve out new territory in Picard, and whatever series of Star Trek it is that you watch or
I apologize
you're
for this.
involved with, that
I've never
is
eaten
the
dinner
most essential thing to remember.
or lunch or anything
We
on
are
stream before.
breaking
I've had snacks, but I've never
boundaries
actually had a meal.
all the time and reflecting life.
I just have to, 'cause
as
I'm gonna
it
die.
Might possibly be, and I think that's something that is an admirable
Look
thing.
at Kurtzman just
for,
fucking nodding
an
away.
admirable thing for any
Like a
TV
bobblehead.
show to
No, he's staring directly at me. He looks like Robert Downey Jr.'s special needs brother. Little brother.
Alex, can you tell us about any future? I think she was asking about
Any future
with the ladies.
With the ladies.
Yeah.
First of all, I'll say anything's possible, and I'll say that without revealing too much, you can certainly expect to see more Star Trek shows with female leads.
Sure.
I personally had a lot of fun
That was
directing
vague.
the amazing.
Oh, Leah, you're coming back for sure.
Oh.
Yeah.
But the amazing women characters. It was something that
Was she
you
on
know, I haven't seen, and I got to do this.
I guess that's why they got her to
great car chase
host.
with the ladies, and they were so funny.
She was
and
actually on one of the episodes.
Amazing, and just their kind of banter back and forth. You know, it used to be when we started, there was one girl and you know 8 guys, and just to have such an amazing and the Borg Queen and oh.
And it is great to have other strong females in, you know, it was great to have Jerry and Rafi and to have the chance to work with them. I wish it, you know, I didn't have that much, but when it happened, it was really great. I had a lot of difficulties with this man, but
There are
we
so
have time for
much
one
of the
more
cast
question.
missing from this panel.
Hi, my name is Ron, and this question.
Wonder where
is
they
for
all are.
Mr.
Maybe they just didn't even give a
Stewart.
shit.
Now that you've got the gang back together, is there any chance you would do a full featured film?
A Picard feature film? Bro!
Yes.
How dare you put that idea in their
The
head?
answer to that bluntly
What are
And
you
I
doing?
think that would be a very interesting and exciting and worthwhile
No.
thing to achieve. And
Please, God.
why don't you just say out loud what you just said quietly to me just now?
I think that in some ways season 3 is that. But of course, I mean, look, if you guys love it, yeah. Let's see what happens.
That's amazing. And I guess,
Whatever.
let's see, we have 5 more minutes.
We do.
More questions?
One more question.
My question is...
The guy on the left doesn't need to say much very often, does he?
Obviously, you're Professor
Looks like
X.
someone's plumber that just
Obviously,
wanted into
you're,
Call H and sat there.
Jean-Luc Picard. But, like in Days of Future Past, we did get to see a younger version of you. Who would you like to see play younger Picard?
I don't think he'd like it. I don't think it.
I find it very difficult to answer that question because it would mean stepping outside who I am. And as I've been trying to explain,
Yeah, I knew it.
His
ego hates that question.
So
Picking another actor to play his famous role,
lost their hair at 19.
he can't stand it.
But someone with the feelings and the spirit, particularly when he watches Picard, and especially season 3, because that's where some of the surprises and shocks occur, and they really are shocks. So whoever he is, I wish him well. And can I just say, because this may be...
Not really in the spirit of the question, just say anybody. Say Tom Hardy.
To Comic-Con. Because over the years, they have supported so many things that I've been involved in.
All right. Give yourselves a round of applause, Comic-Con, for being good consumers of product. Consume more product.
It is a wonderful experience to be here, and I'm very proud that I've been able to come back. Thank you.
Well,
That's basically Patrick Stewart saying I'm out.
I think a lot of people have this
I'm
question
done.
on their mind.
No, bitch.
Patrick,
That was my final question.
do
I'm
you
done.
get to sit in the captain's chair this 3rd and final season?
The captain's chair, the identical chair on the identical ship.
Any chair?
I don't think I do.
Jesus Christ, dude.
I mean, there's more than
They're
one
trying to set you
enterprise,
up with some good
and that makes it a little
marketing promo sound bites,
but
and you're fucking it up.
We do return to the original Enterprise for a while, and I had completely forgotten that in those days we had carpets on the floor. So that's the kind of advancement that has been made.
The advancement that was made as they removed the carpets.
Very exciting,
All right.
and I want to thank the cast
Wow,
and
the future
crew
is
and
now.
executive producers of Picard for joining us today. Seasons 1 and 2 are currently available to stream on Paramount Plus, and we can't wait to see season 3!
Thank God that's over with. Oh, my poor satay. That was painful. I don't think Patrick Stewart, in his old age, has the wit and the clarity anymore to think on his feet. Because people keep asking him, like, creative questions. Chances to joke around. Oh, what if Professor X and Picard met? What would they say to each other? What other actor could you see playing a young you? And he doesn't answer any of them properly. He gets confused and annoyed that someone made him think and have to be creative for like 1 second. And then he basically says, no, I'm not going to answer the question. Not in so many words, but he says it a bit nicer than that. And then goes on and talks about some other narcissistic waffle about his creative process and him as an actor. Fucking Patrick Stewart. I used to like Patrick Stewart a lot. He's still kind of likable in a, you know, what's the best way to describe it? a kind of goofy, well-meaning old man kind of way, but isn't quite that self-aware about how much of an ego he has at this point. Is that the best way to describe Patrick Stewart? I don't know. Anyway, Lower Decks.
Who's excited for the new season of Star Trek Lower Decks?
This is the Rick and Morty style cartoon
Joining executive
of Star
producers
Trek. I've
Alex
seen
and
clips from
Ron
that. It
on
looked kind of
stage,
funny.
Here to talk about what the crew
I'd
of the
much rather watch
USS
this than
Cerritos
Picard,
are
that's for
up
sure.
to in season 3. Please welcome Alex and Rod. They're already on stage. Executive producer, showrunner, and creator Mike McMahon.
You know, I probably should stop being so mean to Picard.
Stellar,
Because even
amazing
though
voice cast.
everything I know about it,
Don Lewis, Captain
I
Carol
can't stand.
Freeman,
And all the marketing stuff around it, I can't stand. And Patrick Stewart and his whole thing, I can't stand.
Jack
And how it relates to the
Ensign
show.
Brad Boimler,
There's so much stuff I can't stand about it. Oh, it's the guy from The Boys.
Tawny
I did not know he was in
Newsom,
Star Trek Lower
Beckett
Decks.
Mariner.
He's got a lot of good work going on. He must be getting paid. The fact that I haven't actually watched Picard, I think, is probably a good reason to maybe pull back and lay off being as mean to it as I am.
Hey there.
I just, everything I've heard about it
I had to bring
that's
Rutherford.
negative, I agree
had to bring
100%
Eugene
with from
Cordero,
what
who
I've been
really
shown.
wish he could be here, but the boy stays booked and busy, you know?
Oh, yeah.
But, you know,
So.
I should probably keep all his opinions to
Mike,
myself unless
how
I've
does it
actually
feel to be
watched the
back
entire
bringing
show.
Lower Decks to Hall H and these amazing fans.
Wait, can you guys hear me? All right. This is our second time in Hall H, but the first time since we've put a show up. So it's amazing to be back. We have just been dying not being able to share all of our Star Trek love with all of you guys, and yeah, we couldn't be happier. It's amazing.
What is the consensus about Lower Decks? Unlike Picard, I haven't actually heard anything good or bad about Lower Decks. I've heard no opinions about it at all.
Of Lower Decks out in the world and another one on the way. How does it feel to be a Starfleet officer?
Oh my gosh, it's incredible. It's the only military I would ever join because it's like a kindness space military. Shout out to Space Force, sorry. Sorry to my other
It
job.
bothers me
that's
that
done.
Kurtzman's still
But,
sitting here.
Really, the reason why I wanted to come here, no one invited me.
Does he have his fingers in every single Star Trek show pie?
Sure.
Because that's upsetting.
beef.
We have formed such a bond. This crew, we are such a dang family, especially for an animated show. Why don't you let us record together anymore?
Yes.
Why are we always
Yes.
alone?
I keep
COVID.
trying to tell Tawny that there's a really good reason that we can't record everybody in a room together the last
It's
couple
called
of years, and she keeps yelling.
COVID.
But someday soon we'll all be able to be back
Just
together
put an
again.
iPhone in the center of a room and have us all shout and spit in each other's faces. I don't see the problem.
It does sound beautiful. It does sound
Pandemic!
Jack, in the ready room,
Get
they
your
viewed
vax.
a clip showing
Yeah. Sorry, I love it so much. Sorry, continue.
you were working in your family's raisin vineyard.
Mm-hmm.
How did you react
Hey,
when you
dude.
first read that
You're
script,
still there.
and how does it feel?
It still feels amazing.
Yeah, it's 13 hours and 12 minutes. But I do have some
I just love
satay
that
chicken
clip
with
so
rice.
much. I love
So-
that, you know, when we
and a
see
Red Bull.
Earth, we're used to seeing, you know, Chateau
So I'm
Picard,
feeling a little better.
wine vineyards. I love that Boimler works on a raisin vineyard. It's my favorite thing
They're
in
talking
the
about
world.
the Star Trek cartoon
But Mike, I
that I've
have
never watched.
one bone. I'm sorry. There's a lot
But
of
it does
Trek
look
beef
funny.
happening on this panel right now. Trek beef. Thank you, Noel.
Also, that's the dude from
Yes.
The Boys. Huey.
There was a thing, I get it, you're supposed to like, oh, maybe, you know, you see like a silhouette of someone, you're like, oh, is it Picard? And then it's Boimler, I get it, you don't want to blow the surprise, but in the script, there was a scene where, like a moment, where the camera would, you know, pan over the vineyard, and then there was a sign that said, Boimler Valley Raisins. It was my favorite thing I've ever seen in my life, and now I demand that Star
Did you just
Trek
give away
needs
one of the
to
jokes from
make
the show?
a Boimler Valley Raisins in the
God damn it,
style
dude.
of like Sun-Made. I need that to happen. With Boimler in that exact
I,
tone, I need it.
I like that you
When
guys
you play
hold your
ET what the hell's
beats
ETG?
for Hall H.
Oh yeah.
Every tiny gonad? Is that what that stands
My email
for?
address, if you feel like expressing this stuff at any time, literally of the year.
I communicate exclusively through Hall H.
Hall H. Now we have witnesses. We have backup now.
Noelle, the fans have already embraced and loved Tendi.
Oh, I went to the
Voice
Gungeon.
acting, you have to use your imagination so much.
Of course.
How fun is
How
it
could
to
it not
see
be?
the
How could it be
final
anything
product?
else? Sorry, dude.
It's this is my wow. This is my first Comic-Con, and
She's about to throat that mic.
loud. It's my voice. Okay,
Let go. Just back off.
This has been so fun. It is kind of interesting when you read the scripts.
She's going
and
in
you
so
know
hard
what's
on that
going
microphone.
and you have to because it's your character, and I put a lot of me in her and the heart. And then watch the animation. Not only
I can't
is it
play Into the
brought to
Gungeon at the
life,
moment,
and
never, because they took it
you
away.
see it
I'd
as
have to
the
buy it
character,
again
which she's completely herself. But
someday
there are
when I've
all
got
these
the
other
money to afford
layers
it.
to what Mike and the animators do that weren't in the script that I had no idea would ever.
I've still got some
be
characters I
included
need to
in
complete the game with, so I
And
would
it's
like to buy.
Doing it all
actually
over
buy
again, or watching
Gungeon
it
one
for
day,
the first time,
so I can
literally
play it
watching
again.
for the first time, but getting this whole other experience
And get the other
And
character
so
endings
it's
completed.
really fun to
That would
be
be
a part
fun.
of something that has so much artistry. Like I'm just a voice on a level, and then to get to see what gets created around it, it's just an honor.
But I'm playing Curse of
And I have some beef
the
for you,
Dead
Mike.
Gods at the moment.
Just kidding.
I played it yesterday and I'm playing it tomorrow as well.
More beef.
Dawn, do you have any beef?
Curse of the Dead
No,
Gods
don't
is
ask
good
Dawn if
actually.
she has beef. I know
If
she's
you like
gonna
Gungeon, you probably like it because it's a roguelike and
Wait,
it's really
before we
hard.
get done,
I'm happy to try and
Will,
finish
you
it
give
tomorrow.
us such amazing performance for Tendi that the artists are working up to what you're giving us. Like,
That is
it's
very nice.
collaborative.
Yeah, that is cool. That's the cool. That is the cool part about animation, right?
That's why you can't have beef with me.
That's why I can't have it. It's a really loving relationship.
Dawn, yes, we know that you have been, like me, a long-term Star Trek fan. Yes. And what did it feel like when you got the call that you were going to be the captain
And
of
if you're not a
Starfleet
long-term Star
ship?
Trek fan, just pretend you are because you're on our paycheck. You're on our payroll right now. So as far as anyone's concerned, you're a long-time Star Trek fan, and it's the greatest show ever made.
Everything. So when you grow up, I've
Or
always
we'll
wanted to
kill
be
you.
some kind of alien warrior or whatever person. So when I got the call to audition for the show, we were not told that it was Star Trek. We were all given the names of animals, like I was Captain McDuck or Captain whatever. And so you go in and you audition and you give your best. You know, I did my best imitation of Captain Sisko and Captain Kirk. That's what I did. And so when they called me and said, you booked the job, it's like, oh yeah, great, I booked another gig. And then they said what it was. I said, I'm sorry, say what? I am a part of the Star Trek franchise. You know how you scream and nothing comes out of your mouth? Like, ah! So I called my brothers.
That's wholesome.
And they were
I like hearing stories
get
like
out
that.
of town. You are lying. I was like, no, this
The
is
people
what
that
I'm
are so
doing.
blown away by
And
being part of
then
something
over
that's
the
been a
years,
huge
you are sometimes
thing in their
fortunate
lives,
to
and
meet
suddenly they're a
those
part
who
of it,
inspire you
like the
and
Marvel
change your
Universe, or
life.
Star Wars, or
And
Star
when
Trek.
I was watching that first incarnation of Star Trek, the person who inspired
You can actually see
me
it
and
change
changed
people's
my
lives.
life was Nichelle Nichols.
It's adorable.
To see this amazingly beautiful, gifted, smart, could handle herself, woman of color in outer space, doing her best to be excellent, and everybody respecting her for it. When I grew up and got to actually meet her, I literally cried and couldn't speak. We have since become friends. And Nichelle has a lot of friends who are Leos. She herself is not a Leo, so she would have Leo parties every year at her house.
All
So
right.
we would go and we
Satay's
would party,
done.
and George Takei
Now I can
would
stop
be
eating
there, and
on
Walter
stream like a
Kennedy
gross
would be there, and I
motherfucker.
had crushes on both of them when I was little. So the first thing I thought of after calling my brothers was to call Nichelle. I said, you will not believe what, I'm getting emotional now. You will not believe what just happened to me. And thank you for shining that light in my life on this space of a universe that is possible, where people work side by side, different cultures, different races, different creatures and creations, and they are excellent and amazing. And she was excellent and amazing for me, and now I get to be in this world as
She kept talking until she worked herself up to tears. I knew that was coming.
captain, as a woman of color. Come on,
Wholesome,
y'all.
though.
The universe ain't
I feel
ready.
for her. She made it. While the rest of us sit here eating satay chicken and knocking down Red Bulls
I got
on
beef with
15 hour goddamn streams. Watching Comic-Con rips. I would let her wipe her tears on my shirt.
Thank you,
She's
Alex.
kind of attractive
Thank you,
for a
Mr.
black one.
Roddenberry. Thank you for creating this amazing world that we get to be a part
I
of.
know that sounded
Thank
weird.
I have one question. It's for Mike, actually.
Is this beef? Is this beef?
No beef.
Beef?
Every time
I
I
only
see
meant
you,
because
your
I'm
energy
not
level,
normally,
your-
me personally,
your geekery
I'm not
for
normally
Star Trek
attracted
is
to
through the roof.
black women
You say
myself.
you
It's
love
not
what
really
you do, and this is like the best gift
one of my
you've ever
buttons.
had. When
But, you know,
are
there's a
you
fair
going to be
few
a
that
character
I'd put up there. Like
on
Zoe
this?
Saldana, gorgeous.
I think a character out
Beyonce's
of you would
gorgeous.
be spectacular.
I don't know. I like to put
This woman's
incredibly
cute.
talented actors into
I
stuff.
loved her little
and
Star
I don't
Trek
like you to
speech.
show up being
That's
like, "Hey,
touching.
I'm
I
ruining
want to
it."
give her a
But,
hug.
I don't know. That sounded good. That
Hey,
sounded good. That was
hey, I'm here. I'm Admiral ruining it. But I did sneak myself into the background of a Lower Decks episode as a Vulcan, so I'm in there. I'm in there.
Sometimes he does our temp
That
voices.
satay toasted me
Like
up.
when they do the scratch animation and we're not there to do the record, all of a sudden it's like, why does Captain Freeman sound like Mike McMahon? Because it is Mike McMahon. He's living through all of us.
It's amazing stuff that'll never get out into the world. Ever. So, thank God.
So we've shown a little of the season at Mission Chicago.
Did you?
And the Ready Room, but with the season fast approaching, it is time to show a full-blown trailer.
Yes,
Mike,
we hope you
can you
enjoy
give us a sneak peek?
I never looked at the trailer for Picard when they showed it at the end of that panel.
That is amazing.
I don't know if I want to bother.
That looks so good. Is Lower Decks really going to go to Deep Space Nine?
Oh, we circle Deep Space Nine. We check out the pylons, and then we go in to Deep Space Nine.
What?
Where we will walk the promenade.
Wow.
We will enjoy the Cardassian architecture.
Will someone lick a Jumja stick? Will someone lick
There's
one
Jumja
of those
sticks?
Jumja sticks? Yes.
And you might see some.
That girl knows her Star Trek references. I don't even know what the hell she just talked about. She's
It
got
feels
her
to
Star
me
Trek geek cred right there.
Like one last.
This guy got his
walk
Star
of
Trek
Deep Space
geek cred just by looking the way he does.
I can't wait for you guys to see.
He looks like a Star Trek fan. I forgot to
Give it up for Deep Space Nine.
zoom the screen in.
Alex, Lower Decks is so different from the other Star Trek series, but still adheres to prime timeline.
Is Lower Decks
continuity.
supposed to be like a dick reference? Is that a dick joke of some kind that I'm not
You
getting?
and the other showrunners work together to maintain
I don't think that actually. No, that wouldn't make sense unless it was a New Zealand show. Lower Decks?
It's the space-time continuum.
Like longer
I mean,
dicks?
It's crazy because now with 5 shows, you really have to make sure you're not stepping on each other's toes.
Yeah.
And,
Focus.
And there's a lot of crossover because
Let's get some
everybody
sharps
wants to play
going.
with the same damn toys.
Mm-hmm.
So what we do now is
What's happened to your camera? Okay, there we
2
go.
months,
Got it
I would
back.
say, all the
Camera
showrunners
shut
get
itself for a
together,
little bit there.
and we all talk, and each person downloads what they're doing over the season, what they're thinking about doing over the season, the characters that they want to use. Sometimes there are characters that actually can cross-pollinate between different shows. We just have to make sure we're synchronizing how that works. So there's a lot of communication in the universe build, which has been great, and it gives all the showrunners a chance to get a sense of how the other showrunners are thinking, which is really exciting.
Yeah, but
I mean,
it
mostly I just
spoils
wanna-
everybody's shows for us.
Say it again.
I don't get to watch any of the shows. I know everything.
Say that again,
happens on
Dork.
the shows. I don't get to watch
Alex
Star Trek
Kurtzman's
anymore.
I know,
fucking
my
pulling the
instinct is always
alpha
to give
dog
you
card
everything,
here.
'cause I just
I'm
want
sorry,
to-
nerd at the other table. Did you say something? Did you just talk to me?
What's it
You
like
making sounds with your
producing a
mouth
Star
hole?
Trek comedy
At
and
me,
also
Alex
thank
Kurtzman?
you
How
for the
fucking
Star
dare
Trek
you.
comedy.
You are out. You are off the show. You're on the
You know,
real life Lower Decks
initially,
right now.
I-
Get out of
I was
here.
uncertain how Star Trek comedy would really work out. And I mean, a great tribute to you, Mike, and the entire cast here.
Obviously, Star Trek comedy would
Lower
work really
Decks
well
is
because why wouldn't it?
phenomenal. And the amount of
Anything with this
references that you
amount
have
of
in
lore
there, anyone
and this
can
amount
watch
of
it. You could be
universe
new to
built
Star
up over
Trek,
time
or
and
you could
multiple
be
shows and
probably like
movies,
a lot of you.
that's a
love Star
lot
Trek.
of content
And I don't even
to
get
make
all the
fun of in a comedy show.
But it is so intricate.
You
it's
could
so
make
much fun.
50 seasons of this
that-
parody show
I don't want
full
to say I
of
was
content.
proven wrong, but on some level I was proven wrong. You know, and Star Trek really hadn't done that before. And thanks to you guys, it's doing it and it's nailing it.
Thank you.
So, great job.
Thank you.
I should check out Lower Decks.
The season 2 finale and how it sets up where we find our beloved Lower Deckers on season
Lower Deckers.
3.
Jack, Tawny, you want to walk us through it?
Yeah.
I don't think you want to. I don't think you want that to be the terminology for the characters in the show.
Yeah, no, we had a
Lower
really great
deckers
moment
imply that
with,
there are
all
upper
of
deckers,
us,
which is when you
know,
take a shit
being
in the upper
family,
urinal
we did
of
this
your
amazing
toilet.
thing, and then
But maybe that's the
Carol
point.
Freeman
Maybe that's
gets
why they
all the
call them
way
lower
in
deckers. That's maybe
handcuffs.
that's part of the comedy of the show.
Exactly.
I might be overthinking
guy.
this.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. But we start season 3 like full tilt, looking for her, trying to fix it, trying to set it right. And I love the scrappiness. I love episode 1 of season 3 because our lower deckers are just like, we gotta.
There's
save
that
the
lower
captain.
deckers
It
again.
just feels like this epic adventure. It feels like a movie.
I love all their Earth outfits so much.
Earth outfits are banging, y'all. I got a cropped Wilson's leather jacket like Picard in Insurrection.
I got a vest, y'all.
A vest. A real Jake Sisko looking vest. Tendy's in a sensible, like Linda Hamilton in T2 type tucked in t-shirt situation. What's Rutherford wearing?
It's an asymmetrical sweater.
It's an asymmetrical purple outfit.
Absolutely. It's so good.
Hot.
Jack, what is the thing that surprised you most about your character's evolution these past 3 seasons?
Oh man, I love playing Boimler so much. He's truly one of my favorite characters I've ever gotten.
What's his
to
name?
inhabit
Boimler?
In any way. I love how confident that he's gotten. It's been so cool. I love that he started out very by the book, very
Boimler?
rules focused, and slowly but surely he's still
Boimler?
the same old Boimler, but he's getting more and more
Oh,
confident.
Boimler.
He's getting bolder, and I'm dare I say proud of him. I'm very proud of
Bradward
Thank you, Mike.
Boimler.
Thank you
Brad
for taking it on a
Boimler.
really
I'm
cool
proud of
journey.
What a
Boimler
name.
too, man. I'm
Yeah,
proud of
we're all proud of Boimler. He's got a vest.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of him.
It's the proudest I've been of a cartoon.
Me too.
Do you guys have special warm-ups? I've done some voice acting for animation, and my voice always gets stripped out. It's like so much screaming.
I like to save my voice for that. Like, you know, just let that come out.
It depends, I guess, on the
Any
job.
voice record, there's a bunch of
Not
those,
all
so-
animated
I
voice
get
recording
tired.
stuff has you
I get
screaming
tired
constantly.
sometimes
If it's a
because for some
wacky
reason,
Nickelodeon cartoon that's for kids,
strong.
it's probably a lot of screaming.
I whisper something. No, louder.
If it's really
faster,
adult
angrier.
pornographic stuff, probably a lot of screaming.
I was like,
Both ends of the
I need to
spectrum.
be calm. We need to see
Kids and
every
very
time you wanna
adults.
be calm, it's
Equal
like a red
amounts of
alert,
screaming.
Stop hitting the shields, and you're like, red alert.
We want to
No.
We want to see Captain Freeman after a massage. Yeah, after a massage, just chilling. Oh, Beckett, why you gotta be so crazy?
Yeah, bold,
Beckett.
Boimler, we can have your character cool, you know.
Yeah, my character needs to walk around in shades for
Cool,
an
Carol.
episode.
All right, we'll give you more cool captain. We'll give you
Cool
more.
Captain. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna
He's
happen.
lying.
It's more beef.
It's banter.
beef.
It's banter
The
for the
beef finally
Comic-Con
came
table.
out.
Don't believe him.
We have a lot of beef.
He's not going to take any of your notes on board.
I think my warm-up is just gossiping with Mike before we start.
Nice.
I get in the booth and I'm like, okay, there's so many things I have to tell you. And he's like, there's so many things I have to tell you. And then Brad, our producer, and our engineers are like, guys, we gotta go.
Yeah, that's Brad's main job at this point. It's just like, guys, we gotta finish
I think
this.
we all do that. I thought that was just us. We all have like a little chit chat, catch up. How's your life been? Session before we record.
We become a family.
We become family.
Well, I hope you all get to get in the same booth again soon.
Yeah, I'd love that.
So one booth,
I've still never met Eugene in person.
5 characters.
That's crazy.
I've still never met him. I met him now. I know him. I know him very well now.
So is he the?
Hey,
Is that cardboard cutout the one
Hey,
actor
how you doing,
that
Jack?
couldn't show up to Comic Con?
Hey,
That's
so many
cute.
voices.
Mike, with
Where'd she
season
even get
3
that thing?
premiering
How
in
did
a
she
little
bring it all the
over
way
a month,
here?
What are you most excited for the fans to see?
There's so much stuff. I mean,
Oh, she probably found a standee out
Sorry, these guys
at the booth or something and just dragged it in onto stage.
uh,
I overthought
there's,
that as well.
there's so much this season I can't wait for you guys to see. There's epic episodes, there's heartfelt episodes. The Deep Space Nine episode is out of control. We've got the nefarious Exocomp Peanut Hamper returning. It's just so much fun, and I've said this a million times. There was a little while where we didn't have any Star Trek. That was a very bad time. And now we have
Too much Star
lots of
Trek.
Star Trek all the time.
Too much.
And on the
So much
25th
Star
and
Trek that some of it is
25th,
trash.
when Lower Decks returns, you're gonna have 10
Maybe
new
no Star Trek is better than
times to be in
bad
that
Star
world,
Trek
to be in the-
because it ruins the memory of the good Star Trek.
Starfleet officers, and
Think
it's
about
just-
that.
It's just such a joy to share with
Maybe
you.
consider that before you make more shows
I think we have time for a question.
about
Is there a
Picard's
question?
dog or whatever.
Oh, wow. Love it.
Hell yeah.
How many questions have they got? Oh man, they don't have time for
This
questions at all.
question covers the entire Star Trek universe, but I was wondering.
It's the
if you
Conehead
are
guy
gonna
again.
list some
They have the same
Coneheads.
like 3 or 4 people asking questions.
Those Star Trek Conehead.
Good and specific. I like
Yeah,
it.
that's above
Conehead,
my
wow.
pay grade.
Alex?
Alex?
I'd like to see you want some Coneheads in
I
Coneheads in
mean,
Trek?
who owns the licensing rights on the
There you go,
Coneheads?
trademark.
Like, that's the answer to the question.
think that's Lauren
Why
Michaels.
wouldn't we want to put the Coneheads there?
It really
Especially
honors
on
the
Lower Deck.
vision of
Yeah.
Starfleet.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this, I'll find a way. I'll get the Coneheads in there. I'll do it.
I have to do it.
No, you won't.
Hi, what's your name?
They're humoring you once again. It's all promotion.
Hi, Rick.
He's a yellow shirt. He thinks he's in charge. He's a narcissist.
So I've got a question.
Don't listen to his question.
So you referred to a Gorn wedding in an episode, and lately we've met the Gorn, which raises a lot of questions. Are these the same Gorn that we see in Strange New Worlds? And if so, what was that reception like?
All right, let me tell you something about Gorn weddings, everybody. Now, Strange New Worlds, there's a couple centuries difference, and you know, you go to where Gorn live. There's not every planet has to be this monoculture, right? Just like Devon Attendee is an Orion, not all Orions are controlling people with their pheromones. You've also got Orions joining Starfleet. You know, maybe not all Gorn are going to be treated like this extremely scary thing that bursts out of you, and sometimes they fall in love and get married.
Gorn is a giant lizard man that tries to beat you over the head with a rock.
Please don't stereotype the Gorn. Just because they're terrifying.
No, we're going to stereotype the Gorn.
Well, I think that's
Gorn are
about
ridiculous.
all the time we have, and I want to thank. Can I say one thing? Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure.
Okay, first of all, when we were here last time, we had nothing to show you
Wow,
guys.
she really
so
just
you
cut her
weren't
off when
sure
she tried
what
to end the
expect,
show.
But you took this journey with us. And so for the last 2 seasons, we want to say thank you
Thank
for
you so
taking
much.
this journey with us, for trusting us, and for...
I feel bad when they only have time for 1 or 2 questions, and the 1 or 2 questions turn out to be like stupid shit.
Except for one. Except for Prodigy and the original animated series.
There you go, there you go, there you go.
And
Thank you, everybody.
Real quick, just because we're in Hall H, can we do a Lower Decks chant?
You guys want to chant Lower Decks with
Is
us?
that okay?
Okay, we're gonna start it
Tony?
small and build it tall. Here we go.
What?
Lower decks, lower decks, lower decks,
Lower Decks! Lower Decks! Lower Decks! Lower Decks! Lower Decks! Lower Decks!
Is that a thing from the show, or are they just doing this?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
At least the audience played along.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
They're all good sports. Okay, I'll bite. I'll bite. It's season 3 of the show already. Let's watch a trailer and see what the fuss is all about. Because I know nothing of this show.
Starfleet, get your Starfleet. Prepare yourself for Warp 10 excitement. Discover the undiscovered country.
This does look very Rick and Morty-ish.
Impounded while their captain stands trial. Have you lost your
Without the asterisk pupils.
I can't believe this. I wonder how Mariner's taking it.
Oh, I'm taking it. Taking it to the limit.
Did you time your entrance to say that?
What? No.
Oh, yeah, she did. Starfleet isn't all about being fed fruit by erotic aliens with slightly different nose ridges. I could get real
Hot.
used to this kind of treatment. Sometimes you gotta get your hands dirty. It's on.
Wait, is Boimler a red shirt? Poor Huey. In every show he's ever in, he's a red shirt. He's a red shirt in The Boys.
These broken rocks are reading our nightmares, but I don't like my nightmares. Behold!
So magical. There's gonna be times when you need to make a mess of things before you can fix them. Like how I'm gonna have to cut this guy's foot off.
That's a cat man.
A new one.
Wait, what was that?
Cat people are now canon in Star Trek.
We're gonna be right beside you.
We're in this together.
It seems like it's not just goofy comedy Star Trek antics. It seems like they actually do have plots going on here that are somewhat serious, with probably goofy comedy in between.
Wait, just buy me some time. Sir, how do we do that?
I don't know, just circle around and pretend we're in awe of the pylons.
Cool. I don't remember the Deep Space Nine stuff very much at all.
Just
Been too long.
keep circling.
Okay. Seems pretty well made. Seems kind of funny. I didn't really laugh out loud or anything, but we are up to season 3, so you probably have to kind of be already on board. with the characters and the things that they're doing and know what's actually happening in the trailer. Which I'm a little bit out of context on, so there's that. Okay. For the sake of completion, I'm gonna give the Picard... Don't even start without me. I'm gonna give the Season 3 Picard trailer a chance. Just out of curiosity and for the sake of completion. Because I have been watching everything.
As good as those around you.
What?
Those days on the Enterprise made me a better
Is
man.
that Geordie LaForge?
Better friend.
I thought I could inspire people, bring justice to an
Oh my god, it's a Calvin Klein ad.
You have no idea how hard it is to be in this world.
Is this gonna be the whole thing?
Do not presume to know what I have and have not sacrificed.
You know what?
Wherever you go, we go.
That was...
We go.
What? That's a very old version of, what's his name? That was always fucking the aliens. Not Kirk, on the Picard show.
Spent our lives learning to be great at.
I forgot his name.
As long as you and your crew remain steadfast, you are never without hope.
That was cheesy as hell. That was a cheesy as hell trailer. I'm kind of glad I checked it out now because that's not what I was expecting at all. I was expecting an overwrought, melodramatic action trailer of people flying ships around and saying action one-liners at each other while jumping out of windows, sci-fi skyscrapers. Hints at potential earth-shattering plot twists that are out of context in the trailer, but you know something serious happened. You know, that kind of shit. But no, it was just a bunch of actors on turntables rotating around in front of some lights. How they shoot models for underwear ads. That was awkward. Alright, I'm glad I did that, he said sarcastically. Oh Christ, there's more Star Trek. Alright. Strange New Worlds, this is
I'm such a fan of this
potentially
show.
the most interesting
It's
thing
such a
they
great
could
show.
have here.
I'm like nervous now to introduce our panelists. Well, we know these guys. They've been here with us for a while. But, okay. So we've got Alex and Rod.
Yay, Alex and
we
Rod are
have
still there.
Executive producer and
Our favorite people.
co-showrunner, Henry Alonso Myers.
The anti-Midas Touch brothers. Touch brothers. Phrasing.
Christina Chong and Nguyen Singh. The latest addition to our cast, Paul Wellesley.
Is there going to be anyone I find recognizable on this cast? That's Kirk? What?
Celia Rose Gooding, Cadet Iota.
Kirk is in this show? Played by someone different? Okay, I'm a little confused.
Ethan Peck, Science Officer Spock.
Kirk and Spock are both in the show?
And last
Is this
but
like a
not least,
multiverse
your captain,
alternate take?
Anson Mount. Captain Christopher Pike.
Hi. Oh, okay. This is young Kirk when he was still second in command to Pike.
us?
Hey,
Like prior to the...
can we hang out for a bit?
Yeah, did you get a chair for us or what?
Oh, the
You
Lower
guys
Decks
just had your
cast are back.
Lower Decks panel. This is Strange New Worlds now.
What's going on?
Yeah, we're supposed to be out here, somebody told us.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have been hanging out every panel. Can we hang out every
Yeah,
panel?
Alex and Rod got to stay. Why can't we stay?
Oh, they're doing a bit. Alright, this is getting a little cringe.
I think this is about the...
All of this is hyper homosexual. Hello, it's so easy. It is a little bit. Especially my Space Jam moody.
To announce that in season 2
I don't know about
Strange New
hyper
Worlds, there will
homosexual,
be a
maybe just moderately homosexual.
Baby, we're gonna show up and stress them out.
Yeah.
Wait, so you guys are in live action form?
Yeah, just like you see us now, baby.
What?
Very similar to this, except with purple hair and more red on me in general.
Wait, are
And
you
you may get an
part
extremely buff, two-dimensional version of me.
Wait, so
I am
two
there
of the
for
cartoon
that.
characters from Lower Decks, their
amazing.
voice actors are
Well,
showing
well,
up in live action on another Star Trek show?
Oh, yeah. Sally, are you bouncing
That's
us right now?
really
Yeah,
weird.
she's bouncing
right
us
now.
Didn't expect that at all.
Okay, well, you know what? Yes, I will accept that from you.
You'd
because
know
you are
you're a
living in
homosexual?
Queens, so thank you. Thank you. Okay.
And so is FagoCon?
Okay, we'll see you guys in outer space.
FagoCon? Okay, I get that's meant to be Comic-Con, but what the hell's Fago?
How did this all come about? How did this come about?
Perry, you want to
Is
take
that
it?
addressed to me? Wow.
Well, we're.
You could have
all
just
of
said
the
GayCon. I
Lower
think that would have gone better. I don't even know what Fago is. I'm gonna type that in. Hang on.
Strange New Worlds, and
Fago.
one of our writers, David Reed, also works on The Boys, and was just chatting with.
Fago
Jack.
Beverages Incorporated, a soft drink
And
company
he's like, hey,
headquartered in
would you
Detroit,
mind
Michigan. The
doing a
beverages
crossover?
produced by the company, branded as Fago or Fago Pop, are distributed in the Midwestern and Mid-Atlantic and Southern Central regions of the United States, as well as the Southern and Western Canada.
More than one person.
Founded the 4th of November, 1907.
So I don't know. We started.
Bruh.
The crazy thing is that we had this whole discussion about it.
That
and then
soft
I
drink's
get
been
called
around
out,
since
completely
1907,
separate.
and I've never even
Hey,
heard of it.
you
The hell does
guys should
Fago look
do
like?
a crossover with Lower Decks. And I was like, I've got some good news.
This must be an American thing, because I've never seen this in Australia.
So, I mean, then. it
Oh
just
my
sort
god,
of-
look how much Fago there is.
That's amazing.
Including Fago
I
Moon Mist.
cannot wait to see this. Anson, with
Which
season
looks like it's
1
just a rip-off
Strange
of
New
Mountain Dew,
Worlds complete
to
and
be
out
fair.
in the world, what has the fan reaction been to season 1?
The bottle marketing is definitely eye-catching, I'll give it that. Oh my god. The Insane Clown Posse
It's been. I mean,
are promoting
you learn
Fago.
Not to have expectations in this line of work, but I did
This is wild.
feel that
Okay.
we had something.
That was weird.
But I did not expect this level of appreciation.
Gayo-con.
and-
Yeah, see
and
there,
we
that makes more
appreciate
sense.
that. So thank you for being here.
And if I can say,
Watch Boogie
you guys had
2988.
Season 2 of Discovery, when you came on as Captain Pike in that, the fans lost their mind. And there was so
Hang
much chatter out there. We were talking about it. And because of all that chatter, because you guys loved Pike so much, Strange New Worlds happened. So, you guys did it.
Oh, I remember Boogie.
In
Yeah,
the
I've
show,
seen his
the
stuff. I remember him
USS
flipping
Enterprise
the
is once again the hero ship. Yes.
I remember him flipping the Yu-Gi-Oh thing in the cafe
Ethan, what was
on
it
that
like for
dude.
you coming
I've seen a
back
bunch
on
of
that
stuff of his.
bridge?
It was incredible, actually.
He's
remember
viral,
the
that
day Anson and I were on set together on Discovery in season 2, and he said, "Have you seen?"
Jesus, that
our
guy is
bridge?"
really skinny for having such a
And,
deep
I
voice.
said, "What do you mean?" He said, "The Enterprise bridge." And so that was a very salient memory for me. And yeah, coming back for Strange New Worlds is just a dream come true. I can't believe I get to do this and have this experience. It's really wonderful. Thank you.
And I remember saying to Alex, I was like, "You guys are spending a lot of money on this bridge."
Did they explain yet what Strange New Worlds is?
So
Still
true,
going?
God,
Yeah,
when we
sure.
built that bridge,
Of
we
course I'm
stepped
still
on it,
going.
it was
It's
like,
not even 15 hours yet, dude.
This needs a show. We
What do you think this is, amateur hour?
to do it.
Also, Rebecca's back, and she couldn't be here today. She brilliantly plays number 1. But she's also was with you both on Discovery. What has it been like getting the band back together?
Strange
again?
New Worlds.
Fantastic.
We benefit
Captain
from
Pike,
having the same
Spock,
sense of
and
humor.
Number 1 explore new
And-
worlds around the galaxy on the USS
And,
Enterprise.
so we knew that we all.
Is that it?
The three of us gelled really together. So yeah, there was this anticipation of how was the larger group gonna feel, and it's just been great. We have so
Is it
much
already
fun
out?
at work together.
Yeah, and when we were together,
5th of May
in
2022.
Discovery,
Holy
we
shit.
were like, is this a thing? Like, maybe this is a thing. And
Oh,
yeah, it's
shit.
incredible.
There's even trailers
all
already.
Of your characters
Holy
have
fuck.
ties
All right.
to Star Trek, the original
what's going
series
there.
lore. Celia, what has it been like stepping into the role made famous by Nichelle Nichols? Did you get to watch her in the original Star Trek?
Voice octave comes from voice usage, diaphragm size. Yeah, that's true. I was being silly, I guess.
I mean, her legacy.
If you scream a lot,
beyond
like if you're in
entertainment
metalcore, your voice is low as fuck. Really
space
smaller guy.
exploration and
Yeah, I've seen like little girls that have
and
weirdly
opening the
deep
doors
voices
for
for how like skinny and tiny they look.
Opening doors for other black women in entertainment, and so to have an opportunity to sort of step into that legacy, put my own little.
What are you gonna do when you
spice or
stop
whatever
stream?
on it.
Sleep.
It's been incredible.
Obviously.
I mean, all of this has been.
I'm tired as
such a
fuck.
dream come
This has been
true.
going on for a while.
And for me specifically, it is.
It's how you
it
train
is-
and use
it's
your
not
muscles.
all
Yeah, that's why
it is a majority
if you don't sing, singing can seem really hard. But if you spend a lot of your life from childhood practicing singing and training, it becomes like second nature.
Singing.
Someone just
you.
said singing right when I said
have
singing
more
in the
singing to do.
on the
Oh,
panel.
there's Uhura is very much like myself, a very musical person. Poor Ethan.
Uhura
shared
sings on
wall with
Star
me from
Trek?
Disney.
This never happened in the
Singing,
original show. What are you talking
almost
about?
every single morning without fail. And so we'll.
I'm in a musical.
Yeah. And so I'm sure we're.
That
gonna
good,
get
that
more
guy looks
of
like a
Uhura
sexy
if
fucking
I have anything to say about it.
Calvin
I hope
Klein
so.
catalog version of Captain Kirk.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Interesting casting
Wait
choice.
a second, I've lost my questions, and they are coming back. Just talk amongst yourselves. All
You've
right.
been a soprano since
How
you were a
y'all
teen?
doing?
How do you teach yourself to scream?
It's Paul's birthday
Aside from like
today.
just screaming a lot. Like I'm arachnophobic and I scream a lot because spiders keep coming out of nowhere on me.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday. Who are we talking about? Whose birthday is it? I don't care. Happy birthday, dear fake Captain Kirk. No one cares that it's your birthday. 100% technique. Yeah, you can learn anything off
Do
YouTube.
not make them sing happy birthday to me on
Almost
stage.
literally anything.
So
Except for
thank
maybe
you.
heart surgery. You might be able to get a good start on learning heart surgery, but you probably will kill a few people on the way. Oh my god, they've got a Star Trek cake. I think this panel just went off the rails.
I mean,
What is this show?
like, this is a big birthday for me, guys. And so this is so special. Thank you so much. I'm touched.
Eat it now.
I look like the color of your dress. My face is completely.
Eat it in front of everybody.
Is this
The
edible?
whole thing.
I think so.
We'll wait
This is the
in
second
silence
year in a
and
row
watch
we've
you.
done this to Paul.
Do it. Do it.
Last year was on set.
Do
It's
it.
true. It's true. Last year was on set.
Eat the cake.
So that's incredible, right in front of you, huh? It's really
Comic-Con
beautiful.
is homosexual of the day.
Christina.
A little bit.
Yes. Hello. Your character is, of course, related to Khan. What is it like to play a new member of this notorious family and
She has a
something new?
wait. They have a character related to Khan.
I'm a Khan.
That was
She's
Samuel Stoller.
Khan's daughter.
So yeah,
What the
for
fuck
me,
is happening?
I'm a new Trek fan, so obviously I had to learn all about it once I got
You're a
involved,
flamboyant gay?
went
Well, that means you just
sat
spotted
down for
easier.
a Zoom meeting with
So you would know.
I knew nothing about the character, only that she was a chief security officer. So when I found out she was related to Khan,
You know why?
and I went and then watched Wrath of Khan.
You know why
I was like, oh my god.
Comic-Con probably comes off as gay as
I
it
love
does.
that I get to be.
It's probably because
descendant
most of the
kids,
panels and
but
most of the things
Obi-Wan
people
is
talk
very
about are a little
different.
bit. You know?
She has some traits that Khan has.
There's a lot of circle
She's a little
jerking going on.
fighter, She's very tactical.
Wow,
she's
you're a great
leader,
actor. Wow, you're a great actor.
but
Wow, the
her
show we're
decisions
working on is
come
really
very
fucking
much
great,
from a
isn't
place
it?
of wanting
Yeah, it's
to learn
fantastic. It's the best show ever made.
evolve for the better.
Now pull your fist out of my ass and
So yeah, it's a lot of
shove your
fun.
fist up mine.
And I don't know, who knows? Maybe we get to see a version of Lan where she inherits more of the
More of a circle. Yeah,
other
there.
side of
We
Khan.
both said it almost at the same time. Circle jerk. We literally used the same words.
Hey, Rod, your mother played both Nurse Chapel
Yeah,
and
Rod.
number one
You haven't
in the
spoken in a
original
while.
series.
What do you have to say, Rod?
How does it feel to see both of these characters back on the screen?
No one likes Rod. No one likes Alex Kurtzman. The two guys on the far
Honestly,
left,
I love it.
I don't want to hear from them
really
anymore.
The unsung hero. This business is difficult.
Oh, you did hear me
father
say that
went
before you
through a lot.
typed it? I thought you
He's got a
typed
lot
it
of
like
notes.
the same time I said it,
Luckily,
like it
Lucille
was just a
Ball said
jinx.
yes.
Alright.
And that's how Star Trek came to be.
Because there's that
But
delay with the chat
my
and the
mother
stream
was
sometimes,
second in command.
where by the
Was
time the
first
text
number
pops
one.
up, it's like a
And
little
to
bit
bring her
after
back
that I've
again and to
I've
portray
said the
her
thing.
character that way, I couldn't be more grateful.
Is he gonna eat the
And I know
cake or
she
not?
would love it too. And Nurse Chapel finally
Do
gets some
it.
great lines.
Do it.
Oh, this is fantastic.
Do it.
Anson, in this season, we saw a fairy tale.
I like his top, though.
A horror, gore, and
In the
story,
gayest kind of way
action
possible.
thriller, just to name a few.
I like
What's
fake
it been like
Kirk's black
to take
top.
so many
The
genres from week to
collared
week?
shirt.
Is the energy different?
I'd wear that.
Getting to work in such different settings from episode to episode?
It's so much fun.
It's why you hate these shows.
You know, it's,
Yeah.
my taste.
Some of them are
as a
fun.
viewer is
Depends.
always
Like the Marvel,
realized, but
the Marvel
we knew
Hall
early
H
in our
panel stuff is pretty fun because it clicks
with
along at a
Alex
blistering
that
pace and it's all
this
basically
needed to be
reveals.
episodic.
It's like here's something you've never seen, here's something you've never
It needed
seen,
to
here's
be
something you
planned
wanted to see.
kind of thing.
Here's
And
something you didn't know
with
existed, but now
the
you're
leadership
damn
of
well excited for
Henry
it.
and Akiva,
They keep it
seeing the
fanging.
potential there, not
Most of the
just
other
in
shows,
having
though,
a new story of the week, but
are just
that
the cast and
allows
crew
us to
sitting there
play with
just
the mode in
sort
which
of tickling each other's balls for a while.
It allows the show to be a tremendous amount
And the
of
dude,
fun
the
just
tall
for
dude with the
to
lanky
do and
voice
to
is kind of staring at the back of that guy's head
and
that's
so
talking right now.
You're gonna see
in like a really creepy
we took
way.
some big swings in season 1, as you've already seen, but we're going for the fences in season 2.
How fun
People
was
who
it
are
to
richer
play
than
the
you talking
alternate
about shit.
fantasy version
Yeah,
of
that's what I was saying.
character in the
This
story
dude
of fantasy
with the silver hair and the glasses,
Oh,
Alex
so
Kurtzman,
wrong.
he's had his
Well,
writing, producing
fan
fingers in so
favorite,
many
so-
huge nerd franchise pies over like the
that
last
would
20, 30
honestly
years.
be my-
And there's
So
no way
Ross
he's not
really
rich.
is a recycled Polonius
And yet
from
everything he
Graduate.
touches is shit.
That's all I did. Brought him back.
Like
Awesome.
he's an absolute curse to nerd
Alex,
content.
Henry, what made the
Like that
Gorn
Mummy
the perfect
movie with
choice
Tom
of
Cruise
villain for
that
this season?
bombed, that was him. That was his fault.
I think early on in the
A bunch of the
earlier,
later
when
Transformers
Keith and I were
movies,
breaking
his
the
fault.
story for the pilot, we wanted the Gorn to be the big.
I
bad
mean,
of the season,
Michael
and-
Bay
and
produced them, but
obviously,
like
I don't know. For us, the Gorn holds a very.
whenever he's the
special place
writer
in
on
our
something, it
hearts to
turns
us,
into
but
like really
the
cheesy,
idea of
trashy
what we could
bullshit.
do with the Gorn now, given technology,
doesn't
where
really
it's at,
do-
Felt like a really amazing opportunity.
Doesn't really do the
and
sort
we're
of
really
cult
excited
fan
about
favorite
stretching the
nerd
course of the season
franchise
to
stuff he
bring back,
touches
even though the show
justice.
is,
He's not good at adapting
so
anything, really.
I don't think it's going to be the only time you see the Gorn.
I don't know why he's still getting
the lore of them,
work and why he's
the
as
way
famous
they
as he
present
is.
They're just too exciting and too interesting.
Speaking of the Gorn, the second to last episode was so.
I could say so much more, we don't want to get too excited.
Can we take a moment to talk about?
Yeah, it's easy to
her
start
with
just ranting
Amazing character.
and just start railing off.
Celia, can you talk about working with Bruce on that episode in particular? It's such a pivotal moment for Uhura and her future in Starfleet.
Oh, she's
yeah,
Uhura.
Of course.
I keep forgetting they're all based on, they're actually younger versions of pre-existing Star Trek characters.
Anson was just telling me in the elevator, he was reminding me of the story of Nichelle's actual relationship with the franchise and how in the
I need to know what this is, because no one on the actual panel has explained to me what Strange New Worlds is. And it's pissing me
there
off.
was a point in her career where she didn't know if she was going to continue on in the show. And,
It's the 11th Star Trek
and
series,
then
was
he
launched in
shared
2022,
that with me,
this
and,
year.
Dr. King shared
Part
with
of
her
Kurtzman's expanded
that
Star Trek
the
universe.
representation
Boo!
that she provided was essential
Spin-off from Star
for
Trek Discovery follows Christopher Pike
liberation
and
of
the original
humanization of
crew of the
Black
USS Enterprise.
Um,
All the younger
and
versions, I've
so
noticed.
To have that parallel of
Exploring new worlds throughout the
like
galaxy over a decade
Michelle,
before Star Trek the original series even begins.
continue to
Kinda
be
cool.
the change you want to see in the
It's a
world,
cool
for him
concept.
to then say to Uhura, this is your family. The
That's
moment
what I
you
actually thought it was.
Open yourself and let these people love you the way you deserve to be loved. And
The fans are the
then
important part of what they
lose
think.
him after that
Yeah, the fans also
is
drop the ball a lot
heartbreaking.
though, because like they have
But
Q&As. There's probably
Hemmer
one still coming up for this.
is and will always
And
be
so many of the fans that get to come up and ask questions ask the stupidest shit.
to Uhura. And
Like on the
we,
Game of Thrones
Celia,
panel I watched earlier,
loves Bruce very much, and
in their Q&A, a dude walked up and went, "Are we going to find out more about the Targaryen people in history in your
but
show?"
knowing
The
what's
Game of
coming
Thrones
up,
spin-off that is
I am
literally about
excited
just
to
the
watch
Targaryen people and family.
Uhura's memory of
That's like going onto the Marvel
influence her
panel
decision-making and
on the new Spider-Man film and getting up to the mic and asking, "Hey, does your new Spider-Man movie have Spider-Man in it? And does he do Spider-Man shit?"
First of all, when you fought
Why would
yourself
you
and they
waste
used
your
the
Comic-Con
original
question
Star Trek fight music.
on the dumbest, most obvious shit?
I about lost myself. I mean, it was like the greatest thing ever. And I know you were beside yourself as well, but
Yeah,
was it
there's
like?
been quite a
And
few
in the
cringe.
new season, will we see more of the human side of Spock?
Honestly, nothing on the panel has been as cringe to me so far as the nerd that walks up to the Game of Thrones Q&A and asked Matt Smith if his Morbius bad guy character that he played, what if he would be able to
continue his experimentation with his human emotions,
what he would do if he
really
existed in the Game of Thrones world in Westeros.
relationships in his
It was the weirdest fucking question.
Alex or Henry, we
The Star
also
Trek
have to talk
fight
about
music,
the
yeah,
season
the
finale
Gorn fight
and
between
Balance
the
of
Gorn
Terror.
lizard and
Where did you get the
Kirk.
idea
That's classic.
to remake,
That's classic
last
cheese.
episode?
Well, I wish I had a better reason than I just always love that episode.
Honestly, look that up on YouTube if you
We
ever
had
get a
this
chance.
idea in the writers' room,
The dude that asked the Morbius question on the Game of Thrones panel. It is like the most socially awkward, embarrassing thing I've ever happen. He tries to do the "It's Morbin time" joke at Matt Smith, and despite the fact that Matt Smith is in Morbius, he did not know the memes because he's probably not an internet dude, and no one knew what the fuck that guy was talking about. Pretty much everyone just like cringed on the panel, in the audience. It was awkward as hell, man.
I was discussing it with Chris Fisher, who directed it.
I recoiled. I almost climbed under the desk.
Huge sequences.
It was the worst thing I've ever seen.
And try to do,
I was so mortified. I was mortified for that man.
We worked with Magdalena Gorka, who shot that episode, to make the photography appear with the same sort of eye lighting that they would do in the classic episodes. But then also to know exactly when it's going to twist, when it's going to turn into our version of it. So, it seemed like a unique opportunity.
I mean, I pretty much just found out all I need to know about what I wanted to know about this series from just that little Wikipedia article.
So it felt like it just felt very Strange New Worlds to me.
The makers of Sid Fiction, the most... Well, that's because, like, actors like Matt Smith are just actors. It's their job. He's not living and breathing Morbius or Marvel. He doesn't know all the memes on Twitter. He came in, got paid, played the role, got out of there, and then did some cocaine off a Doctor Who fangirl's tits in an alley somewhere.
How important was this to you?
He doesn't know the internet shit. Like, you can't come at him with a geek joke like that and expect to, like, get a laugh.
Yeah, listen, he didn't have to do that. He really didn't have to do that. Nobody asked him to do that, not to my knowledge. And I thought that was such
I think that's the problem with, I was saying this earlier, that's the problem some geeks have. That's the mistake a lot of geeks like that kid that got up and asked that question make.
2 days ago.
They think that everyone has the same viral geek meme knowledge of internet and Reddit and 4chan and all the stuff that they do, because that's where they live.
Can you tell us anything
But then they
about
bring
what
that
fans
into
can
the real
expect
world
from
and they try to make a joke about something no one knows anything about, because it's like 1%er niche meme shit that only a couple of fellow nerds on Reddit would know what the fuck you're talking about. And all the regular people in the room look at you like, was that a joke? I don't know what the hell he's talking about. And you just killed the room. You kill the room. And I'm like, I'm into geek shit. I'm on Reddit, I'm on 4chan, I'm on fucking Twitch, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Twitter. I know this stuff, but I'm at least self-aware enough not to walk out the front door to a group of chicks standing across the road at the nearest cafe and to drop an "It's Morbin time" joke on them and think I'm gonna get some pussy.
Oh, I love you.
I can't think of anything worse.
The effects are amazing, and that's a lot about the
Oh,
AR
fuck.
wall. Can you guys, Anson, you were telling me about working with this wall and how crazy and.
But then again, if you drop that on the right
disorienting
person, you
it
probably
is.
would
Can you talk
get
about
laid.
that?
There are people out there that know.
Slowly starting to replace
They probably do know, but that's a big gamble. That's quite a large
Instead of
gamble.
sitting in front of a green screen that is later you plug in the CG environment. The CG environment.
Oh yeah, there's still a panel going on here.
Before we shoot.
That guy has a really square head,
Large soundstage,
with a very
essentially,
square hairdo.
the walls
He looks like a Lego man.
all networked high definition screens, and the environment.
And the dude who plays Spock next to him is always staring at the back of his head while he's
And
talking in the
computer
creepiest serial
program
killer
that
way.
controls it also sees through the camera. So when the camera moves, the background can move in to make the background look as far or close as you want it to look. So you can really, it just gives a size to the show that we've never had before.
Is he talking about green screen? How
and
good
allows
green
us
screen
to
is?
be in the world
Ah.
and not have to be building that in our head as we're
Okay.
acting.
It's incredible.
Why not?
Yeah, no, it's an amazing tool, and
Green screens are great.
what it does,
You can
we
film,
chose to shoot
you can
Strange New
film
Worlds on
thing,
much
and then you can
wider
put thing
lenses than
on
we
the
do
green
the
screen,
shows,
and
so
it's like,
the-
oh my god,
when
it's
you look at
real.
the show, it feels huge.
CG,
and
man.
The air wall makes a big,
Visual
big
effects.
difference because you're seeing
It's
the
blowing
actors
my
in frame, but
mind.
you're also seeing all that incredible background. And what's really nice is that before we had the AR wall, we had to decide how many shots can we actually afford in this scene. So we can have like 4 or 5. So we can never really point the camera this way. We always have to kind of.
Okay,
point this
while
way
they're
and pick
talking
our
shop
shots.
about
So
green
now,
screen,
you can point the camera in any direction, anytime.
I will
It's
admit,
the same price across the board.
I do like the idea of this show,
fuller,
Strange New
which is
Worlds.
really
The idea
great
of just
because,
taking
as you
Star
know,
Trek
visual
back to the
effects are
roots
wildly
and making it
expensive
about
and
like
have to
a
be
younger
really,
version of the
really
original
cost
crew,
effective. So those
just
walls,
exploring the galaxy,
Nancy's talking
finding
about,
new
take
planets,
a good 6
and just doing
to 8
adventures.
months to prepare
Not
before
some
shooting.
long,
So when the
elaborate
writers start the
fucking
writers'
melodrama
room, we have to start
with an
throwing
overarching
artists
like
into the
world
pipeline
galaxy
so that they're
ending
ready
threat.
when we
Just exploration,
On that, we're all
Um,
excited about season 2 of Strange New Worlds.
Prime
and
Directive
it's
shit.
confirmed. Is there anything else that you could
you know, all that old school
about
stuff.
the continued
Find new
adventures
civilizations,
of the
help them
USS
out.
Enterprise?
I will say, if you thought
Adventure of the week
episode
shit. Every episode,
was
whole
a bit
new
out
thing.
there,
Like they
well,
used to do.
then in season 2
That's
there's
what
an
this seems
episode
to be to me, and I'm
which
on
tops
board
that
for that.
to an
I couldn't be
even
fucked
bigger
watching it, to be
level,
honest.
so
Even,
I'd say a couple.
even as I say all that, I couldn't be
Yeah,
fucked to
keep
actually watch
going.
the show, but I appreciate what they're
We
doing
definitely-
here with
we,
this, at least. Even though they're still
I've
kind
said
of
this before, but we do some things that
baffing
Star
off
Trek
about
has
it.
never done before, and I'm incredibly proud of it. This cast brought everything to it, and I cannot wait to share it with you guys.
That's amazing.
I mean, their competition is
I guess we have time for a
Picard
question.
and Star Trek Discovery, which everyone on the internet will tell you are absolute
Hello.
trash, so...
My name is Serena.
Hi, Serena.
Hi.
Hey, she's got a scooter.
I absolutely love how this season has been both light and dark, with the light episodes, with the fantasy episodes.
Okay, so
with
this
the
show is
dark
actually
also
already
with
out. I
Captain
thought this was
Pike,
something upcoming.
figuring
I
out
am
his
very
future
late.
and what he
I am
saw
very late
and
on
maybe trying
all of
to
this.
change it. So
I have clearly
my
been not paying
question
attention to the
is
internet
this: the costuming
as much
has
as I thought I
been
was.
outstanding, and we know that hair is bigger in Texas, but hair also is bigger in space. Anson, did you have anything to do at all with how each episode it gets a little taller, Johnny Bravo?
I love that reference.
I will relay that question to my hair, and he will get back to you.
I would
Yeah,
love
he
to
has-
see a Johnny Bravo
number
live
one in the
action
call
adaptation. That Johnny Bravo cartoon was so good back in the
No,
day.
so that's the hair is
A little bit misogynistic,
in large
but
part to a resident hair guru.
I think most of the
Daniel
joke was
Austin.
usually on Johnny Bravo himself. Like,
and
the
the
joke
entire
was how ridiculous he was.
department.
So even when he was being a little bit harassy
yeah,
in that
the-
Pepe
the
Le
hair
Pew kind
memes
of
have
way,
been
it was more like the joke was, hey, look at this fucking guy.
And,
Not like
I
you're supposed
really-
to
I don't know
mimic
what
him or
else to-
replicate how he behaves. Or actually think he's cool.
Well,
Perfection.
Please, God.
I'll let him know.
Don't try to be Johnny Bravo in real life.
Next question.
You'll get Me Too'd.
Hi,
Oh my God, she's got
What's
badges.
your name?
I'm the button lady.
All right, button lady.
Oh, button. Sorry, not badge. Damn, there's a lot of buttons.
Many of us know that Mbenga was not the ship's doctor under Pike. I would love to see a deep, heartbreaking, and exciting story where Mbenga loses or gives up that position while still being a doctor on the ship and having to deal with that change and loss. Could that happen, or have we just completely reimagined that?
What the fuck?
What I would say is that you're talking about the TOS.
I can
era that
hear
we're
her
familiar with.
buttons still
We are not
jangling in the
there yet,
background
and a lot of things
long
have
after she
happened
asked her
in
question.
there.
Yep, there they are again.
We're not trying to rewrite canon.
You can't
but
not hear her
we're
buttons.
deepening our understanding of how things come to be.
Oh my God.
And I will say, as far as I'm concerned, Babs will be Dr. Mbenga for a long time.
I can hear her
Hello,
buttons
you're paying
shimmying away from the microphone as we speak. Please get that woman far away from as many
Hi.
microphones as possible.
My name is Sophia, and I am a high school science teacher who works with students who have dyslexia.
There's a
and
deaf
other
interpreter
executive
behind
functioning
the people asking questions. sign language interpreting to the audience.
And in Discovery, we learned that
That's pretty cool.
Spock has dyslexia, and thank you for making that a superpower.
How many deaf people go to
because in
Hall H,
science and
though?
engineering,
It's really
is.
hard to get into Hall H. I'm surprised
And
that
my question is,
enough
what
deaf
do
people
you
would be in
think about exploring
deaf people would be in
Spock's
attendance for
dyslexia
them to need
more
a
in the future and or other learning
a
differences?
hand sign interpreter. God damn, I'm good at mimicking that.
I think it's great. I think you all can answer that better than I could.
I think it's essential. We definitely made that choice on Discovery.
Oh my
for
god,
a
I can
reason
still hear the
because,
button lady.
Obviously, we were revealing many things about
Actually,
Spock
Alex
that people
Kurtzman's
never knew
talking.
before on
Can the button
But
lady jiggle
I
around a
think
lot more, please, for
Star
just
Trek
the next
uniquely gets to
2
carry
minutes?
those kinds of conversations
To drown
as
him
a-
out,
as a
that would be
form of
lovely.
Empowerment, and that's something that we really look forward to doing in every show that we make. But we really make a point of it because if you can't see it, you can't be it, right? So we need to make sure that people can see what they're capable of and not just take such a limited point of view.
And
My question is for Alex Kurtzman.
My question is for Alex.
oh, it's a deaf guy. I was like, I can't understand his accent at all.
You have a cast member that's legally blind.
I'm bringing the cast member who's actually deaf.
How about you bring in the next thing, a cast member that's deaf?
I think
So that's why they
also
have
a
the
terrific idea, and
sign
it's
language
definitely
interpreters.
Something that we'll take into the next 2 Star Trek shows that we are currently developing.
Also,
By the way,
I don't.
I'd just like to take a moment to
I
acknowledge
don't believe
our
him.
fantastic
Yes.
ASL translators.
That they're just
here.
gonna. Oh, they just gave a shout out to the ASL translator. Nice.
Thank you for being here.
Mere 60 seconds after I noticed you existed. That's a funny coincidence. Yeah, I don't believe for a second that just because the guy asked that, he's gonna put a deaf character in his next Star Trek show. He's just saying that to placate the crowd right now for marketing purposes.
Sorry, I didn't think I'd get nervous when I got up here. Star Trek.
That
has
guy's
always
mask
been
is
such
gold-plated as
space-eye
fuck.
candy. Have you considered
That's a
those
cool mask.
new pictures with the Webb telescope to put into the actual shows?
Wow, yeah.
But we have that incredible AR wall now. That resolution could actually handle it too. I think that's a great idea. We don't have to keep making space. We've got the imagery for it now, thanks to that telescope.
See, they're placating the crowd. Whatever they're currently doing to just make randomized, procedurally generated space backgrounds with whatever CG software they're using,
Hi, my name's
they're
David.
just going to keep doing that because they've already
Quick
got it.
question for
And it's
Ron,
already
Alex,
working.
and
And they've
much
already
like
made the
what to be
space.
about this
They
series,
need
it
to change
isn't,
it.
But you guys have done a phenomenal job.
But they don't want to be an arsehole to the guys, the
Panel, Mike
fans that
Bravo,
ask questions
the last
either. So
look
they just
at
placate
Space
every single
Nine.
person that comes up.
Have you had any discussions about looking again at that series and bringing us up to date on those characters?
Trying to answer your question without revealing anything. I think you're always having conversations
Whatever, just drop
about
spoilers. No one
the
cares
history
at
of
this
Star
point.
Trek, and
Go for
obviously
it.
Cisco is a critical figure for everybody. So conversations definitely have been had. What I'll tell you is that for us, we don't want to just launch into something without going, oh, we have now a new idea, a new reason to do it, a way to turn it in a new direction so that it's not just repeating the thing you've seen before, but it's also honoring the thing that you love. So if we ever do go down that road, other than what we're already doing on Lower Decks,
So,
I think
if
we
his
would all
fingers
wanna
are in the
make sure
entire
that
Star
it's
Trek
coming from
universe
that
pie
place
right now,
of being able to tell a
does
new
that mean
story
he's
while
trying to
honoring
be
the
the
old
Kevin Feige of Star Trek?
One more question.
My queen, my queen, my queen. You look amazing. Thank
It's a little cringe.
My
Not her.
question is for Celia.
She's fine. The Kurtzman Kevin
How
Feige
was
reference
it
I made
to
before.
play in such incredible costumes.
I think I speak for everyone when I say the fantasy episode, just to put on those costumes and to be out of our usual uniforms. It was so exciting. I love the idea of playing an evil queen. It was a lot of fun to do. And I mean,
Non-existent hair flick. It's all about the attitude.
For me,
you don't need the
because of my
hair.
theater background, I find that costuming is such an essential part of grounding oneself into
'Tis a mood.
character. And so, I mean, y'all see the material. It's iconic. And so it was fantastic. I hope we get to do something like that. Super fun again. This is my formal ask right now. I'm taking this time to ask you if we could do something like that again.
That Kirk dude is very traditionally
I think it's
handsome
also
type
important
of
to
archetype
acknowledge,
of
Bernadette
dude.
Croft and her incredible team who built these costumes.
The kind of men that always get hired for Kirk type roles.
Well, I think
Who is it?
Oh,
Bernadette Croft, everybody. Fantastic head of costumes.
Oh, okay. The costume lady, that was part of the question they just got asked.
We are almost about
Fun.
out of time, and I just want to say what an honor
She must have
it
been
is
just
to be
randomly
here
sitting in the
because
audience.
Star Trek represents the very
Why isn't
best
she on
marriage
stage with the cast and
of
crew?
Vision and imagination, messaging.
She's not
and
important
storytelling,
enough.
And at its core, Star Trek is about working together. To
She
build
could
a
have answered
better
that question
future.
directly.
We all
That was a
need
question about the costuming of the show. They had the chick right there, and she wasn't allowed to be part of the panel.
Champion diversity,
They have an extra seat
inclusion,
up on the end. I saw it.
acceptance, and hope. All because of you, wonderful fans. Thank you so much.
Leah Thompson, everybody. Leah Thompson.
Well, so much for all the Star Trek stuff.
Thank you so much. Thank the cast and the executive producer.
Cool beans. I'm curious about this Star Trek show. Hang on. Is there a trailer? I'm not seeing any. Okay. Strange New Worlds. Official trailer? When was that? 4th of April. Okay. So that was 4 months ago. So I really thought this was something we hadn't seen anything of yet. It was like really, really fresh and new. And that it was about to drop at some point after Comic-Con. I was very wrong. It dropped a little bit before Comic-Con and has its trailers out for months. I will check one out just because I'm pretty curious about if this is as interesting as what it sounds like to me. How did I never see this since April? The fuck?
Hi. Sorry to interrupt.
This seems a lot more lighthearted.
Our mission.
To chart the stars.
A lot more lighthearted than all the other shows like Discovery and Picard are being.
And what is possible?
I'm standing on the surface of a comet.
I love this job.
These people. This
It's
crew,
kind of sad though because
I
doesn't
believe we can do anything.
Pike die at the start of the first J.J. Abrams Star Trek movie? Like this is all leading up to the start of the first Star Trek J.J. Abrams film. For him to die and Kirk to end up in charge, like by accident almost.
Maybe we don't touch anything else. Just a suggestion.
I like how Pike is just as horny for alien pussy as Kirk ends up being. He clearly got that from his father figure.
You're the best of Starfleet.
Late captain.
Our ability to work together, that's our greatest strength. Let's show them what you got.
Where is fake Kirk in all of this? Is he not in the show yet? Does he only come in season 2? That little musical stinger at the end there was adorable. That old school Star Wars. That old school Star Trek. Kind of hokey 1940s sci-fi kind of vibe. So cool. Captain Pike, Timeline to Tragedy. There we go. IGN's already made a video essay about it. So it's all going to be lighthearted, fun little old school Star Trek adventures up to the point where the J.J. Abrams movie kicks in and he dies horribly. It's just so those movies can happen. And the whole Kirk thing can kick in. That's sad. That's super sad. Okay. Well, guess that's finally Star Trek down. That was probably the least entertaining of the Comic-Con panels. And the least interesting trailers to boot. I guess I'm not the target market for this anymore. I mean, I'm still kind of the target market for the old school shit that I remember from when I was younger. Which Strange New World seems to be getting the closest to touching on. Which is neat. So I'll give that, even though it's all still Alex Kurtzman universe bullshit. Which, you know, kind of makes me feel a bit miserable. I will throw some respect at Strange New World's way. Just for the concept being exactly like the kind of thing I'd like Star Trek to be. So, I don't know what the show's reception's been like. Maybe we should look that up. Let's look into that. Strange New Worlds. 95% like the show. There are Rotten Tomatoes. Ooh. 99%. 99% critic average, 81% audience average. That's pretty solid around the board. Wow, this show has captured the mind. Maybe I was right to give this a chance. Just throwing it a bone, despite the Kurtzman connection. Looks like they're doing something right there. That's awesome. Cool. Proud of them. I'm proud of them for actually going back to their roots and actually doing something decent with Star Trek for a change. Maybe I will check that out someday. If I can fit it into my schedule of all kinds of fucking nonsense. There's too much stuff in the world nowadays. Not enough time to really enjoy any or all of it. All or any? Any or all? Blah. What's his name? Anson Mount? Oh, Anson. I didn't even recognize the dude. Pike is fucking Black Bolt from the Inhumans. He was just in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. He's doing well for himself. He was in Hell on Wheels from 2011 to 2016. Then Inhumans, so that was like meh. A little bit of a break, and then came out hard with Star Trek and Doctor Strange. Except in Doctor Strange, we had to watch his brain explode, which was gross. Poor Anson. That entire Star Trek panel, I did not recognize him. Not even a little bit. Kind of feel bad. Kind of feel bad for that. Apologies to Anson Mount. Not showing him the appropriate respect. Okay, well. Enough Star Trek. Done. Maybe I'll watch something Star Trek related again one day. Maybe. We'll see. Alright, Comic-Con. What else have you got for me? The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead panel. That's split into three. That's split into three segments. Tales of the Walking Dead, The Walking Dead, and a little bonus thing on the end. All right. I don't know what Tales of the Walking Dead is. I think Okay. The Walking Dead segment is about the final season of the main show. I think Tales of the Walking Dead is another spin-off show. Like that Fear the Walking Dead one that was about the Ground Zero when the virus still first kicked off in LA. Never watched any of that one, but I'm pretty sure I read that synopsis somewhere.
There's a lot to cover, a lot of panels.
Fuck, that jumped right in.
I want to kick everything off with one of the new shows that we're launching in the Walking Dead universe. This is Tales of the Walking Dead. This is a brand new series in the Walking Dead universe. It's going to give us 6 entirely original standalone stories featuring new characters, existing characters, which you'll see on the panel. Each episode is a brand new story.
That is different.
We're a few short weeks away from the premiere. That will be Sunday.
Okay, well, they're not
August
phoning this one in, at least.
9 p.m. Eastern on AMC with the
It's
first
not just
episodes
another
available
Walking
that
Dead
same
show.
night on AMC
It's the same
Plus.
format
But before,
as the main
please,
series.
That's okay. You can clap. You don't have to.
We don't get many shows that are
Some people
story
like,
of the
"I've been
week
locked down for a
format,
couple years. We're gonna
where like
clap
every
for
episode is
everything."
just a whole different story.
But I really hope
That actually
you,
fits really well to the Walking Dead universe.
today, and we're going to take a quick look at the trailer for Tales of the Walking Dead, Hall H.
Oh Jesus,
I
they jumped into that really quick. Fuck. Okay, I better find that trailer then, so I can see what hit talking about. I would like to see what you're talking. There it is. Found it.
I'm not sure.
Found it on my second screen. Here we go. Excuse me. There it is. Run that shit.
I'm not sure if I meant to kill him.
Terry Crews! Oh my god, Terry Crews gets his own Walking Dead story. Can it just be Terry Crews? Like, the actor? Like, he's not even playing a character, it's just what did Terry Crews do during the zombie apocalypse?
No one believed this could happen. No one ever thinks bad things will happen.
It's the media. It's hype.
Oh my god.
CDC is freaking next door. If anything was really wrong, they'd be all over it.
I am studying the Homo mortis. Everything from their behavior psychology.
There's gonna be some, like, political themes going on here, from the sounds of that media episode.
Walk around and try to kill us. There, study done.
I'm starting to think if you're gonna choose yourself over others, you should make sure that your life is worth saving.
Whoa.
I'm still kicking and most everyone else isn't.
Happy story, Mr. Sunshine.
Is that Olivia Munn?
With your protein powder? We're not gonna be friends.
Terry Crews and Olivia Munn
Hearing whispers.
have their own team-up story in the Walking Dead spin-off?
A little girl so much that she hides from her own
Interesting. I don't know whether to take it seriously or not, though.
We decide who we are. You can decide.
I gotta admit, that's not a great trailer. There was some really hokey shit in that trailer. Especially that, like, dialogue over the top. It was way too dramatic. People stop talking like human beings, unfortunately. They start talking like screenplays. Making grand proclamations. Dramatic statements. I like the idea, though. And it tickles me to no end that Olivia Munn and Terry Crews have an episode together. I just don't know if I could take it seriously. When I see the two of them on screen and Terry Crews starts talking, it feels like we're watching a Walking Dead SNL parody. Terry's become just too strong a comedic presence in pop culture. Like, when you see Terry Crews, it's hard to see the character he plays. You kind of just see Terry Crews, and you love him for it. Because he's Terry Crews, but I don't know. It is a little bit immersion breaking. Sad to say.
Definitely have not been in front of people in like 2.5 years. This is the greatest thing in the world. I'm gonna bring out everyone
I don't
now,
like your
starting
shirt.
with the Walking Dead
I don't like that
universe.
combination of
Chief
stripes and
Content
colors.
Officer Scott
That
M.
upsets me.
Gimple. Showrunner and executive producer of Tales of the Walking Dead, Channing Powell. Director, executive producer, Michael Satrazemis. And cast members, Terry Crews.
Yeah.
Danny Ramirez.
I knew he was going to come in all hype.
Returning as the infamous Alpha, Samantha Martin!
I wonder if he buys his shirts in XXL.
Come on.
Because like Dwayne Johnson, like, you got to fit a lot of... Oh, my God.
Oh, Jesus.
Terry, why? You made that lady very uncomfortable, whoever she is.
It's all right. I know.
But probably in a
Every
good
year
way.
at Comic-Con,
She's
I
going to think
I'm
about
gonna
this
do that
later.
this year, and then I didn't do it. I love it. Just so funny is like we were talking backstage, and your son was like, he's probably gonna like open his shirt. I'm like, I wonder how long into 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Please have
That was a good way to start the panel, I'm not gonna lie.
Wonderful to see you here.
So far, this is
So
pretty
that why
entertaining.
You don't use these different types of buttons?
Yeah, I
no?
use the snappy buttons so that they're
Okay.
easy to reattach.
Next thing is gotta
Until
do
they
the
start
next
talking
chair,
about the
like
show,
that,
that's
and
probably
then
when it's going to go downhill. That's when it's going to stop being fun. Let's just talk. Let's just talk to Terry Crews about the buttons on his shirt.
Scott and Gimple. So the Tales of the Walking
And his
Dead is
bounty
an
picks.
anthology series. There are characters we've seen, but there's also a lot of new characters that we haven't seen. So can you kind of talk about the thought process behind which stories you wanted to bridge off of, what new stories you wanted to tell? Because obviously, as we expand the universe and continue to, we know that the apocalypse is happening everywhere.
can hear
So
people
what was
talking
some of
behind the
thoughts
camera
going
again.
into this one?
I mean, one of the big things
Oh my
that,
God,
that
watch the
drove
panel.
ideas of this, of just an anthology series, were all the questions from fans of the shows. What is happening here? What is happening there?
Is that
Can
all
we
they
see
were
back
able to bring?
characters? And when I moved into
3
this
showrunners
position,
and 3 cast
we
members?
wanted to
There's
do
not
two
even
things.
any Olivia
We
Munn
wanted
there.
to evolve the existing stuff on The Walking Dead that people dug.
For a
and we
show
wanted
that
to
has
reinvent
that's made up
it.
of 6 short films
And the
essentially,
show was
for only
originally
like
gonna be
3 actors to show up
specials, but then
from
we decided to
6
tell this
different
anthology
films.
Series, and with Walking Dead
It's
gone,
not a
Fear
great
the Walking
turnout for
Dead,
Comic-Con.
It tilts a little bit more towards the new.
I bet Olivia Munn's
but then we
busy
have
though.
Samantha Morton down there.
She
holding
tends to
down
have a pretty
the
full
fire.
dance card. Both as like a journalist, presenter,
Great story about Alpha.
and she used to do all that gaming
So,
presenting
just as
stuff.
the sort of the
And then as an
content
actor.
officer, and
Probably as a
I'll
model
ask
too.
Channing the same question as you, who's a longtime writer on The Walking Dead. How are you approaching story-wise, like telling stories that we have not seen in 12 years, but also like not going so far off the map that you might alienate, you know, like longtime fans?
Well, the stories do. The DNA is the Walking Dead story values, which is this heightened reality, but real emotion.
Values?
Character-based. Big characters that people can lock on
Walking
to.
Dead is about how human
And
beings lose
letting
all
the
sense of
characters tell
values and
stories.
morals.
Each one of these stories,
You know, a
has these
lawless,
just indelible
apocalyptic
big
world.
characters, like everybody
Man
you saw
becomes
there,
the
they're
monster.
anchor of the story.
Yeah.
It isn't just the situation.
Got it. So as I said, Channing wrote many episodes of The Walking Dead, going back to season 4, I think, and also worked on Fear as well. Having had so much experience in the Walking Dead universe, how did you want to approach this one differently?
Oh, I was really excited about this one because in writing for The Walking Dead for so many years, it's based on incredible IP. A lot of the characters are already made. You're kind of coming into something and seeing if you can get their voice down and adapt to that. And you're always kind of secretly wondering, you know, what would I do if I was in the apocalypse or my friends
Probably
were in the
die and be a
apocalypse.
zombie.
So I was excited
I think that's what most of us would do.
Sit down with my
For there to be
writers
like
and think, what have we-
5
what
to
have I
10
not
cool
written on this world
survivors,
before? What have I
the
not
other
seen in this world
10
before?
to
What
50 million of us
might
have to
get
die and
Scott a
become
heart
zombies.
attack? What will he be okay
For those
with?
5
you know, I
heroes to
tried
deal with.
Push the boundaries, but also
Those aren't good
stay
odds.
within, hopefully, what the fans really like.
I think most of us are
Channing
fucked.
Powell is a genius, and your minds are going to be fucking blown.
Yes. So you have, this run is 6 episodes.
Yeah.
So
It's not
how
many.
are you deciding what stories? Were there things that have been percolating for years that you kind of had just kind of like, oh, someday
I
wanna
feel
do
like
this?
this
Was it
concept
wholly
came from
wholly
like
new ideas?
the Walking Dead games
Sort of
almost.
like a bevy of stories that he had already worked on when I came aboard as the showrunner.
Because
and
the
then
Walking Dead
I-
video games kind of already do this kind of
Full
stuff.
bevy.
And now the
And I
show's
was
just
like,
kind of catching up to that.
I'll entertain some of those. And then here are some totally crazy, off-the-wall ideas that I have, and let's see how we can marry them.
And there was even stuff that Channing and I had worked on before Tales.
Mhm.
So it was just this heady stew of story.
Yes.
Michael Satrazemis has directed on several of the Walking Dead shows. He is a legend.
He's okay.
In the Walking Dead universe. How is this one compared for you as a director?
Well, I mean, as a filmmaker and a creator, this is the everything. You get amazing stories, a wealth of talented people that you've created with for a long time in a genre that you know, and then you get to bring in new people and the old and filmmakers that you love and let them have this one story, these little movies, these little films, and then separating all 6 of them as far apart from one another that you can. It's the dream. So it's taking everything. I mean, The Walking Dead was my birth of the last decade and gave me every opportunity, fueled by
This
you
guy
guys.
reminds me of like
Very
a
much. You have
always perpetually half-drunk stepdad
So I want to thank you.
who is always grumpy unless he's on a golf course.
Like something exciting, and if you dig what we've just
He's just
done,
constantly mad and half-drunk because there's nowhere he wants to be other than a golf course. And if he's not there, he has to be angry and drunk and occasionally smack the fucking kids around that aren't even his. Does that mean?
Like a high school essay,
Is
but
that going too
compare
deep?
and contrast,
I don't even know this man.
The idea of directing episodes that are part
I
of,
can't
like,
see him half-drunk on a golf
versus,
course,
like,
though,
okay,
is all I'm saying.
These are self-contained stories.
Yeah, when you have a linear story, I mean, each element in each part is part of a much larger
You know what they could do
story, and you're
with the
doing a
Tales of the
section of
Walking
it,
Dead
so you're really trying to
anthology
make
series?
sure that you're not going
They
too
can
far,
take
because
stories from like the games, like the
and every once in a while you get that kind of bottle, which is
the Lee and Clementine thing from Telltale's Walking Dead, and they can do like a live-action one-off short film about those characters in live action.
But when you're doing a
If they wanted
story,
to, you know?
you're telling one
Just for
very
fun.
lengthy story. These
Don't take it too seriously.
are short, concise little films that have a beginning and an end. It's very rewarding. It's more theatrical, and you just get to work through with so many talented people. That's what's really neat, is to have most of the cast isn't here. Wait till you see everybody. We're blessed and lucky, and to get people like Terry, who on his first day arrived and just was a huge fan of The Walking Dead, and spoke about it, get him excited, and cut him loose in this genre.
It's weird to think of Terry Crews as a big fan of The Walking Dead. I mean, I don't know Terry Crews, but like,
for questions later on. So if
I don't know why it's weird to me to think of him like sitting there excitedly watching episodes of Walking Dead.
Some time for that, but Terry Crews, it's so nice to see you. We met last night, and
Unless he's just doing the usual thing of, saying that he's a huge fan because he's in the show, being paid to be on the show, and he's at a Comic-Con
Oh
panel.
my God, I'm such a huge fan.
I did.
Legitimate.
I hugged them all.
All of them.
You're alive. You're here.
Yeah, we got there first, and you were actually like, oh my God, are they showing up? Are they showing up? And you kept looking at the entrance to see when they would.
I was, because you got to understand, I've spent years with these characters, and it is a dream of mine to be
That's adorable.
a part of this world. You have to
Imagine
understand, I'm gonna
Terry
take
Crews being a
everybody
fan of
here
you
back to
and being excited to
1968.
see you enter the room
And
and bear
Dwayne
hug you.
Jones, the star of Night of the Living Dead. First time I ever saw a black hero who was literally running the show. You have to understand, I was born in
Let's not talk about how
1968.
Night of the Living Dead ends, though.
I had never
Because
seen
that's kind of
anything like
tragic.
that, but then, when I got to the end,
Oh God,
and
here
I
we go.
saw the opportunity for social commentary in that way, I saw the power of what well-crafted horror could do. And you have to understand, comedy and horror are two sides of the same coin. I had a very, very hardcore upbringing, but I had to laugh to keep from crying. And when I see, my opportunities in the horror space, I saw this as like, man, it took me back to like the moments in Aliens when Bill Paxton gives you the game over moment. It was the biggest laugh probably in any movie, in movie history at the time. You know what I'm saying? And you realize, wait a minute. These are two sides of the same coin. And to be a part of this Walking Dead universe, you have to understand too, for me, this is a metaphor for thoughts. And when you look at the
Terry.
Walking Dead, it's like the way I always
It's been going really well, but
is a thing where I had all these thoughts that will always come.
you got to
no
bring it
matter
home,
what.
buddy.
It's like the dead.
You got to nail the
fight.
point.
You always have to battle these bad thoughts that come at you all the time. And when I saw this show, I was like, this is like a metaphor for my life. You know, and let me tell you,
I like the passion,
I've
though.
never had a more
You
satisfying
gotta appreciate the passion.
filming experience. When I'm talking about as dramatic.
I'm still struggling to picture him in The Walking Dead. I'd have to actually watch his episode
Olivia Munn, who
to get a sense of like
I also worked with her
how that works.
on a little show called Newsroom years ago.
Because his
And we had
personality
all
just
you-
seems to come through in
but
every
I
role he
cannot tell
plays.
you
So
how happy
I'm
I
just
am
trying to
be a
picture
part
him in
of this
horror.
universe, and I promise you,
In a serious Walking Dead horror scenario, and it's tough
what
for
we
me.
put down. I promise you.
He's such a genuinely good dude, though. It's crazy. Like you can't help but want to smile watching Terry Crews talk about
Tom
anything.
Cruise was on, and Bill Pax was in the audience, and Tom Cruise was going, "Game over, man! Say it! Yes! Yes!" It's like that. And speaking of Tom Cruise, Danny Ramirez, who was in Top Gun Maverick.
Oh, was he? I don't remember him. I saw Top Gun Maverick.
Forever associated with him now.
Yeah.
Forever.
He must have been one of the
with The
pilot
Walking Dead
school
before,
side character
coming
guys
into
that
the
wasn't as
show
important
and any
on the
preparation?
team.
Well, I was pretty familiar in I was watching the series while I was at NYU, and as I was graduating, I was actually the voiceover actor for a week for this character named Javier from the Walking Dead video game. And then they rewrote him to be a little bit older, so then my job was short-lived. But a lot of preparation in the universe, and a lot of I think what drew me to it is
That's
just
pretty cool.
how human and small.
He
the
almost
story
got to
can
be
and
in
how- and
Telltale's
small as in
Walking Dead video
the
game.
intimacy Of it, and you think when you think of zombies and you think of
That's harsh, though, to
zombies,
actually already be doing the job and then having them rewrite the character as older and suddenly you're not the character anymore. When you had the job, the job was done, you nailed it, you were doing it, and then it all just changes out from under you. That must be heartbreaking.
Have those every single day of our lives, whether or not we're being chased by walkers. So the universe always drew me in that way, as it just there was a beautiful small story to be told in this massive extinction moment, really. So yeah.
Good answers. So many good answers. On our first panel back after
Did I pass the comparison?
They are actually giving some pretty good answers to these pretty straightforward questions. This is not a bad panel.
Loud in front of the microphone, so we'll see. Still too early to tell.
Kudos to this lot.
It's going very well so far. It's going very well so far. Is there anything that you can sort of talk about from your episode in particular without giving anything away, or something that excited you about it?
I hadn't ever been given the opportunity to just, from Lindsay, the writer, to Daniela Pineda, to myself, just like of having a Latinx creative team as well, part of it. So
He used the term Latinx. I thought that was controversial. I thought members of the Latin community were actually turning against the idea of the Latinx thing.
Tell the story, and just look at the call sheet and.
Like inside their actual community, the actual Latin people, they they weren't really taking up the Latinx thing because it wasn't really it doesn't come from the culture. It was something that was labeled onto it by progressives on the outside. Trying to virtue signal, I think, was the thing I read. And the Latin people themselves that were being labeled as Latinx were like, no.
Alpha was
Don't call us
such an
Latinx. We didn't
incredible
choose that. That's not
character.
from our language.
I wouldn't
And
even
there was
say,
like
I'm
there's a
always
rift
hesitant-
there.
I try to be hesitant to say this
In fact,
character's a
between
hero,
the Latin
this
people
character's a villain, 'cause
themselves,
every character's
like older
surviving,
Latins and younger
you know?
Latins.
And certainly
I shouldn't call them
that
Latins.
was Alpha's like.
We're
that was
either
Alpha's
for or
MO,
against
was
the whole
survival
Latinx
at all costs.
idea.
Can you talk a little bit about reprising your role from The Walking Dead? And now in Tales, the character of Alpha is known as D. D-E-E.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about Dee, and what was it like to basically do her prequel?
I mean, oh my God. Imagine, I was so gutted when Alpha died. You know what I mean? Like, the role of a lifetime of, you know, so, but all good things, you know, must pass. And it was like, I was like, okay. And then when I got the call that there was, you know, this was going to happen, potentially, I was, oh my gosh, I was just, you know, more than excited because, you know, I'm 45 years old, and as an actress and a woman, the roles kind of change in television and film. You're kind of making the tea, or you're the wife, or you know, they can be.
She
pretty
does
rubbish.
look like the type
And
that
so
would
for
get
me, this was
typecast
like
as
a
the
role of a
lady that
lifetime.
makes the
So-
tea for
and
the
also
main character, or someone's
like
random wife.
The idea of
She just has that
thinking
look,
about
unfortunately.
What made Alpha Alpha? Who is she? Who are the Whisperers? What is this all about?
But now she has a role in the
I just
fucking
wanted to
Walking
know.
Dead, so
Like, even
what
if
a
they
glow
didn't
up.
make it, I was like, what happens? What happens? You know? And then it was Channing, and I was so excited.
Who is that man
And
with
then
the backpack?
Mikey.
Oh, he's a
So I worked
cameraman.
with
All right.
Mikey on The Walking Dead, and
I'm getting fucking tired of
adore
random
the
camera
team,
people
and it's a family. You'll probably know that.
wandering
about us
around
right
in the
now.
foreground
Walking Dead,
distracted
this
me.
Universe, we all take very good care of each other. A bit of a ramble there, sorry, but I was just honoured. And then it's also like this excitement of, because if you remember, if for those of you that know like a little bit of the flashbacks in The Walking Dead, I think it was season 9, they were Lydia's flashbacks. So we don't know if they were true or not.
Oh, interesting. Wow.
So this is interesting because this is Dee's perspective. Dee is who Alpha was before she becomes Alpha. And it's so exciting because she's always Alpha, she's always there, you know? It's like she's always under the, you know, we are who we are. And I think also you're talking about society and metaphors, or, you know, for those people out there that feel, you know, trapped in their body, or, you know, there's a lot of things to do with gender and identity and who we are. I think as an actor, to play someone who's, you know, suppressing who they really are and then being able to blossom, it was such an honor. And I had the best time with Mikey and little Scarlett, who plays Lydia, Scarlett Bloom, who's mind-blowing. I mean, extraordinary. So yeah.
Excellent. You
Aw,
can, if
good
you
for
want
her.
to start asking questions, we certainly can.
Oh, they're already
have
up with
some
questions.
fan
Wow.
questions if you would like.
Didn't feel like that took long.
Oh, wow.
Well, maybe the panel was actually
Right?
reasonably interesting
Yeah.
this time,
It's a
so
good night.
it kind of
Hey,
went. It
congratulations
felt
on
like it
being
went
the first
faster than
question
normal.
for the Walking Dead Universe panel.
Thank you. Hi everyone.
What's up? What's up?
Holy shit! It's
my
Underpants
question's
face
for,
again.
Terry. My name's Luke, by the way, and my question for you is, what got you most invested into joining the Walking Dead universe?
What got you most invested in joining the Walking Dead?
Well, first
You
of all,
already talked about that.
I'm a fan. Hey, listen.
He just
if
did
I
a
wasn't on
massive
the
speech,
stage,
but he
I'd
wasn't
be
even listening. This kid.
And
How
you have to
does
understand,
how do the
each
same people
character
keep getting up
became
in
a
all
member
these
of my
Hall H
family. In the
panels
panel that's going to be
and getting
coming up
to
right
be the
after
first
this,
people to ask questions?
I knew them. I loved them. I went with them. I was just.
I'm
like,
calling
and
bullshit
then
on this.
I got a call. And
I have seen that kid front and center way too many times. I think these people are plants.
This is different for you. And I was like,
I think
what
someone
are you
is
talking about?
picking these people
I
out,
was like, they had me at hello.
giving them the job of getting up and answering
I am
questions,
the
and they're being fed
biggest
questions,
fan. You don't understand.
safe questions
When
by
I got a
producers that are
chance to
putting them in
hang
that
with
position.
Norman and
I don't think it's the real people,
and
real
all
nerds
these
that are
guys,
actually getting
I
up
was
and
just like
talking.
seeing them in person. They are family, because this is another thing. This is the kind of show.
Because there would definitely be some
where
nerds that would come with
you
negativity
have
and try to be
invest.
dicks.
There's no
And, like,
halfway in.
basically kill the
You are
vibe of the
either
room.
in or you just
So I think
never
to avoid that,
And
the kids that ask questions are all
I'm
plants.
so proud.
Dead
and
set.
happy to be a part of this universe. It is a true.
I'm 100%. You cannot convince me at this point that
guys,
all
all
the
the
people
stage
coming up and
for
asking questions
believing
aren't
in
plants.
me and giving me this shot, and I hope you're not disappointed, because I put everything I have into this. And
Excuse
I'm
me?
telling you, I think you're gonna enjoy it.
He's got goosebumps.
It is fantastic.
He's literally got goosebumps right now.
It was funny last time, because when you came up and you were like, "Oh my God, Norman, I'm Terry." And then you'd walk away, and then the cast was like, "Holy crap, that was Terry Crews!" You know, like, it was so wonderful to see, and it was just like, "Oh, this is what Comic-Con is," you know? It's just like watching people nerd out over each other. Hi, we can have another question. Hi, what's your name?
Hi, my name is Kylie.
Hi, Kylie. What's your question?
After being
Hi,
on
Kylie,
set
are you a
for
plant?
So long and being around zombies all the time, do any of you guys get any zombie nightmares?
That is a great
Oh, that was an
question. It
adorable
does happen. Did you have
staged
Well, I asked you
question.
this yesterday.
Yeah.
What an adorably
Just, like,
safe
being
question
the genre.
from
And I told you, like,
Amelia
yes,
the plant.
And also, what it conditioned me to do is every time I go into a
I
new
can't remember her
space, I'm
name
like,
5
that's it,
seconds after
that's
she said
I
it,
could
but
break that chair.
her name is Plant Johnson.
Like,
I don't
my
care.
brain like maps out.
Yeah, you know what I think? It's not
Peggy
about
Plant,
nightmare,
that's her name. Her name's
but
Peggy
it does
Plant.
make you
She's a plant?
rethink everything.
That was not a
Just
real question.
everything. Like,
Fuck you.
When you're going out, normally if you've got kids, you're like, do I have
I'm
wet
disillusioned
wipes
with Comic-Con
pasta
now.
with this, and I'm like, do we have enough water? Do we need to have like canned goods in the car? You do. It changes your life. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, good.
Well, I remember when the pandemic started.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'd already been watching Walking Dead for years, and I was like, oh my God, it's happening.
Oh no.
Oh my God. You know what I mean?
Okay, we all had that thought. Let's not gonna lie.
And then the audience just
Let's not
started
lie to
piling
ourselves.
out.
We all had a
Oh, no.
version of that in our own brains.
It's literally the end
We're like,
of the world.
okay, apocalypse
And-
is coming.
and
I'm gonna have to
the
start
whole
fighting
world
off neighbors
stopped.
that want to take my
And
shit.
you realize this.
I might have to stab some people in the neck.
Dude, I'm
ready for it.
goes back again. So I've definitely had nightmares about zombies, about what this whole thing could mean, and it's really, really. This is one reason why it works. This is why this whole world and universe works.
I'm glad you didn't take it too literally when the pandemic started. Hey Terry, can I borrow some? Get him in the brain! Christ. It wasn't. It's not that. It's not that.
I really need to play that Walking Dead Saints and Sinners VR game.
Thank you so much.
This is literally getting me in the mood for it. Oh, Button Lady's back. Is Button Lady a plant? Her mask creeps me out
Still
so
recognize you
much.
even with the mask. How are you?
I
It's
don't
so
like it.
wonderful to see you.
It's wonderful to see you.
This is horrifying.
I'm so glad you're back here.
Thank you. I've missed you. I've missed all this. I hope everything is well. Can I help facilitate a question for you?
Certainly. Even though this is an anthology, and I noticed that some of the stories seem like they're taking place before, some are during, some maybe after our timeline. Is there any connectivity maybe in there?
Good question. Is there connectivity?
Well,
Good
I mean,
planted
there's
question.
Alpha, so obviously you get the return of that character. And then we've peppered in a
You can hear a jingle
little
away.
bit of something that true fans might recognize.
There's
They
goddamn
might
buttons.
not, but it's not.
You always hear when
um,
she's coming up to a
We
microphone.
weren't too overt about it, so.
But through this like couple of seconds, we built up a giant other mythology.
We did, yeah. We came up with a whole other.
Wow, that was vague.
Robot alien.
Along those lines.
That was
But you'll recognize
massively
come the whole
vague.
show. Thank you, Bud Lady. It's just so wonderful to see you. Hi, what is your name? What's
No.
Hi there. My name is Jessica. Huge fan, obviously.
Doesn't have as many
big
buttons as
fan
Button
of
Lady.
Alpha, my favorite villain so far.
Really?
So
Oh,
fantastic. Yes, love doing Harlots for that matter too, and other things you've done. But just curious, is if they gave you the opportunity to do a larger spin-off prequel, would you be interested?
Of course.
What kind of question is that? She's
I'm
a working
in, too.
actress.
I'm
I
in.
know.
Of course she'd be
Bated
interested.
breath waiting here.
Holy
I
shit.
feel like if I announce it, technically
Would I
it has to come
like
true,
to
right?
have my
Oh, we
own
announced
major
it right
franchise
now.
spin-off where I'm the
Very
lead
excited
and
for
I'm
the
getting
Alpha
paid
spin-off.
out the ass? Nah, I'm good.
Hey, it's my
I think I
son,
might become a
Isaiah.
barista instead. See you later,
You
Comic-Con.
predicted the shirt was gonna open. Yeah, I did.
You're gonna ask him for
Is that a
money.
Cowboy Bebop shirt? Oh, it
This
is.
is a question for everyone.
I saw the dog before I saw the
How
logo.
long do you think you guys would survive a real zombie apocalypse?
Terry Crews, I think, will last
Is it
a long time.
I think I've got alpha in me anyway a little bit, so I think I'd be fine.
in this reality, do we retain all the knowledge that we have gained from this?
I don't know, man.
So I
I love that man.
I've bought a survival kit before.
You what?
I've bought a survival kit. I'd love to have a ton of canned food, water,
Yep.
just reserved, just in case.
Just in
anything goes
case.
down.
Terry
So
Crews is
I
gonna be
think
like,
once
I
that
can
runs out,
pop a
I
zombie's
have no
head off its body with my bare hands.
You know what? I got a theory about this. This is so crazy. You know, the fact is when y'all look at this world, the dead are really not the problem. If we stuck together, we could beat the dead. But the problem is that we would turn on each other.
Yes, people ruin everything. Humans are the
And
worst.
that's the thing. I would
Wow,
be like,
Terry
I'm
Crews
dead,
just
and then
stumbled on the
somebody was
entire
like,
point of The Walking Dead.
Listen, I think
Seemingly
I would
by
last
accident.
until my betrayal is what I'm saying. Maybe
Or
not
was
my
he doing a
friend, my
bit?
son might
Was he
be
being
like-
sarcastic there, and you knew that he was basically just
I think if you let me use
describing
your
the
father as my
entire
weapon,
point and
I've
theme
got a
of
good
Walking
chance of
Dead?
surviving for a while.
I thought your question
I don't know
was
what
really
to think
my
anymore.
question's for Terry Crews.
My
Can
brain
I
is
have
melting.
the car?
I'm almost at 15 hours streaming.
Nice.
And $20.
Good to see you, Isaiah. What is your name? What is your question?
Hello, my name's Dominic. I got a question for Terry Crews.
Hi,
I know you
Terry.
said you're a big fan of the show. Just wondering who your
I can
favorite
hear Button
character
Lady.
is and why.
Where is she?
From any series? From any of the series, or from the original show?
Like every time I hear her, it's like a velociraptor in the grass.
Tyrese. Jack Coleman. I tell you, man, he was a gentle, beautiful giant.
Good answer.
Who cared so much.
Good,
like,
good
he
answer.
just
I totally forgot
would
about
not
Tyrese,
stop
but what a great
caring,
character he was.
Is what I love
He didn't
about him.
deserve
I
to
get
die at
choked
all.
up. I literally am choked up thinking about him because he was caring so much about everything. The way he treated the little babies and the way he treated everybody.
Man, Walking Dead
Tyrese,
was really good at sort
I
of
said,
Game
man,
of Thronesing
he
its way
is
through
my
the seasons.
soulmate. You know what
Just
I mean? And I
constantly
feel
killing
that
off main
for
characters,
anybody out here, all the
left, right, and
Tyrese
center.
fans out there, I'm telling you, I love
You really
him.
got the
I can't
vibe
wait
that
to
no one was
hopefully
safe,
one day
except
work
for
with him, because
fucking
he's
Rick and
a
Daryl.
brilliant actor, and what an amazing job he did.
Thank you for
The
questions.
most
Time for one
popular
more
character
question
from the
on
comics
this
and the most
panel.
popular character that was invented just for the show.
Is it you, Dominic? Dominic, do you want to? Okay.
They're getting a
What's your
lot
name?
of Q&As in on this
My
one.
name is Honesty.
Yes.
So we were mentioning, you guys were just talking about aliens, Bill Paxton. So this goes out to anyone up there. What is your favorite Terry Crews one-liner?
Terry Crews one-liner.
The entirety of Idiocracy.
White chicks.
Idiocracy, without a couple jokes, it's a horror movie. We all know that. Yeah.
No, my son asked me, what's the scariest movie I've ever seen? I say Idiocracy.
It is Idiocracy. It's a documentary now.
His best line, White Chicks, when he walks up to one of the Waynes in white chick makeup on the beach, and she looks up and sees his Speedos,
Thank you all for being
and he looks down at her
here
and
on
says,
this,
easy, white
panel and
chocolate.
for being part of Tales of the Walking Dead.
Best Terry Crews line.
Just,
Entire
did you
Terry
wanna
Crews
say something
filmography.
As Terry and as a huge fan of The Walking Dead, you know, in this final season.
First of all, I want to. I've been spending a couple days here and having the most wonderful talks with Samantha, and let me tell you,
I can't believe no one quoted White Chicks for that question. I am so
amazing.
disappointed.
You got to give Samantha Morton all her props because Alpha was an extremely hard character to do, and I have never seen anybody just pull that. Because I was scared to meet her. That was the wild part. And I said, oh my God, the last 2 days we've had these wonderful conversations. And I'm just, first of all, I love every member of this cast, this crew. We worked so freaking hard. We did a whole movie in 10 days. And these guys have been doing this for years. And I love what they do. And you have to understand, it is a labor.
They did a whole
of
movie
love.
in 10 days?
100%. It is all for you. You have to know that.
Does he mean like one episode of the show
Danny,
is like making a whole movie in 10
everyone,
days?
It's for you, and we.
I can see that.
We do.
When you've got a well-oiled machine like Walking Dead
I
crew,
also want to.
knocking out like a single
Channing and Michael
Walking Dead short
opportunities
film in
or
10
anything you
days, I
wanna
could see
say,
them pulling that off.
In this final season of the Walking Dead.
I mean, I've made a short film in 2 days. I've made short films in both 1 and 2 day periods.
Fair.
Yeah, I do
Not as
really hope
substantial
that
and
we
as professional
cater to
as what
the
they're making,
original
but
fans of the show and that we
with
bring
their
something
crew
new to the
and
table for the people who haven't
money
seen it
and
before. I know it can feel overwhelming because there's so much
built-in production value
Walking Dead content
of what they've
and
got.
serialized, and it might be hard to dip in, but
I could
these
see
are
them doing
one-offs,
something
they are
pretty
little movies, you
substantial in
can-
10 days.
You'll be caught up the moment.
I
you
say
start
that,
it,
but then if
so-
we watch the spin-off show, if we watch Tales of the Walking Dead and it turns out that it's really cheap, then
Listen, The Walking Dead's ending.
Oh,
You know,
well.
This is my family.
Guess I was wrong.
Everyone I've created with, through, and that we've expanded into this. But it is something truly special, and to every one of us who have been allowed to have the opportunity to create for over a decade together. You know, it has formed us, it's transformed us, it's created and expanded our family and
Uncle Dave is drunk again.
that I want to create with the remainder of my life.
He needs to be.
And,
He needs to.
it's
He needs to go
because
back
of
to the
you
golf
guys,
course.
because you loved it.
He's ready.
Because you fueled it, and because
He's done with he's done with the panel. We're almost done.
Again, thank you enough. I mean, this is this is what we're all about.
Danny, is there anything you want to say for the Walking Dead fans?
It's well, first of all, I can't wait for you guys to watch the entire series. I think it's going to be something really special that is only going to build on the world you already love, and it's going to give you more to love about it, more to bring in that little magnifying glass and see all the different stories of all of us in this room that will be portrayed through this anthology. And I think I appreciate you guys for taking us in with open arms. You guys, like the energy in this room is unbelievable. So first of all, thank you for that. And I'm just excited for you guys to really enjoy it and to sit there.
At least the people they had on this panel were reasonably
genuine.
And
it's gonna be
there's a lot of sincerity
And
going
finally,
on here.
Samantha, anything you want to say to Walking Dead fans?
Heart is warmed. I still think their trailer was kind of shoddy, but
because it was the best job.
my faith in the genuine sincerity of the cast and crew.
To Alpha.
It's very, very, very possible to make a piss poor trailer out of a really good show or movie,
Incredible show.
and vice versa. So
Insanely brilliant.
never
with
say never.
Amazing actors, writers, shot on film. How incredible is that? You're going to meet them in a sec, but I just thank you and thank you everybody, and thank you for the kind things you just said, Terry. Wow.
Aw.
God bless you all.
She gone cry.
Thank you, Samantha Morton.
Oh, she is actually crying.
I would like you to have a huge round of applause for Tales of the Walking Dead. Tales of the Walking Dead, Sunday, August 14th
That wasn't so
at
bad.
9 p.m. on AMC and AMC Plus. Don't go anywhere.
I'm cheering
please
for
stand
them.
up and take a bow.
I'm cheering
This
for
is
that
Hall
group.
H. You were all amazing.
That would be an easy spin-off show to binge as well. I mean, 6 short films. You don't really have to follow stories between episodes. You can literally watch any one of those 6 shorts at any time you want, in any order. Pretty easy show to catch up on. All right, the big one, the actual Walking Dead final season main series.
I didn't know what to expect for this. I mean, I knew someday we would arrive at this moment where it would be like a final Hall H Walking Dead panel. Just to sort of like walk you back a little bit. I think maybe in 2010, Walking the Floor Comic-Con.
Are they gonna have a
I was with my
trailer for
friend of
this?
mine,
Because
comedian Brian
I
Posehn, and we
fell off The
saw,
Walking Dead a couple of seasons
the
ago,
trailer
so
playing for this show called
if they
The
play a
Walking Dead,
trailer, that might
and
have a
we
lot of
watched-
spoilers.
Brian was like, "Oh my god, dude, that looks effing amazing!" And we just watched it on a loop over and over and over again. The following year, they approached me and said, "We're thinking about doing kind of like an after show, sort of like Watch What Happens, but for The Walking Dead. Are you interested?" And I said, "Of course. I'm a huge fan of the show and the comics." And so in 2011, we came and did Ballroom 20, the first San Diego Comic-Con panel, which was my unofficial audition for Talking Dead. It went well. We shot the pilot. Later that fall, Talking Dead started. This has just been such an incredible journey these last 11 years, and it just wouldn't have existed without all of you. So I don't know.
Oh, this is Chris Hardwick.
I am trying to not get choked up.
I know Chris Hardwick.
This
Hang
should
on.
be a celebration. No
Hold
shows
up.
just don't get to last this long. This is rarefied television air that we're living in, and I am so unbelievably grateful that I have had
Talking
this
Dead,
front seat
Talking
on this
Saw. He's
incredible
done so
ride,
many
these
hosting
last,
gigs
11 years. So
for a long
without
time.
further ado, this is that kind of bittersweet moment where I introduce.
He does the after
our
show
Walking
for
Dead
so many
family,
nerd shows, like
for
Breaking
the very
Bad, Better
last
Call
time at
Saul.
Hall H as an official show. I know. So the what? Oh, I should just announce the show's not. It's gonna keep going. It's gonna keep going. No.
Preacher.
I wish I could. So this show is literally like one of the biggest shows in the history of cable. But not only that, but it brings people
He's a voice
together.
actor in a lot of
Everywhere I
cartoons
go,
like Batman.
I have an instant talking point with
And
someone,
Scooby-Doo.
and they feel like family. They feel like community. And one of the most amazing things is watching this cast has always
I feel like
known
I remember
that, and
Chris
they've
Hardwick
embraced
from
it, and they've been very
some
much
other something
a part
else.
of the fandom. and it's been
It's
one
on
of
the
my
tip of my
favorite
tongue,
things
but I
about
can't
the
remember
show.
what it was.
So, because of the dedication to the fans, for those of you who are able to join tonight, there is a fan event. Here is a look at what to come in the last 8 episodes of The Walking Dead.
Oh, they are doing
Let's
a
roll.
trailer.
Ladies and gentlemen,
All right.
please help me welcome.
Even though it's chock full of spoilers for someone who stopped watching it multiple seasons ago, I'll bite because I'm curious to see where the show's at now. This is not going to be one of those trailers that just shows clips from all the past seasons, is it? Holy shit. Yeah, I don't recognize any of this stuff. Was that Daryl and Maggie? Because they lost Glenn, right? That was, I think, the season right after the one that I got to.
Thank you for coming. I hoped you would. I have a lot to say.
We need to find Hornsby before it gets to anybody.
You're running out of time. You want to die quick?
How do they still have fuel?
You want to die screaming?
Oh my god, that looks sci-fi as hell. What the hell?
This isn't gonna be easy.
I don't like this.
Is it ever?
Those outfits are a bit hokey. How are there still zombies as well? After a certain point, you would have killed so many zombies that there aren't any humans left to turn into zombies.
None of us are safe as long as she's still breathing.
You
know who I am?
I'm actually shocked Negan's still alive too.
This world is broken.
This isn't the future my mom and dad fought for.
I wish things were how you want them to be. I have to keep you safe.
Is someone cutting the faces of zombies and wearing it? That's fucked up. You're gonna get a disease. That's a corpse.
Fall back! Fall back! People remember the last thing that you do. The end of each
I think that's my biggest issue with zombie stuff. Both movies and TV shows. There are a lot of humans to turn into zombies in the world. But there are not an infinite supply. Once the remaining survivors have killed like a few thousand zombies per region, like there just wouldn't be any zombies anymore. Like you'd eventually run out of humans.
I've heard stories, walkers that can climb walls and open doors. I was never sure if they were just stories.
Smart zombies? Oh, fuck off. Bunch of clever girls? They've clever girled some of the zombies now. Isn't that the same twist that the Day of the... What is it? Not Day of the Dead. Not Night of the Living Dead. The mall one. The one that Zack Snyder remade. Is it Day of the Dead or Land of the Dead? Which was the mall one? Fuck. How have I forgot this? It's a classic. Oh my god. Romero has made way too many of these. I know it's not Night of the Living Dead. Wait. Zack Snyder. Let's get that Snyderverse shit away from me, please. Dawn of the Dead. That's the mall one. Okay. Oh god. I can't believe that fell out of my brain. Yeah, that's the same plot twist in Dawn of the Dead. Zombies that suddenly turn out to have learnt and have gotten smart enough to like do things like use guns. And now Walking Dead has gone in the same direction. I don't know how I feel about that. I hated it back then. I don't like it now either. Yeah. Walking Dead in particular has this problem. They kill an obscene amount of zombies over the course of these seasons. To the point where it's like, the town that they're holed up in would have never had anywhere near that many people living there total. Where are all these zombies coming from? Like, once the zombie apocalypse happens in any game, movie, or TV show, zombies seem to become like this never-ending resource. This perpetually regenerating resource. Like, they just keep coming from nowhere. Coming out of the forests, coming out of the hills. They're always coming out of buildings and walking down the streets. It's like, it wouldn't take that long to kill the entire population of that town's worth of zombies, at which point you would barely ever see a zombie again. Unless one or two random zombies happening to walk a couple of kilometers through a forest from a gas station somewhere and just show up out of nowhere. But that would actually be quite rare at that point as well. So, you know, I want to make a zombie movie where the zombie apocalypse ends within the first 10-15 minutes of the movie. Like, people don't believe it at first. After enough people are now dead and turned into zombies, the remaining people start to realize what's going on. They start to defend themselves, turn on the zombies. Couple of days after the zombie apocalypse started, everyone's that's not a zombie yet have already killed enough zombies to basically stop the pandemic, the zombie apocalypse. And then it's like, well, that fucking went nowhere. And then it's about what's the ramifications after that on society. How do you go back, rebuild on that? What do you do with all the corpses? Like, the act 2 and 3 can be about, like, deeper stuff to do with how society functions after it's been rattled that hard. Kind of like how COVID hit society and it shook things up a bit, but, like, even harder because zombies. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that because I'm way out of the loop about what's going on with all those characters, but it still looks fine. It looks as Walking Dead as it's ever been.
2022 Walking Dead cast and producers. First of all, let's welcome Scott M. Gimple back out to the stage. Here comes Scott. Showrunner, executive producer
even leave?
Angela Kang.
Just let him stay in the seat.
Executive producer, director, special effects guru Greg Nicotero.
Oh, she's attractive. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, Carol herself, Melissa McBride.
Can't believe Carol's still alive. She's a character I thought was going to die, like, so long ago.
Our resident know-it-all,
while I was
Eugene
still watching
Porter.
it.
Josh McDermott is here.
What a surprise.
Please welcome to the stage Aaron himself, Ross Marquand.
Hey, Ross.
Father Gabriel is also here. Seth Gilliam, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, Seth Gilliam. I don't know any of these
Please
people.
welcome to the stage Connie Lauren Ridloff.
These are all new characters at this point.
The panel would not be complete without Judith Grimes, Kaylee Fleming.
Oh, the grown-up little girl. Wow,
The
that is
protector of the
interesting.
Commonwealth,
That's who that is,
Michael
okay.
James Shaw.
So did Carl die eventually?
And the one and only Daryl Dixon himself, Norman Reedus.
Hey! Honestly, the only character I really don't want to die.
I know you're doing the same thing. I'm capturing it. I'm trying to experience it, but capture it at the same time.
Daryl's starting to look a little old. Norman Reedus.
Man, I don't even know where to start. It's hard. I knew
Oh, the main characters aren't there.
I knew someday.
No Rick.
it would happen. But,
Oh wait, Rick.
So let's just talk about
Rick
it.
moved on after last season, didn't he? Him and
When
Michonne
these episodes
vanished
will debut?
somewhere.
When will we see these
I think I saw
final 8?
Twitter rumblings about
Final
that.
8 premieres Sunday.
Like they finally
October
moved on the
2nd
main
at 9
characters, and
9
Daryl's
p.m.
really the only
Don't show up at 9 a.m.
real main character
A
left.
weird time change.
Yeah.
It's Saturday mornings.
And you can watch the first 2 eps that night on AMC Plus. The same night. And also, for people on the West Coast, we're going to be celebrating the finale with an epic fan event in Los Angeles on November 20th. There are going to be details to come soon, but save the date.
Excellent. Oh yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Okay, so let's start with Angela Kang. How are you feeling? How are you doing?
I'm great.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Here.
I'm glad to hear that. I really wanted this to be as much a celebration as possible because it is an incredible.
I feel like she
thing
looks
that has
almost
happened
exactly
these last
like she
11
always
seasons,
looked.
really
Like she hasn't
12
aged a
years.
bit.
But 24 episodes this season.
Whereas
Can
Daryl
you
looks
talk
like he's a
about being
little
so
older
close
than I
to the finish
remember.
line and,
I
you
can
know,
see a few
talk
extra
about
wrinkles.
These last 8 coming up.
Is that the actual little girl?
Because it took a
Like,
long
has Walking
time
Dead been
to
around
film
so
all
long that that's the
24,
actual baby
and
that grew
we
up?
Finally got to the production.
Or do they just
finish line,
actually
so it's
hire
still
like a
going, but, you know, we're obviously
fresh
here.
little
There's
girl
still a
actress
lot of
to play
celebrating to do.
that
The
baby grown up
episodes are still
slightly?
Yet to air, and we're just, you know, I'm just kind of enjoying these moments as we're getting everything ready. For
So
the
is
fans.
she the last remaining Grimes?
I'm just excited
Is
to
Carl
see
and
what
Rick both
everybody's been doing, all the
dead?
hard work.
Can you talk a little bit about setting up where we're at?
Who would have known that the little baby that was
Yeah, when we
born in a
start the
prison
final block,
and killed her
our
mother in
people are in
childbirth would be the last
conflict
remaining
with the Commonwealth,
thing in the zombie
Commonwealth is a
apocalypse?
society that
The
kind of
last
tends
remaining
to drive
Grimes in the
people
zombie
apart.
apocalypse.
But this is about our people coming back together. The gang is together, like with their goal in mind as they're charging forward to the finish.
Right.
It's really emotional, big twists and turns.
How do you even begin to tackle when they say like 24 episodes, go? Like, how do you even begin to parse that out?
24 episodes?
You know, I think with such a serialized show, you're just.
I think that's why the show
trying to
sometimes
art
looks
out what everything is. We have
like
such
a little
great
cheap.
roadmap in
Not
Robert Kirkman's,
like their production
writing.
design keeps it together, but
Uh-huh.
sometimes it
And,
has a little
and
bit of
so I
a
think
slightly
we took a lot of
detectable vibe
inspiration
of
from there, but
cheapness.
obviously the show has kind of
I feel like they make too many
taken
episodes
reasons,
too
so
quickly.
we're just trying to figure out how do we stay true to
24 in a
the spirit of
season?
what's
Like,
laid
holy
out,
crap.
while also kind of, you know, paying attention to all the characters.
That's a
who
lot
are
to
here
binge. That kind of makes me not want to catch up with the
lives
show.
in the series version.
Greg Nicotero, when I
Hi,
talked.
Chris. Hi, Chris.
Hi, Greg. When I talked about being here all those years ago and seeing that trailer for the first time and seeing how amazing it looks and knowing like, oh, we can finally have like a super cool television zombie show. Like we finally.
Is the blonde guy
effects,
next
you figured it out.
Her.
Yeah.
Can you talk about your journey these last,
Is that-
12 years? And by the way, Greg
Eugene?
directed in the last block, the first episode of the
Is
last
Eugene
block,
still
and the
alive?
final
What the
episode
fuck?
as well.
And the last.
How is he still alive?
Well, first of all, I have a question. So, by applause, how many people were here the first Comic-Con panel?
I was here.
Thank you. Whatever your name. What's your name? Mike. Oh, Mike. That's
Mike. That's Mike.
That's your Mike.
That's not my mic. He's just my mic.
No, he's your Mike.
He's everyone's mic.
Well, you know, it's. I'll
Okay, no,
tell you,
Eugene's
the
dead.
journey has been
Never mind.
absolutely life-changing for me, and this is, you know, we're close to the end, so it's bittersweet. It's hard to even imagine not seeing these people every day, waking up and going to set and shooting the show, but it's been a great run. You know, I mean, directing the finale, I felt all of the weight of the expectation of every single person in this room on my shoulders because we wanted it to be great.
Okay, so
Everybody
the
was in
final
it. You know,
season is
24
season
episodes
11.
was no
They're
joke,
all the way up to
shooting that
11.
long extended period of time. But
Eugene
by the time we got
died
to the end, man, everybody rolled
in
up their
season
sleeves and
8.
said, we have an obligation to the fans to take the show out the best way that we can. And
It looks
I
like.
can speak for everybody up here and all the cast and all the crew that we did it. So it was pretty great.
How did your approach change over the years from, you know, the beginning of the show to the last episode of season 11?
Wow, that's, you know, That's an interesting question. When I directed my first episode, which was Jeff DeMunn getting killed, that was the first hour of television I had ever directed.
Wait, no, he's alive. What
and
the
I didn't
fuck?
tell anybody except maybe Andy that I was literally scared shit. I was terrified because I had never done it before. I had my little drawing diagrams and camera things, and to go from there to be the director on the finale and weaving all these storylines together that Angela and Jim and Corey wrote, and make sure that everything felt satisfying and serviced the character arcs of all these people. So, 39 episodes that I had directed, and when we got to the end, man, it felt good to be able to sort of be at that point where we all worked so well together that it was kind of, I feel like I could direct like anything in the world now after making it through that, because it was really rough, but everyone did such a great job.
Okay, so one website said he died, was killed by Negan. Another one says he's still alive in season 11. So, and I think that is him on the panel. So,
were you able to sort of, like, how were you able?
I guess
to
the one
process
website lied to me.
this
Looks like he's alive.
I don't know, I was just thinking about that episode. I killed Jeffrey. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Angela wrote it.
I wrote
She
it.
cried. I brought her into the editing room to watch that scene, and she was weeping. I'm like, I think I did okay then.
Yeah. And I beat the shit out of that kid in the shed or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Process all this. Yeah.
I can't believe we were robbed of a Silent Hill game starring Norman Reedus.
I've
made by
some of my
Hideo
best
Kojima.
friends on this show.
We live in the worst timeline.
It started off with such this pure little thing, and we did it in the woods, and it was, everybody had each other's backs, and it was like such a pure thing. Like, there was no agents, managers, nobody, there was no Hollywood around us, and every actor was like, they'd show up. If you had a big day where you had to say a bunch, they'd leave you alone. There was so much respect, and it just grew into this huge show. But we held.
Aw, she's tearing up.
That core belief system of doing it for real, and the sense of family, and I've said it a million times, but
There's a lot of
it's not just our show.
emotion in a lot of these panels.
And
Like,
it's literally been
quite a
like
few
that
of them, like,
since
there's
day
not much
one.
really for you to get out of it as a viewer, because they're just talking in circles about
So to be here in
how great
process
what they did is,
the last
and not really giving you much in the way of new information, but
It feels great.
you can tell how much it means to them.
But I kind of just
Because so many end up in tears just talking about like how much of a family they are.
Maybe wait till after COVID.
Till after COVID, yeah. As soon as it's over, call me, because I gotta hug everybody. But,
A Comic-Con exclusive.
Yeah. It feels good though. For the most part.
The thing that was most impressive
That guy
for me
definitely
is,
has the
like,
Eugene
watching
face.
them
The hair threw me
evolve
off,
in
but
the
I can see
beginning,
Eugene
just
now.
watching how nervous he would be coming on Talking Dead or doing panels, and then after about a season or two, just watching how much you embraced it and how part of the fandom you were, and like watching you guys have like glitter fights up here on stage. I don't know if y'all were here for that panel too, but just like watching all of you recognize this is not a normal thing that happens. This is special. Like watching you embrace that.
Yeah, I mean this for most.
While
actors
Eugene
just
sits there
never
looking at his phone on the table.
For most of us, it may not ever happen.
He looks
again,
like he doesn't
but,
give a fuck.
You know.
Everyone else is so much more
I wasn't
emotional. He's just
nervous,
like,
I just hide it better, I think.
I just want to go home and play my Xbox.
I think I started off. my
Typical
whole career
Eugene.
Being nervous, and I'll probably always be nervous, but I just hide it better. I don't know. I remember that glitter fight. He's such an idiot, right? Like, he cupped his. First off, that happened because I filled his air conditioner full of glitter in his car, right? He doesn't know how to prank people. But then he tried to blow it in my face, but he cupped his hand and blew it in his.
And just right back into his own head. Yeah.
That's a YouTube gold winner
That's on
right
there.
there.
Melissa McBride.
Who were they talking about that he had a glitter fight with? Is it the guy that played Rick? That's not here currently?
Carol is such an amazing, epic, wonderful character.
Carol, yeah, that's
I've been
it.
so grateful to get to know you over these years, and I appreciate you and I appreciate your work, and I love how much the fans love Carol. Can you talk about...
I can't talk. Are you kidding?
I know. Is there anything you
Is she
feel
sick?
like saying, or
Does
that
she have
you talk
COVID?
about surprising moments or just experiences or anything you
Everyone
feel
else
like
on that
sharing
table is
with your
very worried right now. They're all extremely concerned.
The whole... I love you too! Right?
That's not a good idea. It's not a good idea.
Don't do that.
This whole experience has been amazing, out of this world.
Carol's got some fans. Well, it sounds like it's
thought
not
it
just
would
Daryl.
become What it became. For myself, for everybody else up here,
She's gonna tear up again.
God, I swear to God, it gets stuck. This always happens. Anyway, and I'm a little nervous, but I can't.
Oh yeah, she's got tears down her cheeks. Aw. She has been with this show for a long time, since the very beginning.
Every time, I have so much to say.
I know, but it's
This happens every time.
no, but it's understandable. I mean, it's like I think it's comforting, especially for the fans, to know that it means as much to you as it means to them. You know, like it's important that it's not just a job, that it's it's a part of your life and a part of their lives, and so I think that's special. So I hope you
What was she
understand
just
how
doing?
much you.
She did like a little dance and then stuck her tongue out at Eugene.
Yeah.
I'm just so grateful.
Well, we're grateful for you.
Aw.
I would like to talk about Josh McDermott's awesome
Can we
hair.
talk about Eugene? Eugene
I
looks
love-
bored.
by the
Make
way,
him say
I legit,
something.
like,
Make him
love your
contribute.
hair.
Come
And
on,
when
Eugene.
I first thought, I was like, oh, he just wanted to go as opposite as possible. As...
No.
No?
This is my hair.
Oh.
In fact, Eugene in the comics is blonde. And I asked Robert Kirkman, I said, is his hair blonde? He goes, yeah, I don't know why the hell they dyed your hair brown. So I asked you, Scott Gimple. I've had to get my hair dyed every 3 weeks for the last 9 years.
Finally, someone has asked the hard
He has
in
the
the Walking Dead
attitude
channel.
of Eugene.
I felt that Kirkman spiritually wrote him as a chestnut.
It's weird to see him without a mullet.
I accept that answer then. It made it worth it.
Have you
The full-on mullet.
so much of Eugene is what you brought to him, like off the page, you really created this wonderful character beyond the comics and added to him. Is there anything special about Eugene that you feel connected to, or like just sort of the Eugenist moment for you over the years?
Hopefully not, because Eugene's kind of a piece of shit.
I mean, I just like
You don't really
how
want to relate to him
he,
too closely.
Adapts to every situation. And to survive. And the first time we meet him, he has a lot of selfish motivation there. He obviously wants to stay alive for himself, but as he grows as a person, he starts to include his friends in trying to keep them alive, and it's never
Really? I
it's
read
just
the
always
wiki.
adapting, and that's
I heard what he does later on.
great, I wouldn't survive myself in the apocalypse if that happened. If we went to that, I would try and take Eugene's knowledge, and then I'd get shot right away.
Yeah, I've tried to take away Apocalypse.
He was the most honest.
Lessons from the show, and
He so far has
I
been the
think
most
only one
honest
I came
about
up
his
with,
chances in
I'm
the
done,
apocalypse
I
out
would
of
just give
anyone
up
on any of the Walking
immediately,
Dead panels.
immediately.
Yeah, I would just find someone with a weapon and just say, just do it. Just kill me.
Is there any kind of a favorite moment that you go back to, or as you've been reflective near the end of the show?
I mean, I was talking with Channing Powell and Angela about it last night, and Channing brought up.
She's still trying to dab her tears
liked
away.
The part where Eugene bit Dwight's crotch, and I kept. What did you say? You love Eugene? No, silence.
No, I didn't say that at all.
No, hell no, I didn't say that.
That's not what I was saying.
No, But she said that when she was watching the cut of that, and we had like a little bar that I had to like bite onto that was like sewn into Austin Emilio's pants, and VFX they had to take that out, and I think she said they put on the screen remove crotch bar, and so she just took a screenshot of it, just like my teeth like biting down on Austin Emilio, and it says remove crotch bar.
There's a scene where Yuji bites a guy's crotch.
Yeah, but
That is probably the most interesting thing I learned from this entire panel. And does actually make me want to watch Walking Dead again. You know it's a serious survival scenario when you have to resort to biting another man's crotch.
Situation and trying to make it,
That's hardcore.
good for him, and that was just fun to throw up on Christian because she was just miserable that day, and that was.
And that's one thing Christian really wanted to be here. We're representing Christian today. I'm not bringing it up just because she was vomited on. She loves you.
Yes.
Who
And
was vomited on?
I also want to give a shout out to Kari Payton, who was supposed to be on the panel and actually got sick, but he's doing okay, and he sent a text and he just said, I'm so sorry I can't be with everyone today. They say I'll be back to normal in about a week, so if y'all sit tight, I'll be there as soon as possible. Good things come to those who wait. The finale is definitely going to be worth it. Thanks for all the love and support. Booyah, and yet I smile. Walking Dead Forever, Kari.
I don't know who that is.
Hey, Josh. I think the day that you did the wiener bite, I think Norman ordered a hot dog truck.
Yeah.
That day, so that the whole crew could have hot dogs, if I remember correctly.
He's
So
like,
we're all there with you in spirit. I guess.
Yeah, he said I want everyone in the crew to put a wiener in their mouth.
That's perfect.
Norman Reedus is the man. Getting hot dogs for everyone on
The
set.
moment they'll remember.
Legend.
Ross Marquand, thank you so much
Oh,
for
my
being
butt.
here.
My butt's a sweaty butt.
You got to play Aaron for many, many years. It feels like it just went by like that. What were you most proud of? Like, what are you taking away from the experience?
What'd you think? Keep it together. I'm gonna start crying. Yeah, I think the weirdest thing for me was that I was a fan of the show for many years, and then I got to the set, and I remember meeting Andy first. He gave me a great big hug. And he's like, he stayed in character the whole time. He's like, welcome to the family. I was like, whoa, shit, that's Rick Grimes. And then I met you, and I met Cudlitz, Abraham, and both of you were like.
So I don't recognize him as a character either.
He's like, you
He
need
must be
anything
from one of the
at all, you
seasons
need
after that I
anything,
stopped.
Talk to Andy. And
I feel like everyone on the right-hand side of this panel
was just-
table, from Eugene
it was
onwards.
a surreal moment from the moment I got on the show, and it's not stopped being surreal.
Not counting the little
What's going
girl,
on. I
because
think,
I haven't seen the little girl before,
we were
but
just
she's
actually
playing the
tearing up a
baby,
little bit. I think
so
it's gonna be
I
really,
technically have seen that character.
It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be weird when it's
The
over,
grown-up
yeah.
baby Grams.
Yeah. 8 years of my life, 12 years of a lot of these guys. And yeah, it's an amazing thing to be a part of, and it's gonna be weird when it's over. Yeah.
Well, big hugs. Hugs.
So if season 11 is the final season and there's a trailer out already and you're all at
Is it
Comic-Con,
heavy?
does that
Like,
mean
I
you've
never
all
ever
filmed it
asked you, like,
already and it's
could you only
done?
put it on for
Like
brief
technically
periods
it's
of
already
time?
over for you guys?
There's a rubber one that's like a hard rubber that you have to kind of move your thumb like this in there because it's pretty tight in there. And there, you get like screws, there's a coupler right there and there's screwed in. So once it's on there, you don't really take it on and off because it's so hard to take on and off. But the metal one, that's like a real heavy duty one, and you can actually do some damage with that one. That could really kill somebody. So yeah.
So be careful.
Especially going to the bathroom. It's very, very different. One-handed.
Pokey.
It's pokey. Yeah.
Seth Gilliam, Father Gabriel. I mean,
Yeah, I don't remember Father Gabriel either.
an arc.
We're
he
way
has
deep
had
into
these last several years.
we're way deep into the part of the
From
show
being
that
the
I
guy who just did not want to come
never
out
saw.
of that church to like he's definitely evolved quite a bit. What has this experience been
What
like
happened to
for
the
you?
dude with the
And-
tiger?
Um,
There was a dude with a CG tiger.
question. It's
That was quite a long time ago, though.
to borrow
That guy's probably...
Ross's
Is that
word as
him?
well,
Is he the one with the
it's been
CG
surreal.
tiger?
It's to go from my very first moment was standing on top of the rock, you know, screaming and screaming and screaming, and then I looked down and there were all these people I'd just been power watching for the last 48 hours, you know, the first 4 seasons in my home in Netflix, and you know, standing there before me and talking to me, and it was surreal, and being here with thousands of people in this audience who've been following this show for as long as they have, and the commitment that they have to it, and the love that they
I
have
can't
for
tell
it,
his age.
It's been pretty magical.
A combo of what he's wearing and
My
his general
character
look.
arc was a great
He
deal
could be
of fun to
younger
play.
than he
I
looks, or
don't
could be
think,
just a straight up old man that's still
I
really fit.
could have imagined it going where
I can
it's
see white
gone.
in his moustache.
That's the beauty of storytelling, I guess.
What do you think is...
Oh, I have more questions?
You can, or you don't have to.
Fire away, baby, fire away. I'm looking here and I see that it says, please be aware that many members of your audience may be under 18 years of age.
Oh, so with the swear.
So I'm editing like a...
That was a very good self-bleep.
Thank you.
Oh, the little girl is right
I
there.
think that's funny. It's like, oh, this is a show where zombies like rip people's guts up. They're like, no bad language. No bad language. That kid's got the internet. No bad language. All right.
She found it funny.
What do you think?
I can't wait till they have to
was,
answer the little girl,
Father
ask a little
Gabriel's,
girl a
like,
question.
Best quality. What's your favorite quality about him?
I think my favorite quality about Father Gabriel is his fortitude. He's been able to adapt and overcome every situation that's been thrown at him. And I think it speaks to a kind of inner strength that I admire, that I'm not sure that I would possess in the same situations. I mean, I could totally ice pick somebody in the top of the skull, but, you know.
I've seen him do it.
Thank you, Ross. The authorities will be here any moment. But I most admire and am impressed by his fortitude and his ability to make sense out of nonsensical situations.
Excellent. Lauren Ridloff. I mean...
Lay Lauren Ridloff? Who are you?
Lauren was a
What's your
kindergarten teacher,
character?
which is amazing. Now, on one of the biggest shows in the history of television,
I
and
don't know
a
these
Marvel
seasons
movie,
of
part of the
Walking
Marvel Cinematic Universe as well. What has this whole ride been like for you these last handful of years?
Oh, wild. I can't even believe the fact that I'm here with everybody up on stage. I was such a huge fan of the show way back in the day when
she's
I
mute.
was a kindergarten teacher. And, you know, I followed The Walking Dead, and now...
Does
here
Chris
I am
Hardwick
in this
know
short amount of
sign
time.
language?
I can't even believe it. And when I was teaching kindergarten, I was in front of a small group of kids, probably 15 students in the classroom, and right now I feel like I haven't really left that classroom. My classroom just
For
got
someone
a
who
lot bigger.
can't
It's huge,
speak,
a huge classroom right now.
she's very emotive.
And on TV, I think
Like her
all the
face
people
and how
out
she
in the world
signs.
that are watching
Like you
this
get the
learning.
emotions of what she's talking
I feel
about.
like our show really is so relevant because it is a mirror. It's a reflection of our society. And I feel that we watch
I wonder what
The
happened to her
Walking Dead
voice.
because
Like, how did she
it
lose
has
it?
been so important over the years because it really can be a reflection of ourselves, our day-to-day lives. It's the same thing. So when COVID happened, a lot of people truly started asking me for advice. Like, how do you survive the apocalypse? Yep. So you see, I'm still a teacher. No different. However, I do have to say...
It'd be hard to be a
that
kindergarten
sometimes
teacher
I
if you
feel
were
like I'm in a kindergarten
mute.
class myself on set.
Because
right?
do kids
Sometimes I
have the
to
patience to be able to learn sign
Tell
language?
you guys to wrangle you guys up. You know who you
It'd
are.
be really hard if you can't yell at them.
You know,
Tell them to shut the
sometimes
fuck
we all
up and
have
get
to
on with their
grow
work.
up.
And how has it been? I mean, you're an action star. You're an actual, like, movie and television action star. Do you ever stop to process that?
Oh, no. I'm still waiting for somebody to jump and say, "Psych, just kidding."
Okay, so it's not Chris Hardwick
No, it's real.
doing the.
It's real.
I thought that was him
Have
reading
you have any
her
thoughts on these
sign
last
language.
several
I think it's
years?
some other dude
Any
interpreting.
message to the fans, thoughts about your time on the show, anything you want to share?
Oh, yes. I do want to say that I feel like this show really was created for the fans. I feel that we, as an ensemble of The Walking Dead, the family of The
It's
Walking
so.
Dead,
I'm
really
trying to
care
follow the
about
hand
the
signals,
story,
but
and we want to make sure that we deliver
it's
that
so
to
complex.
you. We care
I
about
can't
you
believe
guys
that there's
so much, and I really
hand
just try
signage
to make the time to interact with
for
you
everything
whenever
that you can
do
say in
approach
the
me,
English
because I
language
do
in
love
every
it.
single way you can say it.
And sometimes people ask,
That's wild to me.
wow, you make the time.
I don't think I've
to
ever watched
interact
signing
with your
this
fans,
closely,
and I try to,
but it's tripping
whether
me
it's
out.
on Instagram or on direct messaging. I don't answer everybody, and I apologize for that. But when I do, it's because I'm so grateful. I definitely wouldn't be here, and I wouldn't be an action star if it wasn't for you. You are the ones who put me on the map. So thank you so much, and really thank you for your support and your love.
Wow. I kind of want to watch her seasons of Walking Dead to
one
see.
One of the fan favorite moments from the entire.
I kind of want to
series
see
is
her
that
as an
first
action
moment
heroine.
We see Judith Grimes.
I want to see
in
that
the
now.
flash forward, like, oh my God, everything's gonna be okay. There's Judith Grimes.
A badass and actually really attractive
Can you
mute
talk
action
about
heroine
Judith and how the experience
in a
has
zombie
been for
apocalypse
you?
sounds badass.
I don't really know what to say.
Oh,
other
hello,
than
little
thank
Grimes.
you to all of y'all because we wouldn't be here without y'all.
Oh, she's one of those y'all types.
Yeah, I'm just really grateful that y'all had me as your Judith for the past 3 seasons.
That's a lot of y'alls.
And thank you for all of your love and support.
Aw.
Is it as fun as it seems? Does it feel like work, like all the action stuff? Do you enjoy it?
I get to go to work
Yeah.
and play with swords. If that
Play with
answers
swords.
your question.
It does, yes, it absolutely does. Oh, I saw you guys, after you wrapped, y'all drove-
Occupational health and safety, his eyebrows just raised.
Disney World.
You went to Disney World, you drove down to Florida, went to Disney World. Yeah, how was it?
Amazing.
So does the little girl get zombie kills with a sword?
I mean, how
Is she
has
like
it
a fully
felt,
trained
like
zombie
one of the
badass
most
warrior as well?
important things we see
I'm
in
getting
this
more and more
universe
intrigued
is
by
that
where Walking Dead
we
went
see
in the
adults,
season
and a
since
lot
I
of them
stopped
know
watching.
what the world was like before.
I'm actually
the
kind of
apocalypse.
keen
The
now.
character, like Judith doesn't know what it was like.
The mute
before
woman and the little
apocalypse.
girl?
So do you think that gives her an advantage?
Badass
because
sword
she
wielding
grew up
zombie
in
killers?
that world?
I'll watch a whole movie of that.
I guess. I don't know. It's kind of weird that she grew up in there because, like, when you think about it, she's never had, like, an ice cream cone, probably.
Right,
Like, what kid doesn't know what an ice cream cone is?
right.
But she's also, like, this fierce fighter that'll do whatever it takes to protect her family. And I respect her for that. Like, go girl.
Michael James Shaw is
That's
also
pretty funny.
here. And pretty soon we're going to start taking some fan questions. I want to make sure we leave time for that.
He looks like a big softie.
Man, you got thrown into the deep end like Walking Dead, like right away, like off and running. How, even in just the time that you've been on, because I think last year was your first panel, but we did all via Skype or Zoom. And so what was the experience like for you coming on at this point?
First of all, I want to thank everyone for coming out today. There's some beautiful energy in here.
Completely ignores the question, just starts playing to the audience. Good man.
What a beautiful journey it has all been. As Chris was saying, diving into the deep end of The Walking Dead and getting to play a character that I never imagined myself fitting in his shoes. He's stronger, wiser, and more tactile than I could ever be. But it's been a joy. I have to pinch myself every morning.
Is there anything that you remember? Like, what was your first day on set like versus the last day on set for you?
First day on set, We were in
While
a
it's been
warehouse.
talking, I'm kind of starting to notice how weird the Comic-Con logo is in the background there.
Where every line we were spitting out, you could see the breath from each actor.
Like that eyeball, that angry eyeball with the raised eyebrow.
I gotta jog my memory.
What is that? Why is the Comic-Con logo that? It's kind of sinister looking.
The last day on set, I think we were up until about 6 a.m. So
I might look that up later.
It was kind of surreal.
Fuck it, I might look it up now.
That was it.
While
So
Big
you actually
Softy's
just like
talking.
watch the sunrise like a new chapter kind of a thing.
Comic-Con logo
Nice.
design.
We have some time for fan questions in just a sec. By the way, someone said, I never had heard this before. The walkers smell good. Was it you that said that? That they're like, oh, they look greasy, but it's like conditioner or something.
Oh,
me?
Here we go.
Yeah.
History of Comic-Con through logos.
I thought someone, there was a note that said, oh, ask about how the walkers are the best smelling people on set.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
Best tasting people on the set. Greg, can you
they had a
respond to
toucan
this?
originally.
Yes,
That's weird.
Sometimes we use
Are they still talking about Walking Dead back here?
look greasy, so they do smell pretty good.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So I would have to.
Are they talking
We
about
have time for questions now.
why
I
the
wanna make
zombies
sure we
smell
have plenty
good?
of time for that. Hello.
Hi, how are you doing? My
what are
name is Enrique. I'm from Mexico. I drove all the way.
Pretty sure
just
Enrique's
to
already
see
been
you
up as
guys.
well before. Another plant.
Thanks to you. This is for honor my mom. My mom passed away last year. She was the #1 fan of your show. Every one of you were special. She really loves you. And thank you. Thank you for everything, all the memories. You are awesome. This is a celebration. We are the Walking Dead. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for sharing. Thank you much for sharing. Hello,
Wow.
what is your name?
Hey, Randy.
Whoa.
Randy Nickel.
Hey, what's your question?
Holy
Hey,
shit.
Ross. Hey,
That's a scary
so,
man.
I'm sad that Kari couldn't be here today. I normally cosplay Ezekiel, so make sure and send Kari all our well wishes.
Oh, he's cosplaying a Walking Dead character. I thought he was
ask you
just
something. So I've asked, talked to many
insane.
of you about The Walking Dead already from a different universe. Sith or Jedi?
So you want the people from The Walking Dead to pick Sith or Jedi? Norman? Anyone?
Jedi?
Yeah?
I'm in.
Jedi?
Jedi.
All right. Kaylee says Jedi, so we got to go with Jedi. Yeah, sorry.
Is that going to be a problem with
You
you?
look so disappointed. All right, fine.
Whichever way you choose, you must be mindful of the Force. That's all I can say.
Yes.
I'm a bit disappointed in Norman Reedus.
Nicely
Going with
done.
Jedi.
Hi, Button Lady.
Hi, Chris.
Oh my god, Button Lady's back.
I've never said this out loud.
I should have heard her coming.
But after watching you on the show and seeing you all covered with dirt and grease and grime and blood, it's always so wonderful to see you here and looking so very pretty.
Oh my god.
My question is...
She's cougering up on Chris
the rap
Hardwick.
party, because that would have been epic, right?
Oh, was there a big rap party?
It was lovely.
Alright.
Yeah.
While you guys talk about the rap party, back to the toucan logo of
It
Comic-Con.
was a lot of people crying. I think I can say this.
The show
we're not
rebranded
showing
after
it,
10 years of the
but
toucan.
folks put together 1 second of every episode, and then they showed it all to us.
Oh my God.
And that was pretty gut-wrenching for all of us, because that was a pretty intense journey.
It was a mascot?
We hope to share that with the fans at some point, but it would
What the fuck?
spoil things now. But yeah.
They don't explain where the eyeball came from.
No, I was just going to say, we were on set filming one of the last days, and Ryan,
Weird.
post-supervisor, brought
Hang on.
that clip. Hi, Ryan. And
Comic-Con
it was
eye
amazing
logo
to
design.
see 1 second of every episode, and it told the story from Rick waking up until, I can't tell you the last part, but it was really moving.
Are they
for
still
me,
talking about
you
the
know,
rap party?
to
Yeah, they are.
be
Alright.
one of the 23 or 24 people that started on the show at the beginning.
My girlfriend asked me what the
all
eye was in the
through to
Comic-Con
very
logo.
end, 'cause Norman was there, Melissa was there, Denise, and Bear McCreary. There was a lot of us that started out on the show. So to be able to
The I represents the letter I, which stands for international.
the show
What?
in 3 minutes, I really can't wait for you guys to see it because it was.
But the word international is still part of the.
Show's
No,
good.
I don't accept that.
Sorry. I'm bleeping all the swears.
Okay.
But also just the momentum of you're working crazy hours, just working, and then just
The
done.
logo was chosen because the convention is about the
momentum of
visual
that, did
arts,
it
and I could be
take,
wrong, but I
you know,
can't
some
remember
time
something
over
about
to
it being
take
a
a
nod
minute
to
to
Will
recover
Eisner.
After that, did everyone have to?
Brunning
kinda
is
have to
pretty
go
active on Twitter. You should probably just
recharge?
ask him.
That's what Disney World's
Okay,
for.
well, I'll accept that. I'll accept
What
that.
better way to end a sad
Easy.
day than driving to Disney World?
Yay, we're going to Disney World. Hi, thanks, fun lady. Hi, what's your name and what is your
Oh, you
question?
can hear her shambling away again.
Hi, my name is Sandman.
She'd make a good zombie, because you'd always hear her coming.
Just wanted to thank you guys for coming into our lives every week.
Oh, God.
It's much appreciated. This
Emotional fan.
show has changed my life and everyone
And a
else's.
child back there that
I
can't sit
just wanna
still.
know,
Now I can't unsee
are
it.
you guys ever gonna make The Walking Dead the movie? And if so, when?
She also claps like a seal. I hate
I
that
was going to
child.
bother you about that later, so if you want, I can bother you about it later.
Yeah, bother me about it later.
Okay, I'm going to bother about it later just for you, I promise. I promise. Hello! What is your question?
Hi, are we
Oh, it's
gonna get
Spider-Girl
any
again.
type of closure to Rick Grimes' story?
Plant!
Oh, Rick Grimes. Refresh my memory.
Plant!
Oh, right. The British guy. Right.
Not on the show.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
These aren't real people,
You know
especially
what?
Button Lady.
Let's get to that later. Okay, all right, yeah. There's still plenty of panel, don't worry. What is your question and name?
My name's JC.
Hi.
How emotional was it for everyone shooting their last scene?
Oh, that's a nice question. Norman, let's start with
So many
you.
people asking questions are also holding up their phones still, recording their panel.
We had a very emotional time. The very last night of filming, there were speeches given. You know, one of our camera guys, Deej, got up, and he's kind of. I don't know.
Did Melissa McBride and Norman Reedus swap their
vibe to him?
nameplates?
Sort of like a tough Ant-Man.
Oh no, wait, we're at an
sometimes.
angle. Melissa's this way, to the
and
left.
he got up, gave an emotional
Normus's
speech, very
plate
emotional.
is
People were
in front of him like,
crying,
okay,
hugging.
I get it.
You know, like Michael said, it went to
Perspective. My angles are all off.
Does anyone else have a last scene story they'd like to share?
Yeah, I think we were all in such a rush to get done. It was like a 15-month shoot schedule, and we were a little bit over due to COVID and unforeseen circumstances. But we were in such a mad dash to finish that by the time JJ, our AD, said that's an official picture wrap on the show, and then these confetti cannons blow up all behind us, and it's like. It was just insane, and we just kind of looked around and we're like, oh shit, it's actually done.
I like the fact that someone managed to hide confetti cannons on the set. Like, actually.
Saying we and us.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm not sure if I was there or not.
I'm pretty sure.
I don't think you were. Seth, I don't know if you were there.
I mean, I was just there like in spirit. I don't know, like, I'm not saying that I was there for it. And then things are filmed out of order. It doesn't mean anything.
It's a collective we.
Way to throw me under the bus, man. Shit. We're
Yeah.
just saying it was a cool
That was well
moment.
played, though.
Yeah.
Well, you know what was also interesting is as you know,
Cornered
we shot
Mr. Potential
15
Spoilers
days for the
there.
last episode, and as actors were finishing their scenes, we would wrap them, and a lot of them weren't there till the very end. You know, there were scenes where certain characters and certain actors wrapped earlier, so we'd be shooting, and all of a sudden you have to look at that person and say goodbye to them in the middle of the shoot. And know that that's the last time that I would say action or cut, and wanting to really take the moment. I kind of said to everybody, I'm not going to say goodbye because I'm going to see you guys again very soon. But through the whole production, somebody would be like, wait, is that my last shot? I'm done, right?
Yeah.
And there was a lot of excitement too. It was sad, but it was also like, we did it, you know, we made it. We got over the finish line. I think, you know, when Lauren and Jeffrey were, I think, the first two to wrap, and Jeffrey's like, come on, let's get the show on the road, last shot, here we go. And it was really something to be able to look at these actors who have lived with these characters for so long and have them perform that moment in time. It was really
Certain angles, the Asian lady who was left, from certain angles, she looks like a man in a wig.
One of the things that I found
I don't know
really
why.
cool is that
I don't know
when
why I'm
first
getting that
came off the
vibe.
show,
I
if
think it's because
somebody
of the
was
way
being
the
killed off or it was
screen
their
is
last day
angled.
of work, the
It
other
warps the
actors
shape of the
would
head.
show up on set, and there'd be this big support system and this big, huge round of applause and appreciation for the journey that that actor had taken with the character. And all throughout the final season, that same vibe came back, where people were showing up, even though they may have been wrapped.
This feels
off the
longer than
show,
most Comic-Con
to watch
panels, but I
somebody
think
else's
they're trying to
last
give it
day
its
you
due
know, throw
time.
them some love, and that was-
Because this is a long-running show that is finally coming to a close.
throughout the,
So there's a
throughout the
finality to be able to let these actors talk about
Lauren, did you have
their final
last day, like,
experiences.
particular experience from there? What was your last day like?
Yeah, it was interesting because we didn't wrap on the same day because obviously we had different scenes that we were shooting, and I'm sitting here thinking about how I could.
The second she
my
starts
story
looking like she's
without
talking, but I hear a male voice, I keep forgetting that
spoilers.
she's mute and that someone else is
But
interpreting
I
for her.
will say that day it was a marathon. It was a complete marathon to the end for this last episode. The hours were long and odd, and all of us were quite exhausted. So when it was my turn to wrap, it was 2 in, and I was so tired. I wasn't sure if I was actually going to grieve when I wrapped, but I did. It was so overwhelming. I was so sad and thrilled because at that time I was actually catching a flight early in the morning to go to LA, and that morning, and I took my time with the rest of the cast members that were there and the crew specifically. It was a moment for me. And when I got to LA in the morning, I was already hanging out with other Walking Dead cast members who were there in LA. So I felt like it was more like, see you later, like Greg said earlier. And, you know, I see them again from time to time, so that's sweet.
Excellent. We have time for more questions. What is your name? What is your question?
It must be pretty
Hi, my name is Santiago.
de-stressing and relieving to like wrap your final shot and know that you've done all that you could on a shoot. And now it's really just
And also,
up to the
it's
gods
very common knowledge
how the
that
show turns out.
Norman Reedus and Andrew Lincoln ran pranks on the set of The Walking Dead. But my question is, did you also run pranks on any other cast members?
Did you prank anyone else other than Andy?
Oh, did I?
Oh, it was Rick Grimes that he had prank wars with that I was talking about earlier.
I don't know. I
That
can't
answered my
remember.
question.
He was such an easy target. I kind of picked on him as much as possible. I can't remember if I pranked anyone else. Did I? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No.
Didn't you put your motorcycle on the lake?
Yeah,
in
he
the
put it
raft?
on a lake and he pushed it out. Oh, he put it on a like a raft
barge.
and he pushed it out into the middle of the lake.
And then
was
you
trailer
chicken?
full of
That's a decent-
Roosters were in his trailer.
He said he's bad at pranks, but that sounds like a decent
There's
prank
a
to
whole
me.
bunch of them. But
Annoying. If someone pushed my motorcycle out to the middle of the lake, I'd be pretty pissed. I think I'd have a sense of humor about
Andy
that.
thought he was really good at it. And he,
But he would have you do it or have somebody on set do it. He didn't even do it himself.
Didn't you put a chicken in your trailer or something?
Oh, they just said that, yeah, roosters.
I filled his
Oh, you
trailer
put a chicken
full
in
of
his trailer?
roosters.
That's a-
Yeah, it was straight up roosters, no chicken. Those are violent.
Chicken? I'm not an amateur. They were roosters.
A rooster?
Way more annoying than chickens. What is your name and what is your question?
My name is Kevin, and I'm dressed up as Negan.
My name is Kevin.
Anyway, I do have a question.
I'm not as cool as
Before
Negan, but I'd
11
like to be.
seasons, do any of you cast members have a
He's wearing a
theory
Crip
about how this walking,
blood
how this zombie
neck
apocalypse
bandana.
started, such as a bad
Crips are purple.
hamburger, or a
That's the
toilet
blood
fall
bandana.
wrong, or a high school bully? Oh wait, that's a joke. That's a joke.
Oh,
That's a joke. That's a joke. You see Squid Game? You see Squid Game?
I did. I don't have a theory. The whole thing was that there wasn't supposed to be an explanation. Yeah.
What the hell was that?
No, I mean, there's no magic.
Wait.
There's no cure.
Anyway, I do have a question.
before 11 seasons, do any of you cast members have a theory about how the zombie apocalypse started, such as a bad hamburger, or a experiment drawn, or a high school bully? Oh wait, that's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke.
Oh, he got in trouble with the lady running the question thing.
I did. I don't have a theory. The whole thing was that there wasn't.
What was
supposed
his
to be
joke?
An explanation.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can
No,
hear them
I mean,
talking to him off there. He's still in trouble back there.
There's no magic. There's no cure. The thing about The Walking Dead is, in a hopeless situation, who are you going to be?
Right.
And who are you going to be with? And what are you going to choose? Are you going to choose love? Are you going to choose hate? Are you going to choose survival? And I think Kirkman was a genius to make that so important to his story, that we don't know what happened, but we do know what's going on now, and we have some choices.
Yeah, that's quintessential Walking
So-
Dead. I can't believe we're still talking about this 11
Fabio
seasons
got
in.
hit in the face with the goose on the roller coaster, I thought something was going to go down for sure.
What a pull! What a pull!
Like something's about to
Actually, no,
happen.
I take it all back.
That's what
it was Fabio being hit with a goose.
I did have a weird. I did have a weird theory in season 2.
I need
because
to
it
know
popped
more
apart
about that
planted
Asian
some
kid that
blue
asked that
meth in,
question.
like Merle's satchel to connect Breaking Bad and
Omicron.
Walking Dead, and I mapped out the timelines
Walking
of the two
Dead.
shows, and I kind of thought, oh, well, after Heisenberg's demise, someone tried to copy the blue meth, and it had this bad
Bully
effect.
question?
I mean, I will say it didn't help.
Right. No, it didn't help. We have time for a couple more questions. What is your question?
Hi, my name is Gloria, and I've been a fan for 11 years. And I've
Oh. I almost missed another crying fan.
I've tried 11 times to be up here to ask you guys a question. And my favorite actor to this day is Norman Reedus.
You're so sweet. Thank you.
My question is, do you think Daryl Dixon and Carol would make a better couple, or Daryl or Connie? Daryl and Connie.
What?
Put me on the spot a little bit more right now.
That is a hard-hitting question.
Damn, girl.
That's not an easy question.
She started out crying because she was sad the show was ending, and then she went in hard.
Choose wisely.
I think there's a world where all three of them can live happily.
Oh,
Good
wow.
answer.
What an answer! Oh my
Hot.
God.
Yeah. Yeah, I do want to say, because it's been brought up, the Carol Daryl story isn't over yet. So I'm just going to throw that out there. I'm just going to
The Carol Daryl story.
But
Are they getting a spin-off show?
Oh, Jesus. Oh my God, come
Just to
on.
go back to
Are
that.
they getting
what
a
do you do
spin-off
with
show?
that?
Is that what they're suggesting here?
Okay, what is your...
How'd I do? Am I good over there?
What is your name and question?
Hi, my name is Angelina. Chris, I just want to say thank you for staying with us this whole time.
Thank you.
And walking us through the journey of The Walking Dead.
It has been an honor to be like the weird cousin Oliver, like off to the side near the Brady Bunch, you know, just this whole ride has been so incredible.
We're just very grateful for you.
Thank you. I'm grateful for you too. Thank you.
My question is for Norman and Melissa. The comparisons between when you guys came to Alexandria and when you came to the Commonwealth, how do you think your characters handled those differently and adjusted differently to those?
Oh. Wow. Going to Alexandria when we were all interviewed. Remember that?
Yeah.
Let's see, Carol. Carol just put on a whole new persona. That was one of the fun things about playing this character is getting to play different iterations of Carol. Cookie Lady Carol.
You know what I think was probably my favorite part of Walking Dead that I can remember? It was the Carol...
Lasagna.
It was the Carol arc where they got away from Rick Grimes and all them and ended up living in that little cabin in the woods with the little girl and her sister. The little girl that was not handling the zombie apocalypse well and was getting people killed. that it resulted in them having to take
Not
the little
yet.
girl out in the pasture and shoot her dead for her own
What was
good,
a
if
nickname
everyone else
for
is
a
good.
character that we had
That
on
was
the
a
show
rough
who would just, like,
episode,
bark at people
but it
from
was
the
deep.
balcony. Yeah, from the terrace.
Yes.
The complex ethics and morality of the episode, I don't think was ever topped.
Yeah, going to
And none of the main
Commonwealth,
cast was even there.
the same thing. We're just sneaking all around.
It was just a few of the side characters playing house and having to deal with this little girl that
Maybe
just
with a little more experience under our belt.
was not going to survive the apocalypse and had to be
Excellent. Thank you
put
for
out of
your
her
question,
misery
and thank you for your
before
kind
she got more
words.
people killed.
I think.
I think she even got her little sister killed right
what is
before
your-
that happened.
Yes! No,
And that's
I'm
what
not
really
sure yet.
clinched
We'll
it.
see if we have time. I'll squeeze another one in, but if not, yes.
Hi, Jessica again. Big fan since the first.
Hi, Jessica, again.
Also read all the
Nice
comic
goggles.
books, so, love Boondock States, by the way. Big fan.
Thank you.
And just wanted to ask for those few of you up there who weren't in the comic books at all or didn't make it very far, where did you draw your inspiration from?
The question just for characters who either were new characters who were not in the comics or who didn't make it very far, where do you draw your inspiration? It's like a question for Greg or Angela or? Okay. Sure. Carol or Daryl?
Yeah, geez, that first scene, squirrels, I was super nervous because Bernthal and you know,
Oh, that was back when John Berthel was on the show.
Bernthal, they were all really good
Fuck,
friends
that's the thing I
already.
keep forgetting about Walking Dead as well.
I kind of didn't know what I was going to do until that scene, and
It's kind of amazing how big of an impact he made on the very first season of that show, and then was gone.
everyone's looking at me like, what are you gonna do, new
And then
guy?
all the things he's done since then, while they are still here doing Walking Dead. In a way, it's like, is it better for your career to be secure on a show like this and to keep making money and
But I found
fame,
it really cool not
or for your
to be
character
on
being built
set.
up
I'm
over
a
seasons
fan
and
of
years
the
of this one
boy.
show? Or is it better to
kinda
die
left me
early,
to just run with it.
leave
I felt
like
very
a decade before everyone else does,
Excellent, thank you.
and then go on up and have a
So I
completely
will- yes.
star-studded career in all kinds of movies and other TV shows?
Michelle, but this
It's a hell of a question
is
for
from
actors
my
to have to
sister
ask
Elena,
themselves.
who couldn't be here. She
Like, you never
asked
know.
that,
You're happy about your
you
10-year
all have
secure
grown such
TV
a
series
bond
job, but at
with
the same
one
time, you don't know what
another,
you could be missing on the
and
outside if
she
you just
knows
didn't
you'll
have
keep
that.
in touch, but she wants to know
Secure
what are you gonna miss the most about the show.
nest
and your
egg of a
favorite
job.
Scene.
That is a brilliant last question, by the way. So please thank your sister and thank you for reading it. We can just kind of quickly go down the line. If anyone has something they want to share, maybe we'll start with Michael.
Favorite scene? It hasn't aired yet, so I can't really say anything about
Oh, okay. Okay. That's all right.
There's some good stuff in 11C.
Kaylee?
My favorite scene was my first Walker kill.
Fantastic.
Good answer.
Lauren?
That's gonna be most people's answer.
I would probably say my favorite scene, my favorite memory is with Daryl and Dog. Yeah, when the arrow broke off. Yeah. That was probably one of my favorite moments.
Excellent. Seth?
Out of context for me.
I think my favorite scene is.
I love hearing
from
people's
the
favorite scenes out of context, so I've got no idea what they're
Ross
talking
and I
about.
did when we were sitting around the table with
I can
Robert
speculate in my
Patrick
own
and
brain.
Kind of shot it like it was a play and just did this 8 or 10 page scene all in one chunk. That was really exciting, and I think the thing that I will miss the most about the show is busting the balls of my castmates when they're trying to stay in character and singing way too loudly from my trailer, and knowing that people could hear me and not really giving up what they thought.
Again, amazing personal bleeping. Just amazing.
Thank you.
We're always next to each other in a trailer, and he's always singing at top volume, and trying to memorize lines is very difficult. I'm gonna miss.
He's
I'm
kind
gonna
of a
miss you belting
motherfucker.
out David Bowie every morning.
They're all being really polite to each other about it,
You
but
ain't no pimp, you ain't no hustler. A pimp
he sounds like an
got a
asshole.
lady got a Chrysler, black's got respect, white's got a soul train, mama's got Chris, baby, what do your head say?
Excellent.
Well, you stole my answer. Oh, jeez. I'd say the lineup, even though that was hard as hell to film and gut wrenching to watch, I think that was honestly some of our best work. I really think that was, I mean, just as a cast, like that
The
coming
lineup.
together, and obviously we're
That's
getting to see
mysterious.
Negan for the first time. Like that was such an incredible moment of TV history, and
As in the
just,
the scene where Negan lined them up with the baseball bat.
even though it was
The
most
scene where
gut-wrenching, too.
Glenn, I think, died.
Josh?
My favorite scene hasn't aired yet either, but previously it was the lineup. I just loved watching Michael Cudlitz die.
Jesus. He's not even here to defend himself. What are you doing? Come on.
He doesn't need to. But for the same reasons that Ross is talking about, and that's the thing I'm going to miss the most is the connection that everybody has with each other, pushing each other.
I want to hear about these scenes that haven't been aired yet.
Accepting what you're giving,
Explain it to everyone out of context. Make it as mysterious as possible. Tease them. That's what these panels are for, right? Promotion.
It's a
Tease the balls of the
connection
audience.
that, I think is missed a lot of times, and you can see that in different shows that maybe the people aren't as connected as, you know, kind of what we felt, and I think it just made the show better.
Melissa, anything?
I had two favorite scenes. One's in the first episode.
One is where
the very first
I
episode
made out
when
with Daryl,
James trying
and my
to,
second favorite scene is
put
the other
his
scene where I
wife
made out with Daryl.
That was when I realized how utterly incredible this show is. And my other favorite scene is Scott Wilson in the prison by himself, also with his Bible.
Yeah.
And they're both just trying to navigate and figure this out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the scene. For some reason, you just seems like you discover a whole lot more about characters in those little scenes when they're by themselves.
That's nice, and I'm really appreciative that you brought up Scott in the last panel. Such a wonderful, lovely man.
Daryl's gonna be like, my favorite scene is the scene where I killed Carol with a crossbow.
Norman,
Oh
yes,
wait,
you
that's a
can
scene that
clap,
hasn't
man,
aired
of
yet.
course.
Whoops.
Clap for Scott Wilson.
Season 11 spoilers.
Norman, favorite scene?
God, favorite scenes. I have so many. I like the scene when I run into your arms. That scene when you blow the thing up in Samus. Didn't I headbutt you in the first take?
You didn't headbutt me. You just plowed me.
Yeah.
Plowed me over.
Sorry about that.
And busted my head on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember the scene they're talking about, but that sounds like it happened earlier on.
Merle. Oh yeah, Merle. Dude, the best.
Oh yeah, his brother.
Yeah, God, I
Holy shit, I forgot about him too.
About all my favorite scenes. Every day there was something that I took home and I was like, yeah. What I'm gonna miss the most though is the crew. I mean, the best crew.
Oh, who played him?
Miss all of them.
Fucking Mary
Georgia
Poppins,
itself
y'all,
was
from
nice.
Guardians of the Galaxy. What was his name?
Yeah, Georgia was fun.
James Gunn liked to put him in everything.
Like Josh said, I think
He was a great character on this show.
the sense of family.
But I guess he's also the kind of character that has to die to release Daryl from under the shadow of his older brother, so he can be a better person.
That's the thing I'm gonna miss the most.
Greg?
You know, it's interesting because you work on a lot of TV shows and you work on a lot of movies. I think because we were on location, you know, if we would have shot that in Los Angeles and everybody would go home to their own houses, it's a different experience. I feel like we were kind of bonded.
There's something
together
about this
because
dude.
We were all
He kind of looks like your local GP if he was playing Riff Raff in a
favorite scene was in
a local Rocky Horror Picture Show
where
production.
Carol goes to Terminus and everybody's kneeling over the trough and they're going down the trough.
He's local
and
GP
killing,
Doctor
people,
Frankenfurter,
which
Riff
was
Raff.
Really, probably one of the most gruesome things that we've really ever done on the show, and the anticipation of who's next. And that whole episode, that was the same episode where you hugged Melissa at the end. But you know, that episode in itself could have been an entire movie. It was so. It was just exciting from beginning to end. And you know, geez, there's so many things to miss about the show. But you know, in my head, it's not done for me. You know, so I'm just grateful. And we have to give a big, huge round of applause to number one, all of the actors that have come and gone on the show.
That's a lot of actors.
That aren't here. You know, Sean Bernthal, Stephen Young. All of those amazing actors who sat up on this stage at one
That's a absolute army of
Frank
actors that have
Darabont,
come and gone on the
because
show. This
without
show
Frank,
kills characters.
none of us would be here.
Maybe only second to Game of Thrones.
Angela, favorite.
Maybe
favorite
more than
scene?
Game
I
of
mean,
Thrones. I mean, it has been going on for longer.
So many, and
Someone should do a count on main characters this show has
I
killed.
was just thinking of that I really love is
Compare that to Game of Thrones, see which one comes out on
season
top.
4 finale, which was Terminus. Scott and I co-wrote that episode, and I really love the scene after Rick rips out the guy's throat, and it's a scene with Rick and Daryl, and they're both just feeling terrible about things. And I remember in the process of us writing it, Scott and I, like, we had our own opinions, and some of our opinions are playing out in that scene, and then they just brought it to life so beautifully. And I love, like, Rick just saying, "You're my brother," and it's just it's really
I love that
moving.
scene.
I love
That's
that
one of
scene.
my favorites.
It's one of my favorites of the series.
I think one of the most flooring scenes for me, if it's okay for me to throw mine in, and then I'm going to keep you up after I release everyone because I have a lot of questions for you, sir.
I don't get to give a scene.
It was the scene in season 2, I believe, where the barn opens and you see Sophia is a walker. Because that was the backdrop for our Talking Dead set. Like, our amazing showrunner, executive producer Brandon Monk, would make these really great backdrops.
Ooh, that
And it
was like
just
really
that with a
early
light
on
glimpse and
in
you're
the
like,
show.
Oh my God! Like, this is gonna be.
That
one
was
of
the
these
Herschel
great
farm,
shows.
right?
And they gave me that set piece, and it's in our house. That's when I knew the show was different than anything that I had seen, and that no
Was
one
the Herschel
safe,
Farm
and it
season
felt
2?
Crazy to me as a fan, and I was a super fan ever since. But as we're wrapping this up, Norman, do you have anything that you want to share, say to the fans for this momentous panel?
I know I can speak for everybody up here. It's truly been an honor to be on this ride with you guys. Honestly, thank you. The fandom of this show has changed all of our lives in a million different ways, and without you guys, we couldn't have, like Lauren said, we wouldn't be here. And what you feel for us, we feel for you. And
it's so surreal.
It's a once in a lifetime thing.
The combo of actors that are on the stage right now.
We fucking broke down.
Seeing like who's actually there by the end of the series still alive,
people that have come up to
and
us
who's not.
and hugged us and told us personal stories about themselves.
I don't think if
how
you
we helped them through
halfway through in some of the earlier seasons, I don't think if I tried to predict
family issues and
where this would have
respect
ended
issues
and with what characters, I don't think I would have got it right. Not even the slightest. Maybe Daryl.
It means a lot to us, and thank you, honestly.
Carol and Eugene are 100% expected to
You
die,
guys,
and they're still sitting here.
appreciate you so much. Thank you very much.
I think just sort of a mindfulness thing is that it's not so much about the keeping of things, it's the having. And we've had 11, 12 incredible years,
Oh, damn.
It's hard to be upset at something that is such a gift. And so
What a
I
poster.
want to cherish this moment as much as possible. This is incredibly
I
special.
saw,
This will forever be
I saw
a
Glenn.
cherished memory, and all of you and
That was
all
sad.
of this will mean something to me for the rest of my life. God damn it.
Chris Hardwick's losing it.
No! I'm sorry. I want to thank you for making this every bit as special as it has become. And please help me in thanking the cast of The Walking Dead.
Yeah, buddy. Last man standing. Oh, I forgot that guy in the blue top was there. He's been behind that podium, sitting down there quietly, out of sight,
Angela Kang,
not saying
Greg
anything for a
Nicotero,
really long time.
Norman Reedus, Melissa McBride, Josh McDermott, Ross Marquand, Seth
cool.
Gilliam, Lauren Ridloff, Kaylee Fleming, Michael James Shaw. Please, huge round of
Oh, well. End of an era there. I think there's an extra little button on the end of this. Hang on. I think this is only like 2 minutes long.
Cool, so we're done? We are definitely not done. You need to sit right there. There were 2 questions up here. Yeah. We put both of those off.
Oh, 4 minutes.
because
All right, this is very
those
short.
were very excellent questions. Years ago, you're like, there's gonna be a movie. And then, what happened to Rick Grimes was another question. What happened to Michonne? There's so many unanswered
What did happen to
things. You
Michonne?
never,
I'm way out of the loop on the
ever,
Michonne
ever
thing.
spill anything, Scott Gimple. This is a very important Comic-Con for all of us. So I demand that you spill something, please, and answer
There
my
was
and
some
their
veins
questions
popping out of his
about
neck
these
when he said
things.
that. He's
Scott
serious.
Gimple, sir.
Even though it's scripted.
I'm going to say that I cannot.
Ah.
Son of a.
But there are two people who can.
Okay.
Rick Grimes and
Maybe they
Michonne are about to
should,
come out.
Come out.
They've been waiting in the back this whole time for an hour and a half worth of Walking Dead panel. Shouldn't she be busy over on Black Panther? She's got a way better show now. Go hang out, Ned. Go hang out with the Marvel crew. It's a lot more Flash than the Walking Dead crew.
What's going on in here? We're just walking around. We taking in San Diego today and heard there was a gathering.
This is kind of overwhelming.
Oh my god, when his British accent comes out, even though he looks like a redneck.
Because you are the hardest of the hardcore fans, we have something that we want to tell you first.
That trips me out. I can't hear his real accent.
So, we, Mr. Rick Grimes himself, and Mr. Scott Gimple in an amazing boulder tie today, might I add.
Yeah.
Loving it. Got together and have been cooking something up for y'all because we've missed you and we owe you the end, the conclusion of this story, Rick and Michonne.
So next year, there's going to be 6 episodes on AMC Plus, airing in 2023. So this time next year, there's going to be a whole lot more to talk about. So should we make a date? Same time, same place, same underwear. I will if you will.
They're really dragging this
So
out.
just to clarify, is this Scott Gimple in place of the movie that you had talked about before?
Yes.
Okay. So instead of a 2-hour movie, you're getting 6 hours of of the show.
Yes.
That's fantastic.
I personally can't wait to get my cowboy boots back on. And get the band back together.
Oh, he has to find his woman first.
Oh yeah.
I have them.
Well, you gotta find me.
That's true.
So it's basically a Rick Grimes and
Slow down
Michonne
for a
6-episode spin-off show.
We love you too, guys.
It's not very long. 6 episodes is basically just a very long movie.
Amazing cast and amazing creators and amazing showrunners and who've been talking just now. The love that they have for you is the love we have for you too, and we love them and thank them so much for their astounding work on what they've been doing since we left and long before.
Yeah, it's an amazing accomplishment.
So much love in this room, and we're just thankful to be a part of it. We love you guys so much.
And we can't thank you enough for your patience, and we're working hard to make sure that it's been worth it.
Excellent. So we did answer those questions, I hope
There you go.
satisfactorily for you.
That's all you had to say.
Thank you for being the greatest fans of all time. We love you.
Andy Lincoln.
They made a bit of a song and dance out of it, but
Scott M. Gimple, I am too tired with you at Comic-Con.
I don't mind Rick Grimes. He's a little dull compared to someone like Daryl, but I was never a big fan of Michonne. I hated, like, the stuff her character did in the arc with, the mayor. What's his name? With the eye patch. No, I'm talking about... Wait. The governor. I liked the governor, and I feel like she kind of... Stuff she did during the governor arc really bothered me, and I never really recovered from it. So I'm not the biggest Michonne fan, unfortunately. It's just one of those things. Bloop. Wasn't there? Oh, there's a poster. In the article that I've got open where I'm getting the trailers from, there's a link to the Twitter feed. Check this out. Hey-oh. I guess that's the official poster for the Rick Grimes and Michonne show. The world's gonna need Rick Grimes. With Michonne's sword stabbed through it. Okay. Rashone Forever Baby? Do people actually ship these two and call them Rashone? Well, that's shitty. I don't like that. Ugh, I hate the shipping thing where they combine people's names. You can just say Rick and Michonne. There's Terry Crews. Looking forward to Terry Crews' Walking Dead episode. Holy shit. Out of everything oh my god. There's a velociraptor punching a wall. Thank you, Twitter. Out of all that Walking Dead stuff, I feel like the thing I find the most exciting is probably just jumping into that anthology series and watching the Terry Crews episode. And then maybe if I was bored enough watching the rest. I don't know. I'm way too off the reservation. I'm way too long off the boat of the Walking Dead thing to really be able to get back on it, I think. Which is a shame. It's always been a decent show, although people got mad at it for a while. Not as mad as, I think they look back at it and they think, you know what, it wasn't that bad when I compare it to things like how Season 8 of Game of Thrones turned out. I think once people experienced that, maybe they felt they were a little too harsh on the way Walking Dead had gone. I don't think it ever really got bad. I think I just fell off it somehow. Maybe it's because back then I was buying the Blu-rays to watch it, and then when I stopped doing that because I didn't have money anymore, I just didn't get to see any more of the show. So that's... Oh wait, why have I got another post? Wait, what's this? Oh fuck, I forgot I looked at this earlier. That's right. We're only just looking very, very recently. Hang on, let me switch this. We just watched the Marvel panel very recently. That She-Hulk trailer bit, where it was showing the Hulk just casually and patiently training She-Hulk and how to be a Hulk. It got me thinking again about how kind of disappointing it's been that the Hulk's evolution, even though it's interesting and makes sense in its own way with how the stories have gone, it's kind of disappointing that we lost the old Savage Hulk, the Jekyll and Hyde nature of it, which was always like the whole point of the Hulk and the most interesting thing about him. Bruce Banner and the Hulk need to be at odds. That's like the dynamic we want to see. And it'd be nice to be able to get back to that somehow. And then I saw this. Universal could lose the rights to the Hulk in 2023. I don't know what the deal is with the contract that would make that happen. I guess Universal's contract only was supposed to go to 2023 originally, which, based on when they first got the rights, is a pretty long time. But if they lose it, we can start getting Hulk movies again. And if we get Hulk movies again, that means Marvel would probably consider resetting some aspect of how the Hulk works now. The Smart Hulk, the Professor Hulk thing they're doing. It's been fun. I don't mind it that much, but if I had to choose, I'd say find some multiverse or scientific or supernatural way to separate Banner and the Hulk again. And put them at odds. And make the Hulk a problem for Banner. Like he should be. Please God, let Universal lose these rights. Whatever this deal is, let it happen. Yeah. Anyway. Comic-Con. What is next? Oh my god, this is now a 16-hour stream. 16.5-hour fucking stream. That's insane. What's next on the list, though? Keanu Reeves. His BRZRKR panel. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yep, stoked. Let's do it.
Hall H!
Hi, Mystery Man. You're not Keanu Reeves.
Honored to be hosting on this stage. This H.
Sure
this
is.
Nerd Valhalla. This
I've
is
been here for
Hollow
almost
Ground.
24 hours.
I, 10 years ago, slept outside in that line you all just went through. 3 years ago, I said, you know, I'm gonna host on this stage. And last year at Special Edition, I wandered this very empty hall saying, no, next year, I'm hosting Hall H.
Yeah, yay.
Now, this is a dream come true because not only is this Hall H, but this is Comic Con. And this is a comic book we're celebrating on this stage. And not just any comic, this is one of my favorite comics to ever hit the shelves. This book is absolutely incredible.
Berserker.
And I gotta
So Berserker's been out for how long?
Everything's gone. Oh, there we go. This epic, emotional story of bloodshed broke records when it debuted in 2021.
I don't know who
instantly
he is, but
becoming
he's definitely a
one
fan
the
of
greatest and largest successes
Keanu Reeves'
of
comic
original
book.
comics of all time.
He's
in the
absolutely
history of
stoked.
comic books. In it, the man known only as B fights a war with no end. Half human, half god, he's an immortal, cursed and compelled to violence, driven on an epic journey that takes him across tens of thousands of years of history as he seeks to unlock the mysteries of his own past. Now, this has been hands down one of my top priorities anytime I stop by a comic shop. It's an incredible blend of kinetic action, mind-bending mysteries, and one of the coolest characters in
I'm keen to
comic book
find out
history has turned it into a series that frankly
how
I
much
cannot
of
stop
Keanu
talking
is in
about.
this project. Because
Now,
I haven't
in the
looked into
final
this
arc of the
comic
series,
ever.
The saga is poised
Even a
to
little
launch
bit.
into even greater heights as the story of B expands even further. And honestly, as a fan, I cannot wait to see where it goes next, and we're about to find out. So, without any further ado whatsoever, let me introduce the team behind Berserker. First up, we've got Boom Studios executive editor Eric Harburg.
It's Boom Studios that published this comic. I'm shocked that a bigger studio, like a DC or Marvel,
We've got Boom Studios
wouldn't be lining up and
editor-in-chief
dropping big
Matt
money to get
Gagnon.
Keanu Reeves on board a project as a creative lead.
We have the president of development at Boom Studios and producer on the Berserker film, Stephen Christie.
I'm guessing this Berserker film is
He's a
very, very
screenwriter,
early
director,
stages.
and comic book writer known for his
Like
work
barely
on
just
Project
greenlit,
Power,
pre-production
Mother
kind of thing.
Android, and Batman, Mattson Tomlin.
Considering I haven't really heard much about it.
This man's one of my favorites. He is the superstar artist known for his defining work on iconic characters like Wolverine, Captain America, and Daredevil, the great Ron Garney. Yeah. We've got the
Hey,
New
Ron.
York Times best-selling author of Grass Kings, Folk Lords, and so many more. Please welcome series co-writer Matt Kent. And of course,
I don't know any of these people.
Berserker creator and co-writer. Please give a huge
Here he
welcome
comes.
back to Comic-Con and to Hall H to Keanu Reeves.
Everyone at that table is like, God damn it. That is at least 10 times louder than all the applause we got. We got pity applause.
Hello, Comic-Con. San Diego.
Holy cow, look at that crowd.
Thank
Where
you.
did Keanu find time to make this comic book?
You're breathtaking. So I want to get right into this right away.
Adorable.
Keanu, where did the idea for this book start, and how did it lead you to Matt and Ron?
Oh, wow. Right away. I had this idea of wanting to have a character punch people through their chest and rip their arms off.
He's keeping it real, at
that's
least.
not John. No. This is something else. And then the idea of someone who is cursed with violence and trying to figure out who they are, how they came to be, and kind of reclaiming their humanity. And then I was introduced to wonderful folks at Boom in 2017. So that was Stephen Christie. And then
I don't know if I'm
Matt Gagnon, we met.
if I'm saying the name of this comic correctly.
Anyway,
Because it
so I
looks like
pitched
the
this,
word
"Do you have anything?"
Berserker
And I said,
with all
I
the
had this one
vowels
idea
taken out.
about
So I'm assuming you're supposed to say
the
Berserker.
chest. And then being comic folk people, they went like, oh, that sounds like a, did you ever think of making a comic book? And I was like, no. And then I kind of looked around the room and I was like, there's a whole lot of comic books here. And then I was like, that sounds like a really fine idea. And then they graciously agreed to like try and put that together. And
He probably could have pitched this and turned it directly into a movie, but it's kind of cute that
thank
he
you for that opportunity. And
tried something new,
who would have thought
went the
we'd be
comic
in
book route,
college
and now it's
for
being turned into a movie anyway, so it came full circle. And I'm guessing he's probably going to play the lead,
thank you to everybody
because why
for
wouldn't he?
taking
He's
the
Keanu
time
Reeves.
and the effort to be here. I know that we all appreciate that, and it's special for us. So thank you.
Yeah, Keanu mentioned it, but we
Love
can
you,
check the
Keanu.
tapes. We think this might be the first comic book on this historic stage, and that just means the world. It is so special. Speaking of this incredible book, Matt, what are some of the themes in this story that specifically spoke to you?
Yeah, I think what you said about a guy cursed with violence was the thing that sort of struck me. When you pitched me the idea at the beginning, I was like, oh, well, Immortal Warrior, okay. And then you said that, and then you said something, there's a twist at the end what I won't spoil, but you had an extra thing in there that you're not talking about, and that's the thing that hooked me. And I was like, oh, well, now I'm interested, because we have to get into science and astrophysics and whatever, the universe and how it works. And you know a lot about it, so I learned a lot just working with you on this thing.
I love that so many comics are man versus man, but there's so much man versus self here while being man versus man, and thematically it is so interesting and different than so many
Whoa,
books, and it's
someone bumped
so
the camera.
special.
How
Now,
dare you?
Ron, you've been one of my favorite artists for years,
You
man.
distracted me from Keanu Reeves.
He's
Have that man killed.
Make myself a little. I'm gonna fanboy out, man. Like Ron's one of my favorite artists of all time. He has drawn some of those iconic characters in comic book history. Such a fan. But I gotta know specifically, what is it that drew you to the world of B? What do you love most about this character and visually giving us all of that?
Why is his name B?
Jesus, that's a lot to take in. Well, who doesn't love punching somebody through the chest or right through their face and right through, ripping their guts out, taking their spine apart, eating them? Well, he doesn't eat anybody.
Hey, man, don't eat them. Don't cross the line, Guardian.
I've gone too far. Sorry. That's for issue 13. But yeah, I mean, it's just what I liked about it is it wasn't just a story about a guy who does all that. Believe it or not, there were so many layers to it, and that it felt so epic. I mean, there's quantum physics in it.
It's kind of blowing my mind, the simplicity.
Time period pieces.
I was expecting like
it really is just
there to be more complexity with
exercise
where this came
is
from
what
and
you
what this
can
is
do
about.
with a comic book, in my
But the
opinion.
fact that Keanu
So
just came out on Front Street and said, "I want to
was
make
like,
a,
how can I turn this down?
I want to make a thing where a dude punches other dudes through the chest."
That helped a little
And then
bit.
everyone else went, "That
But
sounds
I
wicked
gotta say,
sick.
John
Let's make a
Wick
comic
isn't
book."
prone to violence.
And now it's just,
But hey,
it's just,
Berserker's about humanity.
it's just a violent action comic
Humanity and the
with
nature of
also some
violence
depth laid underneath
humanity,
to do with the self or whatever the hell they
love
just
and
talked about.
technology, and who are
Blah, blah, blah,
we
blah, blah.
and what are we doing?
I can see the writer's room right now happening in
I
real
can see
time.
you
Now, on the boom
sprinkling all those ingredients, but at the same time, we all know it's about the first thing you said. It's about the punching through the
How did this
chest.
come together on your side?
Yeah, so I actually came into the
It's-
process a little
it's-
bit later, so it started off with Matt and Steven. And they actually
It's a bunch of men letting their little inner boys out, wanting to make things about people getting their heads and chests punched out.
nominated series, and then a follow-up called Black Badge, and then another series called Folklords.
It's kind of heartwarming, really.
Following that, once we had Matt and Keanu in the room,
It's men
story
with like that are in
developing, all
touch with their inner child,
set out to find the artist.
basically letting it
Ron was
free,
very high on our list, and
making the dreams come
it was
true,
serendipitous. I think we got in touch with
creating
Ron
that
when he
ultra
was,
violence.
finishing up a Marvel project, and it felt like
They came to my house in an asteroid. The asteroid opened up. My son brought a phaser down. He was pointing it at the asteroid. And Keanu and Matt stepped out and said, "Ron, want to work with you?" That's basically how it happened. And here I am.
Well, Ron had a career, and continues to have a career at Marvel that spanned 30 years. So in particular with Ron, it was just unbelievable to have him join the book. And with Matt, I mean, Matt is just a master of the form and somebody who we knew is just a great visual thinker and somebody who's going to have a great collaboration with Keanu. So for us, like you, Coy, you know,
Maybe
we
I
have
should
just a lot of
look
respect
into
for
reading
these
some of
creators
these.
and have loved their work for a long time.
All I've
So
seen
for
of
us,
this
it was about
Berserker
going out
franchise
and
is
getting
like
some of
a
our
bunch
favorite
of pictures of
creators and
the
bringing them in
covers.
and collaborate with Keanu.
Actually, I should bring those up.
Now, the fan
'Cause
reaction
they're
to this
funky
has
as
been
hell.
absolutely insane. I said at the top, this is one of the biggest original comics of all time, ever, in the history of comic books. So I want to know from you three down here, I can't imagine going into this, you expected it to go well, but what's it been like to
Here
receive
it
the
is.
fan reaction, and why do you feel it connects with audiences? We're in Hollywood.
This is Berserker.
Connects with audiences so strongly.
I think it's the punching through the chest thing, but there's like
Like-
a lot of personal stuff.
They're still
in
talking
there,
about
too,
punching
like
through the chest.
Like I don't know, the personal.
You
story
could
of
you
the
could
guy.
tell this is modeled
I
off
think it's
Keanu
not
Reeves.
Just action. There's like there's a heart in there, you know.
The covers are all
It's a
dope.
heart that they're punching, but a real heart.
Well, he doesn't
Definitely Keanu
understand
Reeves.
why he is what he is, you know? He's just created for this. He just
This is like Keanu Reeves'
set
most
here on a lightning
self-indulgent wish fulfillment role.
to his mom, and
His
you know,
idea
and he
of
doesn't
like
know
the
why.
coolest
He
badass
was
he could
born
possibly
to
play.
do this, and so I think
Action
the
hero
mother
wise.
aspect of it added a lot.
Looks cool.
Him questioning why am I doing this, because he obviously had a
That's
deep
sick
bond
art.
for her, and that sort of fueled.
There's a lot of creative shit you could do with an immortal character that can't technically die. Technically, I'm assuming there's
Yeah, and hopefully it's
probably a way for it
character
to happen.
and characters that you root for, you know.
And when you were first thinking of this idea,
Wait, so
obviously,
he was
comic
born
book
in
was
caveman
a new
times?
medium for you,
And has been
what was
immortal
it
ever
like
since?
once you
Holy
saw
shit.
The fan reaction to it being a comic. I know it was an idea you've had for a long time, but now that it's physically
You'd be pretty
a comic
disillusioned
book,
with life
what do
after
you
a while,
expect
I think.
From meeting with Boom
I don't
to
think there's been
one of
many
the
issues of
original
this yet
all time,
because
obviously
there's
you've never
not
prepared
actually
for
that many
but
covers to
how's
look
that been
at.
for you knowing this creation has
Less
that
than I
resonance?
expected. That's a cool one.
Yeah, I mean everyone at Boom
Dope.
was really
Dope.
curated my experience.
There's a
in
Viking
special
vibe
way.
to this,
They
but
introduced
modern time
me to
mercenary
Matt, so
mix.
experienced. They brought
Dope.
Ron onto the team
Alright.
to draw it.
I'm getting
Clem
distracted
Robbins, who's
from the
doing
panel
lettering,
by
Bill
all the cool
Crabtree
Berserk covers.
is doing the color. Everyone is such a master at their craft, and so they really surrounded me with the best chance to tell the story, hopefully in an enjoyable way. So I'm really grateful to Boom for that. And I had read a couple of comic books growing up. So
I feel like this epic fucking
I was
Comic-Con.
that kid, that guy.
Let me switch this back. I feel like this epic fucking Comic-Con stream session I'm doing.
Yeah, it's always a good day. So
That's gonna hit like the 18-hour mark.
we also have to give a shout out to Raphael Grompa.
Has
who
come
did
full
some of
circle
the,
because the first thing I did tonight
designs on the
when I
book
sat down to
in
watch
the
Comic-Con
beginning, character designs.
was watch all the one-off,
But I will
just
say,
non-panel
the
related
first
trailers.
day
One of
that
the
issue
first of which
one
was John Wick.
actually
John Wick
in
4.
my
I think that was literally the second trailer I watched tonight. And now all the way at the end of the night, the second last panel I'm watching is once again Keanu Reeves.
It's like that.
And I'm fucking exhausted. I've been here for so long and my pants are wet from sitting in this leather chair for so long.
And I was like, oh my.
Not from pissing myself, from sitting
Anyway, I mean,
on sweaty
so it was
leather.
that was a really good day, and to watch that grow, and to continue to discover, to tell the story, and to collaborate with such great artists and people over the past over a year now. Some of the best days, some of the best creative days of my life.
Love that. And Eric, from your side, man, you're making this book that's this big fan response, and you're editor-in-chief of this. Like, what's that been like on the side, man?
Maybe.
Oh, I accidentally just promoted you, but yeah.
No, it's insane. I mean, as you said, this is the biggest original launch in 30 years. I'm 35, so to give you a sense of how that tracks. It's been amazing. The response has been fantastic, and you know, as Matt said, we set out to be a place where creators can come and tell the best version of their story. And we're so thrilled that this story in particular has resonated.
Sign up
so
with Boom now. Get a job at Boom. Throw in your resume. It's a place where creators can come.
I mean, I think, yeah, for us, those early days with Keanu, sort of breaking this story, were really special. You know, you have somebody who's a creative icon who you haven't had an opportunity to work with before, and I can tell you we all left those early meetings feeling really inspired and really charged up. And you know, he had it. I mean, he came in and he had the idea, and what you see for B in this series, it really inspired us in a big way. So I think it's just one of the coolest moments we've had in our career.
Now, this has been a truly remarkable adventure so far, but all stories must inevitably come to an end. So I've got to know, this is a character that you poured your heart into, your creativity into. What's it feel like knowing that a lot of B's mysteries are about to be revealed at last as we reach the end of this journey?
Are they?
So is the book coming to an end?
We're going to answer some of it.
Are we on the tail end of this series?
Not all of it. Most of it. Some of it.
I mean, it makes sense if they're about to make a Netflix show out of it.
An eternal mystery,
Not Netflix show,
isn't it?
Netflix movie.
And this is an immortal saga, so I've discovered today. What was the question?
I think you answered it. I think you answered it in your own way because...
No, yeah, I mean, one of the things that's cool is that, Boom, I think also what's important to talk about too, which, you know, you guys really spoke about with the launch of this comic, was supporting comic
I'm keen to
book
see
shops.
what the
Yes.
fans Q&A
Comic book
have to ask
readers.
Keanu.
Yeah, I mean, for us.
Hopefully nothing cringe, 'cause we've had enough of that
especially,
tonight.
You know, as comic book readers, a lot of us, you know, you end up having to be an evangelist for this medium sometimes and say, hey, here's why we love this thing. Here's why comics is so special. And you know what Keanu really represented is we knew we were going to be able to bring new readers into the industry. We knew there were going to be new people coming into comic book shops and helping these stores that we love so much. And for me personally, I come from that background, so you know, just for the readership to support this book the way that they did, and for the comic shop to have the success that they did with it is incredible.
Now, there might be only 3 more issues of this series, but I'm very excited to announce there are both a feature film and anime in development at Netflix.
And an anime. What?
Ladies and gentlemen.
So,
How do you make?
Maxim Tomlin.
with that in mind, I am so excited.
How do you make an anime out of something, an anime show, and a live-action movie at the same time at the same studio?
That Batman series I mentioned earlier, there's
That seems
so much
unheard
to
of
do
to me.
so well, and I feel like this is a very perfect
Netflix are
fit
wilding
for
out,
you
man.
for a very specific reason.
They're just
can we put that
chucking that money around at anything they want.
That's the coolest name, by the way, Madsen. So.
Now, it says unhinged and deranged that have been allowed to write this movie. Mattson, can I ask what about this project is specifically so unhinged?
Oh, God. I'm like all of you, where I love this man with all of my heart. And, you know...
There's another fan. She wants him. She wants him
Jack
bad.
Traven, John Wick, Neo,
Keanu, you're in there.
Constantine. These are all...
If you want it.
They're all characters that mean a tremendous amount to me. And at the core of all of them, there's this guy. And getting the opportunity to spend the time that I have with him so far, getting the time to be invited into this world that these people at this table created before me, and then trying to honor it. And then also, I'm just so obsessed that it's very dangerous letting me get this close to this man.
That's why me and Matt are.
Wow, just fucking call yourself out for being a stalker, why don't you?
So outside of the
Keanu
Matrix
should probably
and the
take
other
that
movies you
seriously.
mentioned, what other film influences are shaping
Security comes to
your
the table,
perspective
drags
of
him away.
Berserker as you go into the screenplay?
You know, there is this whole like, it's like there's obviously the movies that Keanu has been involved in, but then there's also like the Fountain and Tree of Life and like these other components that are like, it's 80,000 years, guys. Like he has been around for so long, and so just being able to do the same kind of things that the comic does, where you really use time and you really use that perspective and you really use how culture has changed, and he has been this one force that has remained that entire time. Like that's comic book, and it also now gets to be extremely cinematic.
Yeah. Now, for me, it's honestly incredible to see a comic book movie come to fruition so quickly, because it's what, 20 years ago, we didn't take them seriously. Like, comic book movies weren't what they are today. So to see one happening in real time, as the comic book's coming out is so special. So, Matt, as editor-in-chief, what's it like for you to see comic books to be such a foundational part of the entertainment industry landscape as a whole?
Yeah, I spoke a little bit about this. You know, I came up in the late 90s in comic shops, and we didn't have the comic book films that we have today. I'd be sitting, you know, behind
This guy
the
grew
counter
up like
trying
Kevin
to get
Smith
people
did.
to read comics, you know, during like Magic the Gathering tournaments. Please
Comic
read
book
a
shops in
comic
the
book.
90s?
Please read a comic book, right?
In the 80s and 90s?
And you know, for us to be in this position, I mean, honestly, it's everything that I ever dreamed of for this medium. And for us to be able to do it with somebody like Keanu, who is so authentic and grew up reading this material and really understands it and has respect for it and is energized by it, I think is, again, just something that it's a dream of a lifetime.
All right, so we've talked about the feature film a bit, but we got to talk about the anime. Are we excited about an anime?
Yeah, Koi, I mean, the person who's kind of shepherding this.
What
and
studio is animating this?
The kind of opening up the storytelling.
That's kind of like the most important thing here.
Is Stephen Christie at Boom and Adam Yeoman on the film side. But I mean, that's really been your vision and something that you've been speaking about from the very beginning.
Well, it's been really incredible since we first met with you. The
How
first
is
time I met
Keanu
with
supposed to
we spent an
play
hour just talking about comic books and comic books that we love.
That
and
character?
influences,
If you look at the
that
covers,
we shared.
it looks like
was
Keanu, but it
really
looks like a
incredible
really
just kind
buff
of over that time period, realizing, oh,
comic book
you're the real
superhero
deal when
version
it
of
comes to
Keanu.
comics. This guy has a black belt in comic book fandom.
No, green belt. Black belt, brown belt? No, black belt, fifth dan, eighth dan. Oh yeah, Ron, you might be.
Like, he kind of has a more late middle-aged,
But what's been amazing though is
reasonably
is the
fit
commitment
older
that
man
Keanu
body.
has brought to this and the excitement.
Not like
about,
a Todd
taking this
McFarlane
idea
bulky
into
muscle
other
comic book
mediums
cover body.
and expanding it out. It's allowed us each step of the way that we've gone to be able to work with some of the best people in each individual medium. So in comics we have Matt and Ron and Raphael and the whole Clem, Bill, the entire team on it. Not to mention, you know, I would say the best editorial team in comics working on it as well.
Like,
And
there's
we've been
something
so
about the
incredibly
character
lucky
that's
because
like
as we've gone to
a barbarian
talk about the film,
Vikingified
we've been able to
Keanu
get
Reeves.
People who we love and admire, like Matt,
Which you could do in comics, because you can draw him however you want, but
on the screenplay, and then
I don't know if he's going to be able to
when it
match
comes
up to
anime,
his
we
own
kind of asked the same question that we did
exaggerated
through every
version
step
of
this
himself
process, which
that he
are
created
who
for
are the
that
people
comic
that
cover,
we
for
admire
that
and are
comic
fans
character,
of,
if he
and
plays it in
who
live
we
action.
possibly get to come to the table and come to the party.
Are we about to tell them who we're bringing to the table to the party? You've been developing a Netflix, but can we say who specifically?
Yeah, well, I want to say a word about Netflix first before we say. I just have to say it's been so incredible. Like you said,
We gotta
Chloe, as we've been
suck
doing the
Netflix's
comic,
dick
to
first.
also be
They're the ones paying the
working on
bills.
the movie
Gotta make
and
sure they're
expanding,
appreciated.
The horizons of BRZRKR like this, and the reason why we went with Netflix in the first place is the ability for them to launch something on a global scale is so amazing. There are 220 million subscribers in all these different countries, and we also have an executive team that has been so supportive and excited about our vision for building this out and making this something that can last for decades. And the thing that they did that put them over the edge was they said, we're not just going to do a movie, we're going to do 2 seasons of an anime.
Yeah!
Dude, there's that fucking...
And Keanu was like, anime.
We're committing to 2 seasons before we've even made 1 season and proved that it's
So
actually good
I,
and worthwhile and people like it.
We've been having very early
They're pulling a
conversations
Disney,
with an
Disney
incredible
Plus.
anime studio in Japan. Our goal first and foremost was authenticity. Who can be the best to kind of enter the anime space in a real way?
Here we go.
Who knows the
This is what I
fans,
actually
who
want to
knows
know.
how to do this in the right way, same way we approach
Yeah,
from
yeah,
comics.
yeah.
And I'm very pleased that we're working with Production IG on the anime. You might know them from Ghost in the Shell.
Wow.
Psychopaths, Haikyuu.
They went
They're
big.
one of the most amazing studios in the world, and it's early stages, as is the feature film.
IG is old school. They've made some actual classics.
But But it's just been amazing to have a partnership with Netflix the way that we do, to have their support to bring this to all of you, not just as a film, but as something beyond that as well.
I love that Netflix is the perfect home for B in so many ways, and this is such a fascinating partnership.
Wow, he's
As
a bit of
fan,
a shill
again,
for
cannot wait
Netflix,
to dive
ain't he?
into. I'm so excited.
But then
I
again,
gotta
if you're a
know
host of
this
something
new
like this at
direction of the
Comic-Con,
character, Keanu,
your job's
why
kind of to be a
anime?
shill
What do
for
you
like
love
literally
about
everything
Oh my
that gets thrown at you.
Anime. Boy, you know, I guess I was watching early, and I grew up in Toronto, Canada, and I guess I was watching anime on channel, what was it, 79? I don't know, that I didn't even know what it was. I was just like this little kid, and I was watching people like, and their eyes in the wind, and battles happening, and then when I worked with the Wachowskis on The Matrix, they were like, you need to watch these, you know, and so it was like Akira,
That'd be Ghost in the Shell. Yep, there you go.
And
nailed it.
And that's pretty much where the start of it. I'm not really up to date on current anime. A couple of my friends have some kids who could just spit anime, and I'm like, that sounds amazing. But I haven't gone there recently.
I mean,
in terms of the impact,
I can relate to that. It's just,
certainly with the
I used to watch so
action,
much anime, but now I'm just too busy to watch any.
and the
And I'm
kind
so
of
out of the loop for many
morality
years now.
tales, you know, the idea of
I'm
like,
assuming Keanu's kind of got the
us
more of
versus
that problem.
them, or
Because I mean, if I'm busy, imagine how fucking
exceptionalism,
busy this dude
or
is.
Otherness, or
He's got a comic book, movies, TV shows,
part of
animes
that
coming out.
world, and even the lessons like a Miyazaki, and
All the
like,
training he has to do for
just
John
seeing
Wick.
how the art form can encapsulate a kind of Trojan horse, you know, that can bring us into stories about, again, who we are and what we're about, and also entertain, and also do the fantasy part of it. You know, it's got a scale and projection to it that you don't find anywhere else. And it's really impacted me as a storyteller, and it's just some of the coolest shit I've ever seen as a human being.
Yes. I love the boundless possibility, and I gotta know, Steven, as you're developing these stories,
He's such a
these
suck-up,
Berserker
goddamn.
stories in such wildly varied mediums, what's so compelling to you to have this
He didn't
variety and option with Berserker?
I think it's.
Keanu didn't really answer at all what his like favorite
the grain sometimes,
anime, or even
and
any
what we have
anime he
here
likes aside
is,
from the obvious
a
that Ghost in the
character
Shell
that
from
this character
the
is a part of
Wachowskis
this
and
entire story.
Matrix.
But when we're talking
He doesn't
to
sound
other
like he really
folks on the
watches
anime
much
side,
anime at all.
places, it's like, what do you want to bring?
And yet the dude's
How do
still
you
just
wanna
like, oh my god, I love your boundless
You think
enthusiasm.
about
It's
the
like,
iconic
dude, didn't
comic
even really
book
answer the
heroes,
question.
Superman, Batman. There's been so many interpretations.
He just kind of shirked it off
over the
and just
80
sort of
years
vaguely
they've been
rambled
around.
on about how
We've
cool
been
anime
around
is,
a
just
year or
in the
two.
most general sense.
But already it's been so exciting to bring amazing creatives to the party and just to see how do they interpret this. What do
Mattson
they think
Tomlin
about
looks
it?
familiar.
We're, I don't want
He
to
looks
say
like
that
someone
we're
I've seen in films.
anti-continuity, but continuity
He's here
is
to
not
write the
word
script.
that we
He's the person
embrace
putting together the
necessarily
screenplay
in
for
creation
the
of
Berserker
these
movie,
different-
live action movie.
These different realms. It's the character first and foremost. As
But
Keanu
I
always
actually
says, right?
recognize him. He
Yeah,
like
it's
looks
the
so
canon of the
familiar. Like I've
character
seen him in
and
more than one
however you wanna
film.
play.
Maybe he's an actor and a
Production
screenwriter.
IG, you want to go play, you know, we're working with Madsen, you know, it's like, he's like, so what do you want?
Or maybe he
to
just
keep
has
from
one of
the
those looks
comic
that
and
looks
what
like other
can
actors that you know
we
and
not
have
do?"
seen.
And so it's been cool that, you know, you and I have been able to, and what you're developing, bring new stories, new kind of themes, new characters into the Berserker world, and certainly looking to the anime to do that, and those creators to, you know, take the canon of this character as a rule, but then, you know, you've got 80,000 years to play with, you know, and so there's, you know, what do you want to do with it? You know, have fun.
So, I'm getting chills just thinking about B kicking ass in anime, but we've talked about martial arts a little
All right,
bit.
dude.
Speaking of kicking ass, whether it's Kung Fu in The Matrix or Gun Fu in John Wick, this feels like a natural evolution of that ass kickery for characters you're involved with.
Does
but
it?
Ron is
None of these
also,
things sound like they
I'm
are anything
calling out
like each
martial
other,
artist black
aside from
belt.
being
This
action.
man knows his way around a dojo.
Yeah.
How did that
Sweaty.
shared interest shape the visuals of this book? You're both so versed in martial arts.
Well, Well, martial arts, I don't know that it plays so much of a role in B's character. I mean, he just punches people right through their chests.
Back to that
And
shit
he
again.
rips their ribs out, and he rips their throats out, and he rips horses' heads off, and I've not done any of those things. For real. So it's a little
It's
different.
amazing how easily
When I was drawing
and how
Daredevil,
simply this
some of your
entire
back,
project can be
definitely
summarized into just guy
the
punching
action
through another guy's
scenes, you know,
chest.
that you
They
see
just keep
develop
coming back
this
to it.
and
They can't
those,
escape it.
but not really
It's the
as
whole
much
endeavor in a
as
nutshell.
because He punches people through their chests.
There it is again.
He's doing it to get to the rib, though. Like
To get
Keanu Reeves is like visibly
It's with
kind of
purpose. Right,
jokingly
right, it'd be more
embarrassed
tempo-related.
about how simplistically
Yeah, but if you're a
violent
super
his whole
dynamic
idea is,
storyteller,
and how everyone
not
is just
only
into
in
it.
action, but in emotion, and I think that's where your yin and yang of what a martial
See, look, he's
art
trying to
would be.
recover it. He's trying to bring
Yeah,
it back
a
from the
holistic approach to
trashiness of just
anything
dudes
that you
punching
do.
chests,
Yeah, anyway.
punching through chests,
Well, I definitely
and trying to add the
has helped me
spirituality back to the
create fluid
explanation,
figures when
but
I
the others
draw.
won't let him.
You know,
They
doing
keep bringing
this,
it back to the
scenes
schlocky
of
gore,
violence.
and I'm
If
here
I were-
for it.
If I were going to use it that way, like in jiu-jitsu, you have to do series of moves that are fluid. It may seem like it's aggressive, but there is a fluidity to some of the moves to get from one link to the next link to the next link. And I definitely see that in the choreography of the scenes where little B, as we like to call him, so lovingly call him, goes and he rips a horse's head off. So I try to create a choreography
Keanu's actually
that
getting
feels
kind
fluid and
of
almost
getting the shit with this dude a little
orchestral,
bit,
from one link to the next.
degrading and simplifying his idea,
So that's definitely where
his
it probably
baby,
performs it the most, like he just
his art.
just said, for sure.
I can definitely feel the flow.
But he
between
did
panels.
start
That
it.
To me, is very martial.
He kinda
arts.
asked for
There is
this.
a dynamic between everything, and I feel like that does come from you two, and that's such a special, unique thing about this book. But one thing we're talking about is storytelling in general, and as we talk about Berserker, the passion for storytelling just shines through. So I want to start with Mattson, but what it is about storytelling, especially through Berserker, like what do you love most about telling these stories?
I mean, it's such an interesting character, and one of the first conversations that I had with Keanu, we were
I have to
talking
look
about
up Matt
different
said Tomlin.
scenes,
It's
different
driving me
things that could
crazy.
happen, and I was kind of riffing, and at one point I said,
Mattson
these people will come in and we'll see how he deals
Tomlin.
with them. Keanu stopped me, and he said, no, it's not how he deals with them. It's how they deal with him. Which I don't know, that for me was like a really
Oh, he's
critical
a writer on a lot of stuff.
perspective of, okay, like this is a force of nature.
Actor?
This character. And there are not a lot of
Two
characters
shorts.
that are
Okay,
really
not what
a
I
force
thought.
of nature.
Cinematographer.
That has been, on the one hand, a real joy, and on the
Solomon
other hand, a real
Grundy.
screenwriting challenge to have a character
Interesting.
that
An editor, Solomon
can't
Grundy.
die. So what
Director,
do you do with that? Find out in
Solomon Grundy.
He fights Galactus.
Okay, he's a filmmaker in his own right. He's produced,
Well,
he's
what really
filmed,
resonates with
he's
me with
directed,
reading
he's
comic
edited,
books is its
he's
infinite
produced
possibility,
again.
but whether it's comics, movies,
He's
anime, anything else,
written a
it's
lot.
this
He seems to be
expanding
doing
world. I wanna start
writing
with
is his
Matt
main
Gagnon.
thing.
What compels you to keep telling stories? Like, what's your creative process? You're overseeing all these things, but what do you love about that drive, that passion?
You know, I think it's
okay.
Books have the power to change people's lives, and comic books changed
Not
my
what I
life
thought.
in a big way.
I
And
thought
so
he'd be
think,
more
you know,
recognizable,
they help us see the
to be
world
fair.
through different perspectives. They help us expand our minds. The comics that I read coming up certainly did that for me. So I think at Boom, one of the things that we love the most is being able to expand comic book readership, being able to change people's lives, being able to help normalize concepts in the comic book medium that maybe haven't been normalized before, and help grow the world and help grow people. You know, I think that these books are things that can really make a meaningful impact on people, and that's the thing that I always have loved the most, and something that was a direct experience for me.
I totally agree. I love that, man. Now, this is a character that's
Me too.
truly archetypal. I think of him as like a Batman. Like, you can enjoy the Snyder Batman, the Nolan Batman, the Reeves Batman, or you can read the comics, or you can watch the animation, or you can dive into all of it, or just one of them and understand who Batman is. And I feel the same about Berserker. This is a character that transcends medium. There's so much you can do there. I want to know, Keanu, starting with you, what's it like to wield a character that
only a
feels
comic
so
right now, but
unilaterally approachable in a very
don't
specific
get too ahead of yourself.
I'm doing it. It's been fun. And to do it with you, Matt. Yeah. What's the question?
So he's so versatile. He goes into every medium. So
Yes,
when you're picking a medium, what's it like to go like, oh, we could tell this story in anime, we could tell this story in a feature, this story in a comic. Do you have different hats?
I wear a berserker hat. And I'm gonna get the T-shirt. I don't have a T-shirt. I need some berserker swag. Anyway,
It's kind of adorable how often Keanu is not really sure how he's supposed to answer the questions being asked of
talking
him.
about it. It's really exciting.
That guy does actually kind of ask too elaborate questions. Like,
If they have any questions for me
it's like a
about
paragraph
it,
laid with 2 or 3 potential question strings.
I really do want to just present this and give other artists opportunities to tell the story, and hopefully, you know, this character that comes from the circumstance that they have and translate over 80,000 years of our history. There's so many different ways. I mean, one of the things that Boom's doing, which I think is really cool, is coming out potentially with the idea of specials or one-shots, I guess they call them, or like, you know, maybe have different writers.
It is a concept that is kind of
Anyway, and then
primed to be like endless. If you have a character that's been immortal and it's been around for like all of history,
Ron, you want to draw a special?
you can literally just pick a moment in history and decide to just tell a story of what the character did then and there and what kind of effect they had on the world. Like,
and that's something
it's kind of like the Assassin's Creed concept of being able to go back into genetic memories in any time period and play with assassins in any culture you want. It's like a bottomless well of storytelling potential that you've kind of created for yourself.
Work on the character and do exactly what we wanted to do and build like this whole series without interference and like we have unlimited budget because it's comics and we can do anything we want. And then there's no nothing except what we decide we want to put in it, you know. And then what's great is then that's the seed where then all this other stuff can grow out of it and we can get other great people involved and just have a thing grow into something I didn't picture when we started.
We talked about the 80,000 years and the infinite possibility there. This is so much mankind. So Matt, I gotta know, when you're thinking of setting, time and place, do you think of the arc first and then set it? Or do you go the other way around? Like, how do you decide?
I mean, like, you could even set it outside of history. Just, you could take it into the future. Just make stuff up.
And then I realized there's only 12 issues. So we had to sort of cherry pick what we wanted to do. And it became, and I think that was your influence really, was like, oh, the focus is like, it's not like walk through all of history and like, you know, like a Forrest Gump type thing. And I think that was like the smartest the smartest note you had was like, let's focus on him and his journey and him trying to figure out and what it's like. And that's one of my favorite things as a writer is like, whenever I approach a thing, it's like, well, what would it be like for real? What's it like for real for this guy, you know? And I think we got into his head more. You got into his head more. I was more of I'm like the evil scientist. I'm Caldwell in this story, and you were B, and we sort of just role played our way through 80,000 years. You know?
Is that like a visual journey for you when you're thinking of the setting? Do you imagine the time and then you find B there in your mind's eye?
Yeah, we did a lot
Your
of research
mind's
on the
eye.
too, like visual research and just like really science and like setting was just as important. Like we had to figure out where is this going to be, where is he? We have a whole timeline of like where he is, like not from 80,000. I mean, we had a general idea, but prehistory, we don't really know. Yeah. But then like when history starts, we had an idea of where he was and how he got there, and like his ocean.
That's an interesting concept right there, what he just said. The fact that they don't even know where their own character existed before pre-history. So before the history of mankind that we know it, this character apparently still existed.
As far as the production side, to see stories come from, what riles you up when you see the pages?
Is that endlessly immortal that we don't even know where he began? So you could technically keep taking it back in the past,
come up with next. I mean, that's
past the point
that's
where
the
we
fun
even
of
have
this.
recorded
I think with
history
that
and actually know what things
expansive
were
of a
like.
Timeline, what it really does is it gives us the ability to
See, this character
bring in maybe
has so
artists
much
that
storytelling
have,
potential
like
in any
Keanu
way you
was
wanna do
mentioning
it.
The specials, you know, bring in some artists that have some different.
It's kind of a
looks in terms of where we want to go in history.
clever, endless,
Eric,
like,
I know that,
well
for you,
of
we've,
content to create for yourself.
We've definitely been excited about seeing.
Like,
that
Keanu
with,
basically just gave these
different
guys
ideas,
work
with
for, like,
different time
the next
spans,
10
with
years.
different moments in history.
They want to just
Yeah,
keep
I
milking
mean,
this character.
There's so many, almost infinite possibilities, and I think what's been great about the Maxi series, which is the 12-issue series from Keanu and Kent and Ron and Bill and Clem and Rafa, all of it's not like they've chosen, oh, let's do the biggest moments in history, let's do World War II, let's do X, Y, Z. Every single time period we visit is important to be rather than the world around him. So it's like, you know, what I think it's issue 5. We explore basically all of the loves of B's life. Issue 6, we explore, you know, his partner, his current modern day partner, and the partnership they have. It's kind of like two soldiers lost in the wilderness, and we just stay with them. I've been always so fascinated and pleased when Keanu and Matt come through with these the outlines and the scripts, because it always starts with character and it always returns to character. And I think that's, you know, the approach that we want to take when we move forward. And, you know, talking with Mattson and plenty of other folks about new stories in this universe.
Matt, you mentioned what's next. I heard that very specifically, and I think we have a slide about where this saga goes next that hasn't been announced yet, and I'm very excited. Now,
Oh, damn.
I am in
Wait.
love with this comic series. but,
Berserker Volume 1?
To get caught up, basically 9 issues available right now.
Berserker 9,
is available
10,
at your
Volume
local
2,
comic
Berserker
book
11.
shop, and Volume 1 is available wherever books are sold. And don't procrastinate, because issue 10 and the Volume 2 collection will be available
Oh,
in
I get it.
September. But
9 and
Matt,
10 or 11, those are
Ron,
these
Keanu,
single
what
issues,
can you
and
tell us
volume
about the
and
upcoming
1 and
issues,
2 are the
as
collections.
we blast our way towards that epic conclusion? Is there anything you
Okay,
can
so
kind
there's
of
going to be
tease there?
3 volumes ultimately?
No.
Don't say it.
Nope.
Don't say it.
Nope. Nope.
You can say it. I don't know.
It's on you.
No. what was the question?
I don't know how it ends.
No, that's not happening here, man. No.
I'm not trying to get 12. I'm just wondering if there's anything you want to tease out.
Oh gosh, can't talk about that. No.
Can we say something about it?
Okay, I just know that the character Diana's story, there's a kind of shift that goes on to Diana. She's going to get more involved. And oh, you want to know about Frankenbee?
Just the names.
Well, there's this character. Well, yeah, but that's kind of like, yeah. Where we were at issue 9.
Frankenbee.
Okay, so he's gone to the blue plane. Oh yeah.
A lot of this stuff I don't even know yet, so
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
working it out right
Okay,
now
so
in front of you.
some stuff's gonna happen with Caldwell.
When did this start?
Kluger's gonna be, you know, Eye of the Prize. HQ is going
If it's
to
ending between 2023 and 2024,
kind of get what they want.
Berserker.
And
First issue was published March 2021. Okay. So it was like it's like a 3-year run of books. Hasn't been around for
Well,
very
we
long
don't
at
have to
all.
wait long, because I know he's trying not to say anything.
That's fair.
I mean, we're geeked about it. I mean,
I actually thought for some reason that
one of
this
the
had been
things
going on for
is
way
that,
longer
you know,
than
Bo
that.
has given us the opportunity
To have built up to this
double
point where it's
issue.
getting like all these
So
Netflix
the
deals,
series started
and
with
it's
a
actually
double
the book's
issue,
actually ending
and
soon.
Given us the room to tell the story.
And by soon I mean
for issue 12,
next year.
In 48 pages, so that's really
That's
cool.
soon enough.
Thank you, Ron. Ron's been in a cave for 1.5 years drawing Berserker.
Making lots of mushrooms.
Anyway.
Kidding.
So we're gonna do a double issue, and we're really excited about where the story goes, and hopefully, if you do read it and see it, hope you enjoy it.
Yay. Is there going to be an audience Q&A?
Is due out in 2023.
I'm obsessed to hear what they have to
I
say.
hear won't be the only
Especially the
new
plants.
B story coming out in 2023, as I understand. So let's take an early look at one of those stories. Another beautiful medium. I love how much we can do with Berserker, and I know
the hell was that?
Keanu, you don't want to reveal much right now, and I know we're avoiding 10, 11, 12 conversation, but is there anything you can tease about the novel?
Oh, there's a
Yeah,
novel.
it
Okay.
was, yeah, Boom had the idea, and it was just, you know, it was kind of like, well, that's a cool idea, Keanu. Why don't we have a comic book? And then it was like, so, Keanu, why don't we have a book? And I was like, yeah, that sounds cool.
But my favorite part about the story, though, is in regards to the author, we were like, Keanu, who would you like to write? And he was like, I'd like this person, but we'll never get them. And
yeah,
that's
it's
what
one of
we
my
got.
favorite authors. Yeah, it was one of my favorite authors, and whose work I really enjoy. So we reached out to them, and they said yes. Well, why aren't we telling them who the author is? I mean, is that a Random House thing? Okay, anyway, I want to be respectful to the people who are giving us the opportunity to tell this story. So I am regrettably going to not tell you who's writing it. I don't know why, but that's just what they're doing, and sometimes you have to be a good team player.
Instead of
Keanu really enjoys
it's been
keeping
like for you
secrets
to
from
have this
Comic-Con
conversation.
from the fans.
Which conversation?
He's a bit of a
Well, like with
tease.
the author, like it's someone you really wanted. How's that been?
man,
Like you
so
can fake
awesome.
booking.
No, it was cool, man. We met in Berlin.
He's enjoying this way too much.
And well, I don't want to do an impersonation.
Gonna get in trouble.
I know, but it was just, it was really cool because they were like, well, I can't do it. Anyway, so they had read the comic, they enjoyed it, and they had a lot of questions. And it was actually kind of like meeting you in the sense that they were kind of open and curious and liked the premise, but then it was like, and? And then starting to work together. I mean, this will be a collaboration. It's an author for a novel, and so, you know, it's something that the author will be writing.
He really wants to tell us.
You know, I think
Gunnery's is like
he's been kind of
vibrating.
They've been kind enough to offer a kind of collaboration, and but not really. I mean, it's, you know, we've been speaking and doing outlines and concepts.
If he keeps
They've
talking
brought
about this, he's
something
going to
really
accidentally
original
reveal it.
to the table.
He's getting very close to
And-
accidentally
and
revealing
we
it.
were like, what do you think? And I think all of us were like, sounds crazy, but amazing. and yes, please. And so Random House is you know, making it happen. And the author is starting work on it. So it's really, for me, it's really exciting just because it's an author that I love and can't wait for it.
I can't wait to know, but I got to know from y'all's side. First, from Matt Kent, what's it like to see something you've been working on be adapted in another medium like that? Like this is your baby too. How's that?
No, it's great. I really do think we planted a bunch of seeds in the thing we did that we don't have.
You guys aren't going to leave much time for audience Q&A. What are you doing?
And I think we just focused on making the best comic book. Like my secret goal in every comic I've ever worked on is to make a comic book that can't be adapted into any other medium. Because I love comics. Like I've been doing this 20 years, but then the fun part then is to see how people do take it and like try to figure it out, you know. And it is a puzzle. Sorry, Mattson, you're figuring it out, and it's fun to see that like evolve in that way. And I think it does, but I think it has to start with like something from the heart, something we really care about, and then the other stuff is just like bonus to me. Those are like cherries on top.
And Matt Gagnon, as editor-in-chief of something so precious, what's it like to see that transfer from comic to book?
I love it. You can do different things in prose fiction that you can do in comics. And so for me, it's going to be really exciting to see this incredible author, who's also one of my favorite authors. I can't wait till we announce this. I think you're all going to love it. To see what they do in this different medium. And it's the same thing that's true for the anime and for the feature film as well. And that's what's so special about this character in this world, is that it can really span mediums.
So we have a Berserker comic, we have a Berserker movie, we have a Berserker anime, a Berserker novel. I think we need some Berserker merch.
Do we?
You guys want
Oh my god.
It's all about the merch.
I like the white hoodie
Comic-Con.
with Berserker written in the front.
All right, so we have a very, very special
That's kinda
announcement.
cool.
Look at this. Okay,
Not-
so
not big on the
Trad Moore,
shirts.
Look at
They're a
that
bit busy.
stunning art. That is just so. I mean, that is absolutely everything to me. And we have a very special announcement for Comic-Con. The Bait team at the Bait booth has these at the ready, and the first 20 fans to pick up Berserker shirt or hoodie and wear it over to the Boom Studios booth will receive a very special surprise. But remember, it's the first 20 after this panel. Make it from one booth to the other, and there's a very special surprise waiting for you. And that's not all. As a thank you for being in this room.
They're about to cause a riot.
He doesn't have the merch. He needs the merch. As a thank you for being in this room,
Funny,
all
Keanu.
the fans who come out to the show today
but seriously,
get an exclusive SDCC
500
poster
plus people in
from
this hall
Ron
right now are
Garney.
all going to be charging
And it
through
is
Comic-Con.
so stunning. This art is
Barreling
just
through those
everything.
booths.
Look at this. Everyone in this room gets one of these available here.
Cool, man.
Ron, can we talk about this beauty?
Yeah. I was laying in bed one night and just kept seeing Keanu's bloody face. I had to draw it. There it is. But it's actually, you know, I was thinking about the time, you know, the timeline and how cool it would be if the Shroud of Turin was actually B instead of, you know, it was just an accident, you know, and it was just B. So that's
What's the Shroud of
basically
Turin?
what that was, you know, influenced by was that.
I don't
had
recall
Shroud of Turin in my head and
of
came up. No, where'd it go?
Turin.
Let's go. So that's where that came from.
Now, everyone, this
Also
is
known as the
such
Holy
amazing
Shroud,
look
length
at
of
where
linen cloth
Berserker
bearing
has
the
come
negative
from,
image of a
where
man,
Berserker is going,
describing the
but
images that
I've gotta
depicted
let
Jesus of
Keanu, any words
Nazareth.
for the fans to close us out? Anything
Whoa.
to say to the people?
Believed to be the burial shroud in which he was wrapped
Thank
after
you.
crucifixion.
Really, I know this is a really big deal from what the conversations I've been having and hearing backstage.
I did not know.
From you, Coy.
I could see the resemblance now.
Ron, Matt, Madsen, Eric. This is really a big deal for all of us to be here today with you and Hall H at San Diego Comic-Con. And to be
That's
able
really
to
creepy,
share
man.
Berserker and
I'm sure that's a
Berserker
complete
stories,
coincidence.
and the
I bet it's
work
just a bit of fabric where the
trying to do
way
to
it got
entertain,
discolored just happened to be in the
and,
shape of a man.
Just really it's really a big deal, and so thank you very much for all of your time, attention.
That is super creepy though. I'm not sure.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm not sure if I'm happy that I looked that up.
Let's give it up.
That's some SCP shit. That creeps me the hell out. Oh, hi, Thinan.
And remember, you can pick up
You're back
issues
again.
1 through 9 right now at your local comic book shop. You can pick up volume 1 wherever books are sold. We've got issue 10 coming very, very soon in September.
17, 15.
All of this, and we're getting a movie.
It
an
goes
anime.
as long as it
There's
takes
merch
until
available
Comic-Con
right now.
ends.
Already, Coy, come on, man.
I'm just so excited.
Thank you for doing it.
I appreciate
How
it.
late
So
is
let's
it
give
for
up
me?
more to absolutely anytime. Give it a comic
It's about
panel
6 a.m.
from H and an incredible comic panel. Berserker coming at you in every possible way very, very soon.
Ah.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it once again for all.
God damn it. They got through the entire Berserker panel without any Q&A. I really wanted to hear what people were going to ask Keanu Reeves. I think that would have been hilarious. For me, it's time to play Enter the Gungeon? I thought you were on a Gungeon vacation. Is your Gungeon vacation over already? That vacation from Gungeon didn't last long, dude. But whatever. If the Gungeon beckons, you have to heed the call. You gotta do it for the Gungeon, man. Gotta do it for the bullet that kills the past. It waits for you. Do I have Terraria? Nah. Never actually even tried it. Looks alright though. Why is this still open? You don't either? I've heard it's very good. People get addicted to Terraria. They play it like they play Minecraft and Roblox. It's just one of those popular type things. Oh, hi, Jeannie. I guess you woke up? Did you go to bed and just wake up? And I'm still here? Is that what just happened? Holy shit. I've had a few of these. That helped. Oh, you've been awake for a while? Yeah, that's fair. My stream's been running for quite a bit. But look, I'm down to one final tab. I've only got one panel left of Comic-Con. You hate Red Bull? I don't really like it either, to be honest. Like, I don't ever drink Red Bull or any energy drinks. Someone just so happened to leave two of them in my fridge. And since I've been up for so long doing this stream, I just thought I might as well knock them back. At least it'll help me keep my energy up. You were doing a Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak hunt. After a couple of breakfast sandwiches. Fuck. It's going to be, by the time I finish this, it's going to be breakfast time for me as well. I think this last panel is an hour and a half. So I basically have sorry, tired face. I basically have an hour and a half left of this stream. Just one last panel. And then I'm home free. Your leech streak is higher? Higher than what? Higher than my stream time? I don't believe you. Lich. Yeah. I know. I was just pronouncing it wrong because I'm exhausted. Whew. Yeah, but what's it higher than? You said your leech... I'm still saying leech. Your lich streak is higher, but what's it higher than? Wait, what's it now? 17 hours and 20 minutes. So an hour and a half, that's 1850. 1850. So if you add an extra 10 just as a buffer, looks like it's going to be a 19-hour stream. That'll officially be my longest stream. My previous longest stream was 17 hours and 40 minutes on Hollow Knight. Comic-Con's about to beat Hollow Knight officially. Oh, you're saying that your streak that you just got on Gungeon recently is higher than your previous best. From 163 to 274. 28 is your longest? Not bad. What were you streaming for 28 hours, though? Like, what were you doing for that entire 28 hours? I'm curious. That sounds like something you could probably do with a Skyrim. Oh, Sekiro. Oh, dude. I don't know about that. A Dark Souls type game? For 28 hours? 8 of it was fighting Genshiro. Because here's the thing. There are different kind of streaming experiences. Whether you're watching stuff, playing a certain kind of game, playing certain genres of game, right? I feel like different things that you might stream have different kind of tolerances. Some games I feel like I could play for 20 hours and I'd be just cruising because they'd be chill experiences. I don't know if I'd want to put up with a Dark Souls genre game for 28 hours. If only because, like, the intensity level, the stress and anxiety levels that Dark Souls games cause are pretty high. That's a long time to maintain that kind of pressure on your brain. I feel like those kind of games create exhaustion in you, like, quicker than other kind of games because of the intensity of the gameplay. Oh, but you did... Okay. So I guess the thing is, like, you kind of mitigated it by... When you go off grinding, that's kind of you slowing the gameplay down and doing something repetitive and chill for a while. Before you go back to, like, the high-intensity boss stuff. That was a boon for your adrenaline. Yeah, it does help. Like, that was what was going on with me in Hollow Knight. Like, when I was... when I streamed Hollow Knight for, like, 18 hours. That's a pretty high-intensity game. That's a difficult game. So, you're pretty much just living on the moment-to-moment adrenaline. But it does create kind of a mental exhaustion at the same time. It's just adrenaline kind of, like, matches it, balances it. But I feel like that could fuck with you over time. Like, I don't think you'd want to do that to yourself too often. Because you're still putting yourself under, like, a lot of taxing, fairly, like, aggressive, you know, mental stress. Even if you're managing it well with the adrenaline pushing you through. You do sleep well, very, very well afterwards, though. I know after that Hollow Knight stream, I crashed hard. Everything caught up to me. Once all the adrenaline was turned off, and all the tiredness kicked in even harder, I went down hard. I slept an entire day. I woke up with the sun already down. Ugh. God, that Red Bull can is teasing me because I already feel like I need more energy again. But I still have one more panel to go. You know what? Maybe I need a coffee. How's that for a plan? Just a good old-fashioned, warm, cozy coffee. My footsies are getting a little chilly. It's 6 in the morning. It's a good time for your feet to start ice blocking up. It's not even really that cold. It's just early. My poor toes. My poor toes are ice blocking. Alright. Let me just check to see where I left my mug real quick. Hang on a sec. Alright. I left it by the kettle. Woo! Oodie! Smells a little ripe because I've been wearing it for 18 hours straight. Gonna have to wash this. Good lord. Why have I done this? I could have broken up Comic-Con into 2 separate streams over 2 different days, but no. Had to do it all in one. Like a psychopath. I don't even bother watching the Teen Wolf panel, because I know nothing about Teen Wolf. Except for the original Michael J. Fox movie. Back in the 80s. I know that. I don't know this TV show that's got a new movie coming out. So, you know. Hi, Sham. Everyone's Everyone, like, that's been here during the course of this stream at some point since yesterday has, like, re-shown up again and is like, holy shit, you're still streaming? Yeah. Cruising on up to 18 hours soon. Ow. I'm just heating up the water to make another coffee. Because it's 6 in the morning, you know. I'm guessing you're awake because you've got a McDonald's shift. You got one of the early ones? Or are you coming off a late shift? Jealous of my Udi? My Udi is fucking dope. Look at Lola Bunny. Where is she? Oh, yeah. Little Bunny's a babe. I had a crush on her when I was a kid and I first saw Space Jam. I wanted to fuck Lola Bunny so bad. I'm not into rabbits. She's just drawn hot, okay? I'm not a furry. I'm a little fluffy because I'm in an Udi, but I'm not a furry. You don't work on the weekend? Oh yeah, that's right. If you're used to either doing mega late shifts in retail or waking up super early for retail, it is hard to train your body clock out of that when you don't even have to wake up. I remember doing that. I used to work at EB Games. Waking up nice and early to open the store and stuff. Sucks when you have a weekend where you don't actually have to be in store and you still wake up early. Enough time to catch the bus into the mall when you don't even have to. I think I just heard the kettle click. Yeah, no, that fucking happens heaps. I know, because I worked at Kingsley's Chicken in Canberra when I was a teenager, and then I worked at EB Games, both retail jobs, games and food. Both jobs, I've had those moments where you wake up randomly and you panic thinking that you're either A, late for school, or B, you're supposed to go to work and you have to get ready. And then you realize, wait, the alarm wasn't even set. Why'd I even wake up? I don't have work or school today. What the fuck am I doing? I bet that's like a relatable thing that everyone's had to deal with. 100%. Anyone that's ever worked retail, I bet, has that story. Has had that happen to them. Just like everyone's had that nightmare where you're in the school assembly up in front of the entire school and you realize you're naked. Everyone's had that nightmare, right? Surely. Wow. Look at this fucking Udi, though. Wait, go over here. Yeah. Udi. Wait, I'm gonna do the dance. There's the Udi dance. I invented it myself. Oh. Looks like a stoner wizard. A stoner wizard that likes Space Jam a lot. Yes, I am a wizard, but I am a very big fan of LeBron and Michael Jordan. See, the golden era of basketball. Basketball is a lot like wizardry, if you really think about it. It's a kind of magic. When you watch from the sidelines, you've got no idea how the magician performs he actually does. Whether it's conjuring a frog or dropping a sick three-pointer. But they do it, and you gaze in awe, and that is the magic of the thing, you see. What the fuck did I just invent a wizard character out of nowhere? I'm just making up voices. I'm just making up really tired, exhausted voices. That would be the perfect D&D character. Stoner, basketball-obsessed wizard? Hell yeah. Whose robe has got Space Jam shit all over it? That's a really specific character. I love it. The best D&D characters are the ones that are like overly detailed and specific. Like every aspect of them like that. It just paints a picture, you know? That's why I like basketball. That's why I like Michael Jordan and LeBron, but it doesn't really explain why I have quite the obsession with Space Jam, you see. Well, it's really quite simple. Since I was a youth, I really wanted to fuck the female rabbit. She was very good at basketball and also very easy on the eyes. Did wonders for my penis. Now I'm 95 years old and I barely feel a damn thing from my groin. But when I see that sexy, thick rabbit, I can still feel the tickle down yonder. let's just create that character, why not? He's also kind of a pervy bugger and a furry. Holy shit, this wizard has a lot of personality traits. She is hot, yeah. To be fair, she's not as hot in the new movie, and that was kind of by design. I think they pushed her in a more Looney Tunes and less sex symbol direction, which, you know, if I want to be a big perv for Lola Bunny, that's a bad thing, but from the point of view of their side of things, where they're trying to make like a kid's film and something that's more cohesive art-wise to the franchise, it makes sense to me. I'm not going to complain. Whatever, it's a fucking cartoon rabbit. Go jerk off to something else. There's always Officer Judy Hopps from Zootopia. There's another fine rabbit. You see her in those mom jeans? Those itty-bitty mom jeans? You know how much Rule 34 there is on the internet of her and that fox? I've looked. Not gonna lie. I've typed it into Google. And I've seen some foul things that I do not regret seeing. God, I've got snacks all over my room. I've got biscuits down here, biscuits up here, chocolates down there, chocolates over here. Empty cans of Red Bull. My satay chicken dinner from earlier, that's still there. Bottle of water and a thermos. I don't think the water is... Wait, is there still water in here? Oh, fuck, there was still water in there. I tipped it too fast. Almost drowned myself. Ah. Woo! Alright, I'm dawdling a bit. Okay. I gotta make this coffee and take a piss. You're pretty excited for this morning? Oh, you gotta go see Nope. Is that out in the cinema in Australia right now? I haven't been paying attention to the movies, to what's on at the movies. That's cool. Nope looks damn good. But then again, it's a Jordan Peele film, so they always look damn good. I haven't been disappointed yet either. I know some people complain about Us. But the thing is, Us was not a shit movie. It just... Get Out is still the better movie, that's all. That's the end of it for me. Like, I still enjoyed Us. I still liked Us quite a lot. It's fine. It's fine. Like, a director is gonna make movies that are gonna be either better or worse than other movies they made. You can't make a movie that is better than the last one every single time. It's impossible. Sometimes he's gonna release a movie that's not quite as good as the last one. Doesn't matter. It's still good? Great. Enjoy it. Yeah, see, it's when you love a previous movie so much, it can impact the next movie that's not quite as good more than it should, because it's this thing in your brain that's like, you want it to be as good or better. And you can't help but, because it feels, you can tell it's not quite up to the same level as the previous one, it feels so much worse because of it, like it drops even further down. Which is a bit unfair, but that's a thing that happens in here. In your own head. Like, I realized pretty quickly, I think it was maybe even halfway through Us, where I was like, I don't think this is as cohesive as Get Out, even at this point, even though I hadn't even finished the film yet. But I was like, I like what's going on in this movie just fine. Like, I'm not going to complain. I'm having a good time. He still hasn't made a bad movie. That's the most important thing. Great. Good, and people seem to be torn on the new one. I've seen people say that it's pretty good, but not any better than Us, and definitely not as good as Get Out once again. And then I've actually seen some people who think Nope is his best, which is a bold statement, because Get Out was like, that was a solid movie in terms of its themes. Like, the way the themes were worked out and executed in that movie were like pitch perfect. But I've seen some people say that just as a straightforward like horror movie where the concept isn't any kind of tricky twist. It just is what it is. Like, if you've seen the trailer, what you think is going on is pretty much what's going on. Yeah, and Get Out had the benefit of surprising everybody, which is something you can't recapture. And you really have to not hold that against the director, because that's so unfair. People are basically, he's basically suffering from the fact that he was too good too quickly. You know what I mean? Like, how do you put this? How do you hold that against someone that they did too good a job? You know what I mean? Yeah, because he was a comedian and he hadn't directed or written anything yet. All people knew about him was he was Key and Peele. He was from the Key and Peele comedy duo. So that kind of colors your expectations. But he was always a genuine lover of horror, even though he was a comedian at heart. So he had it in him. He knew horror. He knew how it worked because he was a big fan of it. But yeah, I mean, you should enjoy it. As long as you don't expect... I think some people, because of what his first movie was like, they're expecting some kind of M. Night Shyamalan thing from Jordan Peele, where they're waiting for like the big twist of the movie. Like Get Out had, kind of. Which us sort of had, but at a lesser level. It wasn't as big a deal. And from what I've heard, this new one isn't really like that at all. It's way more of a straightforward, like, horror thing. It still has themes. I've read about its themes and like what he's trying to say with the sensationalism, the obsession with sensationalizing in the media and with social media today. People's obsession with sensation, essentially, I think is what they were saying about the themes of this movie. But yeah, I think don't expect any kind of plot twisty thing with Nope. Like, it's straight up what it's about, you know what I mean? You didn't expect Rose to be in on it too? Yeah, but it's one of those things where you don't expect it, but when it happens, it makes perfect sense. Falcons have lost? Fuck. What did Thinen just say? What's a falcon? Is he talking about the sports ball? Hang on, I'm just curious. Falcon is a free and open source web browser. It's built on the Qt web engine, which is the wrapper for the Chromium browser core. Both Chaos and Open Mandriva use Falcon as their default browser. Initial release December 2010. Licensed GPL 3.0 later. Okay. I do not think that's what he was referencing, but cool. Wait, what if it's plural? Falcons. Oh, I think it is a sports ball. I think Thinen's a sports ball boy. The Atlanta Falcons. American football team. Yesterday. 23-27. Atlanta Falcons. You're a Falcon? You're on the Atlanta football team? In America, Sham? That's impressive for an Aussie. How'd you pull that? You got the emoji. That looks like a pigeon. That ain't no falcon, that a pigeon. Why can't I hover over this? It's not letting me hover over the emoji to see what's called. You a pigeon. From now on, I call you Brother Pigeon. Pulled it with my right hand. The right hand's boring. Left hand, after sitting on it. Roll the stranger. Stranger where it's at. As your left watched. So your entire body is both exhibitionist and voyeur, depending on the limb you're speaking about. All right. Before I waste too much time and actually like pass out, I'm gonna quickly be right back myself, and I'm gonna go make that coffee now that the kettle's boiled and take a quick piss. Woo! I'll be back in 4 minutes if you're still hanging around. Bye, really. Hi. I weed. It was disturbingly bright orange, almost neon orange. I think it's the Red Bull. I don't know what's in that shit, but it's starting to make me think of Nuka-Cola from Fallout. That radioactive Mountain Dew soda in the Fallout games that glows. I think Red Bull's our version of that shit. I have no idea what that's doing to my stomach or bladder, but it's probably not good. I know there's like all kinds of fucking chemicals in there, including guarana. Not a chemical, but guarana can do some things to your heart. I'll tell you what. You don't want to do energy drinks too much. I have my Disney Princess mug. It's a little bit hot. Hang on. Oh my god, I shook the cup a little bit. I almost poured that right on my crotch. Oh, baby. Sweet Java. Sorry to make slurping noises if you can hear that in the mic. It's just super hot, so I gotta be careful. I don't want to burn my supple, delicate twink boy lips. Oh. Woo! That got me a little bit more jazzed. I was starting to pass out that last panel a little bit. Keanu Reeves woke me up a tiny bit. Just see him being who he is. He's a heartwarming man. Always puts a smile on your face to see Keanu Reeves. I think Keanu Reeves and Terry Crews were the two people I saw tonight at Comic-Con. That are the kind of people that just make you go, "Aw." What a heartwarming human being. Makes you feel like there's goodness in the world. Bring that back. Because I think it's time. Now that I have my delicious Disney Princess brand coffee. It's Comic-Con time. It's Comic-Con time. Oh, that caffeine's hitting hard. I can feel it in my arteries. Okay. What do we got? We have the Kevin Smith panel. Yay, the last one of the night. After 17 hours and 48 minutes of streaming. So just 1.5 hours left to go. Of whatever Kevin Smith's got for us at Comic-Con. Which I think is mostly going to be Clerks, but I'd be fine with him talking about literally anything else he's got going on. Master Universe? Would like to hear a bit more about Master Universe, please? I liked it. I dug it. Don't like the people that whinge about it. But it's good shit. I don't see any news of what trailers he might have shown, if any. I think I've tapped this article out, this Comic-Con article I've been using. Oh well, let's run it. Where is my headphones? Yeah! I'm actually kind of keen for this one, which is why I left it for last. Kevin Smith's a good podcaster and a good on-stage persona. He's fun to listen to talk to. He's a genuine and sincere guy. He always comes off as someone you want to hang out with and chat to. And he's just a good storyteller. You can listen to him talk on stage for hours. And he enjoys doing it too. He loves to talk. And I love to hear him talk. Let's go.
So with that, I want to bring the one and only Kevin Smith up.
Yeah! Oh my god, he's dressed like Kevin Smith is always dressed. And we wouldn't have it any other way.
Hey!
I'm so used to hearing him make that noise on his own YouTube
all right,
channel.
Kids, real talk. How many people were here for the Marvel panel?
Oh my god, he's going to start talking about the Marvel stuff.
I used my position of authority to get backstage a little bit early, and Maurice was nice enough to let us sit in the back. I sat with Harley, my daughter's with me. Austin.
Is Harley
going
gonna come out?
My wife. And Chelsea was there too.
Is Jay
We're
there?
Sitting in the back, watching the panel like everybody else, but from a screen out back. And then they're showing the trailers and stuff. They showed She-Hulk, and it was fucking legit funny. Reminded me of the John Byrne run of the book. She talked to the fucking camera, broke the fourth wall. That was amazing. Then they showed us fucking Secret Invasion, which fucking looked intense. Like, I had no idea. I thought it was going to be the Skrull comedy hour, but it's not that at all.
I love the
It's
fact that
fucking
Kevin
really
just
intense.
walked out to do his own panel.
Then they fucking ruined
and he can't
Comic-Con
help
for
himself
me by showing me the most beautiful fucking
by
Guardians
geeking
of
out about the
Galaxy
Marvel
trailer.
panel that you just saw from backstage.
Oh my god.
This is exactly what he's like on his own show.
We'll get back to that in a
on his
minute,
Fat
and
Man
then
Beyond
after that,
podcast.
fucking Wakanda Forever, which was absolute fucking magic, man. Like, So we were sitting there watching the Guardians trailer, and you know, before everybody comes up, they're like processing.
This is
in
why I
front of
love
us
Kevin
backstage
Smith.
and shit. So we're
He's
like,
just a
"Oh, shit, there's
fanboy.
that person, there's that person and shit.
He happens
And
to
I
be
get
up on
really
the
nerdy
stage.
about directors, where I was just like, oh,
But he's
there's
just a
James
fanboy
Gunn.
like
Oh, there's
everybody in that
Ryan
audience.
Coogler and shit like that. So James comes up. It was before he came up. They're all standing back there as a group watching the trailer, and so I'm focused on the trailer. They're also focused on the trailer. Without spoiling it, a lot of people have seen the trailer. There's a fucking shot of Little Rocket in the trailer that fucking destroyed me. And instantly, I welled up with fucking tears. And I know that doesn't mean anything anymore because I cry.
We
at
didn't get to see the
everything.
trailer, though, if we weren't
As
there.
a middle-aged stoner, everything touches me.
Fucking Marvel.
But I swear to God,
Holding
in that
back their
moment,
exclusives
I felt
from us.
inestimable
I need to
fucking
see that baby
joy
rocket raccoon.
and absolute fucking respect.
I want to cry like Kevin Smith
James
cried.
Gunn, I was like, it was such a perfect. The whole fucking trailer
Damn you.
is an emotional fucking experience, and I was crying backstage, and then I feel this fucking hand come down on my leg so fucking hard, and I looked over, and my kid is crying harder than me.
Is this the Marvel panel? No, that was earlier. This is the Kevin Smith panel. He's supposed to be talking about his own work right now. He just came out. This is the very start of the panel. And all he wants to talk about is how cool the Marvel panel was. This is what I love about Kevin Smith. He's such a fanboy that he can't even keep himself on track on his own panel, talking about his own work. He has to gush about all the other panels he just saw and talk about all the Marvel shows and movies that he just saw trailers for. And you're going to hear this again on his podcast and on his Fat Bam Beyond YouTube show, which I also watch. He pretty much just does this. It's like 2 to 3 hours of him just like ranting about how cool like the Marvel shit that he just watched is. Sometimes describing it in intimate detail from start to finish. He's got movie reviews up for Marvel movies where he doesn't review the movie at all. He just describes everything that happens in the movie from start to finish at the very end. And, like, gets teary-eyed and even, like, almost cries at, like, the emotional points. Like he's reliving the movie again through his telling of it to you. It's adorable. And I absolutely love it.
And they were both just bawling together.
He's such
and
an
then there was,
endearing
like,
man.
a secondary rocket shot, and it was like, oh no! And I'll never forget it, man. I'll go to my grave one day, and one of the last things I imagine I'll see is that real shared moment. That's a pure Comic-Con moment. I'm here to, like, you know, essentially sell my wares. We've been doing the movies pop-up. I'm going to show you Clerks 3 stuff. But in that moment, I was not a creator. I was pure fucking fan. And there I was with another pure fucking fan just soaking it up, man.
At some point in the future, he
appreciate
will
that.
start
That's why,
talking
like,
about
I love
his own
the
movie.
Fucking Marvel movies so much. They make me feel like a kid. They make me feel the
Someday.
same way I felt when I would go to the movies in the 70s and the 80s, and I looked up to movies, and that was like everything. And just because
Marvel should pay him.
That doesn't
Marvel should pay him.
change. Like, people are always like, you gonna make one of those Marvel movies? I
Like,
was like, they'll never let
fat
me, number
ducats.
one. But number two,
Like
even
that
if they
shill
gave me
money.
carte blanche,
'Cause he
I
does
would
this
be
stuff
like,
for free.
Honestly, no, put me in one of those motherfuckers. Like, that's good for my brand. But making one of them is just not in my DNA. That's my comfort zone. That's where I go to get fed. If you're like, where does the chef go fucking before he prepares a meal? That's the shit that feeds my heart and soul. And I know some people are like, what? It's not cinema. It's absolute fucking cinema to me because it moves me so incredibly much. And that, I'm not pointing fingers and saying like somebody said that's not, I've heard that from many, many people over the years. Every time I talk about how much I love the Marvel movies. Every time we do an episode of Fat Man Beyond and shit, and I talk about, oh my God, I fucking love what they did this time. There's like fucking 1,000 people who are like, get off their fucking payroll, you cuck, you know, and I'm like, if I could get paid
It's
to
true.
like Marvel, I'd quit making
I've been on those
lousy
live
ass
streams
movies,
from some of his
man.
shows, and I've seen the stuff
They
people
don't
write
pay
to
you for
him.
that kind of shit. You just do it because you absolutely
People
fucking
are-
love it. And I
people are
love it.
negative,
I
man.
sat back there and I was a fucking kid again. I'm a 51-year-old man, And I'm out here to present the movie that I made and shit like
Kevin
that. But
Smith
back
generally
there,
does nothing
I
but
was
just be
gone.
super
I was
positive
just a
about
kid
stuff.
looking up at the
And all that
screen
does
going
is
like,
attract
"We
super
gotta see
negative
that." It
people
took
to
me right back. I
rag
was
on
sitting
him
next to my kid,
in his comments
and my kid's
and in his live
23 now.
streams.
She's grown up and stuff like
It's
that.
fucked up.
But like,
It's a fucked up world
I
we
used to
live
go
in.
to the movies with my father when I was a kid. He used to pull me out of school. I've talked about this many times. He'd pull me out of school to go see movies, matinees of movies and stuff. And the idea was, I liked movies.
But he's right,
so
though.
he was like, look,
People who
the
say
fat
comic
one
book
likes
movies or Marvel movies aren't cinema.
Maybe that's the thing
Bullshit.
we could do together. I don't mind movies. He seems way
Cinema is
into it,
anything
so
that
I'm gonna
moves
take
a
him to
human
the
being.
movies. And my
If
mom
one
was
human
like,
being
"Dad's
is moved
gonna
by
take
it,
you
if it means something to
the
them,
movies, see a matinee
cinema.
today." And it was a school day. And I was like, well, how are we
I
going
don't
to
give
do
a
that?
shit what
I was
anyone
going to
says.
And she was like, he's going to come pick you up at 12
I'm going to have a
o'clock,
Tim Tam.
and he's going
Full
to
Tim
bring
Tam
you
to
the
that.
movies. And I was like, what do I
And
tell
Murray Rivers
Sister
salted
Teresa
caramel
and shit?
Tim
I went
Tam,
to a
no
Catholic
less.
School, Our Lady
Because
Perpetual
I'm
Help.
bougie.
And my mom was like, just tell him your aunt died. Because my mom was a really good Catholic. And so I went into school, and at noon, my father showed up, and they brought me down to the office, and like, oh my God, Kevin, you didn't tell us.
That's some good salted
Your
caramel.
father came to pick you up for a funeral. I said, yeah, my aunt died, man. So they were like, we'll put her in our prayers. I was like, don't bother. And I joined my dad. My dad took me to the movies, man. First movie, like, date that we had was Raiders of the Lost Ark. And there's something very magical happened in that screening, man. Number one, I saw like one of the greatest movies of all time in real time. A lot of people saw it on video later on. Some people catching up with it now and shit. I remember exactly where the fuck I was. It was opening day, and I was at a matinee with my father, and he kept talking about the whole ride to the movie theater. He was just like, this movie, I think it's like the movies I grew up watching. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, we used to go see cliffhangers when I was a kid, and you would see a serial, and it would end. You had to come back the next week to see it. And he said, the coming attraction makes it look like that. And I was like, okay. And we went, and I remember being way more into seeing Superman 2, which was coming soon. And they put out like a lobby program book, and I asked my father, I was like, can I get that? They used to sell books in the lobby with popcorn to show you what the movie was going to be when it came. So he got me that, but he was like, I think you should pay attention to this movie. You're going to like it. And I didn't know fucking shit about Indiana Jones. I hadn't met him yet and shit. So there we go into this movie theater, and my father was always my father, you know, an authority figure and shit. I loved him to death, don't get me wrong, but like we didn't have like a super close relationship where he poured his heart out to me. That's the father I was to my kid because I'm a stoner, so I'm like, everything's fucking beautiful, man, you know. So that's the world she grew up in. My father kind of played it more.
Stoners
close
make
to
good
the
dads.
vest, and he was not a cold man by any stretch of the imagination, but he was dad, the authority figure and shit. Like, he's the one that had the job and fucking paid the bills, and when he was sleeping, you had to be quiet and shit. He was just dad. That's what I always thought of him as. Sitting next to him in the movie theater watching Raiders of the Lost Ark, he stopped being dad, and that's where I saw Don, my father, the boy who used to go to the movies, because he was filled with fucking glee as we watched this movie. And I swear to God, man, same thing happened to me when I was a kid. That's why it was such a bizarre, wonderful moment backstage. I felt a very heavy hand hit my fucking leg. And I looked over, and it was my father, who was gripped with fucking excitement. And he said, I knew it. This is exactly like the movies I used to go see when I was a kid. Isn't this fucking great? And a man who at that point was maybe 46 looked like
It's
he was
actually really
fucking
touching.
6 years old. And I got to see my father, my real father,
This is getting to me a little
for the
bit.
first time. Not the veneer of like, that's dad, the human being underneath. I learned so much about my father sitting next to him in a movie theater over and over again. What made him laugh? What made him fucking cry, which will blow a kid's mind, man. I never saw my dad cry until we were in a movie theater. There he is crying during Raging fucking Bull. And I was like, you're allowed to do that? Like, I learned so much sitting next to him in the movies, and it led eventually to a life where I became a filmmaker. And so I know what it's like to pull the levers and work the magic, the smoke and mirrors and shit. But I swear to Christ, as I sat backstage, all of that fell away. And I was fucking 10 years old, 11 years old, sitting next to my father again. That's how powerful a fucking movie can be, man. They can bring the dead back for just a few fucking seconds.
Damn, dude. The chick in the Black Widow wig doesn't give a fuck. That made me mad.
Very polite and
I
shit,
didn't
so
like
I
her
don't
face.
to insinuate myself into situations unless I'm invited. But when James
Oh,
came
that
off
almost got me
stage,
teared
I
up.
wanted to tackle him and fucking kiss him like a cartoon character and shit. Because I was like, Jesus Christ, you have no right to stick the landing, not just stick the landing, but give us such a beautiful conclusion for a third fucking movie? Who does that shit?
Kev always finds a way to stick in a little
Kids, what a perfect segue. Now, I've been hearing
derogatory
about
joke
all
about
day and
himself
all
for his
week
own
and shit.
work.
Everybody does big
He maybe
things
does it a
here.
bit
This
too
morning,
much.
Fucking Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson showed up cosplaying and apparently rose into the fucking sky, worked fucking magic, and everybody's chest lit up and shit like that. That's Warner Brothers money right there. We work for Lionsgate, ladies and gentlemen.
Not anymore.
So early on, they were just like,
Lionsgate's
"How
watching
big
from
do you wanna go
backstage.
to Comic-Con?" I was like, not really. I was like, this ain't a brand new movie. It's like Clerks with a 3 in it. So we could probably keep it tone and tasteful and shit like that. The good folks at Lionsgate have been so wonderful to us. They put together fantastic posters. I don't know if you saw them, but the fucking marketing campaign is wonderful. The trailer that they cut is fucking phenomenal, man. Absolutely. I was so in love with what they did. Trailer cutting is an art form that I have no skill at. Give it up for the Lionsgate people, man. They fucking, they have not let us down. So when it came to this, I was like, throttle back, kids. Like, fucking, you don't have to do shit, man. Like, they were like, we're going to do a booth at Lionsgate. We're gonna, at Comic-Con on the floor. The Lionsgate booth is going to be you sharing it with Hunger Games and shit. And I was just like, oh, shit, I've heard of that. That will make this booth very popular and shit. And then at a certain point, they're like, Hunger Games ain't coming. It's just fucking Clerks, man. And I was like, fuck Katniss. We win. So they were like, we want to put
fuck
together
Katniss.
like a quick stop counter on the floor.
I just wanted to get in on
a
that.
lot of hassle. Please don't. And they
I'm over
did,
the whole
and it's
Hunger
fucking
Games fad.
darling. And I went to the floor and took pictures with people and shit. It's like a Hobbit version of Quick Stop, just very small. I was down on my knees taking pictures and shit. It was lovely. They've made dreams come true. They made this dream come true for me. Clerks 3 is a movie I've been trying to make for 10 fucking years, man. It took a minute and shit. And it was only by the good graces of Lionsgate that it happened, and the good graces of you. I'm gonna tell you a story and how you manifested this movie. So when people don't like Clerks 3, I'm gonna tell them to blame your fucking asses. Here's the story, man. We made this movie, last time I was on this stage, as Eddie mentioned, man, was 2019.
he's actually getting to the movie?
Award, which I still have on my shelf. It's amazing.
For a
But
second
we were
there, I was
here with
convinced
Jane
that the
Silent
hour and a
Bob
half running
Reboot, and
time
we
was going to be
announced the
30
tour,
minutes
put
his own
tickets on
movie at the
sale and
end,
shit.
and the whole first hour was going to be him
So,
just gushing about Marvel.
We took that movie out in the world.
That would
recorded
be
it,
that would
and
be
when it was done, it
that would
went to
definitely
home
be a
video.
Kevin move.
Lionsgate had home video, and not just home video of streaming and shit. That's what I think of when I think of home video now. Lionsgate still makes like DVDs and Blu-rays and shit. So they sold DVDs and Blu-rays of Jay and Silent Bob Reboot, and apparently sold enough to reach out to us and say, we sold fucking so many DVDs and Blu-rays that if you ever want to make more of this Jay and Silent Bob bullshit, as long as it's under this price point, fucking have a go at it and shit. The only reason we got to do that is because you bought hardware, kids. Thank you for that, man. Thank you for buying physical media.
People still buy physical media?
So because of that, we're
I
going to
don't
give
believe
you
you.
a reward, man. I am not clever like the good folks at Warner Brothers. I'm not going to raise anybody up into the air. I did not bring anything nearly as moving as the Guardians of the Galaxy trailer, nor as fucking sweeping and epic as Wakanda Forever.
Nonsense.
But
Have some
I brought
confidence in
something
your own
I
product, damn it.
cut out of my fucking broken, stented heart and put together with a bunch of friends and shit who I've been doing the same version of the story with for nearly 30 years. Held it together with a lot of spit glue and absolute affection, and I think we got something for you. We're going to show you the entire first 5 minutes of Clerks 3.
Oh, damn. I guess we're not going to be able to see that on this stream recording.
Now, spoilers in advance. you know, because I watched the fucking Marvel trailers backstage, and I was on the edge of my seat, and I was desperately listening for the dialogue. Like, sometimes it's so boomy you can't hear the dialogue, and people are talking backstage, and you can't shush them because they're all fucking Marvel people. Somebody was talking, and I wanted to be like, shut the fuck up. It was Kevin Feige. The only Kevin that fucking matters at Comic-Con, the Kevin that must be saved at all costs and shit. So here you won't struggle to listen to dialogue.
Kevin's way too self-derogatory. I know it's like probably a coping mechanism for him, because like that's just part of his like modesty and his sense of humor.
For me, I reached out to some
but like
local Jersey musicians by the name
I
of
don't
My
know.
Chemical Romance.
It breaks my heart a little bit sometimes.
And so
because he's such a genuine person that I feel like
movie, but what also
he should have more
music video
self-esteem
popular
about what he's
My
achieved
Chem
and where he's
song.
at.
We're gonna watch this,
And the things that he
then we'll
makes.
bring out all the magical people that made this happen, man. So for here we go, kids. First look anywhere for anybody and shit. Here comes Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, hovering into the air. Get ready for lightning bolts to go across your chests, ladies and gentlemen. I give you the first 5 minutes of Clerks 3.
Oh, I guess we missed it.
Oh my God. Just for 1 second, I stopped feeling like Kevin Smith, started feeling like Kevin Feige, man. That was amazing. Let me introduce you to the fine folks who've made Clerks 3 with me, as well as Clerks 2, as well as the original
Jay gonna
Clerks,
be there?
ladies and
I wanna see
gentlemen.
Jay.
Joining us in the View Askew universe for the first time. You probably saw him if you ever saw me do the TBS competition sitcom.
I mean, Randall's
was
gonna be there
called
'cause he's
Celebrity
like one of the
Show
main
Up.
characters,
we
obviously.
did a short com that was called Sun in Lockdown. In which my daughter's boyfriend, Austin,
Randall,
played a version of Austin
I'm not even supposed to be here
that
today
I
guy,
bickered
the
with
actual
and
main
battled
character of the
with. We had a
original
good time
Clerks,
doing it. He's a wonderful
and
fucking
Jay.
actor and
Those
shit.
three are the only
And
ones
so
I know
he
for
plays
sure
a
have to
brand
be
new
here. Come on.
character in our movie who's very disturbingly into crypto. And his name is Blockchain Coltrane. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Austin Zazier.
Just some kid. Just hi, Austin. He looked like he just
Next
wandered in
up,
here from the
ladies and
crowd,
gentlemen.
the
Am I
Comic-Con
right? Yes, I'm
crowd.
right.
He
She's been
definitely
with me
belongs
since the
here.
beginning, man, since we started this whole Clerks journey. And she has, in real life, as far as I know, not sucked 37 dicks. Give it up for Marilyn Gigliotti.
Kevin, you don't know that for a fact. I don't know. She looks like she can get it.
Next up, we got our precious little Elias from Clerks 2. In this movie, if you've seen the trailer, he's grown up in weird and wonderful ways, man. Just like the man who plays him. Give it up for the great Trevor Furman, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't remember Clerks 2 well enough. I've only seen it once, right when it first came out.
The next guy I bring out,
To
you
remember
seem to
who he
enjoy
was.
His presence in the trailer. I've been standing next to him professionally and personally for the
Jay!
better part of 30 plus years, ladies and gentlemen. Him and I are enshrined together forever in the cement at Groman's Chinese Theater, right next to one another, Silent Bob, and of course Jay himself. Give it up for Jason Mewes!
Jason Mewes is definitely getting the biggest audience reaction out of everyone that comes to this table.
Yes! She said sexy
He's like the
bitch. Isn't he
mascot of
dressed
everything Kevin
nicely?
Smith.
I asked him before, I was like, did you bring a dresser? Did you hire a stylist and shit? And he was like, no, I went to a store and I bought these things. He's very proud of his outfit. Look, picture's called Clerks. This is Clerks 3. Everything I've done is predicated on that first movie. It's not Clerk, it's Clerks plural. There's two of them. So it's very hard to separate these two. In real life, in my head, and in my heart.
This is Randall and the other guy.
Co-architects.
I don't know why I
of
can't
the
remember the other
Viewers
guy,
universe, people
the
I've
other
been
character.
playing with since I was relatively a kid, at least relative till now. Man, we started working on Clerks when I was 22. I'm 51 years old now, so 29 years I've been playing with these adult children who give me so much fucking happiness. Welcome both Dante and Randall, Brian O'Halloran and Jeff Anderson.
Dante, that was his name. Dante and Randall, alright. Randall's looking a little old. That little walk shimmy thing he was doing was a bit rusty.
Before we're gonna pretty much, you know, because things got started a little bit late and stuff, and there's a Hollywood Babylon show I gotta do later on. We're gonna keep it kind of tight. We will jump to
You're not going to
Q&A
keep it
before
kind
we
of
do
tight.
that.
This is an
We'll
hour and a
give
half
everyone
clip. I
chance
saw
to
the
talk
runtime.
and ask them across the boards.
And you
How
spent the
was
first
it
hour
watching
talking about Marvel.
The opening 5 minutes with the audience. Start with you.
It was
Oh,
incredible.
fuck.
Yeah. They want to hear from everyone else. So.
I know, but this was your
Oh,
chance
see,
to
that
shine.
kid's-
It was fucking awesome.
There you go.
This kid's learned his modesty
Marilyn, what
and his
was it like
self-degrading
watching the-
humor
I know
from Kevin
neither
himself.
of you two kids are represented in the first few minutes, and neither is Trevor. He shows up and stuff. But what was it like watching the first few minutes?
Even though that, for me, well, and I told you when I read, I think it was the first draft, that I was excited with the music that was going to be starting because I love My Chemical Romance and that particular song. So yeah, it's just,
I think Jason Mewes just
it gets you in the mood. to
mean
just
mugged
want to
someone in
see
the
more.
crowd.
Good.
I saw that look.
I hope you're right. Trev?
Yeah, I don't know. I just hope you guys like it. That's all.
Thank you for that very touching take on
The
it.
two guys I don't recognize at all
Mr. Mewes?
are not contributing much to the conversation.
On the car that Brian
Which
pulled
is fine
up.
because I don't know them, so I don't really
Because,
care
you know,
what they have to
The last
say.
two movies, he was
That's how this
driving
works.
Like
That's
a
how Comic-Con
station wagon,
works.
Caprice Classic or something like, and all of a sudden now you got like a really sweet like minivan or something. But I don't know. That's what I was. But I'm excited. I'm really am. It'll be nice to sit with a bunch of people and watch the movie from beginning to end because that was just a taste of it. And it seemed.
I love
to
Jay's
be
nails right
enjoyable
now.
for you
I don't know
guys,
what's going on with the purple
right?
nails, but
So it'll be nice to
This man
listen
cannot be
to,
caged.
sit in the movie theater and listen to the movie from beginning.
this man
to
cannot
end
be
with people,
governed.
So I'm excited.
He's ungovernable.
Cafe Anderson, what do you think?
You know, I was back there and I was watching it and I got a little tear in my eye and I felt this heavy hand on my ball. And it was Mewes.
A moment he'll never forget.
This is why you don't fucking share things, man.
This is why you do share things. Comedy gold.
BOH, Brian O'Halloran, what'd you think?
Well, first of all, hello, Hall H.
Is this the first Hall H for you?
Yes.
It's
This
first,
is what it's like.
Yeah, many time in the audience watcher of you and your Hall H's, first time on the stage. It's like, you know, when you call into a radio station, long time listener, first time caller.
Yeah.
That's how it feels right now. I'm awed because I've watched so many Hall H panels of other things, just like the Marvel stuff, and I get choked up and engrossed like a fan. And so I watched it out here. I decided to come along and just sit and just watch it as an audience member. And I got choked up, I'm not gonna lie. It's 30 years, people, that I've been not even supposed to be here today.
He's a very rectangular
But I
man.
can honestly say today, I'm so grateful to be here today.
He's geometric even. There's something very geometric about Dante. I don't know what I mean by that, but I feel like I know what I mean by that.
What's been everyone's experience at Comic-Con so far? Something we could all universally relate to because everyone's here attending Comic-Con. Is this your first Comic-Con?
Yeah, this is my first Comic-Con.
And what's it been like for you?
This is crazy. This is insane.
This does not look like
Thank you guys.
this
all.
is his first Comic-Con.
Thank you.
He looks like he lives here.
I was counting on you for so much content.
I just got here.
And he also
what about
screams
you,
into that
Marilyn?
mic way
How's it
too
been?
close.
You been to con before?
I've been coming pretty much every year since 2010.
How about the Comic-Con?
And
Hey-o.
I still don't know what to do with myself other than when I'm here to do. It's like I wander around aimlessly, and I wish I didn't because I really want to experience Comic-Con the way you guys do, but I just never know what to do with myself. You know, it's but it's fun to be here.
Just clearly not a nerd, that's the
anyway.
thing.
You need to find a buddy. You should latch on to someone. Be like, hey, man, does anyone know
Any
what
volunteers?
to do? And yeah, you can hang out, right? And they can show you around and all that. Look, you got a bunch of people waving their hands. Next year.
Just so you know, don't take the latching on to somebody advice from Jay. I saw what he was latching on backstage.
My balls.
Trev,
Dude, what does it say right here? Sorry. Please be aware that many members of your audience may be under 18 years of age, man. Come on, guys. Jeez.
This is Jay the Dad coming
You
out.
can't bring him anywhere.
I'm glad you pointed that out.
Wow, it actually does say that. That's
First
hilarious.
time here, last time here, motherfucker.
Then he goes and says, "Mother."
Are we taking the same car out of here? Because you're gone too now.
I feel like he genuinely just said "motherfucker," like that wasn't a
I've
bit.
never been here before.
He
I think it's
legitimately
pretty
just
cool because I grew up
can't
watching
not swear.
like Star Trek,
That's
Next
just Jay.
Generation, and reading X-Men, and none of that stuff was okay when I was a kid. And like I did not fit in at all. So I find it kind of heartwarming to see that all us nerds have found one another at last, and in sufficient numbers, we can bring them down. You motherfuckers.
Mr. Muse, you've been coming to Comic-Con with me. We've been coming together since 1995.
That
First
is
time
correct.
we came was we showed Mallrats at the Horton Plaza, like a sneak preview and shit.
Yeah.
What's it like for you to be here after all this time? You're a fucking fixture now.
It's, every year I get so excited again, as much as often as I've come and as many times I've come, I still get excited each time because it's like as soon as you
So
get
many
to, you
easy
get in,
openings for
you
cum
finally get through the
jokes.
traffic,
I'm just
and
really
you get in
trying
your room,
hard
It's like you look out and you just the
take the high
car's
road
playing.
here,
And
but
it's cool for me and for us.
they're
I'm
killing me,
42,
man.
and so- is going out and seeing how it's grown. It's like, I remember it used to be like lots of vendors and Warner Brothers, maybe DC, I don't know, whatever, would have a big booth in the middle of the convention hall. But now it's like Funko, Gentle Giant, Sideshow. Like there is so much to see. And each time I walk the floor and I'm like, I'll start talking. I was streaming the other day on my Twitch, and I was trying to walk the hall, but I couldn't really do it because I'd be like, ooh, and I move over here, and I'd be holding the camera here, and I was like, oh, sorry guys, look what I just saw, and then I'd see something else. So again, for me, is every time I come, I get excited.
Still
and
doing it.
It's just amazing, man. It
Every
really
time he
is.
comes,
I
he
was
gets
bummed the
excited.
last 2 years.
I think he's got that backwards.
They had to close it down. I was shocked. I was like, I thought they would make it through everything.
I'm gonna flip that in editing later.
He wasn't aware it was closed for the last
I'm gonna flip
3
that
years.
sentence so he says everything.
He was
Every time I
only
get
sad about
excited, I
the last
come.
2, and then he got the memo.
It's just
He's
too
like,
easy.
What the fuck?
It hasn't been 3, has it?
Has been 3, man. This is 2022. Last time we all did this was
19,
2019.
19, 20, 21, and we're here.
Well,
20.
slow down, egghead.
22.
Wait, no,
So that's
22.
3. This is 3 years since the last time we were here. We can't do basic math in front of these fucking people. The time for that was in grade school. Fuck.
No!
Jeff, without answering any arithmetic questions, how have you enjoyed Comic-Con?
I haven't done the cons. This was, I actually started doing cons right before the pandemic hit. I did 2 right before the pandemic. I think I brought it on. And so coming here, this is my first time, obviously, to Comic-Con. The thing for me is I've
Something
never really
about
done these things, so it's great to meet
Randall is a lot
you guys.
weirder
and
when he's
it's
older.
amazing how much love you have.
His
for
voice
this
and his
movie,
whole
for
general look
us
and
sitting here,
demeanor
and
makes so
that's
much more
been the
sense when
coolest
he's
thing for
young.
me to
When he's a
finally
young,
come out of my
punkish dude
cabin in the woods and experience
behind the
it.
counter at like a
Literally,
at a quick stop.
Literally.
He's got
But as like a
bears and
much
shit by
older
his house.
adult,
It's cool.
that all those same kind of
And his
features and
address is-
aspects of his personality just make him seem a lot odder,
Brian.
more
You know,
eccentric.
I was here with you guys for 2019, promoting Reboot with you guys. That was a great
sounds mean.
experience. You were hosting out on the IMDb boat, which
Just
was
stop
like,
accidentally being
"Man,
mean
we
to
can
people."
Redo Gilligan's Island with just
I
this
try my
boat
hardest.
alone. Let's do it. View Askew, Gilligan's Island.
After I already
and
called him
seeing
like
the,
geometric
missing
and
this for the
looking
past
like a
couple of years,
rectangle.
It was sad.
I think it's a bit too late to
3,
not be
I
mean to
believe,
everybody.
No, the past 2 years.
Yeah, okay.
We've been over this.
I was actually here 3 years ago. Wandering around.
I think the only one I haven't roasted so far is Jay,
Different characters and shit.
because Jay's a legend and it's
But you're like,
unroastable.
wow, there's no line for Hall H.
I'm so fucking lucky this year.
But it's great. It's good to be back. And this time, not only am I here promoting for Clerks 3, that I'm on the stage with you and here in front of the great Hall H people. I saw you guys waiting in line outside and stuff. And thank God the weather has been kind of cooperating. It's not been swelteringly deadly heat like hot in previous years. And I'm just so amped to be here. And I want to talk more about Clerks 3. And like Jeff, we are just so touched by the love that y'all are giving us. Sorry. That. Thank you.
What is this, the crying game?
Stop it.
See, I'm not the only bitch who cries in Hall H.
I understand where him and his dad come from on this, and the same it is. It's just, you know, you guys have love for a fucking movie that's been around 30 fucking years, and y'all still come out for it. And I think
Jesus Christ,
when
his
you
hand
see
is
it,
so white compared to
y'all
his
will see it, right?
neck and face.
What if they're
What's going on?
Yeah, I am threatening them.
It's also very
That
tiny.
movie- Anyway, the number 3, by the way. When
He
you
has
see
a
it,
lady
you
hand.
See what the love
Both
that
in the
was put into
size,
this
the
film, and
skinniness, the
back to
delicateness of his
funniness
hand,
that
and
we
the
always
color.
love. I
It
can't
doesn't
wait to see
match
you guys
with
next
the
year to hear what the response
size
is.
and
So,
pinkness of his face and neck.
But I'll know because you'll go to the theaters to watch it what the response will
And the
be,
length of
because
his nails.
We did well because we do well this time. Then
Dude,
Mallrats 2
this is
comes
tripping me out.
next, and maybe
I
the
wish I
Clerks
didn't
Part
notice
2.
that.
Yes.
You know, fingers crossed, and the good folks at Lionsgate were really cool. And like Kevin said, like, you make more of these Jay and Silent Bob bullshit, with this amount of budget, we'll totally do more. So we're ready to do a lot of that bullshit for more.
The movie, I'm happy to report, turned out great. The dream going into it is like, man, I hope this fucking works. But I had very able players to bring it to life. A script is always just a blueprint. It's what the performances, the performers bring to the table. And all of these cats, none of them executed the movie, thank God it's alive. They all elevated the fucking picture, every one of them. Honestly, this is the most beautiful movie I've ever made. It's funny still, but it is a weirdly
I can't stop staring at the
profound
giant
journey
screen
for this
behind him
dopey
showing the ER on
little
his
story
shirt
of
and his
two
hand
dudes
flapping
who've
around
been
in front of
the
it.
same place for like nearly
It's
30 years
mesmerizing.
and stuff. I saw some
Maybe it's
people
because I'm
online when
exhausted
the
because
trailer
it's
dropped,
fucking
somebody
7 in
was
the
just like,
morning
"I think
and
it's
I've been
fucking
streaming for
sad that they're still at
18
that
hours,
store."
but
And I had to write like,
I'm getting
"They own
hypnotized
that
by the
fucking
strangest
store
things
now."
right now.
And they're like, all right, that's okay. I can't wait to show you what they've all done. Now, I'm here all the time, and I chit-chat constantly, and I'm always answering questions. So we're going to open up the mic, and I encourage you to take the opportunity to hit all these unicorns with questions, man. I'm always around. You can always catch me. So let's hit a mic, turn on a light. Oh, why, hello.
Wow.
That was
Well,
cool.
hello. Good seeing you. The first question of the night. Give it up for him, ladies and gentlemen. This is Brave.
Oh, they're already going to audience Q&A. That was
Good
quick.
seeing you.
Good
What?
seeing you too. You know,
They're not even
just like
halfway
you
through this
said,
yet.
How you and your father watched the movie together, and what we saw today. It was nice to have my son with me, so he could be a part of what we saw. And like when the Black Panther Forever came, he grabbed my hand, and he said, "Dad, I have to go to the bathroom." and so we had to go run over to the bathroom because, you know, as a father, I got to be there for him.
You do.
Do
For
what's
him
right
and his
for
dick,
him.
you have to be there.
You have to be there. So that's my moment that I will always remember with Black Panther, is being with my son.
As you're dragging him to the bathroom, you piece of shit, I want to watch this.
Exactly. But you got to be a dad.
That's adorable.
That's a beautiful dad story. Give it up for that, man. That's phenomenal.
So, Kevin, behind me is your little buddy.
Aww.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Oh, you're like the miniature version.
I am.
See, he's even
Of
wearing
what?
Batman for you.
I saw that.
Oh, is that
I
his
like
son?
Batman too. Are you going to see this movie when it comes out? If you are, somebody's going to have to explain a lot of shit to you. A lot of concepts in the movie might be a little, but
Yeah. Okay.
you can get it though.
Okay, so go.
The short answer is
Wait. At WonderCon, you asked him a question about why you like superheroes. So
Yes.
so here's his answer.
Oh my God, you took this many months to come up with a response?
Yes.
This is amazing.
Like 5 minutes.
Okay, but go
Fair
ahead.
enough, fair enough.
These people are way funnier than any of us.
Kid, do you want to be in Clerks 4?
Sure. Could be variants of you.
Well, it depends how this answer goes. Let's hear it. The question that I asked at WonderCon, posed to the young gentleman, was, what was it?
Why do you like superheroes?
Why do you like superheroes? I told him a very long-winded story about why I like superheroes, and then I asked, why do you like them? And he was like, I don't know. And I said, well, you think about it and fucking get back to me. He fucking took me seriously, man. Here we are.
There's a lot of fuckings and shit still being dropped, even though they've got kids there.
We're all listening.
No
The
one's.
floor is yours.
Everyone's ignoring the
I
warnings
like
about
how
the
they kick butt.
the family-friendly nature of the con.
I like to see them kick butt because I've seen a lot of movies, Marvel and DC, except for the Green Lantern because my dad says it blows.
Oh, kid, I'm signing you up for Clerks 4 through 9.
And the dad.
This panel has
The dad's an important part of this comedic duo.
I like this kid.
But I like to see their superpowers and fighting skills and their cool weapons and gadgets. Now I have a question for you. Why do you use the F-bomb so much?
Ooh. Ooh. Only just after I said it, too.
I mean, fuck, kid, I don't know. It's a weird question. My mother asks it all the time, too, because my mother's like, I raised you, and I never cursed around you. My mother didn't. She wouldn't even say hell. She would say, oh, H-E double hockey sticks. I had to spell shit out and whatnot. So my mom is always baffled, like, where did this come from? What part of your life were you able to say these things? Why do you say fuck so much? And I honestly, like, I've thought about it for the better part of 29 years. I think it's Jason Mewes' fault. He just made it
He
so
just threw him right
attractive.
under the
Like,
bus.
Jason Mewes, one of my absolute heroes. You could tell I love him so much. I put him in all the movies and shit like that. He's my rocket sauce. Like, he's my fucking, he's the, you know, the fucking shit that they stuck in Captain America, the secret soldier serum and shit. He's the battery. If I'm the ever ready bunny and shit, if that still exists, the Energizer bunny, you know what that shit is? Old commercial, never mind. He would be the batteries that fucking keep me going and stuff like that, because he's been
Kevin
such a
and Jason
free
Mewes'
personality
relationship
to
is
know
actually
my whole life. One of the freest people I've
super
ever known.
touching.
One of the most entertaining, one of the purest fucking hearts. $1 million
I love the
heart.
two of them together.
Nickel fucking head, but $1 million heart. So he's been the secret sauce and everything, and his casual
He just wiped away
nature
tears. I saw it.
with,
I caught him.
Let's say coarse language.
Can't hide it.
And overuse of the term fuck as a modifier sank in over time. Because I was like, I think I'd rather live my life like him. And so that's where it comes from. So if you're mad, there's that bad boy right there.
Perspective.
Hello.
Nobody ever heard me curse until I did Clerks.
Is that right?
I swear to God.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry. I feel like I
They're all corrupting
ruined
each
a
other at this
virgin
point.
soul, something pure. Is that we good?
Yeah.
Or is there more to the letter?
No, there's more. I just want to say, Kevin, when Shatner and you did that thing with Shatner and the acting thing, that was priceless.
It was beautiful. You set that up, didn't you? You were there. You were there. You asked one of the questions.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. There was
Thanks.
nothing more to that letter?
No, that was it.
That was it? Give it up for him. That was a beautiful piece of writing.
That was probably the longest single
Excellent
audience
job.
Q&A question out of every panel I've seen at Comic-Con.
What's your name,
But it
my
was
friend?
it was so
I'm
worth
Rolando.
it. It was also
Give
the
it up for
best.
Rolando.
That worked out well. The longest was also the best.
Actually, that's weird, but that's who I am. So, you, Kevin Smith, you changed my life. You know, I've been in the Vancouver animation industry since 2016, where I also love live action and everything that you can see on the screen. So before I listened to your Comic-Con panel back on 2018, I was not super happy about just being an animator working all day in front of a computer. I wanted more. So after your panel on 2019 and everything you said about your unfortunate heart attack, I came out of this same room so inspired that I signed up for every single indie filmmaking Facebook group in Vancouver. And with that, I was every single weekend of my life volunteering on every single indie movie sets I could be on as gaffer,
Aw.
great BG actor, the BTS photographer, art department, etc. You name it. So weekdays, I was an animator, and weekends, I was on movie sets.
I like when
Then the
Kevin gets to
pandemic
hear
started,
stories like
but
this
that
from
didn't
fans
stop me, so I
of them
initiated
being
a podcast
inspired
about film for
to follow their
Spanish
dream in
people. I wrote some
filmmaking.
short
I think
films,
it's good for his
and I also
self-esteem.
made all the courses and certifications you needed to join the
Which
union
I think
UGC.
his self-esteem
I haven't
needs it,
joined
because
yet, 'cause I'm missing actual union hours.
he
that are
really
pretty
does
hard to get.
make self-derogatory
But I won't
jokes
give
way
up
too
until
much.
I get into that union, because I love this industry, and all this has been thanks to the inspiration.
Which is relatable. I like
you,
doing
Kevin
that
Smith,
too, but
gave
maybe
me
that's why
on 2018,
it triggers me a little
so
bit.
I now just wanted to thank you and let you know that you changed my life in a fantastic way.
There was not even a question there.
First off, you can work for me any day, man. Bring that attitude to work. That's lovely. Second off, that moves me to near tears, my friend. The kid who started this journey, who made Clerks, I would love to go back in time and tell him just that sampling of that story, like the trickle-down impact that the thing that we all made together when we were kids would have on people. Thank you for giving me credit.
I don't want to
that
ruin the
deserve,
moment,
'cause I listened
this
to that
lovely
story
moment that's
very
happening right
closely,
now.
and you sound like the hero of that motherfucker. You did all the work, man.
Well,
But,
you gave me the boost, you know.
That gap in the front of his cap is showing a lot of forehead, and it kind of makes it look like he's balding a little bit.
Not everybody hears, man.
Or he has a
You
receding
did, and you
hairline.
went and
That's
made
a
it
weird.
happen. It sounds. I don't want this to sound condescending,
Maybe
but I'm proud of you.
I think I'm more
that's
into
tremendous.
having a bit of fringe and hair coming out the front
Let me get your
of your
info-
cap if you're wearing a
Vancouver,
cap
you
like
said?
that.
Yeah, I live in Vancouver, BC,
Fucking A,
Canada.
I work up there all the time and shit.
Yeah, I know.
What if he's like, what?
You shifty motherfucker.
Well, I'm a big fan, and
Tell you what, man. See this guy here with the camera dressed like a punk? He's waving his hand.
Yeah.
That's Dr. Josh Roush. You give him your information, man, and we're gonna work together. Is that cool?
yeah, sure. Yeah, perfect.
Thank you for sharing all
Yeah.
that.
So should I go to him or?
Heartwarming.
Should I go to him now? Like, okay.
Go to him now.
Go to him.
Oh, that was fucking beautiful, man. Fuck, that's honestly, that's my life. People say wonderful things like that to me, and it's like, it just makes, people think oh, you're in the movie business, you must make a lot of money. Not really, not in Kevin Smith movies and shit. But
I
you
think
get
that's why
paid
the
in
second
that.
half
That's
of
the
this
richest currency you could fucking
panel is
feel,
so
man.
long.
Somebody saying
I
something
think
like that to you,
he
like,
makes
it
the
changed
most
their
out of the
fucking life and
Q&As for
shit.
sure.
But I didn't. You did. Well done. You, what's your name?
My name is Michael. Hi, real quick.
I feel like every single person that comes up, he makes an absolute meal out of. Which is great, because all the other previous
Yeah, it's
panels,
so surreal. It's so great to be back. I was here.
the
2019,
Q&A part is usually
all
the
day
cringiest part
Marvel
that goes
thing.
nowhere.
My
Or
Comic-Con
barely,
tradition is I come into Hall H at some
or it
point
barely
in the
exists.
day,
They get one person and then they
everybody
just
else
end
I'm
it.
with leaves me and I hang back here to see you. So it's like, they don't fucking get it. Who cares? It's fine.
People there's a party, we can go see shit. You're like, no, I'm just
They're
gonna
like-
hang here and
my
support
friends
this
are
fucking
like-
old fuck.
They're like, we're gonna go get Mexican food. We'll see you later. Like, it's like, but anyway.
I
So-
appreciate that, man. Thank you for leaving friends behind to fucking.
Well, they left me, I guess.
That's
so-
true. Good point. Fuck them. No, but tell them for me, thank you for indulging your passion and
Yes,
stuff, not pulling you away. Because if they were true friends, they'd be like, "Fuck Kevin Smith, come with us." But they let you do your thing. That's very sweet.
Yeah, for sure. So two quick things before my actual question. So one, similar to the previous fellow, I just want to thank you
Fellow,
and let you
even.
know just how much of an influence and inspiration you are to me as well. I mean, as a person, as an
I feel like
artist,
every
and
person
then
who gets up
your
to a Kevin
general
Smith Q&A
outlook
has to tell a
and
life story
everything,
about
just-
how he changed their
it's,
lives and he
just so
inspired
good.
them.
And I just
Thank
also, yeah. Oh, sorry, what?
I said thank you, man. That's
I think
like
he was talking to me. No.
Nah, man, Pillow, Yeah, pillow pants for life. Trevor, you know how it goes. But I also it's also kind of, as happy as I am, it's also kind of bittersweet for me to be here and talking to you and seeing you guys with Clerks 3 coming out. One of my really good friends and also podcast co-host.
I mean, it says a lot.
In the midst
For all the
of
people out
the
there that Kevin
lockdown
Smith
times
hate
and
is for
everything.
like no fucking reason
He
whatsoever.
passed away last November, 2021.
It says a lot
It was an accident.
about him as a
Super,
person
only
that this is what his Q&As are like. This is what every single
We're both
person is
really-
like when they get
we're
up to
both
talk to
really
him.
Big fans. Yours too. He was one of the few friends
You gotta
I actually
acknowledge
had
that.
I could talk about your stuff with. So like that was really great.
You made it was sad, and somehow you made it sadder, man. Where you were like, and he loved you, but he's gone. Like,
Yeah, for sure. He did Loki's monologue and everything in his
From
theater
Dogma?
class in high school. I always wanted to see footage of that. But yeah,
what was his name? Let's bring him to life for a little while.
His name was Andrew Zeman, but he was also, in addition to being a podcaster, he was also a rapper. His name was Drew Hush, DRU space Hush, as in Tommy Elliott Hush, because he was a big comic guy too. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
For Drew, man. That's really beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. That's incredibly meaningful. As I said before, like that's my currency. That's the fuel that I run on, shit like that. Like for a guy who made a series of goofy ass movies with Jay and Silent Bob, people tell you such incredibly powerful things about what these movies have meant to them. And I always loved my movies.
Like,
Don't
at
get
the
me
end of the
wrong.
day,
I'm
like-
dismissive of them. I'm a big Kevin Smith fan.
He makes very
But,
goofy,
they're
unserious, like, stoner
self-serving.
flicks.
They're incredibly masturbatory.
Just like for
They're all
himself.
me. It's
Like he's just
me
having
jerking
fun
off
with the
all over
craft.
myself and shit.
And doing his own thing with it. And look what it results in. It's kind of nuts. Kind of goes to show you though, you got to kind of just
But
do
when
your own
people
thing in life.
Talk to you about like or tell me
And then
what the
people will
movies
come
have meant
with
to them,
if it
it's
means something,
a
you know.
reminder that like I'm not on this journey alone. A lot of you have been on it with me for many years at this point, and the movies mean something to you in the way they mean something to me, but in this completely different way, in this completely different narrative, and how they fit into your lives and stuff like that. And then you all grow up and have children, and then introduce me to the kids and talk about how you share the movies with your kids, and it takes me right back to my father, where I was like, he took me to the movies because I was the fat one, so I get it. And if they're standing there with a kid, the kid's like, wait, am I the fat one? So thank you. That means the fucking world.
Thank you, Kev. Can I name drop the podcast real quick?
Yeah,
too?
do it.
So it's called, if anyone's curious, it's like on Apple, Spotify. It's called Two Old Souls, TOO, like as in we're too old for this shit. So yeah, and we did a whole episode covering all the View Askew stuff up through Reboot. So
How many episodes did you do before you lost him?
I think we got like somewhere in the 25 to 30 range. I'm still kind of doing the posthumous releases and stuff, but yeah.
How precious to still have that voice captured. That's the magic of podcasts to me. I know they've become very popular, obviously, but I've been doing this
Ooh,
shit
that's
since
rough.
2007, and just capturing voices of people that
Having
you
the
love,
voice
people
of your
that you
dead
admire
friend
and stuff like that.
on
We
your
all
podcast,
take
including
pictures
episodes
'cause
that
we
haven't
got
even come
cell
out
phones
yet.
and cameras and shit, but nobody really thinks to capture a motherfucker's
That's kind of
voice, and
intense.
That's the first thing you lose later in life and stuff. So how awesome that you have his voice captured forever. Well done.
Absolutely. And then I do have a question for the rest of your crew. Is that cool?
Please.
Okay.
Oh my God, absolutely.
So with the not even semi, but like very autobiographical nature of your work, Kev, with all your movies, I have a question for all of you guys. Like, what's it like to be sort of acting out parts of Kevin's story all through the years, whether you're playing someone who's like a composite of people he's known.
I can't
or
stop
if
staring
you're
at the
kind of
Wreck-It
playing
Ralph
a
badge
version
on
of
his
him,
lanyard.
At different points.
It's grimacing
in
at
his
me.
life. So yeah, just curious. And Kevin, what's that like for you to watch that sort of play out as you
Goddamn cartoon
process and
John
make
C.
sense
Reilly.
of the experiences that you've had?
Do people just collect badges and pins
jump and go
at
first, then you go
Comic-Con
over
and
them.
just jam them
I
all
had
over their
the
lanyards?
closest story that I
A lot of
think
people seem to have shit
maybe
like
answers
that.
The question is, my mom watched she watched all of it, Jay and Silent Bob Reboot, but the opening of Jay and Silent Bob Reboot, when my mom was watching it, she started crying. And for a minute, she was like, oh, first Tusk, now this. Like, he's fucking ruined. But I was like, what's the matter? Are you okay? And she was just like, I did that. I pulled up to that store and I would drop you off. I don't know how many times I did it. And it's just so weird. I know you've been making movies for a while, and I know you've done the same shot in movies before, but just seeing that vehicle pull up in front of the store, she's like, that's my life too, which is kind of like a theme that runs through Clerks 3. Randall is making the story of his life. Randall forgets that his life is shared by a lot of other people and stuff. So for me, my mom crystallized it. You know, I get so lost in it that it goes from memory to artifice, where I take something real and turn it into something for the movie and stuff, and then it belongs to the movie and stops being mine. For example, the heart attack.
I feel like
is no
Kevin
longer
Smith's
mine.
life
It's
and
Randall's
career
heart attack from now
has a lot
on,
of
and in
that
way, I'm
life
kind of
inspires
exercising.
art,
It's kinda nice.
which then inspires life that inspires art,
Mom
like that Aurora
seeing that
Boreas kind
moment
of thing.
and recognizing it and getting emotional hit me very hard as well, where I'm like, oh shit, that's right.
I mean, the
secret
way, I mean, if
origin
you
of
look
all
at
this
the,
stuff is that it happened. It's just the names.
if you look
are
at
different.
Clerks
You know, Randall
1
says it, I think, in the trailer, where
and
he's
Clerks
like,
3.
What's the exact line? Where he's like, I didn't.
His life at the Quick Stop inspired Clerks 1,
Let me fucking
which
hang it.
inspired like a whole
But
new
yeah,
life
so
and
I don't know,
career
that's
in
my thoughts. I'll turn
filmmaking,
it over to the
which
two
then
boys who
inspired
played
Clerks 3
various
about
sides of me. Brian
a
has
clerk
played Dante for years, and that was always
making a
kind of
film
my
about
main
his
character,
life.
so to speak.
Like, there's a
Jeff
crazy
plays Randall,
secular
of course,
thing
who's
going on
never
there
me
with
until this
Kevin Smith's life
version
and
of
his
the movie
work.
when he has my heart
It's
attack.
almost
So
like,
what do you think, boys?
it's almost perfect.
The good thing about Kevin's
perfect closed loop.
scripts are incredibly easy and relatable to my upbringing as well. He comes from an Irish Catholic upbringing as well, with a strict mother, well, not a strict mother, but a mother who cares about their son, that they want to keep you on the straight and narrow.
No, you were right. She was strict.
Well, and so and a dad who I hung out with a lot as a kid as well. So in seeing that kind of relationship, and that's my upbringing, and just saying the words, there was a kind of ease to doing the dialogue. I came from a theater background, so you have to learn an entire play and perform it in front of a live audience every night. So knowing,
Oh man, he's
an
mad
hour and a
religious.
half
He's
of
actually wearing a
dialogue
cross around his
in
neck.
your head
I thought he was just wearing one of those kind of
benefit
douchey
because of the dialogue that
Chad
Kevin writes
chains.
is so verbose and so
I don't know what to call it.
specific that it was great to
That's
do.
a
And
straight up
so
giant
doing this all these years,
religious
it was,
cross.
It was a lot of me, but definitely his words in my mouth, and that's
Just the word.
That sounded dirtier. I know. It sounded dirtier than I meant. It was great. It's great to have that kind of dialogue, and then to have such a phenomenal person like Jeff here, who has that texture to his voice and that kind of character that brings Randall to life. And knowing Brian Johnson in real life, and knowing you in real life, and you definitely see the aspects through the conversations, the subject matter specifically, that Dante and Randall live there. And so I'm proud to be Dante forever. I mean, I don't want to step on Wakanda's fucking line, but even though I'm not supposed to be here today, I love the dialogue of it all, and you know, and that's a testament to Kevin and his upbringing, and just putting down what he knows. He knew what he liked, and he put it down, and I enjoy it. And I'm glad I'm doing a third rendition of it.
That's really how everyone should approach their art.
Powerful rendition.
Just figure out what you know and figure out what you like, and put that stuff together. Do what you know.
I
You know, what
think for
interests
me,
you.
I've never really.
And if
been
anyone else is
playing
interested,
Kevin's
then there
part.
will
It's
that
really
audience
Brian
will come.
Johnson, who Randall is modeled on. But in this one, as soon as I read it, I realized, holy cow, I'm actually going to be doing Kevin's story, and there was. I didn't get too heady about it because I'm not much of an actor, so I don't, get into that space. But there was one thing that I did put in there. Kevin has this thing when he's filming and he gets jazzed, he kind of does this little snappy thing.
Yeah.
And just as a lark, I did that while Randall was directing. that was my little gift to Kevin. Say, I'm kind of playing you just with my fingers.
It was awesome, and I was watching the take, and at one point, generally when I kind of get like excited, they call it, somebody called it, who is it? Josh calls it my impatient dance. Josh's wife Liv calls it my impatient dance. It's this.
And
This is how the magic works.
I hope he doesn't do
everybody.
that during a
Pretty much, you
take
see me
because
behind
he's
the scenes,
clicking his fingers
you
and
know,
that would be
I'm always
picked
telling
up by
them,
the
like,
boom.
That's not me being impatient. Like they're like, what is that? What do you? A lot of people ask, what are you listening to in your head that you're dancing to? And I was like, it's no music. That's just the feeling I get when I'm getting everything that I want. So at one point during the take, like Jeff is playing Randall, who is directing a movie. He started doing this. And I was behind the fucking monitor and I got choked up where I was like, he noticed.
Aw.
Okay. We good?
That's cute.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, my friend. Give it up. Great question. How are you? What's your name?
Hi, everyone. My name's Russell Fung.
Give it up for Russell, everybody.
Russell Fung? Hello. You look familiar.
What you got, Russell? What can we do you for?
He's wearing he's
I'm
wearing an
really
episode 1
grateful
shirt.
that Brian and Jeff are here. And, oh my gosh. My question's for Jeff. I would love to hear your story and your journey about what you were going through and what got you to change your mind and say yes to Clerks 3, because I'm just very grateful that you get to do this.
I got so tired of Kevin sitting around my house fucking snapping. I was like, I'll fucking do it. No, it was, I don't know. I have a sort of a weird relationship with these movies. I'm very grateful to do them. I have a great time when I do them. But at the same time, it's just not my thing. It just, I don't know. I'm like the only guy that lives in LA that doesn't want to be an actor. And fucking Kevin doesn't understand that.
He moved out of LA. He moved up into like the fucking woods.
It's
As
kind of
Jay
refreshing,
said,
to
he
be
lives with
honest.
bears in the fucking woods, and
That is
still I'll
some-
show up and be like,
That is some like honesty for your ass there. For a movie panel.
That's it.
I don't even want to be an actor. People just keep making me do it.
It was, thank God.
You never hear
Jeff
that.
Said yes,
It's
man,
refreshing.
because the Randall is the linchpin, to be fair. That was the story I desperately wanted to tell. A kind of a Randall forward story. It's not to say that Dante takes a back seat by any stretch of the imagination, but it's just the journey gets powered by Randall, and of course Dante goes on it with him. And being on that set, like, you know, we shot it last summer. We started on my birthday, August 2nd, and wrapped like right before, I guess, September, beginning of September, or first week of September. And there were moments where, you know, there were four of us, Brian, Jeff, me, and Jason, and then 5 with Marilyn, who were there when we made the first one. Like, you know, when it was not a concept of like, oh, I hope people like Clerks 2 or 3. This was like, I hope people like this movie that we're making. And we all like rehearsed well into the evenings and stuff like that. So when we were able to kind of reconvene, and here we were like 28 years later doing almost the same fucking things. In some scenes, we're literally doing the same fucking things that we did 28 years ago. It was a surreal experience, to say the least, but it was also familial. It was like you could only do this with people who were there with you from the beginning, family. So I'm so glad we got to do it. I'm so glad you did say yes. I'm glad I fucking pestered you for as long as I did, because you're magic. Him and Trevor are two people that like when we finished Clerks 3, I said to Trevor, like, Trevor was in Clerks 2 with us, and then the next thing I think Trevor did was Clerks 3. I was like, don't fucking wait 16 years to be this brilliant again. And he was like,
Let's not go nuts.
It's so true, man. And he was just like, well, if you do one, I'll do one and stuff. And Jeff is kind of like similar, but they're so fucking gifted. Wait until you see. The two of them have a scene opposite one another, and Randall and Elias have this relationship we established in Clerks 2. But they have like a fucking drop dead scene in the third act that's dramatic as fuck, that like Trevor pulls off while wearing an incredible King Diamond face paint at the same time.
Spoilers.
Yes. So I'm glad that you said yes. Thank you for that. Okay, you, my friend, what's your name?
Hello, everyone. I'm Nico Holt.
Who is it?
Nico Holt.
Everyone
And
give it up for Nico.
I definitely recognize him.
This is my first time in Hall H, and I'm so excited to meet you in person, Kevin Smith.
Welcome.
I saw you in.
I think I recognize
on
the lisp,
screen
too.
In the LA Comic Con.
The same people seem to always love to get up at
Stan
every panel and
Lee.
be the same people asking
it was
questions.
An incredible experience. that
Why
I
is no
had,
one else getting
and
up?
It's an honor to see you.
Thank you for that.
The question I have for you, Kevin, in the comic book guy on AMC, what was your favorite show on the comic book guy that you have done, and who was your favorite special guest?
Of all the episodes of Comic Book Men, which was my favorite? There was an episode.
Something
that we
about that
did-
dude's
we
lisp and the
did-
way he
when
was
I say
standing and
we,
holding
it's
that
very
mask
loosely.
seems
I had
like
the
he was
easiest
flirting
job
with
in the
Kevin.
world on that show.
I
The
feel like
boys
anything
would
he
make
says
the
to you,
show
you'd
at
feel
the
like he was
store,
flirting with you.
like, for weeks they'd shoot, and then I would come in.
I think it's 'cause
once
it's
a
a- it's
month
not just an any
and
lisp,
shoot
it's
the
a sassy
wraparounds,
lisp.
Like, whoa, what'd you guys do?
It's a
this
flirty,
week and
sassy
stuff.
lisp.
So the show was always a delightful surprise for me as well. When I watched it, I watched it before it aired. I got to watch a cut of it and stuff. I was getting to see stuff, discover stuff for the first time. I believe it's the first season, if not maybe the second, but there's an episode where the boys make a commercial, like a cheap knockoff commercial for Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash. And that was Walter Flanagan's idea. And there was a toy commercial when we were kids that would run in our neck of the woods, a hobby store that we went to and bought comics called Toy Masters. And they did a local commercial that ran on like a local network and stuff, would pop in on cable. And, it was to say it was stiff would be an understatement and shit. And so it always captured Walter's imagination. And he didn't want to do comic book men. Like, I had to badger him into doing that and stuff. Him and Brian Johnson. They were both like, no, I don't want to be on TV. So finally, when they agreed to do it, like, Walter was like, look, I'll do it, but you can't make me like this. So I was like, all right, fair enough. So he was doing it, and then I got a report back that, like, oh, we're doing an episode where we do a fake commercial. And my heart leapt, because that was, I knew what that was. That was Walter engaging with the program. It was no longer just happening to him and around him. It was no longer just something that he was doing because I asked him to do. It captured his imagination, and he realized he could use this to do the things he always wanted to do. And one of the things he always wanted to do was make a commercial that made fun of that commercial that we always watched and shit. So he built a whole episode essentially just to do that. And when I saw that, I was filled with creative joy. My friend was still remains one of the funniest people I've ever met in my life, one of the most original and shit. Kind of absolutely like Jason Mewes. But he was not a production guy. He wasn't like me, where he gets up on stage and tries to do things and stuff like that. But he was bit by the bug. He was seized by the moment, and suddenly he kind of took charge, and he started writing more storylines. And the best episodes of Comic Book Men, honestly, were the ones that came from Walter, because they were so fucking meaningful. And when he took charge, you could see like how much it meant to him. Like, here he was going like, this could be fun and shit. So I absolutely love that episode where they did the commercial, because it takes me right back to like the first year of hanging out with Walter in the like late 80s and being like, you're one of the most original people I've ever met. Without Walter, I never get to Brody Bruce. Mallrats never happens and stuff. So he's in the creative DNA of a lot of what I do, and watching him, quote unquote, come out of his shell, so to speak, and seize his creative power was nothing short of fucking thrilling, even though it was Comic Book Men, man. There was this huge human drama that was going on in the middle of it.
I've never
where I
watched Comic
my
Book
friend
Men.
ascend creatively. It was really beautiful. Who was my favorite guest that we ever had on the show?
Comic book.
I mean, hands down, Stan. He was on multiple
Men?
episodes. There was one episode where he's sitting on the counter, and the boys are at his feet, like just sitting there listening to him. And it's fucking, they're all adults on the ground and shit like that, but it seemed like the absolute right relationship. And when he was there, he was having a good time.
Oh, there's that
Like,
Walt
he
guy
was
that he's talking about.
laughing and hooting and hollering and shit like that. Like, sometimes Stan was overcommitted and would do things, and you'd get the impression like this was a favor to somebody. But Stan loved to perform, and Stan loved to play Stan. And we were like, here's a TV show, play Stan.
Oh, it's a
So he
reality
held
television
court on the
series
show.
which
It
aired
was
on
absolutely
AMC.
fucking wonderful. And to be
Set
able
at Kevin
to
Smith's
give
comic book shop.
something tiny like that back to a dude who gave me so much.
Cameras
Like,
capturing the
this was a
banter of the
guy who
shop's
fired
employees
my
and its customers as they
imagination
discover the
as a
treasures of the
child,
comic
and
book collecting world.
somebody I'm
It's
kinda modeled
basically
myself after as an adult.
The
First
Quick
time I
Stop.
came to Comic-Con in 1995.
It's the comic book shop version of
Stan was
Clerks.
the chairman emeritus. He was
As
the
a reality
mayor.
TV show.
He was Mr. Hall H, and that didn't even exist at that
Goddamn,
point.
man.
But he was the person I most wanted to be at Comic-Con. Where I was like that. The person who, when they walk into a fucking room, everyone's so happy to see them. Everyone has a shared memory of something wonderful that this motherfucker did. I was like, if I could live my whole life and get to that fucking place, that would be magical. And that's how I feel when I come to Comic-Con now. He ain't here, but I feel him here, man.
Oh, he's gone.
I'm sorry
That's
that we
sad.
keep getting real emotional on a Saturday night, but you can tell we're all old people and everything feels. Thank you for that question. Anytime you get a chance to bring back the dead, man, you got to seize it. And he was the finest of us. Like, think about it. A lot of us are sitting in this room today because there is a track that pop culture sails along on consistently. The track was fucking built. One of the architects was fucking Stan Lee. Can't come here without thinking about the guy. And then you can't come here without thinking about the guy and who he meant to pop culture and the world and comics and shit. And then on a whole different personal level, like, I can't come here without thinking about the guy, our friend. So many adventures that we had with Stan at Comic-Con. Jason talked about the other night on Jay and Silent Bob Get Old, the podcast that we did at the Movies Pop-Up and stuff, how we came to the back, Hall H, you know, they pull you up in a vehicle and you get out and shit. We got out, it was years ago, and as we got out of the vehicle, who was getting into the vehicle but fucking Stan Lee himself. And Stan Lee, for whatever reason, loved me and would always light up when he saw me. He'd be like, Kev! And he fucking always remembered me. And even though I stand next to Jason all the time, he never remembered Jason's name, ever. So he would be like, hey, Kev, hey.
That's funny
Kev,
'cause, like,
little buddy. And which is
Dan has
weird
the
'cause
opposite
Jason's
reaction that
taller
most
than me,
people have
whatever,
to
but-
Jay and Silent Bob.
But he sit there,
Everyone
sat
always
there
seems to be
chit-chatting
drawn to
with us for a
Jay
few
because he's the
minutes, like,
animated
in
one.
the, you know, right in the parking lot in the area.
Stan had it the
drop-off
opposite
and
way
shit,
around.
And then his
He went right
people
for
got him
Kev.
into his vehicle. He's like, all right, I'll see you guys later. And he pulled away and shit. And, you know, I'd known him at this point since 95, so it'd been years. But Jason had the presence of mind to be like, could you imagine going back in your life, go back to being a kid and tell yourself that one day when you come to Comic-Con, the first person that's going to greet you is Stan Lee, and he's happy to fucking see you. Beautiful fucking observation that I never would have thought of. I was on my way to a panel, so Stan was something. I was like, hey, man, how are you? And I had the exchange, and off he went. Thankfully, Jason stopped the world just to be like, Jesus Christ, look how far we've come from Jersey to Stan Lee's fucking friends, man. Like, really, really powerful shit. Then there was one time, like, fucking, we were doing a signing on the floor. There was an end cap stage they built up. It was only like three stairs high. And we were doing a signing at this table, and Stan rolled by to say hello and shit. This is a few years after Mallrats. You got to remember, like, fucking, when we met him, he was already an old man. Like, when he came to us on Mallrats, he was already gray-haired. He was 76 when we shot Mallrats. And I remember Jim Jacks, the producer, was like, be careful with him. He could die at any minute and shit. He lived 20 more years. He outlived Jim Jacks. It was crazy and shit. So, you know, Stan came up to say hi to us and shit, and we were like, Stan, and we were chit-chatting. And
Stan was very spry
to get
and
signatures.
energetic and
We're
lively
just
for
staring in
someone
awe. There were no
in his
cell
late
phones. This was
90s by
before
the end.
Cell phone camera, so it wasn't a sea of phones in our faces. It was just
That man
people
was never without
experiencing the
energy.
moment
It's
going,
crazy.
Oh my God, look, they know each other and shit like that. So we chit-chatted for a second. He's like,
I reckon
"All right,
you
I'm
could
off to
plug
my
him into
thing," 'cause
something
Stan
and
was
just
always fucking busy. and
power
shit.
stuff.
So he's heading off the stage. Remember, it's only 3 steps up from the ground and shit. And he's like, bye, spider friends, and turns and goes face first off the fucking stage, man. Bam! Onto the fucking ground. All those people who were there didn't save him. And he instantly bounced the fuck back up like a super picky. He was like, bye, kids, and kept fucking going, man. Absolute fucking magic.
That man
Thank
was
you for
immortal
bringing him back
up
for a
until
few
he wasn't.
minutes, man.
I mean,
That felt good. How are
as soon as I
you?
said that, I was like,
I'm
oh
good.
wait,
What's your
he died.
name?
He eventually died.
Carlos, everyone give it up for Carlos, man. Carlos gonna be one of the last ones.
Oh, shit. All right.
The pressure's on now, right?
A little bit, yeah. Well, I guess now. Thank you, Kevin, for inspiring me to become a filmmaker when I was a teenager.
Everybody was inspired to become filmmakers by Kevin Smith.
This, right?
How many filmmakers are there in the world?
Man. That's the key to this shit. Is you look at it, and I remember Slacker was the movie that did it for me, Richard Linklater's Slacker. And I've spoken many times about how I viewed the movie with a mixture of awe and arrogance. Awe because I was like, I've never seen anything like this. This is fucking incredible. You can do this? This counts as a movie and shit? Holy shit. And then arrogance because I was like, I think I could fucking do this. If this counts as a movie, shit, I might be able to pull this off. And so years later, I made, fucking Clerks, and other people saw it, and that's the compliment they give me the most, which is like, your movie looks so fucking bad that I figured I should give it a shot, So thank you. That means the fucking world in a weird backhanded compliment kind of way.
My mom's good at that, so it rubs off.
Passed it right up.
Anyway,
I can't remember much of
with the
Slacker.
precipice of
I haven't seen that in a
Clerks
long
3 being
time.
Released, and since streaming is a whole new thing too, possible.
This man is
Clerks
sweating a
animated
lot.
series revival. I'm hoping.
I was
for it.
wondering what was going on with his skin.
We
It's
talk
a lot
about
of
this
sweat.
all the time because it was the easiest job any of us ever had, man. You could show up in your pajamas and record voices. Shit, I played Silent Bob, so I got paid for no voice whatsoever. The version that we did, that particular iteration with Leonardo, Mr. Plug, all that stuff, if we were to do that, the only way we could do it, it's oddly enough, it's owned by Disney, but Disney would never fucking put it anywhere near Disney Plus. It was made it was made for ABC, and Disney owns ABC, so they technically own it. That leaves one place to potentially do it, and that is Hulu. So the moment that Solar Opposites hit,
You know what's kind of
when
fucked up
Justin's
about this
show
panel,
hit,
I've just
man, I called
realized?
my agent, I was like, can you fucking call up Hulu?
The
and tell them,
Q&A
we
takes
got
up such a
cartoon
large
and go right
portion
next
of
to
this
Solar
1.5 hour
Opposites and
runtime,
shit,
like
and
at
it's
least
got all the
just
designs
over
are
half of it,
done,
I think.
And like we got
which
scripts
is
like ready to go. We've been
way
working and
different
shit
from all
like
the
that.
other panels.
And the word came
who really
back
just
from,
shove it at
Hulu
the end
that,
there
like,
really
we're
quick. One or
good.
two people.
And
But
I was
during
like,
this
what is
entire
that? So
Q&A
are we
thing,
going to pitch? They're like, they don't even
pretty
wanna
much
hear the
nobody
pitch.
is
So
talking to
that's
the actual
only way
cast
we
or
can
crew.
make that show is through a
It's
very
all just
thin,
like
fucking,
people wanting to interact with Kevin.
tightrope
Everyone's just kind of like hanging out at that table,
we
like
could make
not really
a
needing to do
Clerks
anything.
Cartoon. It just wouldn't be that Clerks cartoon. I have the rights to go make a Clerks cartoon anywhere I want, but that particular iteration I couldn't do. So we figure if there's enough of a good response, positive response to Clerks 3, then it's going to be a lot easier to walk into a streamer.
And some of
be
those
like,
guys
"How
were
would you
bragging
like to do
before
a
about how they've
Clerks
never even
cartoon?"
been
So
on a
that
Hall H
depends on
stage
y'all,
before. This is
man.
their
If you
first time.
Get your tickets at
They just
Clerks3.movie.
are mostly sitting
Perhaps
there,
it
not
paves
being
the way
interacted
for us
with.
to get back to the cartoon, or an even better.
It's kind of a
cartoon,
shame.
man.
Or hashtag Hulu bring back Clerks the cartoon.
Yes. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
true.
the
That could
bring back the
work.
Clerks cartoon. The Clerks cartoon was cool.
Thank you for that.
I agree with that.
They had the butthole cut of cats, for fucking sake, trending at one time.
True. Good
More
point.
Q&A people need to talk to
go
the
ahead.
table,
We'll
man.
Take you. Absolutely. What's your name, Captain?
Thank you, Kevin. My name is Aaron.
Aaron. Everyone give it up for Aaron, man.
Is he okay?
Just wanted to say lots of us were waiting in line for you and not Marvel, so happy to be here.
Thank you, man.
And-
Thank you. Y'all missed out because Marvel rocked.
You're rocking pretty good too, so just
Aw,
want to say you're
that's
about
getting a little
as
weird.
polar opposite from me as a person. That like you and I are totally different people, but every time I come to hear you speak at Hall H, I am supercharged like a Green Lantern sticking his hand in the battery for my writing, and I just can't say how much I appreciate that. So I just
Number
wanted to
one,
thank you for that.
fucking, that is an eloquent compliment, my writer
Thank
friend.
you.
Instantly evocative. I saw myself sticking my hand into the fucking lantern. Well done. Number two, I love any creative, man. If you're a writer, if you're somebody out there that's just like, ooh, I got an idea, pursue it. Do it, write it. You don't know if it's gonna go anywhere, but it'll never go anywhere if it fucking lives here. Take it from here to one other step and see what happens. Stranger Things, not that fucking show, but Stranger Things have happened, then it could become your career. You're looking at a bunch of people up here who like made a movie just to see if we could. and it literally became our careers for a lot of us and shit. So be creative,
Some of us.
kids. It's
Not
nice
everyone
to
at that
listen to
table.
creative
I don't
people
think
and shit,
Randall
but it should fire you up,
really
like
gives
he-
that
like
much of a
he's
shit.
talking about, make you want to go out there and
He's
do
enough
shit
of a
on your
friend
own,
to
make
come
your
back
own
and
fucking
do the
shit.
thing for you, but he's got no
Okay.
aspirations.
What's your name?
Hi, my name is Camille.
Camille? Everyone give it up for Camille.
He said one more person like 2 or 3 people ago.
Floor is yours, Camille.
Well, first of all, I was here when you talked about your heart attack too, and I wanted to say I just think that took incredible balls to say in front of so many people. And I know a lot of people that aren't fans that I've played that for that were just amazed and then went on to look at a lot of your work and enjoy it. So.
Fucking A, man. Thank you. See, that heart attack was very valuable for me.
Well, I was thinking
It made people reconsider me in many different ways.
Do you think if you had another one, we could do the cartoon?
Oh no.
Hold on, I feel it coming on. Elizabeth.
Well, don't joke about that, please. We can't afford another Kevin Smith death heart attack scare.
So to me, like I think
We're,
your work
we don't
is
wanna
funny,
manifest
it's
that.
honest, it's clearly a labor of love, but lots of things are. But what I think the real magic has been is the relationships you have all cultivated with each other that have allowed you to keep doing all of this. And I think that says something really exceptional about all of you.
Yeah, that's
so
all
thank
an
you
act.
for
We
doing
hate
that
each
through
other.
the,
I'm just kidding. I'm
the
sorry.
good and the bad and all of that. I think that's pretty amazing. And it's clear that you all show each other a lot of respect and affection. I think that's really awesome. So my question is, I actually wanted to know from all of you, either what question you wish people would ask you, or what you still really hope to do in your career right now.
That is an excellent fucking question. Give it up for that. Fuck.
It is a bit of a cop-out question,
And what a
though.
great way to wrap this
Pass
all
it
up,
on to the
shall we?
actors.
Now we'll start
What is a
right
question
here,
you would like to be
two-parter.
asked?
And what are
So I
the
don't
two
have to
parts
think of
again?
one.
I'm a stoner,
Genius.
so I already forgot.
I actually had asked you at the last one what work you still wanted to do, and you actually mentioned this. So, but so what I wanted to know was either what question you guys wish people would ask you, but they never have, or what you're really hoping to still do with your career, like what your dream is to do that you haven't done.
Love it. Starting with you, Austin.
I'm going to answer the second part of that question first. And like a lot of the people asking questions here, I want to make movies myself one day because I've been doing acting for a while. And yeah, I want to dabble in that area. And
What is Marvel
question
MK? I've been looking at his denim jacket, and I don't know
wish
what that logo
people
is.
Would ask me.
I actually
would
might look
be-
that up real quick while he talks. Excuse me?
Austin's dating my daughter. Be very careful.
I know. I'm trying to think.
He's dating Harlequin?
Do you know that Taco Cat spelled backwards is Taco Cat? And I would say yes, it is.
That's so stupid.
I'll come up with a better one.
You have my permission to marry my daughter.
Wait, for real?
Over to you, Marilyn.
I don't even know.
Oh,
how
there's
to
that
answer
Marvel
that
MK.
First part. I just.
Oh,
don't.
Marvel Knights. Okay, yeah.
But as far as like the second
Of course,
question,
Marvel Knights. I'm an idiot.
I mean, I can only hope.
They're like Dark Side
that
brand for their
this'll be
anti-heroes and shit.
a definite, breaking point for me to continue to do this, to make me get more auditions that actually have more substance to them. I'm not talking about this.
I actually thought that was a roast for a second there, for
You
real.
can still be cut, Marilyn.
I'm pretty sure all of us, including that entire Hall H,
Marilyn.
I'm talking about the auditions.
everyone
that
on
I
YouTube
do
and
get.
me thought she was just roasting Kevin
I will
Smith
pay
then.
you a compliment to pull you out of this hole you're digging for yourself. Marilyn
I always seem to.
came and she did a scene. When I wrote the scenes for Veronica in Clerks 3, they were very cuttable. They don't push the narrative forward. They're essentially, let's stop the movie to enjoy somebody coming back. But in a world of editing, it's one thing. I'm a hell of a nice writer and I'm a really wonderful director. But when it comes to being an editor, I will serve the story, so you may get fucking cut. So that role was always in my head, like, we could always cut the Veronica scene. It doesn't really propel the story forward. And then Marilyn showed up and dropped a fucking performance clinic. She took a scene that, like I said, was fucking cuttable, and that's the writer, director, and editor saying that, and she made it absolutely dazzlingly uncuttable. We all stopped just to fucking watch her act, man. It was pretty damn impressive.
Yay.
Thank you.
She doesn't know how to accept that compliment.
Thank you.
How do you say her name? Marilyn
Thank you.
Chigliotti?
For the scene to begin with.
You made it better,
Gigliotti.
kid. I'm telling you, it's a cute
no, 'cause
scene, but you elevated it.
I literally went in there to prove something more to myself, to really make that scene my own and show the world what I've been able to accomplish since the first one.
You do. You do absolutely do that in the movie.
So thank you for that.
However, give it up for her, man.
But thank you.
Has she done much
However,
since the
as your
first
director,
Clerks?
I'm going to point out there's a very easy to the answer to the first question. If somebody's like, what's the thing you've never been asked you've always wanted to be asked? You just say, would you like $1 million?
That would be nice, yes.
Marilyn.
I've already directed my first little short film that I entered into
Liotti.
your film festival.
Did you?
I
Holy
did.
shit.
Really?
Man, I'll
I
tell Ernie
did.
to look
So
for it.
that's, just dabbling here and there and just kind of trying to
She's definitely gonna get
learn
in.
as much of everything else as possible.
It's about who you know.
So, and hopefully bigger and better things to come.
On Kev's podcast the other night, there was another dude that he knew that admitted that he put a short film into Kev's film festival.
Question I wish
And immediately
someone
got his
would
film
ask me
in.
that no one's
Kev
ever
told
asked me
the
is, Trevor, how did you become the
his
most
partner
handsome man
immediately.
in
He
the
called him
world
up and said,
and
"This dude,
also the world's greatest
his film's
ninja?"
in. No questions asked." And then basically told the
As
audience,
for
like,
what
it's,
I'd like
it's
to
who
do
you
for my
know.
career, I'd really like to do the Clerks cartoon. So
It's
could you
true.
do a cheeseburger or something?
I hope I do drop dead. You'll feel so bad for the next month.
Oh, she's done heaps since Clerks.
Fucking funny, bro.
Yeah, this guy's like, don't fucking make jokes about my meal ticket. Fuck.
Oh, she's done quite a lot, and there's a lot in post production.
People have been like, oh, Kevin's
Lord.
your meal ticket. It's vice versa, ladies and gentlemen. The character
There's
of
Clerks
Jay
3.
is not a creation of my imagination. The character of Jay is based on Jay himself and who he was when he was 16 years old. So the character is eternally
there's a short film,
16.
2022.
And I watched the opening
Mother's
few minutes
Love.
of the movie with everybody, and it was wonderful to hear everybody welcome fucking Brian, welcome Jeff.
Not
but
starring
welcome
her,
Jay
that's
and
impressive.
Silent Bob came out, man. It was
Actors
like
who
fucking
turn to
magic.
directing
The roof blew off. And
quite
that's
often put
everything
themselves
to
in their
do
own shit.
with Jason Mewes.
A lot better if they just
character
focus on the
exists because
directing, to be
Silent
honest.
Bob only exists so that Jay has somebody to talk at. Give it up for Jason Mewes, man.
Oh, stop it. Yeah. I really wasn't thinking that, though. I really was thinking that I didn't want anything bad to happen to my best friend, but thanks, bro. Is it my turn?
Yeah, it is.
I wish someone would ask me if I bleach my asshole.
I'll do it right now.
Don't forget about the card saying there's kids in the audience. Everyone keeps forgetting.
The
answer is yes.
What do I want to do? Was that what the thing was?
What was the second part?
What you'd really like to do in your career if you were given the opportunity.
Oh,
like
in
what
my
you still
career.
hope to do, yeah. Or professionally.
You'd be in a fucking Marvel.
I want to be, you know what, in my career, I guess this would be a career thing. I really want to be, I want to add to the handprints. I want to hit the trifecta and get the star on the Walk of Fame, and I want to become a wax figure.
Ooh. Yeah. That would be cool.
At the
Jesus,
Wax
that's creepy.
Museum, you know?
It's such a.
He could probably just go to the wax museum and just stand there and hold that
Hollywood
pose.
Notion where your
Perfect.
like 3 levels of success are getting your feet in the cement of the Grauman's Chinese Theater. I can get that. That's rare air that we're breathing. Getting your fucking star on a Hollywood Walk of Fame. Like, I get that. There's not a lot of people in the world can do that. But who told you that wax figures was like the pinnacle of success? Like, if you got a wax figure, you fucking made it, son.
You know why? Because I went to when they unveiled Danny Trejo's, and right next to it was fucking Obama, and fucking, and part of the Golden Girls, motherfucker.
So fucking weird.
That's a hell of a lineup of
I'm
wax
thinking about
figures.
this
Danny
all
Trejo, Obama, and the Golden Girls. I don't think they have any rhyme or reason to how they lay out their wax figure museum. They just wax those things anywhere.
Oh God, I'm gonna die.
Danny, Ariana Grande, Danny Trejo, the Golden Girls, and Obama,
weirdest
motherfucker. Come
EGOT.
on.
And Ariana Grande.
If that's not a Marvel movie in Phase 6, I don't know what is.
You know, I didn't have an answer for that first part, but I just came up with it. I'm dying for somebody to ask me if I want to be a wax figure. And do I want to be right next to Jay's bleached asshole?
Yes. Hell yeah.
How much does it cost to get an asshole
I don't
bleaching?
really have career aspirations, but I will
I don't think it costs that much.
I told Trevor this, and I think it's the only person I've told this.
I am going to
a while back, I
taint
wrote a
my
movie
Google
called Now You
search
Know, wrote
by
and directed a
asking
movie
that
called Now
question.
You Know, and that's where we found Trevor. Since I've been doing the cons and getting out, and people
asshole
have said such nice things about my
bleach
movie, I've actually
cost.
started writing a new script.
Oh shit!
How much does it cost for genital and/or
That
anal
fucking
bleaching?
rocks.
$750.
And you thought
Per
Wakanda Forever was
area?
a cool reveal.
What? Includes 2 treatments.
Oh my God, you salty bitch.
What's going on back here?
Have a seat, Marvel Studios.
Well, he was like,
Did Randall just say he was writing his own script?
Studios were our warm-up act and we're the headliner
Good
tonight.
for him. Anyway, $750 anal bleaching. What?
Yeah.
Per area, so genital
I don't know,
or
man.
anal
I saw
bleaching.
that
So one of the
Guardians trailer.
two.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
So a question I would love to be asked.
That
would
is.
be,
Oh wait, it actually gets
would
cheaper
you
depending on where you go.
Want to join us as part of this cast of this new
Bespoke
Star Wars
Surgical
movie?
$750. If you go to health.com,
Dang.
anywhere
Literally,
between
there's only maybe
$350 to
five people in the
$450.
planet that could actually ask that question with legit
Why is it so
follow-up.
expensive?
And secondly, I guess is kind of connected.
Could be as low as
I would
125. I
love
think it's getting a little
somehow,
cheap though.
Because I badgered my really poor working class Irish.
Oh, hi,
family to
Jeannie.
Spend stupid amounts of money they really didn't have. For
Depends on where you
tons
go,
of
but cheaper
Star
may be
Wars
less safe
toys
conditions.
back
I'm
in the
starting to think
70s
that.
when that movie came out
Because if
it changed my
if
life.
you
like
can get
it
an
changed
anal
Kevin's
bleaching for
life. I remember we went to the
$750,
Bronx,
then I
New
don't
York
think
City,
I
we
trust
drove out to
$125.
the 70mm theater.
Because
at
there's a
Bronx,
reason
New
it's
Jersey
probably
to
as
go
high
see
as $750.
70mm print of the film. And I remember my 2 older brothers, one is
Oh, you've
10
been
years older,
lurking?
one
That's
is 9
fair.
years older than me. Or 6 years older than me, excuse me. And coming back out of that movie, and I'm like, yeah, that was so great. I'm like, oh, I can't wait till I get my own land speeder when I can drive.
It's just, it's so
It's,
weird
quite a
how
bit of time
wide
since
the
77, and I
cost
still don't
range
have
is.
my
From like
goddamn
$100 to
land speeder.
$750 is pretty wide.
But I can pretend
That makes me a little
to drive
paranoid.
one in a Star Wars
Maybe I
movie.
won't get an
So,
anal bleaching.
If I could get somehow involved in a Star Wars franchise, I
Like
think,
if it was
I'm
affordable,
very
I might have done it
jealous
just for
of
fun,
Rosario,
just to
be
say I've
honest
done
with
it,
ya.
to see what it's like,
know,
but
right? Would
not
love
if
to
it
be a
costs
part
that kind of
that.
dough.
I know you
I'm not made of
voiced,
money, goddammit.
A stormtrooper in the Star Wars movie, so that would be my. I'm not. It's not quite wax figure level of.
Yes. Aim higher, man.
Yeah.
Aim for Madame Tussauds. and
I
shit.
would like,
Jeff, is your screenplay
I wouldn't
Star
mind
Wars
getting a
movie?
wax figure of myself, just to, out of curiosity, to
This
see
joke's-
what
yeah,
I
was
would look
asking
like as a
Jeff,
wax
this joke's not
figure.
going anywhere. Bail.
Because they're always slightly off. There's like an uncanny valley
get the
thing to
second
wax
question?
figures, where they almost look
Star
exactly like
Wars
the
movie.
person,
Star Wars, you
but
know,
there's just
join us
something
in that
kind of wrong
That's
with it
just me pandering for that.
that creeps you
No,
out when you
that's
look at
smart.
them. I want to see what creepy
don't
wax
get
figure
unless you
version of
ask.
me looks like.
What question would I like somebody to ask me that they haven't asked me? It'd be nice if somebody was like, "Can I make moose jaws?" That'd be great. Maybe one day someone will ask that. I'm gonna go a little poignant because it's late and I'm a middle-aged stoner. But question I would love to be asked is, "Do you want to go to the movies?" And I would just love to be asked that by my father one last fucking time,
Roger.
man. I'd say, "Fuck yes,
That's all right.
we're going to see that Guardians picture, old man."
I do that in Facebook Messenger
And
all
he'd
the
been
time.
dead for a while, so I'd have to explain the franchise to him and shit. But after that, we'd have a damn good
But then
time.
if you delete your message in
What do
Facebook
I want
Messenger,
for
it
the
says
future,
message
or
deleted.
What do I hope to
So they
do
know
and
you deleted
get to
something, and then they
accomplish
ask
that
you
I haven't
questions about it.
accomplished
It's
yet? I'll
always
be honest
awkward.
with you. Life's and this business has been very good to me. Either that or I have very low aspirations because I've been able to accomplish most of the things that I've ever wanted to accomplish, like a good 95% of them and shit. And the ones that I haven't been able to do aren't like breaking my heart to not do. And I also figure, well, life is long and I got something to look forward to. Maybe I'll get there and stuff. But I do have one ambition that I would love to share with you all for the future, and that's that I want to come back and do this all again next year, ladies and gentlemen.
With a bleached asshole.
You have made
And a
me
wax
and my
figure.
friends feel so fucking welcome. Thank you so much, Hall H.
Oh,
Give it up for
are they almost done?
Austin,
Holy shit.
Marilyn, Trevor, Jay.
That actually didn't feel as long as it actually is,
ladies and
to me at
gentlemen.
least.
Have a great Comic-Con. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the Hall H panel.
This is the cat.
Like,
greetings, everybody, and welcome.
It's kind of impressive how much of a meal Kevin can make out of audience interaction. Because really, like, there were other panels in that went for about an hour, and some that even went for about an hour and a half. And the Q&A section is always butted up against the end, like 1 or 2 people for the last 10 minutes of an hour and a half. I swear his Q&A with the audience started before halfway. Like 35, 40-minute mark of the hour and a half is when Kevin started his audience Q&A. I was like, how is he doing this so early? Like, what comes later if he's doing the audience thing now? Then the whole rest of the thing was audience Q&A. But like some of the, like, unlike most audience Q&As where a person comes up, asks a dumb question, someone on the panel answers it in like fucking 20 words or less, awkwardly, like, I don't know, just blah, 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 and that was it. Next person, or just let's just end the panel there. No matter who comes up and what they ask, Kevin Smith will answer the question for like 20 straight minutes. No matter what the question is, he has a story good to go. And for 50 to 20 minutes, you've got Kev talking about some anecdote from his life. All he needs is like a wind up. He just needs that slight instigation to get moving. And once you get Kev talking, you've got content for like the next hour. Which is why I think the Q&A works so well with the Kevin Smith stuff. Whoo. It's a shame about everyone else on the panel though, who just kind of sit there. They don't get too many chances to talk. Especially once you get Kevin going. Can't believe that's it. What are we at now? 19 hours and 23 minutes. All right. Well, that's what it took. I estimated maybe a little bit over 12. I hit 19 and a half. That's pretty wild, man. I'm a little sweaty. And I'm very tired. It is now 7:52. It's 8 minutes to 8 a.m. in the morning. And I've been going since 12 midday yesterday. Good God. You know what I didn't do? At the end of his panel, he didn't actually show it, but... Hang on. What's the best place to find it? Probably on his own channel? Yes. Since we just spent so long talking about Clerks 3, might as well roll Clerks 3. I know this trailer wasn't shown at Comic-Con, it was just before, I think. But I mean, it's relevant.
That's how we did it in the 90s, son!
Can't catch my breath, man.
Really? Should I try mouth stuff?
What is this, a Tinder date? Get off of me. Oh, shit.
Mr. Dante! I need an ambulance at the Quick Stop!
Saved my life, man. Wish I had a life worth saving.
What are you talking about?
Sit around and watch the same movies over and over.
I always thought you could have made a cool movie.
You're right. I'm living on borrowed time. No more watching movies.
I'm gonna make a movie!
What's the movie gonna be about?
It's about him working here.
Meta. Everything in the script is something either me or someone I know said.
I'm not even supposed to be here today.
Maybe Jay and Silent Bob could be characters.
Poor Ben Affleck. That's probably all that Ben Affleck does in this movie. That's his only.
First movie, which was the last
That's his
time they were
only
cool.
screen
They've been
time.
with the franchise so long, they still give them cameos and put them on the lunch boxes.
Snifty Booches! Please tell me
I believe in you.
You put in that stuff.
It's
the Death Star contractors.
a perfect choice for like
No way.
a movie that's like 90s nostalgia. The song choice is 100% 90s nostalgia.
What the hell is this?
I added a scene where you get shot.
I'm not letting you kill me off in the third act. What if there's a sequel?
A sequel? What am
That's
I,
super
a hack?
meta.
I think it needs more weed.
So I guess the video store next door to the Quick Stop is still open. I don't know why it would be. I mean, it's VHS's. I love that little Easter egg note in there about him almost doing him getting shot ending like the Clerks actually had in his deleted scenes that he changed. Super meta. But yeah, like what I was saying before, I love how cyclical this whole thing is about how he made a movie of his life, which then became a different life as a filmmaker, that he then went back and made a movie about that in Clerks 3. Like, it's just looping, and it's working out for him. Good for him for that. Good for him for all of it. He's had a good life. Better than most of us. I don't know how to feel about the whole of Comic-Con, though. I feel some of that was a bit grueling to get through, like the Star Trek and the... some really cringy audience interaction during Game of Thrones, and Star Trek was a slog. I feel like Kevin Smith had the best panel, just for the actual panel content itself. Like, listening to him talk and tell stories is always interesting. Sometimes touching, sometimes hilarious. Always a bit of both. Alternating. Obviously, the Marvel panel is the most riveting and entertaining in a moment-by-moment basis. Because it's all just cool reveal after cool reveal at a blistering pace. And they have so much to show you. But more specifically, panels aside, if I had to go with Comic-Con trailer releases, that Black Panther Wakanda Forever trailer was brutal. Like, that fucked me up a little bit. I felt that. I felt that deep in my soul. It was cool to see Namor the Submariner in a movie, in live action. Yeah, it was really well done. It was more than well done. It's probably one of the best trailers that Marvel's ever done, just for pure emotional impact. Like the combination of what it just means to the audience and to the cast and the crew as a farewell and a send-off and a tribute to Chadwick Boseman. And the perfect sound and music design of the trailer. The Kendrick and Bob Marley mashup. Oh god, all that stuff combined was just an emotional payload, like an emotional gut punch of a payload. I felt that hard. I kind of want to watch it again now. Maybe I should. Maybe that'll be the finale. Now that I've done all the panels and I've seen everything. Yeah. Finale for the entirety of... The finale for the entirety of, the Comic-Con. Comic-Con 2022 should be rewatching the Wakanda Forever trailer. I think that makes sense. Just because it was really the winning moment of the entire thing, I think. Oh, fuck. before I pass out here.
No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry.
Such a perfect song, holy shit.
Don't shed no tear. No woman, no cry. Good friends we have and good friends we've lost along the way. In this great future, you can't forget your past. So dry your tears, I say. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright now. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be.
I am queen of the most powerful nation in the world, and my entire family is gone. Have I not given everything?
And when I wake up.
What a finish. Oh my god, what a finish. Ow. It's hard to see the last half of that trailer. Like, fuck, both times I watched it tonight, my eyes got super watery, like, past the halfway mark, and then the last half of the trailer gets really blurry. Jesus Christ. I heard an anecdote. Someone was interviewing, I forget who it was. Might have been on Kevin Smith's podcast, actually. They were interviewing the trailer editor of that. And he was saying that they had actually something totally different going on with the trailer at first, until Ryan Coogler walked into the office with the cut of that music. That Bob Marley cover that segues and mashes up into Kendrick. And he pretty much dropped it on the editors and said, this is the trailer. And they kind of had to start from scratch and re-edit to that track. And that's what made it what it is there. I just thought, like, what a brilliant anecdote. And, like, it's a story that really solidifies the vision of someone like Ryan Coogler for the Black Panther franchise. The fact that he could see it, he could see what it needs, and he can get the part that it's missing, that it needs, and come in and just drop it on the table and say, this is the missing piece. Work to this, and we've got it. And then the proof is in the pudding. I fucking hate that saying, proof is in the pudding. It sounds so stupid when you say it out loud. Yeah. I'm gonna blame it on tired eyes. Let's just call it tired eyes. It's harder to keep them from watering up and tearing up and almost like bawling when they're tired and exhausted. So I think it's time to cut. I think it's time to cut and run finally. Woo! What an ordeal. An ordeal, but a fun ordeal. Like, let's just turn this. Ow. I've just knocked the keyboard off the table. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Maybe I'll plan this better next time. Next time I do something like this. If I'm doing some kind of like... If I'm doing some kind of just chatting, chill, hangout on stream type thing, I need to plan it better in terms of the timing of what I'm going to be watching, looking at, and for how long. Because I really thought this would be like a round of 12 thing, and the fact that it's almost hit 20, that's a bit of an oversight. I'm going to have to sleep through past lunch. Just a little bit. Just to make sure I don't fuck up my sleeping habits. But that was fun. Now I know what the entirety of Comic-Con 2022 was like. Firsthand. Like I was really there. Except for not getting to see the actual cool exclusive trailer stuff that they still hid from us. The motherfuckers. How dare you? That's the stuff we really want to see. I had to read descriptions of that on other people's websites. Like a peasant. But unlike a peasant, still got to roll the Murray River Salted Caramel Tim Tams. Like the bougie streamer I am. Anyway. Thanks for hanging out. It was fun having so many regulars popping in and out randomly over the course of the last 20 hours. It was like a revolving door up in here. It was great. And fun. Oh shit, it's Sunday as well. My Sunday stream turned into a my Saturday stream turned into a Sunday morning stream. And I'm supposed to stream again Sunday night, tonight. And I haven't even slept yet. Because I was going to finish Curse of the Dead Gods. But I've only got one dungeon left to go, so that might be a shorter stream. If I don't fuck up too much. I might be able to smash that out. Let's see how much sleep I get and how I feel. I should still be able to do it. And then watch this thing. Yes, right. What have I done? What have I done to my Udi? Oh, it is like hanging out in a bedsheet though. Probably not the best idea for a stream that goes for this long though, because the idea is you're supposed to do whatever you can to not get drowsy and tired. And wearing the most comfortable thing you've got that makes it feel like you're in bed, sitting up. This is more comfy. This is softer than my actual bedsheet. I was probably doing myself a disservice. I should have worn something a little more uncomfortable. Something that would make me feel the cold a little bit. That would keep me awake. Keep the energy up. That would have been the smart move. Alright, well, it's 8:07 a.m. So, both good morning and also good night. Bye.